In the Dragon City, the Shao family stands as the most formidable, possessing vast fields and a multitude of servants. With a protective clan guard exceeding 100, the family patriarch, Shao Tianqi, has reached the pinnacle of the fourth level of qi refinement, having already condensed a golden essence, defending like a rock and attacking with the ferocity of a blade. Due to the presence of such an almost invincible master, no family in Dragon City has dared to challenge the authority of the Shao family for decades. At this moment, spring has arrived, marking the annual Technique Exchange Conference of the Shao family. This year's event is notably grander than in years past, as anyone who has achieved the qi circulation and stabilized their cultivation at the first level of qi refinement and is under 30 years of age may participate, amounting to over 30 young disciples. This year, a remarkable figure has arrived at the Technique Hall. While the common disciples may not be aware, the core members of the Shao family regard him with utmost respect. Even Shao Tianqi is no exception, for this individual has attained the 7th level of qi refinement. Though he has only just condensed a single qi flower, his strength is sufficient to annihilate dozens of individuals like Shao Tianqi with a mere slap. Having just celebrated his 70th birthday, Shao Tianqi, with his graying hair and sharp gaze, exudes an aura of vitality, indicative of the 4th level of qi refinement. He is quite pleased with his clan, recognizing that the Shao family's current standing is not to be underestimated, especially since 4 clan members have already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Among them, one is even under 30, a true prodigy of cultivation. It is easy to envision a future where the Shao family becomes the true sovereign of Dragon City. In a dark corner of the Technique Hall, a pair of bright eyes gleamed with excitement. This person, clad in a green outfit and a small cap, is clearly a servant, approximately 14 or 15 years old, his gaze flitting between the patriarch and an unremarkable, middle-aged man beside him. This servant is named Lin Feng. Lin Feng entered the Shao family at the age of 12 as a servant. Possessing a clever mind and a stroke of luck, he caught the attention of the 3rd young lady of the Shao family within 3 months, becoming her personal assistant, which essentially meant running errands for her, due to an accidental injury to her foot during cultivation. The 3rd young lady provided Lin Feng with the opportunity to enter the Technique Hall. However, after settling her in, Lin Feng discreetly withdrew to a less conspicuous corner. Patriarch Shao, time is of the essence. I must visit other families as well. So let us commence. The middle-aged man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally spoke. Understood. Patriarch Shao replied respectfully, then surveyed the room. This esteemed guest is He Yitzi, a senior from the Beast Spirit sect, one of the 5 great Taoist sects. By divine favor, the Beast Spirit sect will select 10 disciples from Dragon City as outer disciples, who will have the opportunity to enter the inner sanctum and become cultivators. Yes, soon as the words were spoken, gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the hall. The Beast Spirit sect is ranked 3rd among the 5 great Taoist sects, boasting 2 celestial beasts and 10 spirit beasts, truly living up to its name. To enter this sect signifies possessing exceptional talent and destiny, greatly enhancing one's chances of entering the path of immortality. For these individuals, the path to immortality is a dream both desired and elusive. Now, that dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. The atmosphere grew chaotic, and the middle-aged man frowned slightly, glancing at the crowd with impatience. You two, prepare to leave tomorrow for the sect. 2 golden talismans shot forth from the middle-aged man's fingertips, darting towards 2 individuals. Before Patriarch Shao could respond, the man vanished in an instant. One talisman imprinted on the forehead of a remarkably handsome young man, transforming into a tiger shape. The other imprinted on a 15-year-old girl, morphing into a crane shape. The talismans seemed alive, swirling around their foreheads, emitting soft, melodic sounds, tiger roars and crane calls. Indeed, as legend has it, all who enter the Beast Spirit sect receive a golden talisman. Upon breaking through to the pinnacle of qi refinement and entering another wondrous realm, this talisman can be cultivated into an immensely powerful offensive technique. Congratulations, young master and 3rd young lady. Our elder brother is the most talented among the Shao clan. It is only fitting he is chosen. The third sister has just reached the second level of water wave technique. Yet she too has been selected by the senior. It seems her potential is substantial. Lin Feng noticed the frown on the third young lattice brow, a clear sign of her suppressed dissatisfaction. That if this matter were to drag on, the technique hall might very well turn into a battlefield. Remembering her unpredictable temperament, Lin Feng hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Third young lady. The madam is waiting at home for your good news. We should take our leave. The third young lady, named Xiangwei, resides in the elegantly named Wind Elegance Courtyard, given by the matriarch. Before her marriage, the matriarch was a prominent young lady in Dragon City, well-versed in poetry. Unfortunately, after bearing a daughter, her husband passed away abruptly due to illness. Fortunately, as a direct descendant, the third young lady is well cared for by Patriarch Shao. Lin Feng, you were clever just now, otherwise those annoying individuals would have made me lose face. Now that you are an outer disciple of the Beast Spirit sect, not only can they not harm you, but they wouldn't dare even to utter a word against you, Lin Feng replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Why mother has gone to visit her family and hasn't returned yet. Tomorrow, I shall leave the Shao residence. You must take good care of the madam, or I shall not forgive you. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Miss, you can trust me with this. Although my strength is lacking, my identity as your disciple ensures that no one in the residence would dare bully the madam. The third young lady gazed at Lin Feng thoughtfully before sighing. It is unfortunate that you are of an unusual constitution, unable to accumulate true energy or practice. Cultivation in unusual constitution, also known as a waste constitution, is a peculiar and inferior physique that prevents true energy from circulating smoothly within the meridians. Regardless of the effort expended, qi circulation is the first step to becoming a martial practitioner. Lin Feng smiled wryly. If he were not burdened with such a constitution, he would not have ended up as a servant in the Shao residence. Prior to his entry, he had sought renowned masters for guidance, only to be turned away due to his inability to cultivate. Over time, seeing no hope for cultivation, he resigned himself and entered the Shao family, hoping for a stable livelihood. Have you been practicing the divine power technique? Upon entering Wind Elegance Courtyard, the third young lady suddenly recalled something and asked, I found the divine power technique by chance in the scripture repository. It is said to be a formidable external cultivation method. Although you cannot cultivate true energy, you might attempt this external technique. Since you're a resident of Wind Elegance Courtyard, you must not be bullied outside. Do not tarnish my reputation. Rest assured, Miss, I have been diligently practicing the divine power technique. It requires a significant amount of precious medicinal materials. Fortunately, I have been using the medicinal concoction left by you after your training for the past 3 years, which has yielded some minor success. Lin Feng felt a sense of pride, for although he was born with an unusual constitution, his physical strength had been steadily increasing since he began practicing the divine power technique, showing remarkable improvement. However, the longer he practiced, the greater his need for medicinal concoctions became. Try your utmost to strike a punch, the third young lady instructed, lightly flicking her toe to send a stone weighing several dozen pounds into the air. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward and swung his fist. The air seemed to explode with an invisible force, emitting a sharp whistle. Bang! The stone shattered into countless pieces, crushing stone with great force. The third young lady stared in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. The sudden sound of air being pierced and the scattering of debris all around serve as undeniable proof that Lin Feng's current strength is sufficient to rival an average third-tier qi refinement expert. Among the third generation of the Shao family, the most gifted eldest son spent over 20 years in qi refinement before reaching the pinnacle of the third layer. Following closely is the third Miss Shao, who, after a decade of cultivation, has firmly established her prowess at the second layer. In contrast, Lin Feng, through clandestine practice of the divine power technique and the residual potency of medicinal concoctions, has managed to reach a level that nearly equals that of the eldest son within merely 3 years. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic stir within the Shao residence. Upon entering the third layer of qi refinement, practitioners begin to utilize genuine qi to reinforce their flesh and meridians, enabling their bodies to withstand even more formidable qi impacts, thus laying a solid foundation for the condensation of qi barriers that a third-layer martial artist possesses immense strength, capable of shattering stones and severing wood with every punch and kick. Observing the expression on Miss Xiao's face, Lin Feng could not help but smile slightly. What does it matter if one possesses a naturally gifted physique? If one cannot cultivate qi, what of it? Look at your smug demeanor. What good is your strength in the grand scheme? Moreover, the initial years of external training are when progress is rapid, but as time passes, the advancement slows. Once I enter the Beast Spirit sect, you shall be deprived of the medicinal concoctions. Mark my words, you won't even have the chance to touch those herbs. Relying solely on your auxiliary training, your strength will reach its limit. Historically, no one has ever perfected external martial arts. Miss Xiao scoffed. However, your ability to shatter stones means that, even without my backing, the other servants would think twice before scheming against you. If you so wish, I could recommend you to the family guard with your talents. It should not pose a problem that in an instant. Lin Feng's earlier pride vanished. He had failed to consider this critical point. Once Miss Xiao departed, his journey with the divine power technique would come to an abrupt halt. Third miss. I have heard that external disciples of the Immortal sect are permitted to bring a few attendants. What do you think? Are you suggesting you wish to accompany me to the Immortal sect? Xiao Qianghuai's brows furrowed slightly, her displeasure palpable. Who will care for my mother? You must remember that you are a servant of the Xiao family. Do not overreach. Should you wish to follow me to the Immortal sect, I shall pretend I never heard your suggestion. Yes, my apologies for my indiscretion. Cold sweat immediately beaded on Lin Feng's forehead as he realized, in a moment of folly, he had overlooked Miss Xiao's true nature. Recently, a servant from the side courtyard had mistakenly called her name and was subjected to 10 lashes had it not been for the loyalty of his family. His life would likely have been forfeit. As twilight descended, the elderly matron hurried back from her maternal home. The mother and daughter, aware of their impending separation, embraced tightly and wept inconsolably until a servant arrived to inform them of the evening banquet at the Xiao residence. Ceasing the heart-wrenching scene, Lin Feng, lying in bed, listened to their cries and shook his head in silence. His own heart was not devoid of anguish. With the departure of Miss Xiao San, he felt his own aspirations stunted, destined to remain a mere servant in the elegant garden for eternity. What, after all, is fate? Lin Feng pondered this question incessantly, yet lamentably found no answers. If only the Beast Spirit sect, a celestial order that could grant immortality, would accept disciples skilled in external cultivation. He had perused ancient texts that spoke of the myriad elixirs bestowed upon disciples, capable of enhancing their physique and accelerating their progress, thus shortening their ascent to higher realms. Alas, without a significant fortuitous encounter, Lin Feng feared he would remain ensconced within the Xiao estate for his entire life. Feeling despondent, sleep eluded him. Since the elegant garden was devoid of company, he resolved to practice for an hour. Unable to cultivate true energy, he directed all his focus on refining his divine strength. And fortuitously, the methods of external cultivation seemed particularly suited to him. Miss Xiao San had previously mentioned that the qi refining realm comprised 7 layers: Zhou Tian, Qi Tian, Great Strength, Condensed Qi, Peak, 5 Qi, and 3 Flowers. Each breakthrough signified a qualitative enhancement of one's power. However, the path to qi refinement was fraught with challenges. Without ample precious herbs to assist, one might only find a peak qi refiner among millions. With a 500 gene boulder balanced atop his head, Lin Feng ran laps around the courtyard, his hands supporting the weight. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. He completed a full 100 laps before stopping. This 100 laps constituted a training goal he had set for himself, serving as a warm-up before formal cultivation. Next came the exercise of his limbs. Lin Feng bound training bags to his arms and legs. Though not large, they were filled with a soft yet incredibly heavy metal. Crafted by a blacksmith and launching at great expense by Miss Xiao San. Each training bag weighed 200 gene, totaling 800 gene. A youth of Lin Feng's stature, not particularly imposing, could hardly be believed to bear such weight. In the Xiao residence, only those at the 3rd layer of qi refinement would typically train under such burdens. And even then, only with the support of true energy. Yet this unassuming servant of the Xiao household could bear 800 gene solely through sheer brute force, truly a marvel. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to clear his mind, empty of all thought. He began to move his feet, stepping as if upon the 7 stars. Each step accompanied by alternating punches, striking with both vigor and finesse. With every step, the sound of rushing air intensified around him. Upon reaching the 4th step, small stones on the ground began to levitate, the momentum building to a crescendo. By the 7th step, it seemed that the air within a 3-zhang radius had vanished. The previous sounds of shattering air suddenly ceased. The 7 steps killing fist, a technique reserved for the direct bloodline of the Shao family, was a formidable martial art designed for desperate confrontations. Lin Feng had clandestinely learned it from Miss Xiao-san. In life-and-death battles, each step taken was a lethal strike, delivering the most effective blows to vanquish one's opponent. The principle of the 7 steps killing fist dictated that any adversary within 7 steps must be slain. Should one exceed this distance, their momentum would swiftly diminish, along with their combat prowess. As he completed the 7th step, Lin Feng immediately withdrew his force. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he found himself drenched in sweat, his muscles protesting as if struck by weapons. The previously manageable weight of 800 Jin now felt like a mountain pressing down upon him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. It was no wonder that the ancestral teachings of the Shao family forbade the casual use of the 7 steps killing fist. Certainly, there was reason behind it. Once unleashed, one must annihilate their opponent within the effective 7 steps, lest they find themselves prey to the foe if even a single breath remained. Lying on the ground, Lin Feng engaged in deep breaths, savoring the invigorating sensation of his physical strength returning. However, using the 7 steps killing fist within the Shao residence was a perilous affair. Should he be discovered, the clan leader would undoubtedly seek to dismantle him. Thus, it was relegated to a concealed means of self-defense, a potential salvation for the future. After lying on the ground for half an hour, Lin Feng finally unfastened the weights from his limbs. Just as he prepared to rise, he sensed an unseen gaze upon him. Looking around, he detected no anomalies beyond the whispering wind. "Ah, the little fellow is quite alert," he mused. Just as Lin Feng began to suspect he was being paranoid, a disembodied, ethereal laughter echoed around him. "Who?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a glint of malice. After years of servitude in the Shao residence, he had become adept in the ways of human nature. If word of his training in the 7 steps killing fist were to spread, the consequences would be dire. "Child, why are you so tense? If I wished you dead, I would have long since revealed your secret of learning the forbidden technique." The first half of the voice seemed to hover near, while the latter half drifted from afar. Lin Feng's heart raced. How peculiar. Could it be some supernatural entity? "Ah, it seems it is time for us to meet, after observing you for several months." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Lin Feng felt a tremendous force propelling him from beneath. A glowing orb erupted from the ground where he sat, shimmering with golden light. Lin Feng, dazed, observed as the orb began to speak, jolting him back to lucidity. Could it be that this orb has attained sentience? Ancient texts had indeed recorded instances of spiritual entities, where certain celestial essences, through serendipity, could develop souls and assume forms akin to human beings. However, the criteria for achieving such transformation were exceedingly stringent. This golden orb, it seemed, had only recently acquired a soul and could not yet assume a humanoid shape. Before taking form, a spirit's strength was typically comparable to that of a human cultivator at the 5th layer of qi refinement. With this thought, Lin Feng felt considerably more at ease. The golden orb floated about, as if aware of Lin Feng's musings. "Child, with your meager abilities, I have no need to engage with you. How about we strike a deal?" "A deal?" Lin Feng echoed. "Indeed, your physique is rather unique. While qi refinement may be beyond your reach, I possess alternative methods to facilitate your cultivation. With a stroke of luck, you may even step into the realm of Dao transformation. Qi refinement is merely the foundation. Dao transformation is the true threshold of cultivation." Lin Feng was rendered speechless. What kind of entity was this? The vastness of the heavens was indeed wondrous, and today he encountered something extraordinary. "Child, do you not believe my words?" The golden orb, sensing Lin Feng and Appo's silence, grew irate. "Do you not yearn for entry into the beast spirit sect? That trivial sect holds no merit. To enter a celestial order, one must at least aspire to the 3 sovereigns, but you wouldn't comprehend, would you? In any case, encountering me is your fortune." Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to cry for help. "Hey, I am speaking to you." The golden orb's impatience surged. "You ungrateful child, do you not realize the magnitude of this opportunity? In the past, even the grand leaders of celestial sects treated me with utmost respect. What sort of deal? Lin Feng cautiously inquired. At present, it cannot be termed a deal. Your strength is abysmally weak. I shall assist you in your cultivation, and in time, should you reach the Tao transformation realm, we can fulfill our agreement. And if I refuse, you truly are ignorant of your own fortune. But there is no time. The moment has arrived. The golden orb swayed as though intoxicated, its golden light flickering erratically, before it suddenly darted toward Lin Feng's forehead like lightning. Caught unawares, Lin Feng experienced a jarring pain as if his head had exploded, and a blinding golden light enveloped him. His body convulsed a few times before he succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Feng awoke. His first instinct was to touch his forehead, finding it unscathed. The courtyard was eerily quiet, yet where had that golden pearl gone? In the distance, the faint sound of cheers suggested that the banquet at the Shao residence was nearing its conclusion. Lin Feng hastily tidied up the courtyard. After all, Miss Xiaosan was not to be trifled with. The reason she had bestowed upon him the divine power technique and gone to great lengths to provide him with 4 sets of external cultivation tools was merely to prevent him from being bullied by other servants upon stepping outside, which would indirectly tarnish her reputation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the southeast corner of the Shao estate. Could a building have collapsed? Lin Feng leapt onto the 2-meter-high wall and glimpsed flames erupting in the southeast, fanned by the wind, while the guards of the Shao residence rushed towards the source. The clan members were commanded to encircle and capture any scoundrels fleeing towards the northwest. The commotion seemed to involve that senior, He Yitzi, from earlier in the day. Without hesitation, Lin Feng jumped down from the wall and joined the throng, sensing that the earlier explosion was tied to He Yitzi. If he could play a part in this crucial moment, it might present an opportunity for him to stand out. The direction of the fleeing scoundrels led to the desolate mountains outside Long City. The prominent families of Long City mobilized their forces to pursue the offenders, converging towards them. Hundreds of torches illuminated half of the mountainside. Lin Feng, lacking the endurance from not having cultivated true qi, felt his stamina waning after less than half an hour of trailing the group up the mountain. Unlike the other qi cultivators, who breathed steadily and could endure by holding on to a breath of true qi, he found himself gasping for air. After another half hour, he finally collapsed onto a stone. Panting heavily, "Young man, unleash your full strength and strike the round stone 3 meters to your left, quickly." Who spoke? Lin Feng jumped up, but the surroundings were silent. I never expected a wretch like you to notice," came a chilling and terrifying voice, reminiscent of a howl from the depths of hell. A nearby round stone rapidly transformed into a hunched figure clad in black. "Foolish child, you missed your chance. Pray for your own salvation," the black-clad figure hissed, exuding an aura that sent chills down Lin Feng and Apos' spine. You are indeed unfortunate. Soon, I shall devour you whole to replenish my vitality." The figure extended a pair of skeletal hands, its long, curved nails emanating a sinister glow. Strangely, however, the figure's movements were not very agile. Its legs appeared stiff as it lunged towards Lin Feng. An opportunity presented itself. Since practicing the divine power technique, Lin Feng's eyesight had improved significantly, allowing him to discern the black-clad figure's weaknesses. This was his hope for survival. With a sudden burst of force, he left 2 deep impressions in the ground and rolled aside. "Help! There's a murderer!" Lin Feng's cry echoed across the desolate mountains, reverberating sharply. The torches on the mountain paused momentarily before rushing downwards. "I shall make you wish for death yet be unable to attain it." The black-clad figure's eyes glinted with malice as its speed accelerated. 10 beams of blue light morphed into curved claws, emitting a shrill, ghostly wail. Lin Feng felt as though a colossal stone had collided with his head, blood streaming from his ears and nose. In this life-or-death moment, he bit down hard on his tongue, the intense pain jolting his mind awake, and he roared. 7 steps murder fist. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that awakened Lin Feng's latent potential. As he unleashed the 7 steps murder fist, a myriad of shadowy fists enveloped the area within a 5-zhang radius, drawing even the lunging black-clad figure into the attack's range. Blood splattered as the 10 claws disregarded the fist shadows and struck Lin Feng directly, leaving deep wounds, particularly across his chest where flesh was nearly obliterated. The black-clad figure, initially fierce in its demeanor, was left dumbfounded upon engaging in combat. Though injured and only able to exert a fraction of its power, it realized that even a 6th-tier qi cultivator might struggle against the power of its ghostly claws. Yet, here was this seemingly deranged youth, devoid of true qi, possessing an astonishing raw strength that thwarted its deadly grasp. Lin Feng, at that moment, forgot all pain, His sole thought was to prevent the black-clad figure from retaliating. The 7 steps murder fist struck unimpeded, and even in his dazed state, he could hear the sound of bones shattering and the figure's muffled cries of agony. Once the 7 strikes concluded, Lin Feng felt himself weaken and finally lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, breathless. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was He Yitzi. He lunged towards the black-clad figure, which had been sent flying by Lin Feng's punches. A dagger, seemingly conjured from thin air, sliced across the figure and Appo's throat, followed by a golden talisman that transformed into a tiger and Appo's mouth, swallowing the black-clad figure and Appo's head whole. The tiger and Appo's head, having consumed its prey, reverted to a golden talisman and vanished into He Yitzi's sleeve. Brother He, where is the villain? Another figure suddenly appeared, gasping in shock at the sight of the headless corpse. Isn't this the notorious Ghost Hand? It is said that this demon successfully entered the Tao transformation realm 3 months ago, yet instead of refining his spirit energy in seclusion, he audaciously harassed a disciple from the weapon-refining sect, only to find himself relentlessly pursued by that disciple, who was a first-layer Tao transformation expert. The newcomer was Wang Kuan, a fellow disciple of He Yitzi, whose relationship was merely cordial. He had accompanied his sect to Long City to select outer disciples. Fortunately, this individual had just stepped into the Tao transformation realm, and his power is unstable. Coupled with his injuries, we had the chance to defeat him. Brother Wang, I have already slain him. Upon our return to the sect, I will ensure you receive a share of the rewards. He Yitzi had recognized the identity of the deceased and felt pleased, realizing he could not claim all the glory alone. The rewards would be substantial, and he would be content to keep half for himself. Thank you, Brother He. He Yitzi nodded slightly and approached the black-clad figure to search its body, puzzled, strange. There is nothing here. Brother He, are you searching for the Ghost Hand's storage pouch? If it were still intact, we might have found ourselves lying here instead. Wang Kuan remarked, glancing at the corpse with mild surprise. No offense, but when did you begin practicing such fierce fist techniques? Each strike is lethal. I specialize in wood-based techniques and have dedicated years to sword control. These injuries were not inflicted by me, but by that individual over there. I wonder if he still has any breath left, He Yitzi said, moving over to Lin Feng's side and noticing the mangled flesh on his chest, taking a sharp breath. Wang Kuan reached out to check Lin Feng's pulse and then extracted a pill, placing it in Lin Feng's mouth. Fortunately, this demon's pursuit had severely drained his energy. Otherwise, his signature technique, the ghostly claw, would have been enough to reduce this ignorant young man to mere pieces. This young man possesses a remarkably robust physique, despite his injuries. He hasn't perished. The Beast Spirit sect's medicinal pill seemed effective, as Lin Feng's chest gradually stopped bleeding and his breathing stabilized. Wang Kuan placed 2 fingers on Lin Feng's wrist to assess his internal injuries. Remarkably, this lad has not cultivated true qi. He likely practices external techniques, which explains the ferocity of his punches during his struggle. Wang Kuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he laughed heartily. Brother He, we have struck gold this time. Before descending the mountain, didn't He Lord who from the Dan Institute ask us to find an ordinary person for menial work? This young man seems quite promising. Since you believe so, let us take him along. Had it not been for him, we would not have secured the head of the Ghost Hand. Presenting it to our sect will yield a generous reward, and perhaps the weapon refining sect will also bestow some spirit herbs or divine weaponry upon us. He Yitzi pondered for a moment, and then drew from his bosom a cerulean elixir. Junior brother, you should return to the sect first. Administer this medicine during your journey. It is likely to restore your injuries before you arrive at the sect. The Beast Spirit sect is nestled within the towering Wan Beast Mountain. Ancient texts of the Celestial sect recount that this place was once devoid of mountains. A cataclysm of unprecedented magnitude transpired 100,000 years ago, claiming the lives of countless cultivators and divine beasts. The mountain is said to be the corporeal form of an ancient, colossal earth dragon. Thus, from several dozen miles away, the silhouette of Wan Beast Mountain resembles that of a dragon. Stretching for thousands of miles, it is home to innumerable rare and exotic creatures, with a stroke of fortune. One might even encounter some treasures of the Celestial sect. A beam of sword light descended at the entrance of the Celestial Mountain, revealing 2 figures. The light swiftly vanished into the void. Senior Wang, is this the spirit sword capable of flight through the void? If it is indeed a spirit sword, we could reach the Celestial sect from Dragon City in merely half a day. Moreover, not everyone is qualified to wield such a sword. This is a chi sword I have nurtured with my life essence for 10 years, and after 3 years of mastering the sword control technique, I can barely manage to fly through the void. Your ability to fly indicates that you are undoubtedly among the elite disciples of the celestial sect. Flattery is unnecessary. I will take you directly to the alchemy courtyard, and once we arrive, you should keep in mind what you must do. I shall remember your teachings, Senior Wang, and will not dare to be negligent. Clever boy. Let us proceed. The two individuals were Wang Kuan and Lin Feng, who had returned early to the Beast Spirit sect. Over the course of nearly 4 days, Wang Kuan was astounded by the speed at which Lin Feng was recovering. Initially, it was estimated that, aided by the healing elixirs, it would take at least 3 days. To his surprise, Lin Feng was already vigorous on the first day, and by the second day, the wounds had scabbed over. By the third day, the scabs had fallen away, revealing fresh skin. Even more astonishing was the faint stream of vital energy flowing beneath Lin Feng's skin. This energy bore a resemblance to the Qi barrier formed by practitioners at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. They passed through 32 checkpoints, each guarded by 10 outer disciples. Upon recognizing Wang Kuan, they respectfully allowed passage. Lin Feng discerned envy, jealousy, and yearning in their gazes. These disciples were at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi cultivation. After 10 years of service, they would be rewarded with a 5-element spirit elixir from the sect, significantly increasing their chances of breakthrough. Observing Lin Feng's curiosity, Wang Kuan explained, the 5th level of Qi cultivation is a deadlock. If one does not break through to the 6th level within 30 years, it is nearly certain that their cultivation journey has come to an end. While there are rare exceptions, they are exceedingly few. Thus, outer disciples who remain at the 5th level for 10 years without signs of advancement will voluntarily request to guard the various checkpoints to earn the chance to receive an elixir after a decade. Lin Feng silently marveled at the arduous path of cultivation. Progressing through the levels in the celestial sect is fraught with difficulty, often requiring decades of dedication. No wonder clan leader Xiao, with merely condensed Qi strength, could dominate Dragon City. Upon reaching the summit of a mountain, they found countless courtyards. Truly, as a celestial sect, even a single mountaintop boasts more courtyards than the Xiao residence. Lin Feng felt a sense of nostalgia. What is the Xiao residence in comparison? Focus your mind. This courtyard is guarded by spirit beasts. Wang Kuan retorted with a hint of disdain, for in his eyes, everything was insignificant unless it belonged to a transcendent elder. On their journey, Lin Feng learned from Wang Kuan that this mountaintop housed the alchemy courtyard, where esteemed alchemists would come to refine elixirs. Unless it was during the alchemical periods, only 2 spirit beasts resided there, a tiger and a crane. Halt. No entry for outsiders. As they stepped into the courtyard, an authoritative voice echoed in their ears. Following the sound, Lin Feng beheld a white tiger measuring over 3 meters in length, adorned with a distinctly visible and Apos, Wang and Apos, character on its forehead and copper-like eyes that scrutinized the newcomers with human-like curiosity. Disciple Wang Kuan pays respects to Lord Tiger. Wang Kuan knelt in deep reverence. You're that lad from the Sword Institute, aren't you? You certainly made quite an impression during the ranking competition. Well done. The white tiger nodded before turning its gaze upon Lin Feng. And you must be the new errand boy? Though not as robust as I imagined. Your eyes suggest you are no fool. I am Lin Feng, paying my respects to Lord Tiger. Lin Feng maintained a humble demeanor, bowing before standing aside, lessons imparted by Wang Kuan. This white tiger spirit beast, aside from its formidable appearance, exhibited human-like traits. It was said that a century ago, it served as a high elder in a formidable sect within the mundane world, with disciples affectionately referring to it as Lord Tiger. Hence, upon returning to the celestial sect, many knowledgeable inner and outer disciples privately called it Lord Tiger. Ah, it seems you hail from a prestigious family in the mundane world, well-mannered indeed. In that case, stay and fulfill your duties. However, rest assured, you will only be busy for about 10 days each month. The rest of the time is yours to enjoy. The tiger opened its mouth, and a golden talisman shot into Lin Feng's forehead, manifesting as a miniature version of a white tiger. Thank you, Lord Tiger, for this gift. Lin Feng felt elated. With this talisman, he was officially recognized as an outer disciple of the celestial sect. Listen closely, aside from the alchemy rooms. You may choose any available accommodation. Food and drink will be delivered to you daily. And your responsibilities are simple. Just watch over the alchemical furnace when the elders begin their refining. I understand, Master. Moreover, I must warn you about the Crane Master in the alchemy courtyard. She has a penchant for vanity, so when you meet her, do not refer to her as Lord Crane. Instead, Call her Fairy Crane or Sister Crane. Who knows, she might reward you with a favor if she is pleased. I will heed your advice, Master Tiger. Very good, you exhibit proper decorum. The disciples of the celestial sect are often so engrossed in their cultivation that they lack any semblance of civility, shrinking in our presence, which irks me. Wang Kuan felt a tad awkward standing beside him. This Lord Tiger had remained in the sect for nearly a century, yet his roguish demeanor showed no signs of fading. You need not linger here. Return to the Sword Institute and cultivate diligently. I see your Dantian has manifested a second chi point. With 2 years of hard work supplemented by elixirs, you should be able to condense a second chi flower. The White Tiger nodded approvingly. And do me a favor, send word to that monkey in the Sword Institute. Once my injuries have healed in a month, I shall pay him a visit for a proper duel. Yes, I shall take my leave. Wang Kuan bowed once more before slowly exiting the alchemy courtyard. In the celestial sect, strength is revered, and hierarchy is strictly observed. Regardless of Wang Kuan's esteem within the inner sect, he was still not an inner disciple. And certain protocols were not to be breached, habits ingrained over time. As for Lin Feng's demeanor, it was one of boldness born of ignorance, aligning well with the White Tiger's audacious personality. After spending 4 days in the Beast Spirit sect, Lin Feng felt a sense of gloom as he realized he was the only occupant of the vast mountaintop. The White Tiger had retreated to some cave for seclusion after bestowing upon him the talisman, and the vain crane fairy had yet to make an appearance. To his surprise, the alchemy courtyard housed a small study, albeit with a limited collection of books, the content of which was rather mundane. Titles such as Comprehensive Guide to Medicinal Herbs, Types of Elixirs and Their Effects, Fundamentals of Fire Control, and Basic Knowledge of Alchemy were all centered around alchemy, which held little interest for him. He was eager to find literature related to external cultivation, as he sensed strange changes within his body since recovering from his injuries. Whenever he practiced the divine strength technique, he felt an unusual flow within his muscles, akin to ripples of water ebbing and flowing. At night, one could still observe a faint yellow glow emanating from the surface of his body. However, once he ceased his cultivation, tranquility returned, leaving no trace of peculiarity. Alas, still nothing of value. Merely a collection of useless tomes. Lin Feng, somewhat disheartened, discarded the final book. Not bad, young man. Remarkably, you escaped a great calamity and, in fact, turned misfortune into fortune by mastering the inner vigor. The sudden voice startled Lin Feng, who immediately recognized it as the same mysterious voice that had previously alerted him. It was, after all, his benefactor, and he humbly requested their presence. Bowing in respect to his elder, Lin Feng had long regretted not having seen the enigmatic figure who had warned him in peril, only to vanish in haste. No need for that. I remain concealed within your purple abode, always by your side. Do not be alarmed. My presence is not only harmless but also serves to guide your cultivation. Lin Feng was taken aback. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It was indeed the mysterious golden orb. Do not let your thoughts wander. When the day comes that your external cultivation reaches perfection and you attempt to breach the purple abode, we shall meet. The golden orb seemed quite content, finding refuge in the uncharted realms of the purple abode. You need not speak. I can discern your thoughts effortlessly. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng took a deep breath. If the golden orb intended him harm, it would not have waited until now, nor would it have warned him during his previous ordeal. May I inquire the title by which I should address you? You may be young and lacking in strength, yet your temperament is commendable. You were able to swiftly adjust your emotions, and I believe you will achieve great things in the future. The golden orb hesitated before continuing. There is no need for the formalities. You may call me Pan. Pan, Lin Feng echoed. You must not disclose my existence to anyone, otherwise. Prepare to face soul extraction and corporeal punishment, doomed to eternal oblivion. Upon your demise, I shall merely relocate. Lin Feng managed a wry smile at the absurdity of it all. Rest assured, before you enter the realm of enlightenment, no one will discover my existence. Thus, until then, you are safe. So, you mean that once I have the chance to formally step into the path of immortality, I will be in grave danger due to your presence? Well, let us discuss that when you possess the requisite strength, Pan replied, seemingly a bit sheepish, before shifting the topic. Aren't you curious about the situation regarding your body? Indeed, Lin Feng was drawn in. Pan, do you know what is happening? Of course, I cannot speak to other matters, but I possess comprehensive knowledge regarding cultivation. However, I did not anticipate your breakthrough would occur so swiftly. In truth, your physique is somewhat extraordinary, though not the rumored defective type. Rather, It is a variant known as the seven-star body. This refers to the presence of a main dantian and 6 subsidiary dantians, forming a seven-star formation. This is reminiscent of certain ancient bodies from a primitive era. The 8-star and 9-star bodies were quite common 100,000 years ago, with even formidable beings known as starry bodies appearing. Alas, I had thought that those with starry constitutions had long since perished, yet here I encounter another. Pan sighed deeply. I shall elaborate further once you enter the path of transformation. The cultivation method you are currently practicing is fundamentally flawed. Without powerful external stimuli, your progress will stagnate. The last time you were injured by that demon and Apos' ultimate technique, the Phantom Claw, your physical strength was thoroughly disrupted. Afterward, consuming 2 healing elixirs from the beast spirit sect allowed that dissipated strength to recombine, evolving into a superior form of external power, inner vigor. It seemed Pan was not merely boasting, sharing a wealth of information. Inner vigor? Is it akin to the chi vigor cultivated in the 4th layer of chi refinement? Does this mean my strength is now sufficient to contend with practitioners of the 4th layer? Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. The distinction between the 3rd and 4th layers was significant. Practitioners of the 4th layer could condense chi vigor, creating a protective layer of chi around themselves that could easily fend off dozens of 3rd layer opponents. Given that the clan leader of the Xiao family was only at the 4th layer, it occurred to Lin Feng that he had likely reached parity with Xiao Tianqi, perhaps even surpassed him. According to the customs of the immortal sect, the next time he encountered the young masters of the Xiao family, they would have to respectfully address him as senior brother. You are correct. However, while both are forms of chi vigor, they differ fundamentally. The chi vigor of the 4th layer is external and relies on the true chi from the dantian for sustenance, making it unsustainable. Once the true chi is depleted, the chi vigor dissipates. In contrast, the chi vigor cultivated from external martial arts is known as inner vigor. Inner vigor is born from a unique energy within the flesh, activated through special methods. Simply put, as long as your body remains intact, your chi vigor will persist indefinitely. In equal realms, inner vigor reigns supreme. In truth, the human body is the most enigmatic treasure in the world, yet few understand how to unlock its potential. Lin Feng, your inner vigor has just begun to form. You must work diligently to solidify your foundation. The divine power technique is a rudimentary method. If you wish to achieve greater breakthroughs, you must seek out higher-level external martial arts techniques. The more advanced the technique, the more potential it unlocks within your body, allowing you to surpass others at the same level. Listening to Pan filled Lin Feng with exhilaration. According to the insights just shared, cultivating true chi had veered off course, while mastering external martial arts was the rightful path. Pan, you are all-knowing. Surely you are aware of many formidable external martial arts techniques. Could you not simply select one for me? After a moment of silence, Pan replied, I seem to have forgotten. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the absurdity. However, at the same level, your physique is a formidable weapon, capable of both offense and defense. If surrounded, you can charge directly into the fray, assured of injuring an opponent with every strike. A veritable human weapon. Is it truly that impressive? Lin Feng pondered. Yet if the future unfolded as Pan described, transforming his body into a weapon of both attack and defense would indeed be a commendable outcome. For 7 consecutive days, Lin Feng devoted 10 hours each day to practicing the divine power technique, and his inner vigor gradually stabilized. Nevertheless, he had yet to channel it throughout his entire body. It appeared that complete mastery of inner vigor would require at least a month or 2. On the 8th day, the senior brother who had been delivering meals left a note informing him that Elder Woozy from the pharmacy would arrive in 3 days to refine pills, instructing him to collect herbs in advance and clean the alchemical chamber. After hastily filling his stomach, Lin Feng descended from the alchemical peak. It was his first time stepping outside the alchemical academy since arriving at the Beast Spirit sect, and everything felt refreshingly fascinating. Where's the herb peak? I should inquire with a senior brother. To enter the alchemical peak, one must pass through checkpoints, and similarly, exiting required passage through them as well. Wherever there are checkpoints, there are guarding senior brothers. I am Lin Feng, a newly admitted outer disciple. I humbly request the assistance of any senior brother in the vicinity as I seek guidance. Lin Feng clasped his hands and called out respectfully. Are you headed to the herb peak to collect materials? Upon leaving the alchemical peak, take a left and proceed straight ahead. After passing through 4 checkpoints and crossing the 100 Victories platform, you will reach the entrance to the herb peak. The voice was ethereal and elusive, making it difficult for Lin Feng to discern its source. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Not long after Lin Feng exited the alchemical peak, the air shimmered, revealing four middle-aged men, each wearing a mocking expression as they gazed in the direction Lin Feng had departed. Another fool, I wonder if he can endure for half a year. I heard that lord who suffered a defeat at the hands of Lord Jianfeng last month and has yet to recover. He must be in a foul mood. Furthermore, Elder Wuzi is notoriously particular. I cannot count how many brothers have been expelled from the alchemical peak over the years due to his temperament. Based on his disposition, this young lad likely won't last 2 months. Moreover, I have heard that this time, the alchemical chamber's menial roles were filled by ordinary disciples from the secular world, incapable of cultivation. I wonder if this new junior brother can manage to preserve his life. In 3 days, Elder Wuzi shall arrive to commence the alchemical furnace, and we must diligently conduct our affairs to avoid giving him any leverage. In merely 2 years, our tenure at the gate shall culminate. We cannot allow a final misstep to squander the efforts of the previous 8 years. The expressions of the four became serious, and the atmosphere shifted once more as they concealed themselves. Descending from the Dan Peak, disciples of the outer sect were scattered along the path, congregating in small groups to share insights. Occasionally, one could spot several seniors soaring through the air, likely disciples of the outer sect at the 5th level of Qi refinement or above, as inferred from their sword lights. After passing through 4 checkpoints, Lin Feng finally beheld the so-called 100 Victories platform. This site, also known as 100 Victories Peak, served as a grand arena for disciples to demonstrate their martial prowess. From a distance, figures flitted atop the peak amidst a cacophony of cheers, screams, and murmurs of awe. The 100 Victories Peak was accessible from all major courtyard peaks, attracting hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples each day eager to showcase their skills. However, to reach another peak, traversing the 100 Victories platform was an unavoidable path, unless one could already soar through the air on a sword. Otherwise, walking was the sole means of passage. Make way, quickly, make way. As Lin Feng ascended to the midway point, he was met by a throng rushing towards him, led by a woman whose face bore a hint of panic, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. A dozen pursuers followed closely, their expressions filled with malice, causing the outer sect disciples in their path to hastily sidestep. In broad daylight, it was bewildering to witness fellow disciples seemingly engaged in a life-or-death chase, with onlookers fearing the repercussions of getting involved. Lin Feng's instincts heightened. Being oblivious to the intrigues of the immortal sect, it was prudent to maintain distance amidst such uncertainty. Yet trouble approached him directly. The woman, noticing Lin Feng's presence, exclaimed, "Senior brother, please save me," as she accelerated her pace. Just as Lin Feng was about to step aside, he halted, observing the woman collapse before him, unable to bear her injuries, as she coughed up blood, her complexion turning pale. Soon, the dozen or so pursuers surrounded them, drawing their weapons. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had no desire to entangle himself in conflict. Yet the mysterious entity and Oppos, Pan and Oppos, within him suddenly urged him to protect the woman. Lin Feng had always suspected that and Oppos, Pan and Oppos, held significant secrets. "You must be a new outer sect disciple." "How Navi?" sneered a sharp-faced man, pointing his blade at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng disregarded him and shifted his gaze to a young man scrutinizing him intently. This individual was strikingly handsome and tall, embodying the elegance of a jade tree in the wind, though a hint of lewdness marred his countenance, evoking discomfort. "I am Yufeng, one of the 4 winds of the Blade Academy. May I ask your name, junior disciple?" he inquired. "This Qin sister has stolen a spiritual pill from me, so—" "I do not recognize you," Lin Feng interjected. "We are all fellow disciples. Why resort to such brutality? Junior disciple, do not believe this scoundrel. The spiritual herb was gifted to me by a senior sister from the Medicine Peak. He has harbored ill intentions for days and has threatened me. Though I am weak, I shall never be coerced. Since you are new to the outer sect, do not invite calamity upon yourself. Leave swiftly." The woman spoke passionately, only to cough up more blood in her agitation. "You are gravely injured and require immediate treatment." Having witnessed countless schemes and treachery at the Shao Manor, Lin Feng surmised that the woman was likely telling the truth. "Yufeng, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must escort Sister Qin away for her healing. I ask for your understanding." Yufeng's expression flickered between green and white. As one of the 4 winds, he was accustomed to receiving deference from disciples across various halls. This newcomer not only interrupted him but spoke with audacity. A fierce fire ignited in his eyes. "You are courting death." It seemed that such open violence was an accepted norm within the sect. With this revelation, Lin Feng felt no fear. Assessing the auras around him, the strongest among them barely reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. A bunch of trash, Lin Feng retorted disdainfully. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, and even the onlookers could not suppress their gasps, pondering whether this new outer disciple was indeed a fool or merely concealing his true strength. Let's chop him into pieces and feed him to the beasts, Yu Feng growled, fury surging as he lunged forward, a cold gleam flashing from behind him, while the others efficiently blocked any potential escape routes. Too slow, was Lin Feng's immediate thought. The blade arced toward him, leaving behind a flurry of gleaming edges in the air, its wielder and amp, Appos, face twisted in rage. Split blade slash! Someone screamed in alarm. In that fleeting moment when the blade descended upon him, Lin Feng's footwork shifted. Not only did he effortlessly evade the lethal strike, but he retaliated with a powerful counterattack, a punch, a remarkably solid punch. In the eyes of the terrified onlookers, Yu Feng had no chance to scream as he was sent crashing backward, blood spurting from his mouth mid-flight. Lin Feng unleashed the 7 steps killing fist, advancing just 4 steps, sending the surrounding assailants sprawling, all of them violently expelling blood and collapsing to the ground. If he ceased his assault here, it would suffice. Yet he felt compelled to complete the 7 steps and fully release the gathered energy within him to avoid injury. Without hesitation, he took the 4th step. A suction force emanated from him, causing the fallen disciples to be drawn toward him. What is a madman? What does it mean to kill without flinching? One could glean such truths from Lin Feng's demeanor. Dozens of lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, their demise grotesque. Lin Feng stood in the midst of the road, his heart racing. How had he come to wield such power over life and death? Mere breaths ago, they had been arrogant, living beings. Mere breaths later, they had been reduced to corpses without even the chance to scream. All present were rendered speechless. Even those disciples in the distance who had sensed the commotion rushed over to witness. You actually killed so many outer disciples of the Tao Academy. You. Lin Feng turned to face Yu Feng, whose visage was now one of sheer terror, devoid of any semblance of composure. Having already slain so many wretches, I might as well take you along. Senior brother, you must not be killed. If you slay him, the other 3 winds of the Blade Academy will not spare you. A concerned disciple interjected. Indeed. This junior brother was blind and failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. I implore you to show mercy. Yu Feng seemed to sense Lin Feng's lethal intent and hastily produced a fragrant green pill from his robes. This is a recovery pill. Take it, and Sister Qin's injuries will heal swiftly. Leave the pill. You may depart, Lin Feng commanded, observing the number of disciples gathering around him. He lamented the trouble he had stirred within less than half a month of arriving at the sect. It appeared that discretion would be paramount moving forward. Sister Qin, please take the spiritual pill for your healing. I have pressing matters to attend to. Lin Feng placed the pill in the woman's hand and hastily departed. As he made his way, disciples parted for him, as though he had become a figure more formidable than any outer sect disciple. Unimpeded, he ascended to the summit of 100 Victories Peak. Atop a high platform, 2 senior brothers were fiercely engaged in combat, their techniques suggesting they were fighting for their lives. True to this notion, within mere exchanges, one disciple was pierced through the heart by a sword, eliciting a wave of lamentation from the onlookers. Today marks the 24th defeat. This senior brother has triumphed in a consecutive 24 matches, seemingly poised to participate in this year's alchemy competition. I wonder who else dares to step forward. I certainly lack the strength to compete. Initially, I believed that entering the path of cultivation within the immortal sect would be straightforward. Yet I soon discovered that disciples below the 4th level of chi refinement are merely superficial. One must condense their chi to qualify as a true outer disciple. And only those at the 6th level of chi refinement may be recorded in the sect's annals and receive the full support of the sect. Indeed, for us disciples at the 3rd level of chi refinement to become legitimate outer disciples and enjoy the sect's provided elixirs, we would have to trample over countless lives to ascend. Alas, cultivation is inherently brutal. With resources being limited, the sect must allocate its finite assets to a select few. We toil here daily, not merely for the opportunity to advance, which is limited to a mere 100 individuals each year. Lin Feng quietly traversed the 100 Victories platform. Having absorbed the words of the previous disciples, it became evident that only those at the 4th level of chi refinement could truly be considered outer disciples, able to access some of the sect's resources. Disciples below this level serve merely as a platform for advancement, growing and refining their temperaments through continuous battles and mastering chi control. It is no wonder that disciples from the Blade Academy dare to pursue their fellow sect members in broad daylight. This is a long-standing tradition of competition within the sect. Lin Feng suddenly realized that his earlier decisive actions against his fellow disciples should not result in severe repercussions. However, the Yufeng from the Blade Academy seemed to possess some connections. Otherwise, he would not have been one of the four winds. Standing at the entrance to the Medicine Peak, Lin Feng adjusted his attire and called out loudly, "I am Lin Feng, a newly admitted outer disciple from the Alchemy Academy. Here at the behest of Master Wuzi to collect medicinal materials from Medicine Peak. I shall wait here. Someone will bring the materials down the mountain." Though he heard the call, the figure remained unseen. Lin Feng had grown accustomed to this scene. After all, it was an immortal sect, and a touch of mystery was only fitting. Medicine Peak is the most distinctive among all the peaks of the sect. It boasts 12 outer disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement or above, 3 inner disciples, and an elder of the sect. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that all disciples here can refine elixirs. Even the weakest among them can effortlessly concoct mid-grade elixirs. Among the entire sect, the disciples of Medicine Peak are the most sought after, and no one wishes to offend them. Originally, disciples from the Alchemy Academy were considered the favored ones. But since the last elder of the Alchemy Academy passed away, it has gradually declined, with fewer disciples possessing the potential for alchemy. Conversely, among the disciples of Medicine Peak, who initially served in supportive roles, emerged a genius in alchemy who became a 5th-level alchemist 50 years ago and successfully passed the Alchemist Alliance and Oppo's assessment to become an alchemist. 50 years have passed, and that 5th-level alchemist has now become a highly esteemed 6th-level alchemist king, rendering the Alchemy Academy a relic of the past. With the Medicine Academy now standing as the pillar of the sect, after waiting nearly 2 hours, a long whistle echoed from the peak, and those hidden in the shadows revealed themselves. This time, it was Sister Qin. Sister Qin had emerged from her seclusion, judging by the power in her whistle. She had successfully reached the pinnacle. It is astonishing that Sister Qin, at merely 20 years of age, has achieved such success, leaving us older fellows feeling somewhat embarrassed. No wonder Master Wuzi holds Sister Qin in such high esteem. Not only is her understanding of alchemy exceptional, but her cultivation speed is also astonishingly rapid. Lin Feng stood aside, completely overlooked by them. A figure clad in fiery red swiftly descended from the air, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. "Greetings to all senior brothers." Sister Qin expressed her courtesy, and the guarding senior brothers responded with respectful gestures. Master Wuzi will commence alchemy in 3 days, aiming to refine 102nd grade elite elixirs, 103rd grade mid-grade elixirs, 54th grade mid-grade elixirs, and 10 5th grade low-grade elixirs. Due to the extensive preparation required for the materials, the master has dispatched me to the Alchemy Peak for preliminary arrangements. 55 elements elixirs. I wonder which 5 senior brothers will have the opportunity to obtain them this year. Whispers filled the air. They had toiled at the gates for 10 years to vie for a single 5 elements elixir, hoping to harness its miraculous properties to comprehend the 5 elements and Oppos, power, and solidify their chi points. Is this disciple a newly admitted outer disciple from the Alchemy Academy? Lin Feng felt a fiery gaze upon him and promptly replied with respect, "I am Lin Feng, an outer disciple of the Alchemy Academy. Here to pay my respects to Sister Qin." "Very well, I shall accompany you back to the Alchemy Peak." After 2 full days of bustling activity, they finally completed all the preliminary tasks for alchemy. Sister Qin, being kind-hearted, recognized that Lin Feng was a new disciple and personally took care of several important matters. Lin Feng felt considerably relieved. It seemed not every disciple from Medicine Peak was overly critical. However, was Master Wuzi truly as formidable as rumored? A 6th-level alchemist king can refine elixirs meant for disciples of the Dao transformation realm. Lin Feng, lacking expertise in alchemy, spent his leisure time cultivating his internal qi while pondering its application. Yet, to his dismay, this seemingly invincible internal qi at the same realm was beyond his control. Tomorrow marks the day for alchemy. Lin Feng received instructions to oversee the furnace and Oppos' heat during the process, although he did not fully understand how to manage the heat. Sister Qin would not allow just any novice to participate, so it was likely a straightforward aspect of the alchemical process. With this thought, Lin Feng felt at ease. Having not rested well in the past few days, he lay comfortably on his bed. "Kid, seize an opportunity to leave the Alchemy Academy," a voice whispered in his ear. "Why?" "I find this place quite agreeable, spacious, and free from disturbances while practicing." "You fool. A single alchemical session lasts at least 10 days. If the elixirs are of high grade, it could extend to 20 days or even a month. You have already cultivated your internal qi, although not yet perfected. You cannot afford to be complacent. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, particularly in external practices. As far as I know, many have managed to cultivate their internal chi to perfection within a few years, but few succeed in breaking through to the next level. Lin Feng sat upright on his bed. What do you mean by that? Humph. Do you think you are a genius? The chi refinement realm has 7 levels. Yet the external practice lacks clear demarcations, relying solely on the experiences of predecessors and the perseverance of the practitioner. I know what you are thinking. You believe that by frequently associating with the disciples of the Medicine Academy, you might one day procure an elixir that alters your constitution. Let me tell you, unless you break through to the spirit communication realm, those elixirs will be of no use to you. Therefore, you must not waste your time here. What a prodigy! This Pan truly has a knack for seeing through one's thoughts. Moreover, once you reach the spirit communication realm, with your purple mansion fully opened, absorbing the 5 elements' powers will lead to gradual transformation, unlocking powerful formations and techniques. It will not only be about alchemy, even artifact refining will become effortless. Pan's arguments seemed compelling. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating, what is the next realm after perfecting internal chi? I do not know, Pan replied without hesitation, then added. But I believe it is likely similar to the 5th level of chi refinement. The 5th level of chi refinement signifies reaching the pinnacle, where the life and death gateway is opened, allowing an influx of abundant spiritual energy into the body. At this juncture, one begins to nourish their internal organs with this energy, stimulating the 5 energies. However, due to individual differences in constitution, only a rare few gifted disciples can break through to the 5 energies realm within 1 or 2 years, while ordinary individuals may require 10, 20, or even 30 years. If, within 30 years, a breakthrough is not achieved, the vital energy that nourishes the 5 organs will gradually dissipate, leading to the deterioration of bodily functions, rendering any hope of cultivation futile. Ascend to the pinnacle? Lin Feng forcibly suppressed his agitated heart. His training was in external techniques, and he was incapable of generating true energy, so how could he aspire to reach such heights? Remember my words, young one, mastery of one method leads to mastery of all. With that, Pan fell silent. What lies beyond the inner gang? Lin Feng lingered on Pan's final words. Mastery of one method leads to mastery of all. What is this method? It seems that understanding this point could unveil the path to advancing in external techniques. Junior brother Lin, have you been resting? Lin Feng snapped back to reality, hurriedly donning his attire and stepping outside. It was quite late. Did senior sister Qin have something of great importance to discuss? Oh, it and Oppos. Nothing significant. Merely that tomorrow Master Wuzi will formally begin alchemy. He is quite particular, and many junior brothers have been expelled from the Alchemy Academy for failing to meet his standards. I wanted to remind you while also seeking to learn a bit about you. Lin Feng felt perplexed. There seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy about himself. Qin Lan casually perched on the steps, smiling as she remarked, you are quite an unusual individual. Bold enough to stir up such a commotion shortly after arriving at the sect. Yesterday, when I descended the mountain to procure some alchemical supplies, many disciples were discussing you. The Alchemy Academy has and Oppos, seen such a lively scene in decades. So that was the matter. Lin Feng sat down beside her, inhaling the faint fragrance of her attire and feeling a sense of intoxication. It was just a moment of impulse. Upon reflection, I find it rather frightening. Fortunately, the sect generally does not intervene in such affairs. Otherwise, my fate would have been dire. Did you know? The girl you impulsively saved that day is my younger sister. Qin Yu. How should I express my gratitude? Qin Lan turned her head with a smile. You've been so absorbed in your work and practice these past few days, focusing solely on the seemingly fruitless external techniques. You hardly speak. If I hadn't initiated the conversation, you might have remained mute. So they were indeed sisters. Lin Feng had sensed a resemblance upon first seeing Qin Lan, and with the same surname, he had long suspected a familial connection. Is junior sister Qin fully recovered? I noticed her injuries were quite severe that day. By the way, since you are sisters, why aren't you together? Qin Lan smiled bitterly. In the sect, strength is all that matters, not familial ties. Besides, that girl is incredibly headstrong and refuses to grow under my protection. Indeed, she is quite strong-willed and possesses great spirit. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention. Master Wuzi successfully cultivated the Jiaozi divine ability 10 days ago. The alchemical apparatus in the alchemy chamber will be taken by him, and he will no longer conduct alchemy at the Pill Peak. What are your plans moving forward? Perhaps due to Qin Yu's influence, Qin Lan displayed a keen interest in her junior brother. What did you just say? Is there such good fortune? Lin Feng could hardly believe his ears, for he had just been contemplating how to leave the Alchemy Academy. Rest assured, junior brother Lin. If you wish to remain in the Alchemy Academy, you can come to me at the Medicine Peak for any assistance you may need. Thank you, senior sister. I too believe that aside from the two elusive Tiger and Crane Masters, I am the only outer disciple here. And I find that living here is indeed an excellent choice. By the way, senior sister Qin, I would like to consult you about a challenge I am facing in my cultivation. I am not well versed in external techniques, I fear. I merely wish to understand the distinction between the 5th level of Qi refining, Chongding, and the 4th level, Ninggang. Qin Lan gazed at Lin Feng with curiosity. Why would someone practicing external techniques suddenly inquire about Qi refining? The fundamental difference between the two lies in the degree of control over external spiritual energy. Once the threshold of life and death is breached, the heavenly spiritual energy can be absorbed at 10-fold or even 100-fold speed, encompassing all 5 elemental forces. Even without deliberate cultivation, the spiritual energy will form a microcirculation within the body, nourishing the 5 organs. Lin Feng pondered this. The core distinction was indeed the mastery of spiritual energy. Could the difference between his external technique and Appo's inner gang realm and the next level pertain to? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Pan had once said that the formation of inner gang is a manifestation of a mysterious energy hidden within the flesh, released through a special process. The advancement in Qi refining is linked to the quantity of heavenly spiritual energy one can control. So could it be that the advancement in external techniques is also related to the conversion rate of the mysterious energy in the flesh? With this thought, Lin Feng leaped with joy. The prospect of advancing in external techniques now seemed promising. The resounding clang of the great bronze bell echoed majestically and profoundly above the Alchemy Academy. Instantly, colorful beams of light ascended from all peaks, each illuminating an elder from the academy alongside 3 of the most outstanding inner disciples. From a distance, at least 40 to 50 beams of light could be seen. As all the elders and disciples bowed in reverence toward the Alchemy Academy, it took a full 10 breaths of time before tranquility returned. Lin Feng removed the protective gear from his ears. The power of the great bell was astonishing. He had prepared himself for protection. Yet his ears still rang with a thunderous roar. However, the subsequent extraordinary phenomenon left him utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that alchemy in the sect was such a grand affair. Not only did they ring the great bell 5 times, but other peak elders and inner disciples also dispatched representatives to pay their respects, signifying the solemnity of the occasion. Senior sister Qin, is it always this grand when Master Wuzi conducts alchemy? Qin Lan smiled slightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Of course, although Master Wuzi's strength would not typically qualify him for an elder's position, he is regarded as the most gifted alchemical prodigy in the sect in nearly a century, which is why the sect made an exception and granted him the title of Elder of the Medicine Peak, despite only opening the furnace once a month. The elixirs he produces are fiercely sought after by over 200 peaks. But why not produce more elixirs each time? Lin Feng posed a question of his own. If he were to create a greater quantity, wouldn't that alleviate much of the conflict? Qin Lan's expression turned serious, her demeanor grave. Junior brother Lin, you may not yet comprehend the difficulties of alchemy and the preciousness of medicinal materials. For instance, crafting a 5th-tier low-grade elixir, the purple spirit pill, requires as many as 40 different materials, including many rare herbs aged for over a century. Yet this elixir is merely suitable for outer disciples at the 3rd flower completion level. Once one steps into the Tao transformation realm, they require the 6th-tier elixir, the Essence Soul Pill, which necessitates over 60 types of materials, each needing to be aged for a century or more. Though the Beast Spirit sect is one of the 5 sects of the Immortal Path, the rare herbs cultivated on the Medicine Peak number only about 30 species. The remainder must be procured from the outside world at astronomical costs. Furthermore, training an alchemist is exceedingly arduous, especially for those capable of reaching the 6th-tier alchemist level, which demands the sect to expend countless resources. Consequently, the status of a 6th-tier alchemist within the sect is second only to that of the sect leader. No wonder each alchemical session appeared so grand. Lin Feng finally understood. There are over 1 million outer disciples in the Beast Spirit sect, yet fewer than 1,000 inner disciples, with only around 50 at the elder level. As for the number of supreme elders, it remains a mystery. For these ancient titans of the rules realm are the very foundation of the sect's enduring strength. Advancements in the Qi refining realm rely on spiritual elixirs, while those in the Tao transformation realm depend on law elixirs. As for the titans of the rules realm, It is said they consume immortal elixirs. Yet, thus far, no sect has reported the existence of individuals capable of refining immortal elixirs. The elixir of life, commonly spoken of in the secular world, originates from the celestial realm. As the concoction of such elixirs is considerably simpler, requiring only modestly demanding herbal ingredients. However, the practice of crafting magical pills is a rare endeavor. Hence the widespread reverence for these elixirs. Sister Chin, how long do you think Uncle Woozy and the others will take to complete the herbal preparation process? This time, the quantity of elixirs being refined exceeds the usual amount, necessitating a longer duration, perhaps around 3 hours. As Qianlong finished speaking, the pill peak trembled slightly. What is happening? Why do I sense a terrifying aura beneath my feet? Lin Feng's expression changed. Uncle Woozy and the others have activated the magical pill furnace. The tremor was merely a residual force from the ignition of the earth fire. Rest assured, this pill peak is safeguarded by an immensely powerful forbidden formation. The tremors persisted for a while before gradually subsiding, and at that moment, a scorching wave emanated from the pill chamber. Nephew Qin, you shall oversee the furnace this time. Given the increased number of elixirs being refined, I cannot entrust this task to a novice, came a commanding voice from within the chamber. Yes, uncle. Qianlong formed a hand seal, and a refreshing aura radiated from her delicate form. It appears that this time, Brother Lin shall not be of use. Aside from the pill chamber, you are free to wander as you wish. With that, she vanished into the pill chamber. This suited Lin Feng perfectly. Even from 300 meters away, he could feel the harsh heat waves emanating from the chamber. Without special techniques or protective gear, it would be difficult to endure even for half an hour. Turning away from the pill chamber, Lin Feng prepared to descend the mountain to inquire about Miss Xiaosan. As he had few acquaintances in the celestial realm, as an outer disciple of the Pill Peak, he had nothing of significance. The other disciples had at least senior mentors to guide their cultivation, and those with exceptional talent received special attention. As for him, aside from not having to worry about food and drink, he had to rely solely on his own exploration for his cultivation. However, just as he reached the entrance of the pill courtyard, he spotted a 5-meter-long white tiger lounging there, its fur bristling like needles, as if it were breathing, while the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth pulsed slowly. Last time it seemed only about 3 meters long. Could it be Lord Tiger? Lin Feng approached cautiously. Oh, it seems you have made significant progress in just a few days. The giant white tiger stirred its massive head, gazing at Lin Feng. No wonder I heard many young ones discussing you upon my emergence from seclusion. I was puzzled as to when a disciple so adept appeared in the Pill Peak. Last time, I sustained some internal injuries and did not observe you closely. Now that I see, you truly possess an unusual talent, managing to cultivate external techniques to the internal strength realm. Indeed, it was Lord Tiger. Disciple pays respects to Lord Tiger. Lin Feng bowed deeply. After all, he was an outer disciple of the Pill Courtyard and a direct descendant of the White Tiger. By showing courtesy now, he hoped for assistance in future predicaments. No need for such formalities. I dislike this formality. Are you planning to descend the mountain? If so, abandon that thought. The Pill Courtyard is under a ban during the refining process. No one may enter or exit at will. I have interrupted my seclusion to guard this place. So you should return. The white tiger yawned, tilting its head as if it were about to sleep. Lin Feng inwardly grimaced. The Pill Peak truly had many rules. The refining had already continued for half a month, and the flames in the pill chamber had intensified, waves of heat radiating continuously. Lin Feng had been diligently cultivating internal strength in his quarters, hoping to achieve a complete flow throughout his body. However, on the 5th day, after practicing the 7 steps killing fist, he found himself utterly exhausted yet realized that his physical form was gradually absorbing the energy released by the earth fire. With the infusion of this energy, his physical recovery rate significantly accelerated. What once took an hour to restore now only required half an hour to return to peak condition. Even more to Lin Feng's delight, after practicing a round of punches on the 12th day, he found he did not immediately succumb to fatigue. This advancement filled him with immense joy, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of internal strength. The most pressing matter now was to obtain a more advanced external cultivation technique, which would allow him to further unlock his physical potential. On the 20th day, the intense energy continuously surged through countless pores into his body, strengthening his muscles, bones, and blood under the relentless onslaught of heat waves, eliciting an indescribable sensation that stimulated Lin Feng's nervous system. Eventually, he could no longer contain his emotions and let out a roar. The white tiger stationed at the entrance of the courtyard opened its large eyes and glanced toward Lin Feng's direction, revealing a hint of unusual brilliance. This young man was adept at absorbing earth-fire energy to fortify his physique. Fortunately, he practiced external techniques, making his physical constitution significantly more formidable than that of ordinary chi cultivators. However, if he continued to absorb this energy, he would inevitably face dire consequences. He was not a spirit beast, after all. Lin Feng's condition was indeed precarious. After the outburst, he gradually regained clarity. Realizing that his body temperature had soared to alarming levels, his blood felt as if it were boiling, as though he were being smelted in a furnace. I cannot persist like this. I may be reduced to ashes. The 7 steps killing fist was the only technique he knew capable of consuming vast amounts of energy. He threw punch after punch, not knowing how many times he repeated the motions, exhausting his strength without a hint of fatigue. Initially dismissive, the white tiger finally stood, observing the young man as he seemed to undergo a transformation. The white tiger could distinctly sense Lin Feng's physical strength strengthening continuously. An unusual energy coalesced and flowed beneath Lin Feng's skin, a power the tiger recognized well. It had undergone a similar enhancement when it first awakened as a spirit beast. Later, it learned that this energy was known as blood energy, an innate ability possessed by all spirit beasts. The exceptional physical qualities of spirit beasts, akin to superior magical artifacts, stemmed from this blood energy. Some exceptionally gifted spirit beasts possessed abundant blood energy, allowing them to surpass even top-tier magical artifacts in physical training, enabling them to confront enemies head-on without employing cunning strategies. Thus, many celestial sects aspired to have a few spirit beasts guarding their mountains, and disciples generally preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts with them. How can this human possess blood energy, a talent exclusive to spirit beasts? The white tiger shook its head in confusion. Could he be a transformed celestial beast? Absolutely impossible. However, the longer this blood energy is activated, the greater the benefits he will reap. Hoping the young man could endure, the white tiger decided to check on him. Having not encountered such an intriguing individual in over 100 years, Lin Feng's eyes burned with a fiery intensity, as if 2 flames were igniting within them. The heat penetrated to his very soul. The world around him became a furnace. He was subjected to countless trials and fiery forges. The walls of the house had collapsed. But Lin Feng remained oblivious, relentlessly striking and attacking everything in his path. Suddenly, he saw a massive creature charging toward him, unafraid, and he swung his fist, creating a powerful shockwave in the air. Damn it! No one has dared to throw a punch at me in over 100 years. Just as the white tiger leaped into the courtyard, it saw Lin Feng wildly charging toward it and extended a paw in a mocking manner. Boom! The impact of paw and fist collided, sending visible ripples radiating outward. The white tiger leisurely groomed its front paw, while Lin Feng was sent flying. Not bad, however. Your attack lacks cohesion. Today, consider yourself fortunate. I shall assist you and see how much blood energy you can unleash. The white tiger pounced again, its paw landing lightly on Lin Feng's body. Kill. Lin Feng had already lost his sanity. The air was thick with tension as the white tiger perched beside Lin Feng, who had just stumbled to his feet. Without hesitation, the beast delivered a swift strike, each blow landing in a different spot. A mysterious force began to draw the fiery energy from the earth, coalescing in a singular direction. Blood devour? Could it be that this lad is truly undergoing a monstrous transformation? In my day, I was formidable enough to avoid such a phenomenon. I recall only the great monkey from the Sword Academy experiencing blood devour during its ascension to a spiritual beast. The white tiger's eyes narrowed, revealing a rare sense of seriousness as its strikes quickened. Within the beast spirit gate, there were 10 spiritual beasts, along with 2 celestial beasts rumored to be training in some hidden realm. At that moment, aside from the white tiger at Dan Peak, the other 9 beasts were quietly cultivating in their respective lairs. Suddenly, they all opened their eyes in unison, stepping out of their dens. A mix of surprise and confusion etched on their faces as they gazed towards Dan Peak. The energy permeating the air was all too familiar. They experienced it each time they ascended. The quantity of blood energy was too scant. It could not be attributed to the white tiger's advancement. Could it be that a new spiritual beast was born? I must return to investigate. After all, that is the territory I am tasked with protecting. A crane, emanating a faint spectrum of colors, soared into the sky, its wings spanning 8 meters, topped with a vivid crimson crown. With a single flap, it vanished, leaving only a trail of colorful light. It was the crane fairy. It seemed something was indeed amiss at Dan Peak. However, this blood energy was exceedingly rare. a manifestation of the scarlet flame blood. Regrettably, it was merely drawing from the earth's fire beneath Dan Peak. Otherwise, the quality of the blood energy would have been significantly higher, enhancing future cultivation potential. A 2-meter-tall golden ape pondered, gripping a 3-meter-long black staff that emitted a faint golden glow. Fortunately, its aura was not that of the white tiger. Otherwise, the next confrontation could prove troublesome. The beasts atop the 8 mountain peaks speculated about the strange occurrences at Dan Peak. Yet they all sensed that this surge of blood energy was not instigated by the white tiger. They could only wait. Recently, Dan Peak had been under strict lockdown for alchemical practices, with only the mountain-guarding beasts permitted close proximity. The white tiger had distanced itself from Linfeng, or more accurately, from the fiery entity that bore no human semblance, although this was not true fire, but rather a unique form created by the overwhelming release of blood energy that could not be absorbed in time. It was evident that Lin Feng's vitality was continuously escalating, and his physique was undergoing remarkable evolution. A massive shadow descended from the heavens. It was the Crane Fairy. Scarlet flame blood? The Crane Fairy gazed at the fiery mass before her, astonished. Brother Tiger, is this truly a human? She chuckled. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Since Elder Yunxing's passing, Dan Peak has gradually lost its former glory. I heard that the lad Wu Zi recently managed to cultivate the Mi Jiaozi divine ability. Intending to take possession of the alchemical furnace, I have been seething with frustration, yet unexpectedly, an intriguing young man has appeared. The white tiger's claws scraped against the steel-like ground, leaving deep grooves. Sister Crane, with this young lad around, our days will no longer be so dull. Whether it was strange or not was a matter for another time. They needed to address the immediate threat. The Crane Fairy flapped her wings, casting a colorful veil over the courtyard, ensuring that Wu Zi and Appo's alchemical endeavors would not be disturbed, nor would the other elders and disciples sense any anomalies. Observing the situation, it was clear that the young man and Appo's blood energy had not yet fully dissipated. He still required further absorption of the fire energy. The Crane Fairy, with her keen insight, realized that she had been too caught up in her excitement. After all, this boy was an outer disciple of our alchemy academy, regardless of what the future held. He deserved care in the present. The white tiger exhaled, releasing a fist-sized golden elixir that hovered above Linfeng, swirling and releasing visible spiritual mist. Upon contact with the flames, the mist ignited, rapidly transforming into an inferno that was consumed and assimilated. Half an hour passed before the white tiger retracted the elixir, which had noticeably diminished in size. I acted out of curiosity, yet I have suffered greatly. This half hour of loss will require 2 months of rigorous training to recover. By this time, Linfeng had revealed his form. The previous flames had vanished, and his garments had turned to ash. His physique had expanded significantly, muscles rippling with explosive power, especially beneath a faint golden shield enveloping him. 3 layers of vigor seemed to be coalescing into a new internal force. Could this lad be cultivating external techniques? The Crane Fairy was taken aback. Of course, that is where the intrigue lies. The white tiger licked its paw at Sister Crane. Please watch over things for a moment. I must retreat to my meditation. The injuries from my last encounter with that monkey have yet to fully heal. And now with this lad's antics, I am at a loss. On the 32nd day of the mountain's closure, at the zenith of noon, fragrant vapors wafted through Dan Peak, saturating the air with spiritual energy. The protective array trembled and shattered, prompting all nearby peaks to activate their defenses. Over 200 figures ascended into the air, gazing in astonishment. The Crane Fairy, engaged in her cultivation, opened her eyes, her feathers shimmering with iridescent light as she absorbed the abundant alchemical energy escaping from the furnace. Finally, the elixir was complete. Regrettably, Lin Feng's physical strength was still undergoing transformation. Otherwise, breathing in more alchemical essence would have greatly benefited his internal organs. Half an hour elapsed before the doors of the alchemical chamber swung open, revealing 6 outer disciples who emerged. Though weary, they each held bottles of elixirs, their faces radiant with pride. One disciple approached the Crane Fairy, holding a slightly smaller porcelain bottle, and respectfully stated, "Lady Crane, this is a gift of 4 purple spirit pills from Elder Wu Zi for the 2 esteemed beings. Please accept them." The Crane Fairy disdainfully swallowed the porcelain bottle, retorting, "Isn't Wu Zi merely attempting to smoothly claim the alchemical furnace? 4 purple spirit pills seem rather meager. Please forgive us, Lady Crane." A total of 10 purple spirit pills were refined this time, due to the limited quantity. Elder Wuzi assured that 6 additional pills would be prepared for you during the next refining session. The disciples held their breath, fully aware that despite their favored status within the sect, they remained mere outer disciples in the eyes of the spiritual beasts. The crane fairy surveyed the alchemical chamber, her wings unfurling as she soared skyward, leaving behind the remark, Wuzi, be swift in taking the furnace, and do not forget the 6 additional purple spirit pills you owe us. A middle-aged man emerged slowly from the alchemical chamber. Casting a glance in the direction of the departing crane fairy, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he muttered, Wuzi, you are not one to be summoned by mere beasts. Once I fully refine this alchemical furnace, I shall ascend to the rank of a 7th-level alchemist. At that time, you shall all address me with the respect I deserve. The 6 disciples trembled, unable to raise their heads. After the disciples from the Medicine Peak departed, the protective array was reactivated, and Dan Peak returned to its former tranquility. Days turned into weeks, and on one particular day, the sounds of thunder erupted from a chamber within the Alchemy Academy. Had it not been for the protective array, it would have surely disturbed the nearby peaks. Lin Feng, the benefits from your transformation are truly envy-inducing, the crane fairy remarked. Your corporeal form has condensed into 5 layers of vigor, judging by its quality. It is likely that a typical low-level spiritual weapon could not breach your defenses. Indeed, I owe much to the crane fairy and Lord Tiger for their unwavering support. Without them, I could not have attained such fortune. Well, I did not contribute much, the white tiger interjected, but that old tiger certainly bore the brunt of it. It is currently in seclusion, and now that you are no longer in danger, I can return to my own cultivation, while the Alchemy Academy may exist in name only. As long as you remain at Dan Peak, the Academy shall never be erased. Sighing, the white tiger continued, I have guarded the alchemical chamber for a full century, witnessing its gradual decline, yet feeling utterly powerless. Rest assured, Crane Fairy, I shall guard Dan Peak diligently. A profound silence enveloped the room. Lin Feng. This storage pouch was bestowed upon me by the Celestial Sect when I first became a spirit beast. Now that I possess my own acupoint space, it has become redundant. Keep it. The items within may be of some utility to you. Spend time studying them. I am not well versed in the external martial practices of your kind, and cannot offer you much guidance. However, you may glean insights from our cultivation experiences. Currently, you have yet to master telekinesis and cannot utilize the storage pouch. I shall place some useful books on the table for you. As for the rest, you must unlock them yourself when you are capable. I must take my leave. Should an urgent matter arise, seek me at Crane Peak, and a disciple will escort you to me. With that, the Crane Fairy departed in a flash of multicolored light. Lin Feng stepped outside, reflecting on the transformative changes he had undergone. He could feel his strength had increased at least tenfold. A single punch could unleash a compressed energy beam capable of shattering a boulder 100 meters away. This should have been a cause for celebration. Yet the Crane Fairy's parting words left him somewhat melancholic, shrouded in uncertainty about the future. He had consolidated 5 layers of inner vigor. And while he was unsure if this represented a new realm of external martial arts, he recognized the profound mastery he had achieved, with his inner vigor reaching a remarkable completion. Now, Dan Peak lay desolate. The artifact pill furnace had been taken by Elder Wuzi. The source of the earth fire was permanently sealed, and the 2 guardian spirit beasts were in secluded meditation. The vastness of Dan Peak felt particularly empty and forlorn at this moment. Lin Feng made his way to the original training ground of the Dan Academy, where a testing pillar stood in the corner, adorned with countless shimmering runes, originally designed for inner disciples to assess their magical prowess. It had been modified to allow outer disciples to gauge their strength. Standing 10 meters away from the testing pillar, Lin Feng took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and unleashed the full force of his 5 layers of inner vigor. Instantly, his stature expanded from 1.75 meters to approximately 2.20 meters, becoming a towering figure. He felt an inexhaustible power coalescing within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. At the critical moment, he let out a resounding roar and struck out with a punch. An energy beam sliced through the air, leaving behind a massive fist imprint upon the testing pillar. The pillar shimmered with golden runes, and an invisible seal flickered into existence, the runes morphing into various colossal beasts that struck against the point of impact. After 5 breaths, the testing pillar returned to calm, revealing a ghostly silhouette formed from the golden runes. Combat power, 127. Refinement stage, complete mastery of the 5th layer of Qi. Power control is poor, technique application is lacking, fire affinity is exceedingly high, while affinities for the other 4 elements are exceedingly low. Probability of further advancement, 0. Lin Feng was left astounded. The testing pillar was indeed extraordinary. A combat power of 127 was incomprehensible to him, but he presumed it was a benchmark of sorts. The complete mastery of the 5th layer of Qi seemed to be assessed based on combat power. Otherwise, how could his practice of external martial arts be equated to Qi refinement? He grasped the essence of the subsequent statements regarding power control and the difficulties he faced in utilizing inner vigor. As for techniques, he had merely dabbled in the 7 steps killing fist, having only learned a few rudimentary forms. He remained uncertain if it constituted genuine martial arts. Regarding the fire affinity and the 0 probability of advancement, he did not concern himself, as he was practicing external martial arts, inherently distinct from the realm of Qi refinement. Clearly, he would need to consult Pam when the opportunity arose. After the test, Lin Feng felt elated. His strength was on par with the complete mastery of the 5th layer of Qi. Among the million outer disciples, he wondered how many were beneath him in prowess. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Feng perused the books left by the Crane Fairy. Among them, Tiger Roar Tenfold Force and Crane Spirit 7 Transformations caught his eye. Tiger Roar Tenfold Force was a physical cultivation manual created by the White Tiger upon its ascension to Spirit Beast status. During training, it would generate tenfold power, continuously refining flesh and bone. Conversely, Crane Spirit 7 Transformations was a compilation of 7 formidable techniques conceived by the Crane Fairy during moments of boredom, which had impressed many spirit beasts. Regrettably, as a human, he was unable to cultivate these manuals. With a sigh, he set them aside and picked up another book titled The Cultivation and Application of Telekinesis. The Crane Fairy had mentioned that to utilize the storage pouch, one must possess telekinesis. What, exactly, was this telekinesis? As he opened the book, Lin Feng read intently. Telekinesis was a skill mastered by those at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Once successfully cultivated, it allowed one to fully control their body, adeptly manipulate true Qi, use storage pouches, refine energy artifacts, explore their surroundings, sense strength levels, and even foresee omens. Furthermore, telekinesis was an essential skill for advancing from the 5th to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Therefore, upon reaching the 5th layer, cultivating telekinesis became paramount. The book also detailed pathways for cultivating telekinesis. The simplest method was through meditation, attuning oneself to the myriad forces of the world. Currently, various celestial sects aim to expedite their disciples' cultivation. Upon entering the 5th layer, they would assist in the generation of telekinesis through differing means. For instance, the Beast Spirit sect would bestow a talisman upon each disciple upon their entrance. This talisman not only signified their identity as outer disciples but also possessed other functions, such as automatically forming a guiding force at the moment of breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, enabling disciples to successfully generate thoughts and subsequently cultivate telekinesis with diligence. Closing the book, Lin Feng recalled that he possessed the talisman granted by the White Tiger. Once conditions were ripe, it would automatically facilitate the generation of thoughts, allowing him to cultivate telekinesis. There were 2 methods to activate the guiding force of the talisman: spirit sacrifice and blood sacrifice. Spirit sacrifice involved gathering spiritual energy from the heavens and earth during a breakthrough, with most of it absorbed by the talisman hidden in the center of the forehead. Once the talisman had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, it would activate autonomously. Blood sacrifice, however, was far more demanding, requiring the blood of 50 ferocious beasts to initiate activation. Thus, the blood sacrifice method was fraught with peril. Typically, outer disciples would have senior brothers and sisters nearby during their breakthroughs. If the activation of their talisman failed, these seniors would willingly infuse ample true Qi to ensure a successful outcome. Otherwise, a failed first attempt would significantly increase the difficulty of reactivating the talisman. It seemed that he could only activate the talisman through blood sacrifice, which necessitated the slaying of 50 ferocious beasts. This would require him to leave the celestial sect. If only Lord Tiger or the Crane Fairy could assist, the blood sacrifice would be easily accomplished. Once telekinesis was mastered, many challenges would be effortlessly surmounted. Lin Feng resolved to venture beyond the celestial sect into the Beast Mountain trial the following day, aspiring to cultivate telekinesis in the shortest time possible. Before descending the mountain on the second day, Lin Feng concealed the storage pouch and the manuals in a secret location. Though the desolate Dan Peak seldom attracted visitors, it was prudent to safeguard the possessions left by the Crane Fairy. Before he reached the entrance of Dan Peak, he heard a familiar commotion from afar. Quickening his pace, he noted that since breaking through the inner vigor realm, his senses had grown increasingly acute. "Senior brother, I implore you, I only wish to catch a glimpse of Brother Lin. I won't cause any trouble. You need not worry. Junior Sister Chin. It's not that I am forbidding you. It's just that I received word from the Blade Academy recently instructing me to keep a vigilant eye on Junior Brother Lin at Dan Peak. I am to report any news of him immediately. You are well aware that those individuals on the edge of the blade are not to be trifled with. So it would be wise to maintain your distance from him. Senior Brother. The outer disciples are all observing the movements of Junior Brother Lin. If you become too close to him, it will only bring trouble upon yourself. Thus it is imperative that you do not approach him. Junior Sister Chin, please return. You, Brother Wang Ming, are you bullying me again? If you do not allow me to approach him, I shall go to Yao Feng and report you to my sister. Ah. All right. Honestly, you always use this excuse to threaten me. What can I say? I am your future brother-in-law after all. Wait a moment. I will send a message first. No need. Junior Brother Lin has already descended the mountain. The remaining 9 guardians appeared one after another, and one of them sighed, stating that we have been guarding Danfeng for 8 years, and we have developed some feelings for it. If Junior Brother Lin descends the mountain, he will surely attract retribution. We should at least remind him out of goodwill. Lin Feng moved swiftly, landing at the gate where he found all 10 senior brothers staring at him. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he respectfully greeted them. I have seen the 10 senior brothers. Junior Brother Lin. It is I. Do you remember me? A woman beside him waved her delicate hand. Upon taking a closer look, Lin Feng smiled gently. No wonder I found the voice familiar. It is Junior Sister Chin. Has your injury completely healed? Yes. I was just about to ascend the mountain to find you. Your arrival is timely. You must hurry back to Danfeng, as many disciples are awaiting your descent, especially those 4 rascals from the Blade Academy recently. Junior Sister Chin, it would be best if you refrained from involving yourself in this matter. The world of the immortal sect has always been fraught with grievances and conflicts. Unless one becomes an inner disciple, there are some matters that one can never truly escape. Wang Ming interrupted Qin Yu's words and turned to the unfamiliar junior brother whom he had seen only 2 or 3 times, Junior Brother Lin. Once you step beyond the gates of Danfeng, a myriad of troubles will await you. However, since you once saved Qin Yu, I assure you that as long as you remain in Danfeng, there is no danger. Lin Feng contemplated this and grasped the general situation. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely the doing of that Yufeng from the Blade Academy. Judging by Junior Sister Qin's anxious demeanor, the situation must have escalated significantly. What is your name? Senior brother? May I inquire which disciples in the immortal sect are prohibited from participating in internal conflicts among peers? Wang Ming furrowed his brow and glanced at the other brothers, who shared a similar disdainful expression. You may call me Brother Wang. For outer disciples, there are no regulations against competing for advancement to inner disciples. However, under normal circumstances, outer disciples at the 5th level of Qi refining typically seclude themselves within their respective peaks, aspiring for rapid promotion. I wonder why Junior Brother Lin is asking such questions? Lin Feng nodded, realizing that his thoughts were indeed aligned with this. Therefore, he need not worry excessively. Senior Brother Lin, I have come not only to express my gratitude for your assistance last time, but also to inform you that rogue Yufeng has united at least 200 disciples to take action against you. I have heard that the Blade Academy, seeking to redeem itself, has even dispatched 2 brothers at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refining. Junior Sister Chin, are you speaking the truth? A look of shock crossed Wang Ming's face. At the pinnacle? Lin Feng sneered inwardly, dismissing their threats. They could not have anticipated that in just over a month, his strength had multiplied nearly tenfold, comparable to that of a consummate practitioner. With his unparalleled invincible strength at the same level, even if they sent 2 5th-level experts, they would still find it difficult to contend with him. Those unarmed need not fear the shoddy craftsmanship of others. Should the situation demand, I can always retreat. Junior Brother Lin, you practice external techniques, do you not? One of the 9 who had remained silent stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely. It is rumored that over a month ago, you single-handedly inflicted grave injuries upon Yufeng, who was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refining. It appears that your external cultivation has reached a remarkable level. My sister mentioned that Senior Brother Lin has already mastered the invincible force. Otherwise, those ruffians would not have been completely defenseless. Qin Yu interjected, however. External techniques are ultimately inferior cultivation methods. When encountering truly skilled practitioners of Qi refining, one will still find oneself at a disadvantage. Senior brother, I implore you to heed my advice and refrain from descending from Danfeng lightly. As long as you remain within Danfeng, those rascals will not dare to breach the gates. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he gritted his teeth, stating, "I cannot remain a coward forever." Brother Wang is correct. Certain matters cannot simply be avoided. Since they intend to target me, I shall show no mercy. One is as good as another. Senior Brother Lin. There is no need for persuasion. My arrival at the immortal sect stems from a desire to transcend the ordinary and fulfill my life as ambitions. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. If I were to cower in fear for my life, it would be the greatest humiliation of my existence. Junior Sister Chain. I appreciate your concern, but I am descending the mountain because my external cultivation has reached an impasse. If I do not venture forth to test my fortune, I fear I may never reach the pinnacle of external cultivation. Lin Feng held a deep admiration for this spirited and somewhat stubborn junior sister. Though his feelings were not of romantic nature, but rather a recognition of her indomitable spirit, such individuals, given sufficient opportunities, would inevitably rise above the rest. Esteemed brothers, I hope to have the chance to meet again. Lin Feng slightly bowed his fists and, with a flicker of movement, vanished from sight. Senior Brother Lin. Cheney was taken aback by his sudden departure. Never mind, Junior Sister Chain. This individual possesses a resolute mind. If he can emerge unscathed from this predicament, I suspect the Blade Academy will have to face repercussions. Wang Ming mused, a flicker of excitement evident in his gaze. For the sake of advancing to the 5th level of Qi, we have quietly endured here at Danfeng for 8 years. How many 8 years can one have in life? The youthful fervor that once burned within us has long since faded. The gate fell silent, as if memories had been stirred within their hearts. No. I must seek out my sister. Qin Yu's expression suddenly hardened as she gazed in the direction Lin Feng had departed. Even asking her sister for aid once would be worth it. Lin Feng swiftly left the immortal sect, entering the boundless expanse of the Beast Mountain, where he needed to hunt 50 ferocious beasts. Aside from venturing into the Beast Mountain, there was truly no other place suitable. As for the enemies seeking to harm him, Lin Feng remained vigilant, knowing that news of his departure from the immortal sect would soon reach their ears. He was not afraid of their numbers, but rather feared their absence. After years in the Shao residence, while I may not have learned much, I have certainly mastered the art of caution. Occasionally employing unscrupulous tactics and devious schemes has become a necessary skill for survival. I must make them aware of who is truly more ruthless and terrifying. With a resolute heart, Lin Feng quickened his steps, each stride covering at least 10 meters, leaving behind fleeting shadows along the narrow paths of the Beast Mountain. Half an hour later, dozens of figures appeared on the paths of the Beast Mountain, led by none other than Yu Feng from the Blade Academy. At that moment, a sinister glint flickered across his face, as he vowed to torture Lin Feng for 10 days and nights if captured, before carving his flesh to feed to the beasts. You are all my loyal subordinates. Whoever achieves merit this time will earn me a letter home to restore your families and Appos' freedom. Yes, we shall brave fire and water for you. Let us pursue for now. We shall strike once the two brothers catch up. Onward. Dozens of disciples followed the direction Lin Feng had taken. In the ensuing 3 hours, 7 groups followed in succession, each consisting of 40 to 50 individuals. Before exiting the immortal sect, Lin Feng had gleaned some information about the Beast Mountain from the books left behind by Xianzi. Ordinary ferocious beasts were categorized into various levels, within 300 miles. One would typically encounter level 3 or below beasts that posed little threat. Delving deeper into 500 miles would occasionally reveal medium-level ferocious beasts, which were quite aggressive. At the heart of the Beast Mountain lay a forbidden zone, where the immortal sect strictly prohibited any outer disciples from entering during trials. Those who did so would have their cultivation stripped and be cast out from the sect. After 3 days of traversing the dense mountains, Lin Feng had managed to cover a distance of over 100 miles, frequently encountering scattered fellow disciples engaged in the hunt for ferocious beasts. Some of them even fought fiercely among themselves, all for the precious crystals found within these beasts. Known as blood crystals, these gems contained the essence of the beasts. While they held little value for outer disciples, they were of significant importance to inner disciples, capable of being refined into pure magical energy, enhancing physical strength, and used in the crafting of spiritual artifacts as well as certain specialized elixirs. Consequently, during trials, outer disciples would often compete fiercely for blood crystals, with the fortunate ones able to exchange them for potent medicinal herbs or formidable weapons upon returning to the sect. For the past 3 days, Lin Feng had been pursued by disciples from the Blade Academy, yet they had not made a move against him, and he chose to ignore them. Suddenly, a fierce cry from a ferocious beast pierced the air, followed by the sounds of clashing weapons and heated insults. It was evident that another encounter with a blood crystal-bearing beast had occurred. According to the texts, these blood crystals were indeed valuable. He thought it wise to seize the opportunity, even if only to adorn his dwelling with such a treasure. If other outer disciples were to catch wind of this notion, they would surely be exasperated. Stealthily, Lin Feng approached the source of the commotion. Although he had not mastered any advanced concealment techniques, he merely slowed his pace and muted his energy fluctuations, rendering himself an imposing yet ordinary figure to the outside observer. Standing at 6 feet tall with a solidly built physique, he bore a strikingly youthful countenance, albeit still marked by a hint of naivety. In the sky, 2 flying swords clashed violently, while on the ground, 2 middle-aged men manipulated hand seals to control them. In the clearing between them lay a nearly 2-meter-tall brown bear, bleeding from 2 gaping wounds on its chest and neck, likely inflicted by the swords above. The luminous aura of the swords suggested they were Qi swords, wielded by outer disciples of at least the 7th level of Qi refinement. Lin Feng, concealed within a thicket, surmised that the blood crystal within the bear must be of exceptional quality to incite such fierce competition among 2 disciples of the 3-flower realm. Junior brother Nya, this beast is mine. If you insist on interfering, do not blame me for being merciless, declared one of the men, clad in black. Brother Tianyuan, our friendship spans decades. Surely you know my temperament? Even without the Blade Academy, I must have that blood crystal today. I require it to refine a 3rd-grade elixir to condense my 2nd flower of Qi, the other man retorted. Very well, let us see who prevails, then. The black-clad man replied, spitting upward as a flower of Qi blossomed above his head. The controlled sword emitted a sharp cry before plunging into the Qi flower, merging with it into a formidable weapon. The Blade Academy disciple, Nya, was not to be outdone, employing the same technique to materialize his own sword. Kill with utmost resolve, he bellowed. The 2 swords collided fiercely, a tempest of swirling winds and bloodlust radiating outward. Lin Feng lay low, observing the spectacle unfold through the branches. Both men newly endowed with a flower of Qi, vying to prove whose strength and weaponry were superior. The clash of metal echoed repeatedly, the sheer force of their energies obliterating trees within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, a muffled groan erupted. Nya, you despicable fiend. You resort to hidden weapons. The fierce battle came to an abrupt halt at the sound of the cry. The black-clad man turned pale, an arrow protruding from his left arm, oozing a faint blackish blood. His once mighty sword lay dim and lifeless at his feet. I once invested heavily in a sleeve arrow set, intending to use it as a lethal weapon after condensing my 2nd flower of Qi. I did not foresee its early revelation. Nonetheless, after eliminating you, the sleeve arrow will be my hidden ace, he jeered. You villain, I regret not dealing with you back then. The black-clad man coughed up 2 mouthfuls of foul-smelling black blood. Brother Tianyuan, having known you for decades, I shall grant you a swift end. Had you merely submitted, I would have provided the antidote. Alas, how tragic the treachery of men was indeed a cruel reality. Lin Feng reflected on the disparity between his experiences at the Shao residence and those encountered since joining the sect. Yet, the fact that Tianyuan was a rogue cultivator not affiliated with any peak offered a glimmer of hope. Saving him might allow for an alliance with the Alchemy Academy. As this thought took root, Lin Feng's blood surged with fervor, unmindful of whether he could contend with a 7th-level Qi master. Who goes there? A sword light suddenly darted toward the thicket. Discovered. Lin Feng swiftly rolled over, propelling himself with the force of a tiger. In an instant, he formed his inner Qi, his body shimmering with golden light, as if the air itself had ruptured, resonating with thunderous cracks. The speed of his reaction stunned both disciples. Especially the remarkable transformation of Lin Feng's physique left them utterly astonished. Despite having achieved a degree of mental prowess, they had failed to notice the presence of such a formidable foe lurking nearby, unaware if he was an interloper in their contest for the blood crystal. The sudden appearance of this small giant bewildered the malevolent Nya, but as Lin Feng's massive fist approached, the glint of malice flashed in Nya's eyes, and he vanished in a heartbeat. This was dire. The old fiend possessed the ability to anticipate his strikes, augmented by secretive agility techniques, rendering him far more nimble than Lin Feng. Reacting instinctively, Lin Feng reached back and grasped the incoming Qi sword, though he was propelled backwards by the force of the attack. The 2 7th-level Qi masters gasped in disbelief as the sword, which had coalesced a flower of Qi, failed to pierce Lin Feng's flesh. Humph. My life-bound sword has been nurtured for 20 years. It now obeys my will, Lin Feng declared, stabilizing himself as he sensed the sword responding to his command. Just then, the sword began to tremble violently in his grip, its aura transforming back into a flower of Qi. Lin Feng roared, his golden radiance intensifying as he gripped the sword with both hands, his blood vessel swelling. With a resounding crack, the divine weapon shattered in two. Nie spat blood, his eyes dimming as he staggered, his breath faltering. The bond between master and weapon was profound. While he had not met a fate of destruction, the injury he sustained was grievous. I shall crush you. Lin Feng, surprised by his own ferocity, saw an opportunity to eliminate the threat, sending a clear message to those who pursued him. A golden giant, driven by an unwavering determination to prevail, unleashed its full strength, crashing into the formidable Nie demon like a moving mountain. No matter how advanced the chi cultivation of a chi practitioner, their physical form could never rival that of a master of external martial arts with perfected internal strength. Moreover, Lin Feng was a prodigy endowed with 5 layers of formidable power. Bone shattered, flesh mangled, the Nie demon was propelled into the air, tracing a brilliant arc of blood before landing several meters away. Lin Feng, with the force of a bulldozer, struck down Nie the demon. And after the adversary fell to the ground, he felt compelled to sever the head with the half-broken sword still in his hand. Only when he confirmed that Nie the demon was utterly deceased did he let out a sinister chuckle and revert to his original form. Fortunately, the garments of the celestial sect were specially crafted. They had not been reduced to tatters, but only a small hole remained at the back, accompanied by a few bloodstains. The man in black stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Feng's retreating figure, seemingly unable to comprehend how a master of the 7th level of chi refinement could be so decisively obliterated, and moreover, reduced to such a state. Though severely wounded himself, his mental energy had not been greatly depleted. Just a moment ago, he sensed that there was not a trace of true energy emanating from Nie. That astonishing display of power had been purely physical. This fellow had clearly cultivated external techniques. Lin Feng rummaged through the mangled remains, discovering only a few small, damaged porcelain vials. However, the elixirs within seemed still usable, though their nature remained a mystery. Hidden arrows in the sleeve, he mused, recognizing its potential for subterfuge. After thoroughly plundering the corpse, he leisurely approached the man in black, smiling as he inquired, "Brother Tia Yuan, might you discern which of these elixirs would be of use to you? Thank you for your assistance, junior brother. That pale gray elixir is an antidote. It is an exclusive poison concocted by Nie the demon. Ordinary spiritual pills lack efficacy against it." The black-clad man spoke, but his breath quickened, a dark aura rising on his face. Lin Feng was startled. The poison was indeed potent. He hastily took an antidote and placed it in the man's mouth. "Brother, focus on healing. I shall guard you." "Thank you, junior brother." The man in black struggled to sit cross-legged, forcibly channeling the antidote's energy. Lin Feng observed for a while, noting that the dark aura on his face had begun to dissipate, indicating that his life was no longer in jeopardy. Rising, he surveyed the surroundings, particularly the headless corpse. A flicker of intrigue crossed his brow. Since they wished to play, he would elevate the stakes. He stripped Nie the demon of his garments, tearing them into strips, then hung the head on a branch and the body on another, inscribing the words "trash," Lin Feng's mark with the still fresh blood on the trunk. With that dealt with, Lin Feng's attention shifted to the brown bear's corpse, the source of the carnage. The blood crystal within was a valuable prize. Yet he had no prior experience in such matters and was uncertain where to begin. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait. 2 hours later, the man in black finally completed his healing. "Brother Tian Yuan, how fares your injury?" "Thanks to you, junior brother, I am nearly healed." "May I inquire which sect you hail from?" Lin Feng smiled gently. "I am Lin Feng, a newly initiated outer disciple of the Pill Institute. I happened to be nearby during your encounter. I heard your conversation. If you have mostly recovered, I shall take my leave now. The pursuers will soon arrive. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly, lest you become entangled with me." Tian Yuan paused, finally noticing the head and body hanging from the trees, along with the blood-red inscription. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, he concluded, "If I am not mistaken, junior brother Lin, you cultivate external techniques. And it seems you have reached the pinnacle of external mastery, the inner strength realm." "Highest realm of external techniques?" Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, recognizing the truth in Tian Yuan and Apos' words. Historically, there have been no recorded breakthroughs beyond the inner strength realm. Brother, keen observation. Had it not been for the sudden ambush and a stroke of luck, we might now be the ones lying lifeless. Time is of the essence. Please retrieve the blood crystal and depart from this place. You possess remarkable strength, junior brother, and your physical defenses are formidable. It is no mere fortune that you dispatched Nie the demon. Had you not intervened, I might have indeed faced dire straits. Since you are being pursued, How could I turn a blind eye? Moreover, the blood crystal within this beast ought rightfully to belong to you. You possess some insight. Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Brother, there is no need for such formalities. My cultivation of external techniques renders the blood crystal of little value to me. If it can elevate your prowess, that would be the most favorable outcome. Besides, I have already acquired the hidden arrows in the sleeve, which is far more practical than the blood crystal. Then I shall count you as a brother, Junior. Please wait a moment. In mere moments, the two had forged a bond of brotherhood. The man in black, whose surname was Feng, approached the beast and quickly extracted a small azure crystal from within, carefully wiping the blood from its surface before tucking it away. Who is pursuing you, Junior brother? Feng Tianyuan inquired as he secured the blood crystal. His sword swirling in the air before vanishing into the void, his voice laced with a palpable aura of vengeance, clearly considering Lin Feng a true ally. The Blade Institute. Numbering around 200, with the strongest being 2 peak Qi refinement masters. However, they have kept their distance, likely awaiting the arrival of 2 masters at the 5th level of Qi refinement. But fear not, brother, even without your aid. I am confident in my ability to deal with them. Lin Feng and Apos' tone was as fierce as Feng Tianyuan and Apos' gesturing toward the suspended head and body. This serves as their welcoming gift. I refuse to believe they will not be intimidated. Alas, the resources here were scant, and time was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have set traps and poisonous darts, ensuring they would be unable to escape unscathed, leaving them with a memorable experience. Humph. The Blade Institute is rife with unscrupulous rogues. Let us depart from this place, Junior brother. The strongest among them are merely peak Qi refinement. It is only a matter of time before we eliminate them. Since you wish for them to have a memorable experience, I shall take it upon myself. Experience breeds wisdom. Lin Feng mused, recognizing that Feng was no ordinary character even before entering the sect. Yet before leaving, he wished to absorb the essence of the beast and Apos' blood. 50 beasts would require some time. Lin Feng settled cross-legged before the beast and Apos' carcass, biting his finger to draw blood, which he used at his brow to invoke the sacrificial rite. Blood sacrifice? Feng Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock, realizing that this disciple from the Pill Institute intended to use such a formidable method to summon a guiding force, thereby cultivating his mental energy. As foretold in the texts, the symbol hidden in his brow materialized into a miniature white tiger in response to the call of his blood. The tiger opened its mouth and inhaled, instantly transforming the beast's body into a desiccated husk, its vital essence consumed entirely. The white tiger then reverted to a symbol, re-entering Lin Feng's brow. Let us be off. Brother, I have many questions regarding cultivation that I wish to discuss with you. The two figures soon vanished into the forest. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally witnessed the prowess of a sword-controlling Qi refinement master. Over this span, they hunted 32 beasts of varying levels. While Lin Feng absorbed the essence of 14 third-level beasts, Feng Tianyuan's advice was astute. The higher the level of the beast from which one absorbed essence, the greater the guiding force one could unlock, and the stronger the mental energy that could coalesce. As for beasts of 4th level and above, even Feng Tianyuan conceded that their current strength was insufficient to contend with them, so Lin Feng dismissed such notions. Whenever they encountered a beast, it was but a flash of sword light, swiftly dispatched by Feng Tianyuan, who would then check for blood crystals before Lin Feng selectively dealt with the remains. By day, they hunted various beasts. By night, they sought secure locations for quiet cultivation. Feng Tianyuan tirelessly imparted practical combat techniques to Lin Feng, who found them immensely beneficial. He recognized that mastering these techniques would prepare him for encounters with formidable adversaries in the future. Had Nia the demon not exhausted his true energy during their last encounter, that ambush might have cost Lin Feng dearly. Fortune could not be relied upon indefinitely, thus enhancing his combat skills remained paramount. After 3 days of interaction, Feng Tianyuan found himself increasingly unable to fathom this junior from the Dan Institute. Despite possessing merely the cultivation of the inner gang realm, the moment he mobilized his energy, it felt as if a mere man had transformed into a small behemoth, a creature of extraordinary ferocity. His combat techniques were simplistic, and his foundational knowledge of martial arts was woefully shallow. Even the most rudimentary applications of strength appeared unfamiliar to him. This junior, Lin Feng, aside from possessing an exceptional physique, formidable defenses, and explosive power, seemed almost like a novice in martial arts. When Feng Tianyuan inquired about this matter, Lin Feng's face turned crimson, and he awkwardly offered an explanation. On the 4th day, Lin Feng consumed the essence of 2 ferocious beasts. On the 5th day, he consumed the essence of a single beast. By the 6th day, he had absorbed the essence of 4 beasts. Until the 10th day, Lin Feng had ingested the essence of a total of 43 third-tier ferocious beasts. During this period, the disciples from the Blade Institute began organized ambushes. However, under the guidance of the seasoned Feng Tianyuan, they effortlessly and brazenly dispatched over 30 disciples at the first and second layers of qi refinement, accurately described as mere servants. The transformation in Lin Feng was markedly evident. He not only appeared significantly more composed, but his martial knowledge was also steadily enriching, with his gaze becoming increasingly astute and calm. Perhaps due to the consumption of the essence from dozens of ferocious beasts, he now exuded a faint metallic scent, an intangible pressure permeating the surrounding environment. Initially, Feng Tianyuan felt little of this, but he soon found himself secretly alarmed. Indeed, the blood sacrifice was formidable. Even before harnessing the power of the guiding forces, a preliminary momentum had begun to form. Once the number of consumed essences became sufficient, solidifying his mental energy and cultivating it into true power would be a natural progression. In the dead of night, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed throughout the myriad beast mountain. The silence of the day gave way to the reign of night, where hunting and territorial battles raged until dawn. Lin Feng and Feng Tianyuan were savoring a delectable meal, consisting of a first-tier long-eared rabbit, a gentle and timid creature, its meat tender and exquisite. Midway through their meal, Feng Tianyuan could not suppress a sigh. Having heard that the senior brothers at the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement had ceased consuming food altogether, instead relying on a special elixir that could sustain their physical needs for an entire month. This elixir not only nourishes the internal organs but also enhances mental fortitude. If consumed continuously for 2 years, it could effortlessly facilitate a breakthrough into the Dao transformation realm, thus granting entry into the world of immortals. However, the final breakthrough was notoriously challenging. The sect did not possess an abundance of such elixirs. Currently, the number of disciples stagnating at the peak of the 7th layer exceeded 3,000. Each year, dozens of senior brothers met their end, having not advanced for decades. Tragic, lamentable, and regrettable indeed. Lin Feng swallowed a mouthful of succulent meat, savoring its flavor, and inquired, "Brother, why not join one of the inner sects? With your cultivation, becoming a core disciple would pose no issue. You would also receive the sect's care, with the occasional elixir to aid your cultivation, thus accelerating your progress." Feng Tianyuan sighed. Beneath the Dao transformation realm, we are but ants. To the inner disciples, we are merely playthings laboring in vain. Do you truly believe those at the peak genuinely regard you as a core disciple worthy of cultivation? After millennia of sect development, the relationships between inner and outer disciples are intricate. Without someone to support and guide you, what does it matter if you are listed among the sect? Even as a core disciple, you would still be trampled underfoot. From Feng Tianyuan's words, Lin Feng gleaned much about the sect's intricacies and felt an overwhelming pressure regarding the arduous and brutal path of cultivation. Hence, his brother had refrained from joining any of the inner sections. Yet, what precisely constituted the Dao transformation realm? Lin Feng pondered. Having frequently heard mention of the Purple Mansion since the emergence of the Pan, but regrettably lacked the opportunity for detailed inquiry. Mortals cannot escape the cycle of life and death simply because their Purple Mansion remains unopened. The Purple Mansion is a mysterious space that confines the essence of mortals. As one ages, the vitality of their essence gradually wanes without replenishment, leading to death. Our cultivation aims to one day break through that enigmatic barrier of the Purple Mansion, allowing external forces to nourish our essence and thereby extend our lifespan. The higher one's power, the more potent their essence, and the longer their life. As Feng Tianyuan spoke, his eyes radiated infinite longing. I have cultivated for over 70 years to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement, the flowering realm. If no unforeseen events occur, I fear I may not achieve another breakthrough within 30 years, and thus, I would meet my end. Lin Feng's heart turned cold upon hearing this. His brother's words struck him deeply. As a mortal, particularly one who practiced external techniques, should he fail to transcend the Purple Mansion, he too would face the inevitability of death. Yet, the realm of external techniques seemed ethereal, devoid of any precedents to learn from. Noticing Lin Feng's somber expression, Feng Tianyuan suddenly burst into laughter. Lin, we mortals pursue longevity, yet our every action defies the heavens. It is merely a matter of who can tread further down this path of defiance. After decades of struggle, I have come to understand life and death. Should I fail to defy fate, I would willingly return to the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Feng consumed the last morsel of rabbit meat, his eyes gleaming with determination. Brother, we have ventured nearly 500 miles into the myriad beasts mountain. Continuing further may lead us to encounter one or two fourth-tier ferocious beasts, posing significant danger. In this lifetime, I am fated not to cultivate true energy. Achieving my current level in external techniques has been a perilous endeavor. Therefore, I intend to press on, testing my luck, and also to see if those disciples from the Blade Institute possess the courage to follow. Lin, have you truly thought this through? Feng Tianyuan and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted slightly. Nevertheless, this question seemed superfluous, as he had already discerned Lin Feng and Amp, Apos, S unwavering resolve in his eyes. Lin Feng stood, gazing up at the vast starry sky, acutely aware of his own insignificance in that moment. Thanks to Feng and Apos, S guidance over the past days. Should he find the opportunity to return to the sect, he would certainly seek his brother for a sparring match. Feng Tianyuan nodded slightly. Be careful. I will set off for the sect tomorrow. This trial has yielded a few quality blood crystals that can be exchanged for an elixir. On the way back, I shall also take the opportunity to deal with some miscreants. These elixirs were obtained from the notorious Nia. Keep them on you. They may prove useful. Feng Tianyuan placed 5 pills into Lin Feng and Amp, Apos, S hands. If that is the case, I shall take my leave now. The night belongs to the ferocious beasts, and it may serve as an opportunity for me. Lin Feng secured the pills, gathered his thoughts, and exited the cave without a backward glance. Having never cultivated true energy, Lin Feng felt no need to conceal his aura. Traversing the dense forest, he appeared as an ordinary human. A few low-tier ferocious beasts mistook him for prey, only to be obliterated by a single punch. However, when faced with groups of ferocious beasts, Lin Feng wisely retreated swiftly. In the myriad beast mountain, each ferocious beast held a defined territory. Once he crossed into another beast's domain, the others typically refrained from pursuit, unless seeking to incite conflict. As dawn approached, a faint grayish-white hue appeared on the horizon. Lin Feng rested against a tree, his body smeared with the blood of his kills. Around him, several low-tier ferocious beasts passed by, yet instinct drove them to cautiously avoid him due to the intangible aura of death he emanated. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the silence, and a beam of sword light shot into the sky, piercing through the darkness of pre-dawn. This blade of light radiated a formidable pressure, dominating the entire sky, rendering all of creation silent and subservient. Lin Feng felt his mind go blank. That sword light filled him with an overwhelming despair, as though merely gazing upon it would lead to his annihilation. He struggled to retract his gaze, yet it felt as if an enigmatic force was compelling him to remain entranced. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like tiny pearls, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. In this moment of crisis, the sword light suddenly retracted, and the world around him reverted to its former state. Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength. The shock he had just experienced was overwhelming. Had he been any closer, he would surely have become a lifeless corpse. What could it have been? Was it a legendary treasure manifesting? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Feng felt a surge of trepidation mixed with intrigue at the thought of the fabled artifact. The greater the danger, the more substantial the reward. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Lin Feng found himself running towards the direction of the sword light. Half an hour later, his pace began to slow, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Along the way, he encountered numerous cold and lifeless beast corpses, each meeting a bizarre end. Their heads shattered while the rest of their bodies remained intact. The memory of his own splitting headache sent a shiver down his spine. As he pressed onward, he finally stumbled upon an open area. More than 100 bizarre, colossal beasts lay sprawled on the ground, all with exploded heads. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he noted the eerie silence, so profound that he could hear his own heartbeat and breath. The treasure was likely long gone. After waiting for half an hour, with the sun now high in the sky, still, there was no sign of movement. Gazing upon the multitude of giant corpses, his heart raced. If he was not mistaken, among the deceased, 70 or 80 were third-tier ferocious beasts, while the remainder were likely fourth or even fifth-tier beasts. At last, Lin Feng made his move, summoning his own blood to draw forth a talisman. A blood-red seal ascended into the air, transforming into the visage of a tiger's head. The formidable tiger head opened its massive maw and inhaled forcefully, summoning a chilling wind that turned the beast corpses into desiccated remains. Lin Feng had intended to absorb only 50 beasts, but unexpectedly, the summoned talisman spiraled out of control, converting all the corpses into dry husks in mere moments. More astonishingly, From among these 100-plus corpses, 13 ethereal beast souls emerged, seemingly gripped by an overwhelming terror, struggling to break free from their lifeless vessels while emitting anguished wails. The floating tiger head, undeterred, flashed with crimson light, swelling to 3 or 4 times its size, as its spectral eyes coalesced into a solid form. With a thunderous roar, the struggling beast souls submitted and were drawn into the tiger's mouth. The talisman that had devoured the 13 souls morphed continuously, at times resembling a thumping ape, at others a sinuous python, and then a mutated two-headed wolf. After transforming 13 times, it finally settled into a deep purple-black seal, which then shot forth as a beam of light into Lin Feng's brow. At that moment, he had sealed off his senses, utterly unaware of the happenings outside. He focused entirely on harnessing the incoming power, needing to withstand its overwhelming impact. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his brow, as if a force was spinning his mind. Lin Feng maintained his mental composure, recognizing this as a precursor to unlocking the guiding power. The discomfort eventually faded, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a shimmering purple wall, exuding an immense repulsive force that barred him from approaching. Where was this? This is the world outside your purple mansion. I never imagined you would be able to unlock the guiding power, a solemn voice echoed in his ears. In this realm, you possess no body, no strength, only a fragment of spiritual thought. Since you have successfully arrived here, you are entitled to merge with the power of that talisman. Lin Feng suddenly felt enveloped by a formidable force, one that brought him immense comfort and warmth. In this purple-hued world, a peculiar talisman continued to condense and shrink, transforming into a blood-red orb. 13 phantoms emerged from the void, taking the forms of bears, wolves, tigers, and apes, circling around the blood orb in a mesmerizing dance. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Day turned to night and back again over 3 days, during which Lin Feng remained motionless, until his body finally trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze emitted a faint crimson light, still clouded with confusion. Gently extending his right index finger towards a nearby beast corpse, he softly commanded, "Rise." The corpse floated up immediately. "Disintegrate." The beast's remains were swiftly torn apart by an invisible, enigmatic force, scattering across the ground. Was this the manifestation of mental power? As the crimson light in his eyes gradually faded, Lin Feng and Appo's mind cleared, and he gazed at the fragmented remains with a furrowed brow, sensing a discrepancy compared to what senior brother Feng had described about mental power. Could it be that absorbing the 13 beast souls had caused an aberration in his mental energy? Rising to his feet, Lin Feng concentrated, feeling as though he transformed into a 3-meter-long two-headed wolf, detaching from his body. Upon moving 3 meters away, he morphed into a 4-meter-tall giant ape, thumping his chest and roaring. At 7 meters, he became a 4-zhang-long blood python, coiling forward. Yet, as he reached 10 meters, an irresistible force pulled him back into his body. So, my mental power has a maximum range of 10 meters. Lin Feng could hardly contain his elation. Senior brother Feng had once mentioned that even some exceptionally gifted Qi practitioners could only project their mental power within 7 meters upon first coalescing their thoughts. Those who could surpass 7 meters were undoubtedly on the path to continuous advancement, potentially breaking through to the Dao transformation realm. Unable to restrain his jubilance, Lin Feng realized he had finally cultivated mental power. As long as he continued his training, his thoughts would grow stronger, and the potency of his mental energy would increase. No wonder the Pang had stated that the human body is the most mysterious of places. Little did he know such a profound space existed within him. Stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, Lin Feng acknowledged that it was time to depart, as there were matters that needed resolution. Before leaving, he used the severed sword of the demon Yin to dissect the corpses scattered about, spending 2 hours collecting 42 blood crystals, a testament to the high yield of third-tier and above ferocious beasts. He skinned one of the beasts, wrapping up the blood crystals and securing them on his back. Before turning to retrace his steps, with the aid of his mental power, he could survey the terrain ahead, increasing his speed as he maneuvered through the dense forest. Help! Help! Lin Feng suddenly halted in his tracks, turning to the right where a faint, weak voice seemed to call out, reminiscent of a woman and Appo's plea for assistance. Could it be one of his female companions? He decided to investigate. In a clearing within the thicket stood a group of outer disciples from the Beast Spirit sect, facing off against another contingent. The former were all female disciples, while the latter comprised male disciples, with the lecherous Yufeng leading the charge. At that moment, a disciple from the Blade Academy pressed a knife against the throat of one female disciple, already drawing a shallow cut, blood trickling down the blade. The girl, terrified, was pale and trembling, her cherry lips continuously uttering pleas for rescue. Yufeng, we have done you no wrong. Release our junior sister, and we will consider this incident forgotten, a somber young woman clad in a green robe declared. Offended? Hehehe, you lot aren't even worthy of offending me. We had no previous quarrel, but I heard you obtained a spiritual weapon yesterday. If you obediently hand it over, I may let this matter slide. Otherwise, hehe, I have always had a fondness for beautiful women. The surrounding individuals erupted into a fit of lewd laughter, as if they were merely prey awaiting slaughter. And delectable ones at that. The young woman in green trembled slightly, her heart ablaze with suppressed fury. However, upon witnessing the plight of his fellow disciple beneath the blade, he could not help but let out a sigh. After all, they had grown up together as sisters, no matter the circumstance. He resolved to rescue her first before contemplating any further plans. He chuckled softly, admiring the smoothness of her skin. Such a beautiful face. How cruel it would be to mar it with scars, he murmured, gently stroking the captive's cheek. You. The woman in the green robe finally unsheathed her sword, rallying her fellow disciples to form the heavenly gang and earthly fiends sword formation. The clang of metal echoed as over 30 women arranged themselves according to the 8 trigrams, their combined power creating a palpable pressure in the air. Alas, if your numbers had reached 200 and you had formed this formation, we would have had to tread carefully. Or, if your strength matched that of the Qi Gang realm, we would refrain from coveting the spiritual artifacts you possess. Yufeng regarded the formation before him with a hint of disdain. In terms of formation power, the Thousand Blades extermination formation of our Blade Academy reigns supreme. Since you wish to engage, I shall indulge you. At the moment when a clash seemed imminent, a languid voice interrupted, diffusing the tension in the air. Both parties turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, revealing a disheveled man, bloodstained and burdened with a large package, ambling towards them. This was Lin Feng, who had arrived to uncover the truth of the situation. Since mastering his telekinetic abilities, Lin Feng had not yet fully concealed his presence, and his gaze shot forth with a piercing intensity. Upon spotting the malicious Yufeng, a glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes. Oh, it appears to be you lot again. Last time, a dozen of you bullied a single weak woman, and today, you fancy yourselves bold enough to swarm over 30 vulnerable girls. How commendable. A stir rippled through the crowd. For one who dared insult the Blade Academy's external disciples with such audacity must either be foolish or extraordinarily powerful. However, the bloodstains adorning his form and the heavy burden he carried suggested that this man, brimming with arrogance, undoubtedly possessed exceptional prowess. Humph, a fool unaware of his demise. I was just seeking you out, and here you are, delivered to me on a silver platter. A cold smile crept across Yufeng's lips. This time, he felt emboldened. Having 2 peak experts lurking in the shadows and leading a well-trained personal guard. Arranged in a simplified version of the 100 Blades extermination formation, since suffering a humiliating defeat at Lin Feng's hands previously, Yufeng had diligently sought information about him. Learning that he was an anomaly, unable to cultivate true energy, yet having honed his external skills to their utmost limits, forming a formidable force. While such prowess might not suffice against a peak expert, it was more than adequate to deal with those below the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Lin Feng cast a swift glance towards the distant thicket, a smirk playing on his lips. Before he had mastered his telekinesis, those hidden peak experts posed a significant threat. However, he had already detected their presence. If you choose to reveal yourselves, your lives will be forfeit. After all, having already dispatched the Blade Academy and Appos, Esnia Demon, eliminating a few more 5th-layer disciples would be of little consequence. What should we do, Sister Wu? A female disciple whispered anxiously. The woman in green furrowed her brow. Let us assess the situation first. If I am not mistaken, this man is Lin Feng, who offended the Four Winds Alliance of the Blade Academy over a month ago. We shall remain in formation and observe. Yufeng, seeing his sworn enemy display such calmness, felt a surge of rage. With a sudden draw of his weapon, he bellowed. Form the array and eliminate this scoundrel. The principle of striking first had been ingrained in Lin Feng since his harrowing encounter with the ghostly hand sorcerer in the desolate mountains. Acting swiftly, he surged into the crowd of Blade Academy disciples, consciously controlling the explosion of his internal force, managing to maintain a layer of power from the 5th layer. Despite this restraint, the force he unleashed was terrifying. His limbs, imbued with energy, became lethal weapons. With a single punch, he sent a disciple soaring. Their previously fierce visage instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, the shockwave wreaking havoc on those who failed to evade. Suddenly, a flurry of blades glinted menacingly from various directions, accompanied by the heavy breaths of their wielders. The influence of his telekinesis was profound. Lin Feng effortlessly perceived all attacks behind him without turning around. With a mere thought, he amplified the energy at his back, releasing a faint golden glow. Crack, crack. The air was filled with the piercing sounds of shattering as 8 figures were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. Humph, a bunch of rabble, Lin Feng scoffed, not pausing as he dispatched the quickest reacting 8 individuals with ease. With a frenzied spirit, he resumed his onslaught, but his focus was not on Yu Feng. Rather, he targeted the lackeys surrounding him, all while remaining vigilant of the 2 hidden peak experts. To truly devastate an opponent, one must not merely torment their flesh but rather shatter their spirit. With a sweeping kick, 3 disciples met their end. A brutal charge claimed at least 5 more lives, rendering their weapons mere heaps of scrap iron in his eyes. Yu Feng and Apos' pallor intensified as he recalled the terror of his last defeat at Lin Feng and Apos' hands. This new external disciple, after a month, seemed to have multiplied in strength, particularly as his body appeared impervious to the sharpness of weapons. Though fear gnawed at him, the presence of 2 hidden peak experts provided some solace. Yet his feet gradually retreated to the periphery. Kill. Slaughter him. Whoever takes him down shall earn my recommendation to join the celestial sect. Yu Feng roared, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet the harsh reality was that, while these trained lackeys were adept in the 100 Blades extermination formation, circumstances dictated their effectiveness. If Lin Feng were merely a chi refinement martial artist, he might find himself ensnared, slowly drained of energy and subjected to 1,000 cuts. However, as an external martial artist who had cultivated his power to unprecedented levels, his explosive force rivaled that of a perfected 5th-layer chi refinement expert, charging forth without a thought of evasion. In just a few breaths, over 30 had been brutally slain, their faces revealing the immense agony they endured in their final moments. After yet another flurry sent 5 more flying, Lin Feng had inexplicably shattered the Amp, Apos, 100 Blades extermination formation, and Amp, Apos, ha ha ha. I told you, you are nothing but refuse. It seems that even calling you garbage elevates your status, Lin Feng declared, reveling in the exhilaration of victory. You are even less than refuse. This time, Lin Feng refrained from attacking the formation again. Instead, he darted towards the nearby thicket. At that moment, 2 glimmers of sword light erupted from the underbrush, followed by the emergence of 2 elderly men with graying hair. You dare show disrespect to the Blade Academy? Today, you shall witness our might. They declared as the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, a tremendous pressure emanating from their forms. Retreat. The woman in green paled upon realizing the presence of 2 hidden experts from the Blade Academy. The intensity of their spiritual energy made it clear they were peak experts. Such a disparity in level was not merely a matter of strength, but also of overwhelming pressure. So, it is just a pair of old fools. Begone. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he boldly extended his hands to meet the 2 beams of sword light. He disregarded the formidable weapons of the infamous Nya, showing no concern for these ordinary arms. Be careful, senior brother. The woman in the azure robe couldn't help but warn, but she was soon rendered speechless. The previously mocking Yu Feng now wore a ghastly expression, and even the 2 elderly masters at the pinnacle of their craft appeared dazed and terrified. In an astonishing display, Lin Feng grasped both swords with his bare hands and, with a fierce roar, shattered the weapons infused with true energy into fragments. However, as adept masters of the pinnacle realm, their reaction speed was beyond that of ordinary individuals, and their decades of combat experience led them to make a fateful choice in an instant. They instinctively split into 2 routes to evade Lin Feng's frontal assault and regained their footing while simultaneously forming identical hand seals. The magic sound technique. Suddenly, a cacophony of ghostly wails echoed through the air. Lin Feng sensed a familiar power rippling around him, forming 2 distinct paths that assailed his ears, causing his vision to blur. The force of mental energy. Just as Lin Feng's mind began to waver, a surge of thought erupted from his brow, transforming into a mighty ape beating its chest. As Lin Feng and Apos' mental energy manifested, he distinctly perceived the 2 opposing forces intertwining to form bizarre symbols, which then coalesced into 2 swords of mental energy, relentlessly attacking his ears. Under the influence of the opposing mental forces, the giant ape of Lin Feng's mental energy pounded its chest once more, then swung its massive fist to collide with the 2 mental swords. Unsurprisingly, the mental swords were reverted to their original forms, becoming two faintly transparent orbs. Nevertheless, Lin Feng, witnessing his mental energy successfully countering the adversary's attack, shifted his thoughts, transforming the ape into a crane. With wings spread wide, the crane became a fleeting shadow that lunged at the two retreating mental orbs. However, it was too late. The crane pecked one orb while its wings overturned the other, and with a swift motion, it devoured both mental entities. The devouring of thoughts. Lin Feng was astonished by the peculiar capabilities of his mental energy. He initially intended to use it to assault the adversary's thoughts, not anticipating that upon contact, the enemy's thoughts would be consumed instead. He could feel the two orbs merging with his own mental energy, subtly enhancing the form of the crane, rendering it clearer upon close inspection. Drawing back his mental energy, Lin Feng cast a cold gaze upon the two fallen pinnacle masters sprawled on the ground. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. You cultivate external techniques. How can you possess mental energy? No, it cannot be. Who are you? How can your mental energy be? You are not human. You must be a demon. The two masters, once mighty at the 5th level of chi refining, were now rendered incapacitated, their faces stricken with terror as they beheld Lin Feng's mocking expression. The notion of having their thoughts consumed was unprecedented. Such an occurrence had never been heard of. In battles of mental energy, the losing side would typically suffer shattered thoughts, but with timely intervention, they could recover their mental cultivation. Yet, it had never been recorded that thoughts could morph into different ferocious beast apparitions capable of directly devouring the opponent's thoughts. Though the loss of thoughts might result in temporary malaise, with sufficient rest, one could regain their health. However, mental energy was a vital skill for pursuing higher realms of cultivation. Losing one's thoughts meant they would forever be deprived of ascending to the realms of 5 chi, 3 flowers, or even the transformative Tao that could liberate one from the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. For the two masters at the 5th level of chi refining, losing their thoughts was a fatal blow to their spirit and soul, especially at their advanced age. Are we demons? You may inquire of Yama. With a swift motion, Lin Feng approached one elder, lifting his right foot to stomp down, burying the head into the earth. The elder and Appo's body twitched momentarily before falling still. A once respected pinnacle master of chi refining had perished so easily, leaving the remaining elder in shock. Biting his tongue, he spat blood and desperately summoned his true energy, leaping toward the dense forest in a bid for escape. Could a half-buried, decrepit elder still hope to flee? Lin Feng kicked the broken sword hilt on the ground, amplifying its speed with his mental energy. In midair, the surviving pinnacle master was pierced through the heart by the sword, letting out a horrified scream as he tumbled into the underbrush. Silence enveloped the scene. None could fathom how two genuine masters of chi refining had met such an inexplicable end. The 5th level of chi refining transcended the realm of ordinary warriors. They had opened the gates of life and death, allowing their organs to nurture on the essence of heaven and earth, marking a profound transformation in their cultivation. To illustrate, those below the 3rd level were akin to infants, while those at the 4th level were like running children. And the 5th level masters were formidable men capable of wrestling with black bears. The disparity in strength was evident in the eyes of Yu Feng and the others. Their senior brother at the pinnacle level was an unattainable existence. Dealing with someone who merely practiced external techniques should have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Initially, the upper echelons of the Sword Academy had dispatched 2 pinnacle masters, a decision that seemed exaggerated. Now, it was clear that this adversary they had long despised could annihilate 2 pinnacle masters with merely a wave of his hand. A display of power that left them in disbelief. Especially when the 2 masters had previously unleashed the magic sound technique, they were certain of victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had been vanquished, their defeat shrouded in mystery. Mental energy was intangible and invisible, beyond the comprehension of those present. Only through the cultivation of thoughts could one observe the peculiar scene that had just transpired. Sister Wu. What just happened? A woman murmured in bewilderment. The azure-robed woman, still astonished, instinctively replied, "It is said that senior brother Lin cultivates external techniques, yet they must have engaged in a battle of mental energy. The outcome, with 2 pinnacle masters defeated, speaks volumes of senior brother's formidable mental prowess. Could the thoughts condensed by the blood sacrifice truly be this powerful?" A piercing scream shattered the air, awakening the crowd from their stupor. Their gazes toward Lin Feng were devoid of hatred, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of dread. To effortlessly slay pinnacle masters indicated a strength that must at least reach the realm of 5 chi. In the eyes of the outer disciples at that level, this group felt akin to mere ants, easily swept away. Spare us, senior brother Lin. It was a grave error on my part to offend you. I was blind to your greatness. For the sake of our shared sect, please let me go. Amidst the shock, Lin Feng suddenly lunged forward, breaking Yu Feng and Appo's legs with a swift kick. Watching him beg like a dog, Lin Feng and Appo's disdain deepened. Such a spineless wretch would only become a future calamity. Without a second thought, he reached out and snapped Yu Feng's neck. All fell silent. Lin Feng lost interest in continuing to deal with the remaining subservient followers. Instead, turning to observe his fellow disciples, who remained on guard, their defensive stances commendable yet ultimately futile against his prowess. He pointed at the subservient followers brought by Yu Feng. As he began to walk away, an idea struck him, prompting him to turn back toward the azure-robed woman. Have you heard of the saying, possessing a precious jewel is a crime? Since these fools are aware of your possession of spirit artifacts, it stands to reason that other sect members will soon discover this as well. If they come to encircle you, you will find yourselves utterly outmatched. Hurry back to the immortal sect. Otherwise, the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain will become your burial ground. Lin Feng felt no interest in the so-called spiritual artifacts in their hands. Firstly, he had no idea how to utilize such artifacts. Secondly, many inner disciples in the Tao transformation realm did not possess spiritual artifacts, let alone a mere outer disciple like himself. Even if he were to seize one now, it would only bring him deadly peril. As for the third reason, spiritual artifacts required years of nurturing with one's true energy and several years of practicing sword control techniques before one could truly wield the sword control technique. Moreover, spiritual artifacts might require magical power to manipulate, a force only possessed by disciples of the Tao transformation realm, a realm that felt like an unattainable dream for him at present. Lin Feng understood this principle, which is why he felt indifferent towards the spiritual artifacts. However, seeing his fellow junior sisters facing potential doom in the Beast Mountain was somewhat unbearable. Noticing the group of women across from him displaying signs of vigilance and intrigue, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had a peculiar affinity with the female disciples of the immortal sect. The last time he encountered a junior sister was Chinyu, and now he chanced upon dozens of them. Don and Appos, just stand there. Come with me. On a sparse mountain peak, 3 bonfires flickered to life, each surrounded by 7 or 8 women, with a few others stationed nearby to keep watch. They nibbled on grilled food while occasionally stealing glances at the young man sitting alone, eyes closed at a distance. Senior Sister Wu. Is this Lin's senior brother truly a newly admitted outer disciple from the Alchemy Academy? I heard that a month ago. The and Appos, for Win's Alliance and Appos, from the Blade Academy was actively seeking news about him and was secretly plotting against him. However, based on the rumors, Lin's senior brother's strength doesn't seem that formidable. His external prowess is at most at the inner strength realm, which can only contend with 2 or 3 chi strength realm warriors but cannot fully annihilate them, let alone those at the peak realm. Could it be that he possesses some hidden abilities? Just like you, senior sister, you reached the chi strength realm a year ago. And after a year of rigorous training and the gifts from the Peak Academy, your cultivation has stabilized at the 4th layer of chi refinement. Just a step away from breaking through. The woman in the blue dress swallowed a mouthful of rations and gently caressed the wrapped sword resting on her lap. She gazed at the broad silhouette of Lin Feng and shook her head. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Let us not encroach upon each other's boundaries. Moreover, Lin's senior brother does not seem to be a scheming villain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forged a mortal enmity with the Blade Academy. We need not worry about him suddenly turning against us to seize these spiritual artifacts. The female disciples began to whisper among themselves, punctuated by soft laughter. Lin Feng gazed up at the starry sky, overwhelmed by the vast and mysterious world above him. His strength had already reached a level comparable to the peak realm's perfection, and the power he possessed after mastering his psychic energy far surpassed that of an average peak realm chi refinement warrior. Especially with his mutated psychic thoughts, he could transform into various fierce beast phantoms and forcibly devour and integrate others' thoughts to enhance his own psychic cultivation. Having achieved a new level in his external cultivation, Lin Feng was certain of his capabilities. Historically, the pinnacle of external cultivation was the inner strength realm. Now, his level had advanced to the mimetic realm. The mimetic realm was born from Lin Feng's ability to conjure different beast phantoms through his psychic thoughts, enabling him to simulate various forms. Thus, a new chapter in the history of external cultivation had emerged, the mimetic realm. Lin's senior brother, please have some cooked food. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. It was the blue-clad woman. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, exhaling a deep breath, feeling an unusual tranquility wash over him, as if he were the sole being in the universe. Accepting the steaming roasted meat, he nodded slightly, admitting he was indeed quite hungry. After all this haste, I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude. The blue-clad woman, aware of Lin Feng's taciturn nature, did not mind and settled beside him on a rock. What plans do you have upon returning to the immortal sect, senior brother? I have grown up in the sect and am accustomed to the intrigues. Given the Blade Academy's unscrupulous style, now that you have slain Yu Feng, the Four Winds Alliance will surely not let you off easily. Lin Feng did not respond, merely devouring the roasted meat voraciously. Of course, if Lin's senior brother remains at the Alchemy Peak, under the protection of Lord Tiger and Lord Crane, those outer disciples from the Blade Academy would not dare to act against you. Finishing the last bite of meat, Lin Feng patted his stomach and turned to glance at the blue-clad woman. If they dare to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to strike back. Having slain the Qi Refinement 7th layer Nia demon a few days prior, though luck played a part, it had granted Lin Feng a cleansing of spirit and a surge of courage. He realized that mere strength did not equate to true prowess. He felt capable of challenging those above his level, empowered by his peculiar psychic energy. The stronger his psychic energy, the greater the amplification of his power. However, a question soon arose in his mind that perhaps this Wu junior sister could elucidate. You know, I cultivate external techniques. My venture into the Beast Mountain was to harness blood sacrifice to solidify my psychic energy. Thankfully, I succeeded. Yet, I find myself puzzled as to why the sect categorizes this blood sacrifice method as forbidden and strictly prohibits its use unless absolutely necessary. The blue-clad woman paused, then realized. Actually, I'm not entirely sure about this either. This prohibition has been passed down through generations and has become common knowledge in the realm of cultivation. I once posed this question to my seniors, and they all seem to convey a similar sentiment. It leads to demonization. Demon is a fatal flaw for cultivators, whether it be heart demons, soul demons, or the legendary Tao demon. All provoke heavenly wrath. Historical records indicate that great powers who failed their tribulations often resorted to blood sacrifice to solidify their thoughts during the Qi refinement stage. Thus, for millennia, blood sacrifice has been deemed forbidden. Seeing Lin Feng and Appo's contemplative expression, the blue-clad woman continued, therefore, the sect usually abandons outer disciples who cultivate through blood sacrifice. The cost of nurturing a disciple is considerable. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. He had fortuitously succeeded in his advancement but had unwittingly sown seeds of trouble for his future cultivation. The path of cultivation was indeed fraught with challenges. A gust of mountain wind swept through, causing the bonfire to crackle and flicker, though others felt nothing amiss. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon sensing a chilling aura enveloping the mountaintop. This psychic energy was immensely powerful, several times stronger than the two Qi Refinement 5th layer foes he had slain. The gust moments ago was not a true wind, but rather a ripple of air caused by the passage of that psychic energy. Thankfully, the presence soon dissipated, as the one emanating that psychic energy seemed merely to be probing the surroundings. Lin Feng listened intently for any unusual sounds nearby, finding none. It appeared the psychic energy that had swept past was at an extraordinary level. Regardless, this formidable individual could locate their group at any moment. Should they take an interest in the blue-clad woman's spiritual artifact, they would have no means to resist. Contemplating this, Lin Feng stood, his expression grave. Wu junior sister. Alert all the junior sisters to rise immediately. We must exit the Beast Mountain post-haste. A powerful expert just passed by, and their psychic energy is formidable. Likely at least at the Qi strength realm. This place is no longer safe. We must evacuate swiftly. What? The blue-clad woman was taken aback, having no doubt about Lin Feng's words. All right, we will set off at once. Though the spiritual artifact was somewhat damaged, once they returned to the sect and infused it with some blood crystal, it could still exert at least 70 to 80% of its power. Quickly, the team regrouped. They were well-trained disciples. Within the dense, ancient forest, a group of over 30 individuals advanced silently. Leading the group was Lin Feng, who had sensed correctly that the pursuing forces were multiplying behind them, and the storm of trouble was looming. Brother Lin, this place is not suitable for battle. If we are surrounded, our escape will be nearly impossible. Although the young woman in the green robe spoke urgently, her expression remained calm and unyielding. This was a significant predicament. Lin Feng cursed his misfortune. Had there been no experts at the 7th level of Qi refining among the pursuers, he would have felt no fear. With his current strength, he could barely contend with those at the 6th level of Qi refining. However, Recalling the immense psychic energy he sensed not long ago, a sense of despair washed over him. After hastening for 3 hours, the pace of the entire group began to slow. The majority of the female disciples were at the second and third levels of qi refining, and it was already impressive that they could keep up with Lin Feng for such a distance. Continuing like this was unsustainable. They might perish from exhaustion before the enemy could reach them. Sensing that his junior sisters were nearing their limits, Lin Feng made a resolute decision to stop. "Brother Lin, you lead the others away. I will stay behind to hold them off." The green-robed woman was drenched in sweat, while the other disciples collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as soon as they halted. Lin Feng said nothing but unfastened the burden on his back and handed it to the woman, whispering, "Inside are over 40 blood crystals. Take them and leave with the others. If you can safely return to the sect, find a chance to give half of these blood crystals to senior brother Feng Tianyuan among the loose cultivators. The rest you may keep for yourself." Ignoring the woman's astonished gaze, Lin Feng swiftly turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Watching Lin Feng's disappearing figure, the green-robed woman bit her lip and calmly commanded, "Let us hurry back to the sect and request assistance from the senior sisters." The news of a spiritual weapon appearing in the Beast Mountain had spread 5 days prior, igniting the excitement of all outer disciples entering the mountain for trials. The prospect of obtaining a spiritual weapon to present to the sect promised astonishing rewards. Few outer disciples could resist such temptation, Lin Feng being the exception. At this moment, several groups had converged, totaling over 300 individuals. The leaders of some groups were at the 3rd level of qi refining, while others reached the 4th level. There were also solitary cultivators, all at the 4th and 5th levels of qi refining. Yet, they exhibited wisdom, quietly trailing behind the larger group. The reason these larger groups refrained from taking action was due to the alarming news circulating. Some trial disciples had discovered the gruesome remains of 2 significant figures in the mountain. One was a dismembered master of the Three Flowers realm, notably the infamous outer disciple of the Sword Academy, Nie Imo, known for his ruthlessness and treachery. He was feared by all, yet someone had managed to slay him. The other was a Sword Academy disciple, Yu Feng, whose death bore the marks of a singular perpetrator. If it were indeed the same individual, it implied utter disregard for the Sword Academy. What did this signify? It indicated that even more formidable experts lurked within the Beast Mountain. Disciple at the 7th level of qi refining could wield divine weapons. And if they chose to massacre their foes, it would be as effortless as drinking water. Coupled with the disunity among the groups, everyone feared becoming a target and facing the wrath of other factions. Lin Feng recognized this and steeled himself to turn back. Perhaps there was a chance. If he did not act, everyone might be exhausted to the point of despair, and even his strength would be insufficient to save them. Suddenly, a cry of anguish pierced the air. Someone had been ambushed. The entire group halted, adopting a defensive stance. A tense atmosphere enveloped them. "Kill." A figure burst forth from the dense forest, unleashing a ferocious aura that ignited the battlefield. Lin Feng's psychic energy spread across a 10-meter radius as he wielded a long staff he had found, sweeping it down with devastating force, causing continuous screams to erupt from the crowd. "Everyone scatter. Do not cluster together," someone shouted, but the cacophony of screams drowned out his voice. A pair of blood-red eyes glinted with cold malevolence as Fist struck without restraint, leaving no chance for those attacked to rise again. This time, Lin Feng showed no mercy, maximizing the lethality of every strike. A gruesome sight followed. A still-beating heart was hurled away. The battle tilted toward a one-sided massacre with a forceful swing of his right arm. Lin Feng sent a hapless victim flying. If he killed 10 or 20, it might have felt trivial, but once the count exceeded 50, the makeshift team began to descend into chaos. The sudden onslaught was devoid of any discernible strategy, charging wherever the numbers were greatest. The brutality of the attacks, accentuated by a faint golden glow emanating from Lin Feng, rendered them impervious to any weaponry. "Attempt to flee, and you will lose your life." Lin Feng struck down, crushing the skull of a dodging opponent into his own chest. Then, with a swift kick, he sent a large attacker flying, breaking him in half. "Run!" someone shouted, jolting the terrified onlookers into action. One person's flight inspired another, and soon the remaining 100 or so disciples were frantically scattering in every direction. Lin Feng identified a direction and pursued, betting that the largest fleeing group belonged to the Sword Academy's reinforcements. He was more than willing to slay additional outer disciples from the Sword Academy. A while later, silence fell over the area, leaving behind a carpet of corpses, grotesquely mangled, with a nauseating stench of blood. Suddenly, one of the bodies stirred, and a figure rose, drenched in blood, eyes hollow and lifeless, trembling at the surrounding carnage. Another pretender to death crawled from the pile, fear evident in their gaze. They had witnessed merciless killings before, but never had they seen such unrestrained savagery. They recalled the body of Nyamo hanging from a tree, the crude insults etched into the bark, and the notorious Yufeng, who defied blades without fear. Only those at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refining could withstand such brutality, their bodies fused with Qi. Ordinary weapons posed no threat to them. Once the Qi merged with their weapons, they became divine tools, and only disciples of the Three Flowers realm possess such weapons. This individual had wreaked havoc solely with his physical form. Should he unleash his Qi weapons, it was unlikely that more than 50 of the remaining 200 would survive. The two surviving disciples seemed to share a silent understanding, exchanging glances before deciding to flee this dreadful place. If they lingered, the overwhelming scent of blood would attract ferocious beasts, and encountering a horde would spell a far worse fate. It was destined to be a sleepless night. By a small stream, Lin Feng took advantage of the moonlight to cleanse the blood from his body. Today was indeed a thrilling day of slaughter. Those rabble were utterly defenseless. Once their will was shattered, their lives were no longer within their control. After pursuing the last of them to the stream's edge and dispatching a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement, Lin Feng could not be bothered to hunt down the remaining remnants. Humph, a mere junior in the condensation of Qi realm dares to oppose my inner vigor. Lin Feng chuckled coldly as he glanced at the lifeless body lying on the shore. The Four Winds Alliance of the Blade Academy would surely reconsider the consequences of opposing me. However, I neglected to inquire about that Wu junior sister's background. If she holds some significance, establishing a connection with her could serve as an escape route. To secure more options for himself, Lin Feng had invested considerably this time, a significant sum by his current standards. He not only refrained from coveting their spiritual artifacts but also ensured their protection throughout the journey. Before parting, he gifted them over 40 blood crystals, a gesture ample enough to win hearts. After leisurely cleansing himself, he felt an instant sense of rejuvenation. Clad in damp garments, Lin Feng once again plunged into the dense forest. After 4 days in the Beast Mountain, he noticed an increasing number of outer disciples along the path, signaling his imminent return to the sect. Yet, Lin Feng found it peculiar that some disciples turned pale upon seeing him, their gazes quickly averting. A few were understandable, but as he progressed, those of higher cultivation fled with even greater haste. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he seized an elder disciple, who, despite being merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, offered no resistance and cooperatively answered his inquiries. Poison demon, Lin Feng muttered. Realizing that those fortunate enough to escape had promptly reported the incident to their respective factions upon returning to the sect, causing a stir, especially within the Blade Academy, which had issued a manhunt. With the death of Yufeng from the Four Winds Alliance and the loss of a disciple of the Three Flowers realm, one recorded in the sect's annals and poised to enter the Dao transformation realm, this was indeed a grave matter. For years, conflicts among disciples at the Three Flowers realm resulted merely in victories and defeats, not annihilation. On the 3rd day, the Blade Academy released a bounty for the capture of the newly initiated disciple poison demon Lin Feng, promising a purple spirit pill to anyone who could bring him to the altar. Now, almost every outer disciple, except those traveling, was aware of the name Poison Demon. The price of a head equating to a purple spirit pill stirred ambitions among those who fancied themselves capable. After releasing the elder disciple, Lin Feng smirked. He never anticipated that within 2 months of arriving at the sect, he would have made enemies of the Blade Academy. Fortunately, inner disciples tended to regard such skirmishes with indifference. Nevertheless, the malice behind this label was evident, casting him as a villain and inciting public outrage. Lin Feng dismissed their threats, let them come if they dared. He quickened his pace back to the sect, reassuring himself that once he returned to the Pill Peak, he would fear no cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Ignoring the whispers of other disciples, Lin Feng finally reached the foot of Pill Peak unscathed. To his surprise, 10 disciples stationed at the gate appeared simultaneously, devoid of any arrogance and instead exuding a tone of deference. Had it not been for the proliferation of his image, they might never have guessed that the Apos, poison demon and Apos, causing such a ruckus was the very person they had previously deemed inconsequential. Having demonstrated the courage to slay the infamous Nye demon, these 10 peak cultivators held no standing to act superior before Lin Feng. In the sect, power dictated hierarchy rather than seniority. "Welcome back, senior brother Lin," they greeted with bows and respectful expressions. This was the custom of the sect. Strength earned one the title of senior brother or sister. Lin Feng acknowledged them with a calm nod before ascending the Pill Peak. "Ah, I have finally returned to my abode." The courtyard was as tranquil as ever. The magical tools and alchemy furnaces had been relocated, and unless under unusual circumstances, it was unlikely that Lord Tiger or Fairy Crane would visit soon. Lin Feng returned to his chamber for a much-needed rest, allowing his tense nerves to relax. The following day, as he stepped out of his room, he found Wang Ming standing anxiously at the door, holding a tray with 2 small porcelain vials. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, Wang Ming immediately spoke respectfully, "Senior Brother Lin, these are the spiritual pills sent by Senior Brother Feng. He intended to inform you, but asked me to deliver them, and then departed." So Feng Tianyuan had already come by. It seemed his generous gift had borne fruit. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief, realizing he had not misjudged him. The fact that Feng had visited despite the current turmoil indicated their alignment. What sort of pills are these? Spiritual pills held little value for him, and Feng should have known as much. Yet, he still sent them, hinting at something more significant. 1 5-elements pill and 3 bypass pills, Wang Ming revealed, his voice trembling at the mention of the 5-elements pill. Within the sect, such pills were rare, and Feng's willingness to part with one spoke volumes about their relationship. Lin Feng would have to proceed with caution in future dealings. The bypass pills were indeed valuable, sustaining one for a month, but the 5-elements pill was of no use to Lin Feng. Did Feng have ulterior motives? Senior Brother Lin, I will place this pill in your chamber. Should you require anything, feel free to send word. No need. I will keep the bypass pills, but you may take the 5-elements pill for yourself. Inform the other disciples at the gate that you will be under my command for about a month. Afterward, find a courtyard to reside in and focus on breaking through to the 5-chi realm. The 5-elements pill is currently useless to me, so take it and make the most of it. As he finished speaking, Lin Feng strode away. Having just advanced in external cultivation, he was eager to explore the benefits of possessing mental power. His next endeavor would involve mastering the application of inner vigor. Once he could fully unleash the power of the 5th level of inner vigor, his strength would multiply several times over. Arriving at the training ground, Lin Feng sat cross-legged to begin his day as practice. The divine power technique had been cultivated to its peak, and there was no need for further training in it. With his external cultivation entering a new realm, he sought new supplementary cultivation manuals, reciting the incantation of divine power technique. The first layer of vigor manifested on his body's surface, and a surge of mental energy enveloped him. He attempted to integrate it with the vigor. To master the vigor completely, one must first understand and familiarize oneself with it. Unexpectedly, his initial attempt succeeded. Lin Feng's mental energy could transform into 13 ferocious beasts. Now, as it fused with the vigor, he wondered if it could produce similarly bizarre transformations. With a thought, the layer of vigor began to expand slowly, detaching from his body. And under his mental control, it morphed into a giant ape towering 3 meters high. This was no mere illusion. It was a tangible manifestation of the vigor, a remarkably real giant ape. Lin Feng appeared as though he were hidden within the ape's belly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his complexion pale. Controlling the transformation of vigor with mental energy proved to be a formidable challenge. The giant ape and Apos' formation consumed his energy in mere breaths, causing the vigor to retract back into his body. Feeling a bit lightheaded, Lin Feng realized that mastering vigor necessitated training in mental energy. The stronger his mental energy, the easier it would be to control the vigor. Currently, his mental prowess could sustain a layer of vigor for only a few breaths. To adeptly command all 5 layers of vigor would require an unfathomable expenditure of mental energy. Lin Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Although my thoughts have mutated and can devour the thoughts of others, one must be cautious, for excessive actions may invite peril. Senior Brother Lin. Wang Ming stood respectfully at the side of the training ground. The enigmatic presence of Lin Feng left him profoundly shaken, particularly by the earlier scene. Is everything settled? Indeed. I have already conveyed the message to the senior brothers. Since you are here, I would like to inquire about something. How do you typically cultivate your mental prowess? Wang Ming looked at Lin Feng with a hint of confusion, but replied nonetheless. Generally, each Peak-S Academy bestows some cultivation manuals on the external disciples who successfully ascend. Some disciples also venture to the Sutra Pavilion to exchange for more advanced manuals. These individuals typically hail from esteemed backgrounds, while a few procure them from the trading market. Oh, which manual do you practice? Lin Feng and Apos' interest was piqued. I cultivate the Apos, divine meditation technique, and Apos, a high-tier manual that enhances mental strength through meditation. Noting the pride in Wang Ming and Apos' demeanor, Lin Feng smiled and asked, how many years have you been practicing? Precisely 18 years. My mental prowess has at least tripled. 18 years? Tripled? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had assumed that after such a lengthy period of cultivation, one and embarks' mental strength would reach a formidable level. Yet reality was far removed from his expectations. At this rate, when would he ever master the essence of his power? Observing the disbelief in Lin Feng's eyes, Wang Ming's expression faltered. Senior brother Lin, you must understand that my slow progress is due to my insufficient realm. If a fifth-tier brother practiced for 18 years, their mental prowess would have increased at least tenfold. Generally, those at the third tier would surpass 25 times. Only then could disciples at the peak of the third tier hope to challenge the transformation realm. So, the cultivation of mental strength is indeed related to one's own realm. The higher the strength, the swifter the progress. Lin Feng cast aside his distractions, furrowing his brow. Is a high-tier manual the best option? Not necessarily. In the Sutra Pavilion, there exist some top-tier cultivation methods, and there is even a supreme cultivation manual. However, no disciple has ever dared to practice it. For it is said that those who attempt the supreme manual suffer mental collapse within a month and perish within 2, with no one knowing the reasons why. Thus, over time, that supreme manual has become little more than an ornament. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all the effort he had put into mastering his telekinetic abilities, it was disheartening to realize that they were still too feeble to be of significant use. Wang Ming's Mind God technique was indeed a sophisticated secret manual, yet the pace of its cultivation was painfully slow. It was hard to imagine that even after 18 years, let alone 36 years of diligent practice, he would be able to wield his telekinesis at will. As for the supreme techniques hidden in the scripture pavilion, he dared not even entertain the thought. Forget it. You should go and cultivate. I need to practice a little longer. Lin Feng gestured for Wang Ming to leave. After Wang Ming departed, Lin Feng approached the testing pillar once more, eager to assess whether his telekinetic strength had shown any marked improvement. A layer of protective energy enveloped his fist, and as he struck, a powerful shockwave erupted, leaving a trail in the air. His fist landed heavily against the pillar, and he observed the same symbols continuously rearranging and shifting to counter the force of his blow. At the mid-stage of the fifth layer of Qi refinement, with intermediate control over his power and superior fire attribute, the other 4 attributes remained weak, rendering further advancement improbable. Hearing this evaluation brought a faint smile to Lin Feng's lips. Merely utilizing a single layer of protective energy allowed him to exert the strength of a mid-stage peak practitioner. He wondered how formidable the second layer of protective energy would be. With a mere thought, the second layer of protective energy manifested quietly, overlapping his fist. Boom. This strike seemed to make the testing pillar tremble, and to Lin Feng and Appos' astonishment, several of the constantly rearranging symbols shattered, only to be replaced by others. At the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, with intermediate control over strength and superior fire attribute, the remaining 4 attributes still lagged. With no hope for further advancement, an impulse surged within Lin Feng, compelling him to let out a triumphant roar. His control over power was merely at an intermediate level. Yet employing 2 layers of protective energy allowed him to unleash a force equivalent to that of a peak practitioner. What if his control were advanced? Surely, a single layer of protective energy would suffice to match the strength of a pinnacle Qi refinement practitioner. He decided to test the effects of 5 layers of stacked protective energy. His previous attempt to manipulate the form of the protective energy with telekinesis had consumed nearly 7 or 8 layers of strength. However, merely controlling the protective energy around such a small area as his fist was still quite manageable. As 5 layers of protective energy coalesced, his fist gleamed with a radiant golden light. On the 3rd punch, the explosive sound was absent, replaced instead by a blinding flash of gold striking the testing pillar. The pillar shuddered violently, producing cracking sounds as the symbols morphed into various illusions, collapsing in rapid succession within a single breath. Even the final apparition disintegrating into nothingness after 2 breaths of resistance. A powerful force emanated from the pillar, and Lin Feng was caught off guard. Sent flying through the air, the several-meter-high testing pillar crashed down, and a glowing orb gradually rose, hovering above the training ground. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. The force had been overwhelmingly strong. Had it not been for his exceptional physical defenses, he might have lost half his life in that instant. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, staring at the azure orb, pondering its true nature. Suddenly, the door to the testing ground burst open, and Wang Ming, who had only just left, stumbled back in. Upon seeing the hovering azure orb, he immediately knelt. banging his head against the ground 3 times. Disciple Wang Ming pays respects to Elder Fengshen. Elder Fengshen? Before Lin Feng could ask, the orb blazed with azure light, transforming into the image of a white-bearded elder. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Ming prostrated himself even lower, lacking the courage to raise his head. What is your name? You are the first disciple in a century from the Alchemy Institute to break my seal. Very well, very well. I am heartened to see such strength at your young age. My old friend will be pleased to know the Alchemy Institute has a successor, thus alleviating his regrets. It appeared that this Elder Fengshen had a connection to the Alchemy Institute and bore no ill will towards him. Disciple Lin Feng pays respects to the elder. Lin Feng also bowed, only to stand upright again. The elder showed no signs of displeasure, merely nodding. I am but a wisp of soul consciousness. Having controlled the testing pillar of the Alchemy Institute for nearly a century, since you have forcibly broken the seal I set years ago, it indicates your strength has reached the 3-flower stage. However, your control still requires refinement. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Haha, Lin Feng. Should you have the opportunity to enter the Dao transformation stage in the future, do not hesitate to visit Fengshen Mountain. I shall return to my true form now. Farewell. Elder. Wang Ming rose to bow again. Do not bow again. The elder has already departed. Lin Feng gazed in the direction the orb had vanished, feeling a tumult within his heart. If he could unleash a force comparable to that of a 3-flower stage practitioner by concentrating his entire strength, such progress was beyond his wildest dreams. Previously, his victory over the demon head, Nia, had been largely fortuitous. He had assumed that with 5 layers of stacked protective energy, he could only reach the 5th chi stage, yet the test revealed that he had directly leaped a level. It seemed that from now on, he needed to focus not only on refining his telekinesis, but also on honing his control over strength. Brother Wang, what is the matter? Wang Ming jolted back to reality. His gaze toward Lin Feng filled with newfound respect. Lin Feng found it somewhat overwhelming to endure such scrutiny. Who is this Elder Fengshen? Brother, you might be new here and unaware of many things. The Elder Fengshen is a legendary figure, one of the most renowned elders among the 5 great sects in nearly a millennium. When he was at the 4th level of Dao transformation, he spent 300 years creating a divine ability known as the Fengshen Miesian Ju, which is hailed as pseudo-immortal technique, during the great assembly of the 5 sects. He used this technique to defeat a pseudo-ancient giant at the 7th level of Dao transformation, astonishing the entire realm of cultivation. Upon returning to the sect after the assembly, he was immediately honored with the title Elder Fengshen and granted an independent peak, which is now the 2nd-ranked Fengshen Mountain of the Beast Spirit sect. Divine ability. Pseudo-immortal technique. Legendary figure. Pseudo-ancient giant. This series of terms sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Lin Feng, seemingly illuminating a new path in cultivation. Alas, though these are merely hearsay, the discrepancies are unlikely to be significant. That Elder Wuzi from the Medicine Peak enjoys a prestigious status. Yet even he shows deference to Elder Fengshen. This illustrates the high standing of Elder Fengshen. It has been said that he is the most likely among all elders to advance to the rule stage and become a true ancient cultivator. Are all the testing pillars of the Alchemy Institute set up by Elder Fengshen himself? Indeed, this testing pillar is solely for assessing outer disciples, though it is limited to those below the 3-flower stage. Disciples who reach the 3-flower stage generally enter a prolonged period of seclusion, aiming to break into the Dao transformation stage, rendering testing meaningless for them. Do you know of any connection between Elder Fengshen and the Alchemy Institute? Wang Ming scratched his head, then shook it. I haven't heard anything about that, but Elder Fengshen mentioned that once you reach the Dao transformation stage, you may visit him on Fengshen Mountain. By then, you will have a significant backing, aside from the elders. All other inner disciples in the sect will treat you with deference. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Dao transformation stage? I suppose I shall address that when I truly reach it. After 10 days of tranquil days on the Medicine Peak, Lin Feng diligently practiced his boxing techniques each day. He had ceased to merely pursue speed and explosive power. Instead, he focused on comprehending the nuances of control during his training. The magic claw 4 styles had been unearthed from his storage bag, its origin a mystery, perhaps acquired by the crane fairy from some unknown place. This boxing technique comprised only 4 movements: grasp, hook, pinch, and take. The essence of the technique lay in the explosive strike and the subsequent grasping, manipulating tendons and bones, and sealing vital points. Initially, Lin Feng did not perceive anything particularly special about it, but after several days of contemplation and practice, he found himself increasingly exhilarated. This martial art places great emphasis on the application of finger strength, particularly the mastery of the internal force, which must be refined to the minutest detail. Only when the force exerted by all 10 fingers is equal can the power of each strike become truly formidable. A clear 5-finger impression was left on a hard stone. And Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction from his arduous training over the past 10 days. He had a premonition that if he continued this method of training, his control over strength would inevitably reach a state of perfection. Indeed, this strike is beginning to take shape. A voice echoed in his mind, expressing surprise. "Ah, I am astonished. You have actually gathered your thoughts. Wait a moment, your thoughts seem peculiar. Pan, you have finally awakened. You have quite a knack for chaotic methods. You forcibly activated the guiding force through a blood sacrifice. Fortunately, your talisman was given by that large cat, which contains its spiritual imprint. Otherwise, the souls of those 13 ferocious beasts would not have been easily absorbed by you. A majestic spirit beast ended up manifesting as a large cat upon your summoning. I wonder how the white tiger would react if it found out. You are indeed fortunate." The pressure from the large cat's spiritual imprint prevented the ferocious beast souls from retaliating. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to a corpse long ago. However, you will face heavenly retribution in the future, for a demonic seed now resides within your thoughts. Lin Feng and Appos, as heart stirred, he was already aware of this matter. Yet, hearing Pan state it so earnestly made him unable to resist asking, "Do you have a way to avoid this heavenly punishment?" "Well, perhaps there is a way, but I have forgotten it. Sigh, this is why you must continually strive and be fortunate. For only then will you have the opportunity to step into the realm of transformation. Do you think cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking? This gathering of thoughts is a matter of life and death. However, my external skills have finally advanced, making this risk worthwhile." Lin Feng felt a sense of pride. "I shall refer to the new realm of external skills as the mimetic realm. Pan, what do you think?" "Passable," it replied dismissively. "Your strength is too weak. I can hardly be bothered with your trivial matters. If I hadn't sensed some changes in your body, I would still be asleep inside. Do you have any plans for what to do next?" What a blow to my confidence. Lin Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. "I have some ideas, but my mental power cultivation is too shallow, and my foundation is weak. I can and amp, Appos, to even fathom when my thoughts will come to fruition. By the way, Pan, do you have any secret techniques to quickly enhance mental power?" Silence filled his mind. Pan seemed to be deep in thought. After a long pause, it finally responded, "I have mastered various arts and divinations throughout history, and I have temporarily forgotten them." Lin Feng felt thoroughly defeated. Realizing that Pan was merely a master of words, reminiscent of a con artist in the mundane world, eloquent in speech but ineffective in action. Must I truly spend decades slowly cultivating? Lin Feng and Appos, as heart brimmed with reluctance. Not necessarily. There is a relatively swift path to cultivate mental power. Before your thoughts solidify, I am firmly opposed to you pursuing it. However, now we have no choice but to consider this. You should learn alchemy. It all depends on your aptitude. Alchemy? Lin Feng and Appos, brows furrowed. What connection does it have with cultivating mental power? Do you think alchemy is merely about tossing herbs into a cauldron? It is a profoundly intricate discipline, and throughout history, no one has dared claim complete mastery over it. The crux of alchemy lies in mental power, especially for outer disciples in the chi refinement stage. As for inner disciples in the transformation stage, they utilize soul power. Only with soul power can their alchemy skills advance by leaps and bounds. I distinctly recall a talented alchemist from 1,000 years ago. No. Perhaps it was 2,000 years ago, or even 3. Never mind. At any rate, there was a remarkably gifted alchemist who, at the 5th level of chi refinement, only spent 3 months learning alchemy, and his mental power increased tenfold. 2 years later, it surged 100-fold, and after 10 years, when he reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, his mental power had increased 1,000-fold, surpassing even the soul power of inner disciples in the first stage of transformation. Impossible. That sounds too extraordinary. Are you certain you remember accurately? Lin Feng stammered, fearing he was being deceived again. Bah, I Don and Appos, need to deceive you over such trivial matters. That alchemist was renowned in the cultivation world during his chi refinement stage. After entering the transformation stage, he became the youngest Danzun in just 50 years. What happened afterward, I cannot recall. Fine, I concede. I am convinced by you. Lin Feng grew weary of conversing with it. He concluded that rather than waste time in this tedious dialogue, it would be more beneficial to focus on his practice. Well then, since you do not believe, you can spend decades slowly realizing your grand vision. After several decades, you will still be in your 50s and may still have a chance to strive for the transformation stage. Moreover, for the next few decades. You should obediently remain at the Dan Peak to cultivate. Pan spoke lazily, for it had all the time in the world to waste with Lin Feng. It added, by the way, I sense several energies akin to large ants swirling beneath the Dan Peak. They carry a murderous intent. Lin Feng and Apos' expression shifted. The large ants Pan referred to were likely those disciples seeking his life, given the irresistible allure of the bounty offered by the Knife Academy. I do not understand alchemy, and Apos, Pan, and Apos, do you? Feeling cornered, Lin Feng considered that although Pan and Apos' words seemed exaggerated, desperate times called for desperate measures. I have already stated that there is nothing in this world I do not know. I merely forgot. Just as Lin Feng was about to lose his temper, Pan continued. If you can find me the 5 elements spiritual energy crystals to absorb, I might temporarily regain some strength and perhaps recall some things. 5 elements spiritual energy crystals? What are those? I knew you wouldn't and Apos, Tino. The 5 elements spiritual energy crystals are a special type of energy-storing mineral crystal. Regular crystals typically contain a mix of chaotic spiritual energy, while pure single-element crystals are exceedingly rare and precious. If one were to appear, factions would likely clash over it. Then telling me is of no use. It is useful. Do you remember the girl I urged you to save the last time? You mean the junior sister Qin Yu who was being hunted by the Knife Academy? What happened to her? Does she possess pure 5 elements spiritual energy crystals? Indeed. Very pure, and it is a fire element spiritual energy crystal. Although it is not much, I am not greedy. I would be content to absorb just a little. Pan retreated back into the purple space for rest, reminding Lin Feng that he could communicate through thought if necessary, as it would sense him. Lin Feng was eager for its departure. After a lengthy monologue, it offered him an idea that was hardly a solid plan. Although he had previously saved junior sister Qin Yu, the value of the fire element spiritual energy crystal could not be casually handed over to others. He could not rely on the life-saving favor to forcibly demand it, which left him in a quandary. Lin Feng continued practicing the demonic claw 4 styles for 3 more days, feeling that his strength had seemingly improved again. However, he had destroyed the testing pillar, so he could not ascertain the extent of his control over strength after days of arduous training. On the 14th day, the elusive Lord Tiger made an appearance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, its eyes nearly bulged out. It could distinctly sense that the tiger talisman it had left with Lin Feng had been forcibly broken, transforming into guiding force to aid him in gathering his thoughts. It appears that even a fleeting spiritual imprint within one's thoughts is on the verge of being assimilated. The white tiger has truly broadened its horizons this time. Upon returning to Dan Peak, it specifically sought out Lin Feng. The outside world had already descended into chaos. Had it not been for someone searching for it, it might have remained oblivious to the seismic events that had transpired in the alchemy courtyard during this period. Initially, it was skeptical, deeming the uproar outside to be somewhat exaggerated, but upon encountering Lin Feng in person, its perspective shifted instantaneously. Goodness. This lad has seemingly experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength within just over 20 days of absence. Master Tiger, why have you emerged from your seclusion? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the white tiger and Apos' intense gaze upon him. Surely, this sentient beast harbored no ulterior motives towards him, particularly not due to his grievances with the Sword Academy. Remaining in isolation for an extended period was not a viable solution. He needed to find some leisure time to stretch his legs and breathe fresh air, not to mention revisit Dan Peak. After all, this is my domain. Understanding this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't about his grievances with the Sword Academy, there was nothing to fret over. As a legitimate outer disciple of the alchemy courtyard, this guardian spirit beast ought to offer him some measure of protection, seemingly aware of Lin Feng's concerns. The white tiger casually stroked its whiskers and remarked, "As for your issues with the Sword Academy, you must resolve them on your own. I shall not intervene on your behalf. Provided you do not storm Sword Peak, feel free to create whatever chaos you desire. As long as you do not seek death or possess the confidence to instill fear in all the outer disciples of the Sword Academy, along with those greedy others." Lin Feng had never anticipated the white tiger to come to his aid. Senior brother Feng Tianyuan had once stated, "Below the Dao transformation realm, all are but ants." The enmity between him and the outer disciples of the Sword Academy was merely akin to a group of ants bullying another ant, or a fearless ant challenging a multitude of powerful ants. Regardless, the conclusion remained the same. Their ant-like skirmishes were beneath the contempt of the exalted inner disciples or the great spirit beasts. Nonetheless, he intended to leisurely explore the celestial gate over the next few days. Do you have any matters to attend to? The white tiger cast a glance at Lin Feng. In truth, you likely have numerous tasks at hand, do you not? You handle your affairs while I indulge in a stroll. These are two separate matters, are they not? Even Lin Feng, not the sharpest, could discern the underlying meaning in its words and promptly replied with respect, I shall pave the way for you, esteemed one. At the entrance of Dan Peak, 10 guarding disciples respectfully knelt on the ground. Even Wang Ming, who had been in seclusion, returned to his post. Fully aware that they could not afford to be negligent regarding the return of the guardian spirit beast, Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he walked past, followed closely by the white tiger, now reduced in size to about 3 meters. You may rise. We bid farewell to the great tiger. Once the pair had vanished from sight, the 10 guarding disciples cautiously stood up. Wang Shidi, was that Lin Shixiang who just passed by? It seemed as though the great tiger had become his follower, one disciple remarked, astonished. What's so surprising about that? I have even seen Elder Fengshen. Even Elder Fengshen's attitude towards Lin Feng was exceptional. Thus, the great tiger following Lin Shixiang is not an extraordinary occurrence, Wang Ming replied, lightly clearing his throat. Such blasphemous remarks should not be made carelessly. Should they reach the ears of the law enforcement elder, none would end well. Indeed, Wang Shidi is correct. This Lin Shixiang has caused quite a stir among the outer disciples. Our days have not been easy either. Those at the 7th level of Qi refining frequently loiter around. And I am constantly on edge. Thankfully, they have yet to dare to breach the gates openly. Quite right. We should return to our posts. It is best to remain cautious while the great tiger is present. One by one, the 10 disciples of the Peak realm vanished, and tranquility returned to the entrance. Before long, over 20 figures discreetly departed from the foot of Dan Peak, retreating hurriedly, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Humph. There were indeed quite a number of experts hiding at the entrance, over 20 in total. Had the white tiger not been at my back, I likely would have faced ambushes from all sides the moment I stepped out, making it difficult even for my vengeful spirit to seek out adversaries after death. Lin Feng thought, drenched in cold sweat. His current strength was insufficient to simultaneously contend with so many skilled opponents. Perhaps only when he truly mastered the second form of his true Qi would he be able to confront such ambushes head-on. Young man, where are you headed? You shall soon find out. Just wait a moment. Lin Feng noticed a disciple nearby attempting to evade them, a smile creeping onto his lips. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his speed astonishing even the white tiger behind him. Capture. Lin Feng's right hand formed into a claw and seized the disciple's shoulder, applying just enough pressure that the disciple could barely make a sound. Your cultivation is quite commendable for the Peak realm. Lin Feng's faint smile only intensified the disciple's sweat. His eyes filled with terror, unable to utter a word. Are you a disciple of the Sword Academy? Why yes, oh no. Not. The disciple's demeanor revealed the notorious reputation Lin Feng had acquired. A Peak realm cultivator, typically a dominant figure in the secular world, appeared as a mere lamb before him. Upon releasing his grip, the disciple slumped to the ground in a heap. Very well, I shall not make things difficult for you. I merely wish to inquire about something. Where is the esteemed Qin Shimi, who was bullied by your Sword Academy, currently cultivating? She is at the 7 Sword Hall. Where is the 7 Sword Hall? The 7 Sword Hall is a small faction under the Sword Academy. You will find it easily by inquiring around the Sword Peak. The Sword Academy disciple and Appos, his throat quivered, his body trembling. To a true expert, a defeated opponent loses the right to perish by their hand. Although Lin Feng did not consider himself a true master, he found no need to act against such a person, nor did he possess the disposition of a murderer. Along their path, any disciples who caught sight of Lin Feng and the white tiger either scurried away or bowed respectfully to the ground. The white tiger remained unchanged. Yet Lin Feng genuinely savored the esteem that came with being alongside a formidable presence. For the first time, he felt a sense of superiority and dominance. The 7 Sword Hall was a minor faction, with fewer than 500 members among the outer disciples. Of the 7 leaders, 6 were at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining, while 1 was at the 7th level, a blossoming cultivator. These 7 individuals were once the most esteemed disciples of a martial arts sect in the secular world, renowned as the 7 heroes of the martial arts world. Embodying a sense of chivalry and righteousness, after entering the Celestial Gate, they strove diligently, carving out a small territory for themselves and forming the moderately renowned 7 Sword Hall. Within the training grounds of the 7 Sword Hall, 7-figure sword and dove, there's 7 spirit swords intertwining in the air, forming a remarkable formation. Heavenly Gang, Northern Dipper. 7 kill formation, deploy. An authoritative voice commanded, and the 7 figures began to rotate on the ground, establishing a northern dipper formation. The 7 spirit swords above emitted a series of gentle chimes as torrents of spiritual energy surged into the sword formation. After half an hour, the formation ceased its absorption of spiritual energy, the spirit swords returning as the 7 masters simultaneously opened their eyes. Brother, there is a noticeable disparity in our strengths. The Heavenly Gang, Northern Dipper, 7-kill formation has exhibited some flaws. It seems our 6 younger brothers must strive to cultivate diligently to achieve the 7th level of chi refining. Only then can we properly execute this 7-kill formation, which would allow us to train for an hour and a half to 2 hours. Second brother speaks wisely, we must indeed work hard. Alas, with the outer disciple competition approaching in a month, we shall no longer be eligible to participate. The elder brother has already reached the initial stage of the 3 flowers realm, making it impossible for us to form the 7-kill formation to contend for the purple spirit pill. Dear brothers, my advancement to the 3 flowers realm is largely due to your graciousness during the last competition, allowing me to acquire the purple spirit pill. However, all of you have already achieved completion at the 6th level of chi refinement. With just another year or 2 of diligent cultivation, we can all break through to the 3 flowers realm together. It turns out that these 7 individuals are the founders of the 7-Sword Hall and the 7 Hall Masters. The and Appos, Heavenly Gang Beidou 7-kill formation and Appos. They created not only traps and slays enemies, but also harnesses the formation and Appos' power to absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth for their cultivation. They are renowned among the outer disciples. Report. The esteemed Lord Tiger from the Alchemy Academy has arrived. A disciple rushed into the training area, his expression somewhat flustered. Upon hearing that Lord Tiger had come, the 7 Hall Masters were startled and leaped to their feet. Spirit beasts are comparable to inner disciples at the Tao Transformation realm. And in terms of status, they rank even higher than disciples at the 3rd level of the Tao Transformation realm. Why would such a formidable being suddenly visit the humble 7-Sword Hall? Quickly, let us greet Lord Tiger with the utmost respect. The Hall Master Louis Feng was the first to dash out of the training area, followed closely by the other 6 figures. Inside the 7-Sword Hall, disciples knelt in reverence, while in the center sat a tiger yawning repeatedly. Beside it stood a man with an innocent expression. This tiger is not pushing me into the fire pit. With so many disciples trembling in fear on their knees, I alone stand here, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Lin Feng surveyed the 7-Sword Hall. The arrangement was quite commendable. Particularly striking was a painting hanging on the wall, which captivated one's gaze at first glance. The painting depicted a man standing at the edge of a cliff, with a vast blue ocean before him, and a rising sun casting its glow upon the man's face, rendering it mysteriously enchanting. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary painting, but upon closer inspection, Lin Feng found himself increasingly entranced and astonished. The sun seemed to slowly rise, while the man's figure gradually faded with its ascent. By the time the sun fully emerged from the horizon, the man's silhouette had vanished from the cliff's edge, leaving only the ocean and a sea of golden sunlight in the world. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, jolting him awake. The painting on the wall was still an utterly mundane artwork. Everything he had just witnessed seemed to have been an illusion. Retracting his gaze, Lin Feng discovered that the kneeling disciples had dispersed, leaving behind 7 distinguished elderly gentlemen. The 7 Hall Masters. They gazed at Lin Feng with anticipation, as if waiting for his response. You were fixated on that painting. Did you discern something profound? The white tiger inquired, examining the painting with its piercing gaze, finding nothing remarkable about it. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before not immediately responding. Instead, he clasped his fists in respect to the 7 Hall Masters. I apologize for the disturbance caused by my sudden visit. Esteemed brothers, I hope you can forgive me. Junior brother Lin, you are too courteous, they replied, though internally they were lamenting their misfortune. They had initially thought it was merely Lord Tiger's visit, and that serving him would suffice, but upon meeting, they discovered that the young man accompanying Lord Tiger was the very person they were most reluctant to engage with. They were disciples of the Sword Academy and bore no fear of those from the Blade Academy. However, the troubles caused by junior brother Lin had escalated to the point of public outrage due to immense interests at play. Little Lu, do enlighten me. Whose masterwork is this painting? The figure within it seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen him before, the white tiger remarked, pointing at the painting with its paw. Louis Feng immediately replied with respect. This painting was created by the Sword God during his enlightenment. The man depicted is none other than the current Sword God Elder. The Sword God Elder? Is he not the second Grand Elder of the Sword Academy who has been in seclusion for over 2 centuries? The White Tiger and Apos' voice rose in surprise. No wonder I found him somewhat familiar. It turns out to be him, the Sword God Elder born no name. He was utterly devoted to the sword. He began practicing at 7, took lives at 10, and by 20 had defeated all challengers in the martial world, earning the title of Sword God, the deity of swords. At 30, he attained the pinnacle of enlightenment at the Cliff of Sea Observation. At 50, he achieved the Tao transformation. In the following years, he vanquished 5 second-level demonic disciples at Tianma Mountain, 10 third-level demonic disciples in the 3rd year, and then sealed his sword and entered seclusion. 20 years later, he created the Reverse Light Extreme Sword Divine ability and single-handedly slayed the Island Lord of the Evil Demon Island, who possessed the 6th level of Tao transformation, achieving great renown, all before he turned 100. For reasons unknown, he fell into seclusion again. And for the past 200 years, there has been no word of him. He is regarded as the most gifted disciple in a millennium, second only to the Divine Seal Elder, and was bestowed the title of Sword God Elder by the Celestial Realm. Louis Feng continued, seemingly eager to share more. This painting was created by the Sword God Elder during his enlightenment at the Cliff of Sea Observation. For over 200 years, countless disciples have attempted to comprehend it, yet none have gained any insight, deeming it an ordinary painting. When we 7 brothers established the 7-Sword Hall, the Sword Academy gifted us this piece. Lin Feng sensed that this painting was far from ordinary. What he had seen earlier was certainly not a mere illusion. If this painting was indeed crafted by the Sword God Elder during his enlightenment, it must possess hidden secrets. The fact that other disciples of the Sword Academy had failed to unravel its mysteries indicated either their lack of qualifications or the absence of the necessary opportunity. With this thought, Lin Feng felt an urge to linger and continue gazing at the painting. The Sword God Elder achieved enlightenment in a single moment. If he could glean even a fraction of wisdom from it, it would greatly enhance his own strength. Currently, the 2 prominent figures he was aware of were extraordinary beings capable of challenging and even defeating far stronger foes, one being the Divine Seal Elder, the other the Sword God Elder. However, the primary purpose of his visit was not to contemplate the painting, but to seek out junior sister Qinyu and acquire the fire element spiritual crystal she possessed. The Sword God Elder took 20 years to achieve enlightenment. Lin Feng was no sword fanatic and certainly could not hope to reach such heights even in 200 years. Setting aside his contemplations, Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and respectfully stated, I have no ulterior motives in visiting today. I merely wish to discuss an important matter with junior sister Qin. May I inquire if she is currently in the 7-Sword Hall? Upon realizing that he was searching for Qinyu, the 7 Hall Masters simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best for this troublemaker to conclude his business swiftly and depart the 7-Sword Hall to avoid drawing attention from the Blade Academy. Before long, Qinyu was summoned. Initially puzzled as to why the 7 esteemed Hall Masters would call for her, she soon understood upon entering the hall that it was Lin Feng who sought her out. Respectfully bowing to the White Tiger, she then turned to Lin Feng with a sweet smile. Junior brother Lin, I am so relieved to see you back safely. My sister was asking about you the other day, chiding me for not visiting you at Dan Peak. I hope you do not hold it against me. A blush crept onto her fair cheeks, revealing her youthful innocence. Lin Feng felt somewhat awkward, scratching his nose. It was rather amusing that a virtuous young lady was so concerned about him while he was plotting to acquire her treasure. It was indeed a delicate situation to navigate. Junior sister Qin, I have come to you with an urgent matter, and I hope you can forgive my rudeness, Lin Feng said, feeling like a great deceiver. Before calling upon Pan with his thoughts, you've done well, finding the girl so quickly. Indeed, my instincts were correct. She possesses a pure fire element crystal. Though it seems to be sealed by some mysterious force, Pan suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Now, I can regain some strength. May I inquire what important matter you have, junior brother Lin? I shall do everything within my power to assist. Qinyu chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Young man, would you like to have the pendant around her neck? The thought raced through my mind, urging for a swift acquisition. The pendant? Could it possibly be that fiery spirit crystal? It is a trivial matter. But dear junior sister Qin, please do not feel compelled. If my request seems excessive, I hope for your understanding. Lin Feng cleared his throat a couple of times, gazing into the pure eyes of Qinyu, and softly inquired, Junior sister, could you possibly gift me the pendant around your neck? A chorus of astonished gasps filled the hall as the 7 masters of the 7-Sword Hall exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with intrigue towards the 2 younger individuals. After her initial surprise, Qinyu and Apos' face blushed deeply, turning crimson all the way to her neck. She averted her gaze, lowering her head to gaze at the ground, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "No way, you scoundrel." At that moment, the white tiger leaped over, slapping Lin Feng and Apos' shoulder with a paw, bellowing, "I thought you had important business at Sword Peak. Who would have imagined you were here to woo a girl? Ha ha ha, well done. I remember when I, Lord Tiger, was a respected elder in the mundane world. Those were indeed splendid days. You, my lad, have good taste. Bringing a wife home will surely enliven the alchemy peak." Lin Feng was now completely dumbfounded. He merely wished for a pendant, yet these elders had misconstrued his intentions. "That is not it, actually Haha. No need to explain, young man, I understand. You've reached that age, after all. It is only natural that a gentleman seeks a fair maiden. Moreover, it is destiny that brought you two together. The age-old tales of heroes rescuing damsels are forever unfolding. Do not be embarrassed." The hall master, Louis Feng, joined in, his every word crafted for the approval of Lord Tiger. Lin Feng ceased his protests. The misunderstanding had escalated to such a degree that further clarification would prove futile. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the charming Chinyu before him. Unexpectedly, she spun around and dashed out of the hall. A wave of astonishment swept through everyone. And even Lin Feng felt a surge of awkwardness. Had he known this would occur, he would have held his tongue. However, within mere breaths, a young male disciple hurriedly entered, cradling a vividly red jade pendant in his hands. "Senior brother Lin, this is the pendant that junior sister Qin asked me to deliver to you." Wow, this pendant indeed exuded an aura of mystery. It possessed a sealing enchantment. Yet, to one of my stature, unraveling such seals is a trivial task. "Young man, find a quiet place. I intend to absorb this fiery spirit crystal." Lin Feng did not linger in his response. He would clarify matters at a later date, for some misunderstandings cannot be resolved in mere moments. Now burdened with complications, he wished not to cause further trouble for others. "Brother Liu, do you have a quiet chamber where I might continue my seclusion?" "Young man, you can simply return to Alchemy Peak for your seclusion. It is far safer there." "I cannot remain by your side indefinitely," the white tiger expressed, somewhat discontented at the notion of Lin Feng secluding himself in the Seven-Sword Hall. "Chambers abound, since you do not mind our Seven-Sword Hall. I shall arrange one for you immediately," Louis Feng replied, then turned to the white tiger. "Lord Tiger, why not rest here for a few days? Recently, the secular sects have sent several hundred jars of fine daughter's red. I hear you were once a connoisseur of wines. Perhaps you could provide us with your esteemed guidance?" "Daughter's red? Haha, splendid. It has been over a century since I savored such exquisite wine." Upon hearing of the wine, the white tiger's expression brightened considerably. "When it comes to wine tasting, I, Lord Tiger, do not jest. I recall the days when I served as an elder in the martial world." Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already departed the hall, guided by a disciple of the third layer of Qi refinement. He had little interest in their idle chatter. His desire to seclude himself in the Seven-Sword Hall stemmed primarily from his reluctance to forfeit the opportunity to observe the painting left by the Sword God Elder. As they traversed the rear courtyard, they encountered a cliff, which led them through an artificially carved passage into a cave. "Brother, this cave contains over 70 secluded training spaces. Feel free to select any you wish. Should you require anything, simply convey your thoughts." With that, the disciple took his leave, and Lin Feng chose a relatively tidy chamber, closing the stone door behind him. "Pan, now that we are alone, what should I do?" Lin Feng summoned the entity. "Leave the rest to me. Merely maintain your focus," Pan instructed. A golden orb slowly emerged from Lin Feng's brow, casting a beam of golden light upon the jade pendant, which then vanished from sight. The brilliance of the orb intensified before returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. As the golden orb re-entered the spatial realm within Lin Feng's mind, he opened his eyes and asked, "Pan, how does it feel to have devoured that fiery spirit crystal?" "Moderate. I have yet to discern its essence. However, I have recalled something that may prove beneficial to you." Countless symbols surged into Lin Feng's consciousness, and just as he felt on the verge of fainting, Pan ceased the influx. The symbols transformed into characters that imprinted themselves deeply into Lin Feng's memory. The alchemy scripture, Lin Feng realized, as Pan transmitted a treatise on alchemical practices demanding thorough comprehension. The scripture is divided into 3 sections: the spiritual pill section, the law pill section, and the immortal pill section, and 3 chapters: the herb chapter, the alchemical furnace chapter, and the divine forging chapter. The 3 sections elucidate the pills to be refined at 3 major realms: containing hundreds of formulas and thousands of refining methods. The chapters serve as miscellaneous notes, with the herb chapter detailing the identification and cultivation of various spiritual herbs. The alchemical furnace chapter, in essence, is a craft of forging, focusing on the construction of different alchemical furnaces. However, what truly captivated Lin Feng's attention was the final divine forging chapter, whose contents filled him with uncontainable joy. The divine forging chapter comprises 3 realms: the 3-9 divine forging, the 6-9 divine forging, and the 9-9 divine forging. The 3-9 divine forging is primarily for warriors in the Qi refinement stage, while the 6-9 divine forging caters to cultivators in the Dao transformation realm. The 9-9 divine forging is reserved for those of supreme mastery in the realm of rules. Lin Feng was uncertain of the true value of this alchemy scripture, yet he surmised that its dissemination would undoubtedly incite chaos, particularly due to a line within the 3-9 divine forging incantation: spirit, neither born nor extinguished, transcending reincarnation, existing in ultimate freedom. The elaboration of this line reveals that if the spirit is undying, the soul does not enter reincarnation, thus roaming freely between heaven and earth. No wonder once a warrior enters the Dao transformation realm, their lifespan extends by 300 to 400 years. An undying thought merges with the soul. The stronger the thought, the stronger the soul, leading to an extended lifespan. The content of the alchemy scripture was vast. Lin Feng merely skimmed through the outline, gaining a rudimentary understanding of its purpose. How do you find it, young man? This scripture should hold some utility for you, no? Pan's languid voice inquired. This scripture is a treasure of mine. I typically do not share it with just anyone. At a loss, amidst the intricacies of the text, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. Quite simply, you sensed something when you beheld that painting in the hall of the 7-Sword Hall yesterday, did you not? Hee. Who would have thought that this humble beast spirit sect harbors such a prodigious talent, intertwining their path with artistry, conveying the Tao through their brushstrokes? Regrettably, the outer disciples of the Sword Academy, despite their practice of swordsmanship, have yet to delve deeply into the essence of the sword way, rendering them incapable of resonating with that painting. Lin Feng was taken aback, astonished that this Pan could sense the unusual state he had experienced at that moment. If what you say is true, then I am even less qualified to comprehend the sword way depicted in that painting. Why then? Does it resonate with me and conjure illusions? The answer is simple. While you may not be obsessed with the sword, you are indeed consumed by the desire to kill. A true swordsman must necessarily be one who is fervently passionate about slaying. Without such fervor, how can one grasp the ultimate essence of the sword? How can one cultivate to the supreme realm of unity between man and sword? The sword god, the deity of swords, is often described as one who has merged their spirit with the sword, where thought becomes both human and sword. That painting has seamlessly fused the realms of fervent killing and fervent swordsmanship. Your murderous intent does not evoke the sword soul within the painting, but rather the soul of killing. Pan elaborated eloquently, enlightening Lin Feng, revealing that this and Appos, Pan and Appos, could indeed serve as a remarkably competent mentor at times. What should I do then? Do nothing at all. That painting is an invaluable treasure for you. Although you are consumed by the desire to kill, your murderous intent is not yet profound. The stronger your murderous intent, the more you will glean from that painting. If one day you can entirely connect your fervent killing intent with the killing way depicted in the painting, then, in conjunction with the 3-9 refining method, your mental prowess will soar. Perhaps within 10 years, your mental strength could increase 1,000-fold. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Despite the arduous journey of his cultivation, every time he faced an insurmountable obstacle, a breakthrough would emerge. He resolved to elevate his murderous intent to a significantly higher level in the shortest time possible. Yet he was unable to leave the immortal gate for training. Once outside, he would likely be met with a storm of ambushes. Although he possessed some strength, he was not arrogant enough to consider himself invincible beneath the Dao transformation realm. Gurgle, his stomach rumbled, reminding him of his hunger. Lin Feng patted his somewhat flat belly and rose to leave the cave. Senior brother Lin, your meal has been prepared for you long ago. Why not eat now? The disciple who had led Lin Feng to the cave stood outside, his demeanor respectful. So many delicious dishes. Lin Feng devoured the food voraciously, reflecting on the stark contrast in treatment regarding their meals. He received a delectable meat dish only once every 2 days, while the 7-Sword Hall enjoyed an array of exquisite meat dishes alongside several small vegetarian plates, not to mention a bottle of fine wine to soothe the throat. Are all 7 hall masters present? He inquired. Returning to senior brother, today marks the annual martial arts competition. All 7 Hall Masters have gone to Baixing Peak to observe, hoping to discover promising talents to recruit into the 7-Sword Hall. Oh, the martial arts competition. Lin Feng gulped down a mouthful of wine, feeling a rush of warmth surge to his head. Indeed, this competition only permits disciples below the 5th layer of Qi refinement to participate. Those at the 5th Qi layer and the 3 Flowers realm cannot register, and each competition offers numerous rewards. It is said that the champion this time will receive a supreme divine weapon, procured from the artifact refining sect, which can be wielded by anyone who claims it. This makes it superior to the typical divine weapons of the 3 Flowers realm, thus attracting many highly skilled senior brothers to observe. Lin Feng understood that once a weapon fused with Qi flowers, it would ascend to the status of a divine weapon. The more Qi flowers it absorbed, the more potent its power would become. He was astonished that the artifact refining sect had directly forged a divine weapon, implying that anyone with mental prowess could easily control it. Since this is the case, I shall also go take a look. If permitted, I might even register to participate. Lin Feng quickly finished his meal and hurriedly departed the cave. The tiger, still lounging lazily on a soft blanket under the sun, extended its tongue to lick its lips upon seeing Lin Feng emerge. What has you in such a hurry? Hee, Tiger Lord. This disciple aims to bring glory to the Alchemy Academy. I have decided to participate in today's martial arts competition and bring back the champion's prize to the Dan Peak. Lin Feng could not help but burst into laughter at this prospect. His cultivation focused on external techniques, with the pinnacle being the inner strength realm, a universally acknowledged truth. The inner strength realm is akin to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, thus not violating any rules. The competition organizers would have no grounds to oppose him. As long as he stood upon the stage, he could openly eliminate all opponents, refining his fervent killing intent while securing a supreme divine weapon. What could be better than that? Upon hearing Lin Feng's audacious words, the white tiger stood up, circling Lin Feng twice before nodding in agreement. You speak truthfully. The reputation of Dan Peak has diminished significantly over the past century. In the last 2 months, your actions have drawn much attention from the disciples. Should you emerge victorious this time, I believe it will capture the interest of even more outer disciples. Encouraged by the white tiger and Appos as support, Lin Feng was eager to rush to the venue, but then he pondered, Tiger Lord, do you think I will be allowed to participate? Of course. While your true strength could defeat early 3 Flowers realm experts, your cultivation level is equivalent to that of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The competition organizers have no reason to deny your participation. Moreover, I shall be present to observe. If they object, they must provide me with a compelling reason, otherwise, they will witness the might of Tiger Lord. The two of them exchanged knowing glances, and soon, the hall of the Sword Hall echoed with their laughter and the tiger and Appos' roar. Baixing platform remained vibrant and bustling, with registration desks at the entrance to each academy peak, staffed by outer disciples at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. They were responsible for assessing the genuine capabilities of the registering disciples. The arrival of Lin Feng and the white tiger stirred a minor commotion. Lin Feng was notorious, a figure of considerable value. Nearly every outer disciple was aware of him. Those of lesser cultivation could only regard him from afar with awe, while the disciples of the 3 Flowers realm bore no favorable expressions. In their eyes, Lin Feng represented a rare treasure. However, the white tiger, with its piercing gaze, swept across the gathering, causing the restless 3 Flowers realm experts to shudder and lower their heads in submission. Senior brother, I wish to register. The disciple responsible for the registrations looked up, a smile spreading across his face. Ah, it's you, little rascal. Your life is truly resilient. You're still thriving after all this time. Lin Feng, rather than taking offense, responded respectfully, it is you, senior brother Wang. How have you been these past 2 months? Ha ha ha, thanks to you, I can hardly enjoy my meals or sleep well. I'm constantly plagued by bothersome flies seeking to disrupt my peace. This man was Wang Kuan, the one who had introduced Lin Feng to the Immortal Gate. Though his words might seem unflattering, he was quite straightforward. I truly misjudged you. I've ended up benefiting greatly from your endeavors. Oh, senior brother Wang. Are you referring to the champion and Appos' prize, the supreme divine weapon? I have heard of it as well. Not just the supreme divine weapon. There are also some exquisite spiritual pills. I'm not sure of the specifics, but you will find out once you enter. Please fill out the registration form. I'll consider you qualified. Lin Feng felt genuine gratitude towards Wang Kuan, who appeared to be a rather upright individual. His earlier remarks bore no hint of reproach, and Lin Feng remembered this kindness well. One should always remember their roots. Gratitude must be repaid, and grievances clarified. After completing the form, Lin Feng successfully ascended Baixing Peak, followed closely by a majestic spirit beast. Wang, senior brother, why do you hold this person in such high regard? He is a public enemy. It is best not to get involved with him easily. After Lin Feng and the others departed, another disciple of the Three Flowers realm quietly queried Wang Kun. There is nothing of significance. Within a mere 2 months, I have not only condensed the second gas flower, but also begun to shape the third. All thanks to this individual. Consider it a favor returned, a connection forged in kindness. I have an odd premonition that this Lin Jr. will surely make a name for himself in the future. It appears that the esteemed He Yitzi from He Yuan managed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement within 2 months due to this person's influence as well. Wang Kun nodded, a hint of envy in his voice. If only I had a purple spirit pill in my possession. I too could reach the third flower's perfection in just 2 months, alas. Lin Feng, of course, did not overhear these words. He and the White Tiger had already ascended the 100 Victories platform. Upon the arrival of significant figures, the disciples gathered around spontaneously parted to create a path. Lin Feng glanced at the placard in his hand, numbered 245, indicating he would be the 245th contestant to take the stage. The 100 Victories platform boasted 15 competition arenas, with the first round featuring 5 stages. Those who advanced would then proceed to the second round, continuing this process until the final round. The champion would be the one who could withstand the trials. At this moment, the first round was engaged in fierce contests among 5 pairs, while the second round had 1 vacant stage, and no one had yet advanced to the following 3 rounds. A 10-meter-high leaderboard stood at the back of the arena, tended by dedicated disciples. At the bottom, an assortment of prizes for the tournament caught Lin Feng's eye, his heart racing with excitement. The first prize was an exquisite divine weapon and 2 purple spirit pills. The second prize included a high-grade divine weapon and 1 purple spirit pill. The third offered a mid-grade divine weapon and 1 purple spirit pill. The fourth featured a low-grade divine weapon and a 5 elements pill, while the remaining 6 contenders would receive only a 5 elements pill and varying amounts of chi-gathering pills. Is the immortal sect possessed by some spirit? The lavishness of these rewards is unprecedented in a century. The White Tiger exclaimed with astonishment, noting the leniency in today's combat rules, allowing for aggressive advancement and the potential for life or death outcomes. Lin Feng focused intently, realizing that aggressive advancement meant directly ascending to the final stage. If one could simultaneously withstand and defeat the joint assault of 10 peak cultivators and 1 disciple at the 5 chi level, they would successfully guard the stage. Additionally, a note at the end of the regulations stated that rewards could be cumulative. This meant that, should one possess the skill, not only could they seize victory, but they could also eliminate the other challengers, claiming their prizes as well. Such a rewarding system incited a frenzied competition among the hundreds of disciples present, all of whom were seasoned combatants at the pinnacle of qi refinement, having fought their way up from the 100 Victories platform. Kid, make sure to be ruthless and bring back all the top prizes to the Alchemy Academy, leaving the other peaks gaping in disbelief. Rest assured, this tournament permits life and death only on the combat stage. All other grievances must wait until the conclusion of the event, the White Tiger remarked, his voice brimming with a primal fervor. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Having arrived boldly, he felt no trepidation regarding the tournament's rules. With this thought in mind, he leaped onto the final combat stage amidst the watchful eyes of thousands. His appearance sparked a wave of murmurs, even causing those engaged in battle on other stages to pause, curious about this audacious newcomer. Isn't that Lin Feng from the Alchemy Academy? I can't believe he dares to show up here. With his capability of defeating the notorious Nia, the champion's throne seems all but assured for him. The White Tiger's presence only enhanced Lin Feng's bravado. Ignoring the cacophony of chatter, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the 10 enforcers seated at the judges' table. These enforcers were the mightiest cultivators selected from various academies, each at the peak of qi refinement. They were tasked with overseeing the tournament and Oppos' operation and ensuring its fairness. Initially startled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, they quickly sighed, recognizing his cultivation level as merely that of external martial arts. Foolhardy, one enforcer muttered disdainfully. Very well. Let us adhere to the rules. The chief enforcer gestured, and from behind emerged 11 disciples, their faces cold and exuding a palpable aura of menace. These were the 10 peak cultivators and 1 disciple at the initial stage of 5 chi, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. They moved in perfect synchrony. Appearing on the final stage, their gazes fixed mercilessly on Lin Feng. Let the contest begin, the chief enforcer commanded. Lin Feng focused intently, enveloping himself in 2 layers of protective energy, fully aware that in a life-or-death struggle, he could not afford to be careless. Among his opponents, 5 wielded swords, 3 brandished blades, 2 held spears, and 1 gripped a staff. Their formation, combining 4 types of weaponry, significantly amplified their collective threat. Exercising caution, Lin Feng opted to observe their capabilities before making a move. The first assault came from the 3 blades, aimed at his neck, abdomen, and thigh, swiftly followed by 5 glimmering sword strikes. The greatest threat, however, came from 2 spears targeting his brow and the life-threatening acupoint at the back of his head. The staff-wielding disciple, however, stood motionless, seemingly biding his time. Though their formation was formidable, they had gravely miscalculated. It was a grievous error to lock onto Lin Feng with their mental energies during their attack. Did they seek death? In an instant, Lin Feng reacted, morphing into a gigantic golden python measuring 5 to 6 zhongs in length. The serpent coiled around him, its head darting forth to strike at the 10 mental projections. The unexpected transformation caused the 10 attacking disciples to freeze, their movements abruptly halted as they recoiled in shock. These are my prized resources. There will be no easy escape for you, Lin Feng thought, commanding the coiling python to transform into a 2-headed wolf. The wolves lunged forward, each targeting one of the mental projections, and with a forceful inhale, Lin Feng managed to draw in 2 more. However, the remaining 6 projections were beyond his reach. He was content with having consumed 4, and now it was time for him to counterattack. The 4 disciples, having lost their mental projections, were rendered temporarily incapacitated. Lin Feng's focus shifted, not to the remaining 6 peak disciples, but to the unmoving disciple at the 5 chi level, the latter. Witnessing Lin Feng dismantle the first wave of attacks in an instant, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, swinging his staff in an arc to block all of Lin Feng's potential attack routes. What nonsense! Do you think you can thwart my fist? Lin Feng's killing intent surged. One of his motives for entering the combat tournament was to hone his murderous instincts, and thus he held nothing back, infusing his malice into his strikes. With a resounding impact, a scream echoed as the initial disciple at the 5 chi level was sent hurtling through the air, his staff splintering into fragments and flying off in another direction. A mere punch had obliterated a formidable 5 chi expert. Regardless of whether the 5 disciples of the chi realm still possessed their vitality, Lin Feng stomped down, leaving a deep imprint on the hard surface beneath his feet. He then propelled himself toward the 3 nearest disciples with this forceful motion. With a swift grasping technique, he seized the forehead of a disciple wielding a blade. And before the weapon could react, a sickening crack echoed as the disciple collapsed, lifeless, 5 gaping holes oozing brain matter and blood from his skull. It turned out that as Lin Feng executed the grasping technique, he had already enveloped his fingers with a surge of energy. A mere exertion of force left 5 finger holes in the opponent's forehead as if piercing through tofu. In that moment, Lin Feng resembled a merciless executioner, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the feeble. His lethal hands did not cease. After dispatching one, he extended his arms and executed a brutal yet effective maneuver, crashing into the 3 attackers converging upon him. The scene turned even bloodier as 2 disciples were violently hurled aside, while the unfortunate one in the center met Lin Feng in a most intimate collision, his chest caving in under the impact. Nearly all of Lin Feng's strength concentrated in his front. The dual layers of energy made him nearly invincible, particularly against their frail, pinnacle-level bodies. After sending the 3 flying, only 2 remained capable of fighting, yet they were paralyzed by Lin Feng's brutal methods, forgetting to resist as they watched his fingers encircle their throats, followed by the chilling sound of bones shattering, plunging them into darkness. In a matter of mere breaths, 7 lay dead and 4 were injured. The battle concluded so swiftly that the onlookers could hardly comprehend the events unfolding before them. Feel free to take action. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with a hint of bloodlust as he coldly regarded the 4 fallen disciples. Their teeth chattered, fear reaching a pinnacle within them. With a disdainful snort, Lin Feng unleashed his mental force, a wave of terrifying momentum assaulting their spirits. Eventually, one disciple could no longer bear it, and, in a moment of desperation, slit his own throat with a sword, blood spouting forth like an arrow. Yet, in his final moments, his eyes bore a profound unwillingness, a cold power merging into Lin Feng's mental force, assimilated and absorbed. Remarkable, it can be done this way, Lin Feng marveled, astonished that his mental prowess could not only devour the thoughts of others but could also absorb the resentment emitted in their dying moments. Although this resentment was not overwhelmingly potent, he could distinctly sense its presence. With the first disciple and Appos, action, the remaining three, overwhelmed by despair, followed suit. Each taking their own lives, their resentment likewise consumed and digested by Lin Feng. His eyes suddenly brightened as his mental force transformed into a massive tiger stretching 3 zhang in length, which circled the arena, absorbing the remaining traces of resentment in the air. His mental power surged significantly, now capable of extending nearly 15 meters. Lin Feng grinned. Resembling a demon standing amidst the battlefield, surrounded by 10 corpses, one of which had already been blasted off the stage. Gasps and cries echoed from the crowd, their gaze fixated solely upon Lin Feng. The 10 law enforcers at the podium exhibited varied expressions. Some nodded, others shook their heads, and a few sighed deeply. Their thoughts inscrutable. Having successfully defended his position, Lin Feng was entitled to advance directly to the finals. Soon, disciples approached to clear the stage. Yet they cautiously kept their distance from Lin Feng, wary of provoking the harbinger of death. Indifferent to their apprehensions, Lin Feng settled down cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate. Although the preceding skirmish had been brief, it unveiled a new avenue for him to enhance his mental cultivation. The subsequent qualifying rounds appeared devoid of fervor. Those initially eager to participate, harboring a glimmer of hope, withdrew, realizing that even if they managed to advance, survival in the final round was highly unlikely. The remaining disciples battling for advancement now aimed for the 2nd and 10th positions, as the prizes were coveted even by the most accomplished disciples of the 3rd flower realm. Rumors circulated that even newly admitted inner disciples were enticed by the prospect of acquiring exceptional divine weapons. Especially given that this year in Appos' rewards were the most bountiful in a century. 7 days into the qualifying rounds, the top 10 had been largely determined, with only the final rankings of the decisive round remaining, crucial for their futures. Those who acquired divine weapons understood that their strength would be inadequate to protect their treasures. And thus, upon the conclusion of the event, they would seek powerful allies to safeguard their newfound possessions, ensuring a more favorable existence within the sect. On the final day of ranking for the decisive round, the summit of Baisheng Peak was teeming with spectators, both in the skies and on the ground. As outer disciples flocked to witness the spectacle, a surprise contender had emerged, a highly valuable dark horse, attracting even the attention of reclusive. Accomplished disciples who soared through the air on their swords, with at least 200 to 300 figures visible above, not to mention the throngs of onlookers surrounding the arena, creating a sea of heads. Once the competition commenced, the first event was a challenge round, where the 10 disciples could issue challenges to one another until a victor emerged. Observing the 9 disciples dodging and avoiding his gaze, Lin Feng and Appos' confidence surged. Their arduous battles over the past 7 days had inadvertently paved the way for his own triumph. Do not waste your efforts. I shall claim all the rewards for myself. Should any among you harbor dissent, feel free to challenge me. However, let it be known that I show no mercy, Lin Feng proclaimed from the competition stage, exuding an aura of dominance. Standing before him were 9 disciples, each at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Such strength would typically be beneath Lin Feng's notice, especially after 7 days of conflict, during which they had sustained injuries that considerably diminished their capabilities. The atmosphere grew tense, the 9 disciples caught in a dilemma, unable to move or stand still. The pressure emanating from Lin Feng was akin to an insurmountable mountain weighing down upon them, a sensation they had only previously experienced from their 3rd flower realm seniors. Realizing that the individual before them possessed such formidable power, their resolve began to waver. Yet, relinquishing the coveted prizes was not an option they were willing to entertain. Having emerged victorious from hundreds, the thought of leaving empty-handed was unbearable. One disciple clenched his fists, seemingly summoning a surge of energy. This subtle shift provoked Lin Feng into action, concentrating his entire mental force upon the individual, immobilizing him. With a swift motion, Lin Feng executed a technique designed specifically to dismantle the opponent's attacking power. His strikes were rapid, as he relentlessly assaulted the hapless disciple. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as the disciple's entire skeletal structure was forcibly realigned. This method of dislocation was far more cruel than outright killing. And if the opponent lacked strong willpower, they would emit agonizing screams, ultimately succumbing to the unbearable pain. Ah, you fiend, just kill me already. Poison demon, you will not escape your fate. The desired effect was achieved. Lin Feng cast a menacing glare at the remaining 8, a devilish smile gracing his lips. My patience is limited. I implore you, fellow disciples, to assist me. Poison demon, you will meet a grim end. I shall return as a vengeful spirit to settle the score with you. The disciple, unable to endure the torment any longer, let out a final scream before succumbing to his own blood, having bitten his tongue in a desperate act of self-destruction, before the gaze of thousands of disciples. A disciple at the pinnacle of chi refinement was driven to death. The moniker Poison Demon once again resonated among the crowd. Previously, when someone had attributed this title to Lin Feng, most had scoffed. After all, a disciple bearing a nickname signified an acknowledgement of their strength. Regardless of whether it is in the name of chivalry or that of a demon, Lin Feng has begun to ascend the stage of first-rate disciples, truly ruthless and cunning. It is no wonder that the Blade Academy has invested heavily to regain its dignity. This individual should not be easily offended, otherwise, even death would not bring comfort. The moniker Poison Demon is intriguing, yet one wonders if he will have the opportunity to continue on this path. It appears that this ranking competition has lost all significance. But Lin Feng is not to be underestimated. If one wishes to win him over, careful consideration is required. To recruit an individual is simple, but the challenge lies in controlling them. There are many who share this sentiment, all spies dispatched by various academies, primarily seeking to recruit promising disciples after the martial arts tournament concludes. Lin Feng's emergence has left them disheartened. Those who stood out from the hundreds of disciples have either been slain by him, driven to death, or had their wills shattered, leaving them with deep-seated shadows in their hearts. These disciples have effectively been sentenced to death. The remaining 8 peak disciples, having witnessed Lin Feng and Appo's ruthless methods, promptly bowed their heads in surrender, even relinquishing their prizes. With Lin Feng's permission, the 8 disciples vacated the stage in disgrace. Thus, this year's martial arts conference commenced with a heavy atmosphere, tragically concluding. Even the enforcement team this year felt a twinge of envy. The rewards for the top 10 were highly coveted, especially when they were all conferred upon a single individual. The event concluded hastily, leaving Lin Feng as the sole beneficiary. This once controversial Poison Demon has once again become a figure of intrigue among the outer disciples. However, what remains imprinted in the minds of the onlookers is his youth and his brutality. In the days following the tournament, Lin Feng lived quietly. 3 days had passed since the event, and he and Lord Tiger had not returned to the Pill Peak immediately, but instead to the Seven Swords Hall. As Lin Feng put it, he wished to interact more with junior sister Qin Yu to cultivate a bond, though he found such an excuse rather despicable. Today marked the day when the Inner Academy would deliver the prizes, and the entire Seven Swords Hall was bustling with activity, seemingly preparing for a grand welcoming ceremony for Lin Feng. However, he despised such formalities, preferring simplicity. As for the reception of the Inner Sect seniors, Lin Feng was disinclined to intervene. It was best left to the White Tiger, as it served as the guardian spirit beast of the Pill Peak, its esteemed status lending respect to the inner disciples. The contents of the Danjing are vast and intricate, and Lin Feng had been diligently studying them over the past few days, particularly the Sanjiu Yuaishin, which he had begun to practice. Yet, this technique proved exceedingly challenging at the outset, and he struggled to find a feasible approach. As for the amp, Appo's, pan, and amp, Appo's, he had neglected it entirely. As he remarked, martial cultivation is no easy endeavor, and the key lies in one's own comprehension. Resigning himself, he decided to observe that painting instead. Rising from his secluded meditation, he walked along the corridor where the disciples of the Seven Swords Hall respectfully stepped aside, treating him with the reverence afforded to the Seven Hall Masters. Upon enlightenment, one wonders how the legendary sword god Elder comprehended the sword path. Residing at the Viewing Sea Cliff for 20 years requires immense willpower and courage. Lin Feng marveled at the profound wisdom and tenacity of his predecessors while contemplating his own shortcomings. The hall was empty, with the painting hanging high upon the wall. Lin Feng focused his attention, extending his mental energy towards the artwork. Though his intent to kill was not particularly strong, it was sufficient to elicit a response from the painting. It depicted an endless expanse of ocean, rippling gently. At the horizon, the sun began to rise, casting a soft yellow light. A man with a distinct facial profile stood at the cliff's edge, gazing out, whether at the sea or the sunrise, it was unclear. As time passed, the sun ascended halfway, and the temperature of the world seemed to rise, imparting a warm sensation. At this moment, the man slowly raised his right arm and extended his index finger, which suddenly glimmered with a faint light. Lin Feng's thoughts trembled. Although the light at the fingertip was weak, almost extinguishable by a breeze, it instilled a profound terror within him. It felt as though touching that light would lead to his obliteration from existence. This deep-seated fear was far more intense than his previous encounter with the sword light in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Last time, he had managed to struggle. But now he lacked even the will to resist. The sun continued to rise, and the light at the fingertip grew increasingly intense. A powerful force constricted Lin Feng's thoughts. Emanating from that fingertip. Shatter. The individual uttered a single word. Lin Feng and Appo's vision darkened, and a sharp pain pierced his brow, pulling him from the illusion. How terrifying. What on earth is this painting? Lin Feng was drenched in sweat. The scene had felt all too real, so real that his thoughts were rendered immobile. Reflecting on his thoughts, Lin Feng concentrated and was taken aback. Their fragmentation had resulted in 14 minuscule particles. 13 particles orbited the last one, forming a mysterious connection among them. One primary thought with 13 auxiliary thoughts. What transpired? Had he truly fallen prey to something? Lin Feng was uncertain whether the fragmentation of his thoughts was a blessing or a curse, but he understood that the painting concealed extraordinary power. Wondering if he could still wield his mental energy, Lin Feng focused once more. Suddenly, the world around him became vividly clear, as if he had acquired 12 additional pairs of eyes. The spirits of 13 fierce beasts, tiger, crane, python, wolf, ape, leopard, lion, and others, manifested around him. Remarkably, this misfortune had turned into a fortune. Lin Feng withdrew his mental energy, casting a more fervent gaze upon the painting. Haraha! What a thrill! Lord Tiger certainly put on a grand display today. Just then, White Tiger's boisterous voice echoed from outside, indicating that the inner disciple had been sent away. White Tiger dashed into the hall, followed by the 7 hall masters and 10 disciples, who carried 10 plates, each representing the prizes for the top 10 in the martial arts competition. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. This time, the rewards are substantial. Many seniors at the Third Flower Realm were watching from outside, and a few even wished for me to convey their goodwill. Louis Feng was in high spirits today. Despite being in the early stages of the Third Flower Realm, he found himself sought after by seniors who usually paid him no mind. Allow me to unveil the silk scarves for junior brother Lin to examine. With a grand gesture, Lu Yifeng summoned a gust of wind, causing the 10 scarves to flutter aside, demonstrating his remarkable control over true energy, far surpassing Lin Feng's abilities. Lin Feng stepped forward, his eyes scanning the items before him, for divine weapons, all sorts. The first, with an ancient design, was adorned with intricate carvings of exotic flowers and beasts, displaying exquisite craftsmanship. As he drew the sword, an aura of chilling cold enveloped the hall. The blade bore the inscription Blood Sea. This sword was forged for slaughter, hence its name. He softly read the accompanying small text. The second high-grade divine weapon was called Wufeng, aptly named as it bore no blade edge. It felt steady in hand. A blunt sword, yet invincible. The third mid-grade divine weapon, Tian Can, possessed minute serrations along its edge, as if inherently flawed, yet it exuded a fierce sharpness. When Tian Can emerges, who dares to contest? Lin Feng chuckled, bemused by the audacity of the swordsmiths, as it was bold for a mid-grade divine weapon to make such grand claims. The final low-grade divine weapon was named Di Kue, an ordinary sword. I have forged weapons for 5 years, achieving some minor success, yet lacking sufficient strength. I can only create imperfect divine weapons, barely qualifying as low-grade. Sighing, he reflected on the journey ahead. This individual possesses a degree of self-awareness. Lin Feng returned the Earth-Sun sword to the tray. He chuckled, remarking that this craftsman was destined to become an extraordinary figure. Achieving such accomplishments in just 5 years of artifact forging undoubtedly marks him as a prodigy. It seems that several decades from now, the artifact refining sect will gain a new master of tools, mused Louis Feng thoughtfully. Oh, is artifact forging truly that challenging? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed by the principles of forging, thus failing to perceive any difficulties therein. Junior brother Lin, do you believe alchemy is easy? Louis Feng retorted, providing Lin Feng with a clearer understanding. Are you aware of the total number of spirit pills awarded by the immortal sect this time? Lin Feng, indifferent to the spirit pills, noted that regardless of quantity, he had little use for them. There are 4 purple spirit pills, 7 5 elements pills, and 25 chi condensation pills, Louis Feng elaborated. The purple spirit pills are intended for disciples in the 3-flower realm, typically consumed during the 2nd flower stage to elevate one directly to the peak of the 3rd flower realm after several days of quiet meditation, saving at least a decade of arduous training. The 5 elements pills are for disciples in the 5 chi realm and those at the pinnacle of the great perfection stage. A disciple at the top tier who consumes one can enhance their breakthrough chances significantly. For those in the 5 chi realm, Consuming a 5 elements pill can ignite a chi within their organs, with the potential for a second chi if their foundation is solid. Taking it at great perfection level could facilitate a seamless breakthrough to the 3-flower realm. As for the chi condensation pills, any disciple below the condensed energy realm can utilize them. Consuming one can reduce 3 months to a year of arduous training. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before casually stating, I may need to impose on you for a while longer at the 7-sword hall. I shall gift 6 of the 7 5 elements pills to 6 5 chi hall masters. Please assist me, Great Hall Master, in transferring the 25 chi condensation pills to Sister Qinyu. Additionally, I would appreciate your help in delivering 1 purple spirit pill to Brother Wang Kuan of the Sword Institute, another to Brother Feng Tianyuan, and I will reserve the last 2 purple spirit pills for potential future use. Regarding the remaining 5 elements pill, Lu Brother, might you assist me in exchanging it for some chi condensation pills? Is what you just said sincere, Junior Brother Lin? Lu Yifeng's voice quivered slightly. Lin Feng observed the astonished expressions of the 7 individuals and understood that his casual offer of 6 5 elements pills had left them incredulous. Of course, I shall continue to trouble you, esteemed brothers. Then, I will take that last 5 elements pill. Give me 3 days, and I will gather 100 chi condensation pills for you in exchange. How does that sound? 100? Lin Feng was taken aback. Lu Yifeng's face flushed. He was about to mention that this was the maximum he could procure, which would be quite competitive compared to the outside world, when Lin Feng interjected. I expected to trade for perhaps 20 at most. Very well, I shall agree to the exchange. A few words that he wished to express. After resting yesterday, I prepared the 3rd chapter in advance, and the system updated it automatically. Upon logging in today, I noticed an increase in collections and votes, and even received a reward from the book friend I Am Not Old. My heart surged with excitement for quite some time before I penned these few lines. I extend my gratitude to I Am Not Old for the support, and to all my fellow readers. The writing in Ascension may still be somewhat unpolished, but I am confident that my craft will improve with time. No further ado, I shall continue to write. The first update will be available shortly. After placing 4 divine weapons and a porcelain vial containing 2 purple spirit pills into my storage bag, Lin Feng entered seclusion once more. However, before doing so, he subtly indicated to everyone that his seclusion space was somewhat empty, hoping for some embellishments. Subsequently, a painting from the Hall of the Sword Hall was transferred to his secluded cave. This painting held no significance for the disciples of the 7-sword hall. It would be better to gift it to Lin Feng as a personal favor. Lin Feng had triggered the notion of obsession and murderous intent by chance after acquiring the painting, and now he was prepared to enter seclusion diligently. He aimed to thoroughly study and organize the contents of Danjing, while also hoping to glean more useful insights from the painting. Within his storage bag were 3 valley-breaking pills, sufficient to sustain him for 3 months without food or drink. After affirming his intention for a prolonged seclusion, Lin Feng closed the stone door and consumed a valley-breaking pill, officially entering a state of tranquility. A week later, Lin Feng awakened from his illusions in the secret chamber. This time, his demeanor was much more composed. The previous sensation of being controlled had dissipated. Indeed, after a week, his thoughts had doubled in intensity, indicating that he had stumbled upon a treasure. However, his mental prowess was still insufficient. He could only perceive the man's commanding gesture, and oppose, shatter, and oppose, what other formidable pathways lay ahead. Lin Feng wondered aloud. Never mind, today's contemplation concludes here. He had only read a third of the herbal section in Danjing, and mastering all of it would require considerable effort. The secret chamber fell silent once more. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, during his week of seclusion, the outside world had erupted into chaos. Among the scattered cultivators, the renowned disciple Feng Tianyuan had surged from the early stage of the 3-flower realm to the great perfection stage within 2 months. He had also reached out to several decades-long friends to join him at the Alchemy Institute. These friends possessed no lower cultivation than the mid-level of the 3-flower realm, having condensed 2 chi flowers. In the following days, Feng Tianyuan employed unknown means to recruit scattered disciples, accepting any with a cultivation level reaching the pinnacle realm. Within days, over 50 individuals had flocked to Dan Peak. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan, a previously obscure figure at the Sword Institute, had also elevated his cultivation to great perfection after a few days of seclusion, instantly becoming a core member among the outer disciples. Upon emerging from seclusion, he proclaimed that Lin Feng from Dan Peak was the one he had brought into the immortal sect. Should any misfortune befall Lin Feng, it would be tantamount to a slap in his face, compelling him to seek an explanation to restore his dignity. Even more astonishing rumors circulated concerning the Medicine Peak, suggesting that Sister Qin Yu of the Seven Sword Hall was the younger sister of Sister Qin Lan from Medicine Peak. The news that Qin Yu had entrusted her token of affection to Lin Feng was also disseminated by those with ulterior motives. This inadvertently dissuaded certain hostile disciples from confronting Lin Feng, as he had already proven to be quite formidable, with the great perfection disciples of the Sword Institute favoring him. And it appeared that the Medicine Peak shared a similar inclination. Furthermore, the scattered cultivator Feng Tianyuan had directly joined Dan Peak, which, although lacking in strength, could still intimidate some nefarious individuals. In mid-second month of Lin Feng's seclusion, his thoughts underwent another transformation. He found himself once more enveloped in an illusion. This illusion felt increasingly real. Lin Feng sensed that he stood beside the mysterious man, gazing at the sea and the rising sun together. He felt as though he were an extension of the man, mimicking his movements as he raised his right hand, extending his index finger toward the dawn. Ultimately uttering a single word, and amp, oppos, shatter, and amp, oppos. The sky remained the sky, the sea, and the sunrise continued its ascent. After uttering and amp, oppos, shatter, and amp, oppos, Lin Feng witnessed the scene before him gradually alter. The sea expanded infinitely, and the sun appeared to recede, although still rising, its radiant light dwindling as the sky darkened, seemingly on the brink of returning to night. The man's silhouette emanated a faint glow, contrasting against the encroaching darkness, making him appear increasingly brilliant and enigmatic. As the sky darkened further, the sun was nearly consumed by the vast ocean. Just as the last glimmer of light was about to vanish from the horizon, he heard the man utter a second word, break. The faint glow on his fingertips suddenly intensified, radiating a magnificent brilliance in the darkness. This light detached from his finger and transformed into a sword of light piercing the heavens. With a single slash, the dark sky was cleaved in two, and the ocean surged in response, parting as well. The sun once again ascended, darkness receding as light returned. When the sunlight bathed him once more, Lin Feng immediately felt warmth flooding through him, a sensation of profound comfort enveloping his entire being. The thoughts incessantly absorbed the warm current, and as the influx accelerated, the 14 thoughts swelled continuously. The spectral essence of the fierce beasts surrounding the 13 thoughts appeared to solidify and clarify. The emanating mental force extended ceaselessly, 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 25 meters, until it finally ceased at a distance of 125 meters. The rapid enhancement of his mental prowess was so exhilarating that Lin Feng could not help but hum in delight. However, this bliss was fleeting. Just as he succumbed to a trance, a voice echoed in his ears, "Heaven and earth furnace." With a resounding boom, darkness engulfed Lin Feng, and the world spun around him. The mental force he had radiated was mysteriously dissolved by an enigmatic power. This force, as if imbued with sentience, sought out the direction of his mental energy and penetrated into Lin Feng's thoughts, voraciously devouring the essences of the fierce beasts. In the blink of an eye, the clamorous essences vanished, replaced by 13 golden sword shadows. These sword shadows gradually merged with his thoughts, their forms becoming increasingly tangible. Regrettably, that sentient mysterious power suddenly receded. The illusion dissipated, and Lin Feng, trembling within the secluded chamber, gradually regained focus in his once dazed eyes. "Heaven and earth furnace," he murmured repeatedly, the brilliance in his gaze intensifying. Remarkably, the thought at the center of his mind underwent a second transformation, with the 13 sword shadows hovering protectively around it. This primary thought had expanded nearly tenfold, and with a mere thought, one of the sword shadows surged through the stone door, extending outside the cave, where he glimpsed some disciples of the Seven Sword Hall engaged in their training. After nearly 2 months of diligent cultivation and comprehension, his mental prowess had indeed increased approximately tenfold, achieving the limits of over 100 meters. This painting was certainly no ordinary work. Perhaps the figure within was not the sword god elder himself, for why else would he conceal his visage? If he were to hazard a guess, this painting might have been crafted by a transcendent master, and the 3 phrases uttered by the figure could represent 3 forms of divine power: shatter, break, heaven and earth furnace. Alas, he could only discern the first 2, while the third, heaven and earth furnace, remained elusive in form, only its essence echoing in his mind. Before the sun had fully risen, it seemed that there were indeed further moves concealed behind the heaven and earth furnace. Goodness, this master was truly formidable. An idea suddenly sparked within Lin Feng, albeit one he found somewhat absurd and improbable. He speculated whether the sword god Elder and Apos' attainment of enlightenment was also a boon derived from this painting. After all, he was a man obsessed with the sword, destined to be a killer of the same obsession, much like himself, who had triggered the notion of obsession within the painting, thus remaining at Guan High Cliff to seek enlightenment. Yet, it seemed that this enlightenment had taken quite a while, 20 years. He certainly could not afford to wait that long. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng reflected on the overwhelming power of the heaven and earth furnace within the painting. Once his mental force was unleashed, it would be directly consumed, making further comprehension impossible. Henceforth, he would proceed methodically, rapidly enhancing his mental energy through alchemy. When the opportune moment arose, he would return to seek enlightenment within the painting. Initially intending to seclude himself for 3 months, it appeared he would need to emerge early. He had already grasped a sufficient understanding of the medicinal materials and alchemical techniques. Now, it was time to test himself through practice. With that resolution, Lin Feng stored the painting in his storage pouch and stepped through the stone door. Exiting the secluded chamber, Lin Feng's emergence from seclusion caused quite a stir among the disciples of the Seven Swords Hall. His notoriety was rapidly approaching that of the renowned disciples who had achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement for decades. Particularly notable was this year in Apos' martial arts competition, where he swept all the top 10 prizes, leaving the envious outer sect disciples gnashing their teeth in frustration. "Junior brother, are all the hall masters absent today?" Lin Feng inquired of a disciple who was practicing swordplay. In response to senior brother, "The 7 hall masters have been engaged in martial arts discussions with senior brother Feng at the Alchemy Peak for the past 10 days. If you require anything, I can relay the message," the disciple replied. "Senior brother Feng is also at the Alchemy Institute?" Lin Feng asked, somewhat surprised. The senior brother has been in seclusion. Unaware that senior brother Feng and his friends have already settled in the Alchemy Institute a month ago. Lord Hu at the Alchemy Peak has already registered their names. One disciple respectfully explained. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of relief. His prior efforts had finally borne fruit. Since they were all at the Alchemy Peak, it was even better, as he intended to return there anyway. Although the only magical artifact, the alchemical furnace, had been taken by Elder Wuzi and Apos' miraculous technique, there remained a spirit-level furnace in a smaller alchemical room, perfectly suitable for a novice. "No need. You may continue," Lin Feng said as he exited the Seven Swords Hall. The White Tiger had long since departed from this place. Walking along the path, countless outer sect disciples saw him and hurriedly fled in panic. Lin Feng paid them no mind. His mental energy enveloped a radius of 100 meters, rendering him unperturbed by any potential ambush. At the entrance of the Alchemy Peak, 9 disciples at the peak of their cultivation were meditating with their eyes closed. Upon sensing someone approaching, they opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Seeing that it was Lin Feng, who had been in seclusion for nearly 2 months, they hurriedly stood and bowed. "Where's junior brother Wang?" Lin Feng asked. In response to senior brother, "Wang has successfully broken through to the 5 Qi realm over a month ago and is currently in seclusion at the Alchemy Institute to stabilize his realm." One disciple respectfully answered. Just as expected, Wang Ming has finally made a breakthrough, Lin Feng thought, feeling relieved. His most pressing concern now was to win the hearts of the disciples. "You all have worked hard during this time. Once junior brother Wang concludes his seclusion, he will take your place. As for the 9 of you, I grant each of you an opportunity at the Alchemy Peak. Whether you can break through depends on your own efforts." The 9 disciples trembled at his words, exchanged glances, and simultaneously knelt, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Lin. We shall remain ever loyal. Whether you fulfill your duties remains to be seen. My aim is to draw you into my coalition," Lin Feng contemplated. He had a plan. No matter what, he must swiftly expand his influence. Upon reaching the Alchemy Peak, he indeed found the 7 hall masters engaged in sparring with unfamiliar individuals, occasionally pausing to exchange insights. "Young man, you've emerged from seclusion ahead of schedule?" Lin Feng turned to see Lord Hu, still as laid back as ever, lounging in the sun. "Lord Hu," Lin Feng greeted. "Ah, have you experienced another breakthrough during this seclusion? Previously, I could sense the mark on your brow, estimating that it would take you at least half a year to fully refine my soul mark. How is it that you succeeded in just over a month?" Lin Feng refrained from divulging his fortuitous encounter while comprehending the painting. If word of it spread, he might lose the painting itself. "Your guess is not far off. During this seclusion, I made some progress in my understanding, and my mental energy cultivation has advanced as well. Hence, in the final days, I managed to completely refine the soul mark in my thoughts." Lord who regarded Lin Feng with a mix of skepticism and admiration before resuming his sunbathing. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin, on your enhanced prowess. The 7 Hall Masters greeted him warmly upon his return. I am undeserving of such titles. You may still call me Junior Brother Lin, he replied humbly. Ah, we cannot deny your strength, so it is fitting to refer to you as Senior Brother. Lu Yifeng insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. My elder brother speaks true. In the immortal sect, strength speaks volumes. You are indeed deserving of this title, Senior Brother Lin. Seeing the other Hall Masters echoing this sentiment, Lin Feng accepted their acknowledgement. However, he regarded the unfamiliar individuals only fleetingly, sensing that their strength surpassed even that of Lu Yifeng. May I inquire about these esteemed brothers? He asked. There were 4 unfamiliar faces, 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be over 60 years of age. One elder, bearing a sword on his back and sporting a head of white hair, was clad in a form-fitting outfit that gave him an air of vitality. He laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, Feng speaks the truth. Junior Brother Lin is truly exceptional. We are old friends of Feng from decades past. I am Luo Qi, and this is my sister, Luo Xian. This plump fellow is affectionately known as Fat Brother. And the lean one beside him is his brother, whom we call Fat Younger Brother. Lin Feng promptly bowed in greeting. It was evident that Feng Tianyuan had introduced him to some capable individuals, although they had not yet reached the peak of mastery. He was nonetheless pleased they had joined the Alchemy Institute. By the way, where is Senior Brother Feng? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Lin Feng found himself curious as he had yet to see Feng Tianyuan. Senior Brother Feng is in seclusion. It is likely he will remain so for another half-month. We are curious about your urgent matters. Perhaps these old bones can assist? One of the 4 elders inquired. Lin Feng hesitated momentarily before responding. Might our immortal sect have medicinal herbs available for sale? Medicinal herbs? The attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Or is there a place where one might trade for medicinal herbs? Lin Feng continued. Trade? The group gasped in unison, realizing that Lin Feng possessed 2 purple spirit pills and 4 divine weapons. If he were indeed looking to trade, he might part with these valuable items. Their gazes turned fervent, particularly Lu Yifeng's. Lin Feng was straightforward, retrieving a low-grade divine weapon, the Earth Sun Sword, from his storage bag. I wish to exchange for a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs. Would anyone be able to appraise the value of this divine weapon? This question momentarily stumped them. While they were unfamiliar with the value of medicinal herbs, they understood the worth of a divine weapon, especially one crafted by the weapon refinement sect. Luo Qi furrowed his brow, uncertainly asking, May I inquire as to why Junior Brother seeks to trade for a large quantity of medicinal herbs? Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, during my 2 months in seclusion, I devoted half of my time to studying alchemy and feel I have gained some insights. There happens to be a spirit-level alchemical furnace remaining at the alchemy peak, and I wish to give it a try. Alchemy? The eyes of the gathered individuals widened in astonishment. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward but resolutely nodded. Yes, I wish to practice alchemy. The herb peak should have a trading post for medicinal herbs. If you require assistance, we can make a trip there to see what can be arranged. We will be brothers in the same institute, so please feel free to voice your needs. Thank you, Brother Luo. Please hold on. I will prepare a list. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng produced a list containing the names of over 60 types of medicinal herbs, all of which required approximately 15 years of growth. He intended to trade as much as possible for them. Handing the list along with the low-grade divine weapon, the Earth Sun Sword, to Luo Qi, he stated, I hope to exchange this for a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. Luo Qi was visibly excited as he gently stroked the Earth Sun Sword. It took me 20 years to cultivate a Qi sword, and even merging it with 2 flowers, its power does not compare to this divine weapon. Junior Brother, if you wish to trade, then trade away. I can only imagine the heartache of those who hear of this. The recent expedition to Yaofeng for the exchange of herbs carries immense significance. Although those present were perplexed by Lin Feng's sudden interest in alchemy, given his background in external cultivation, they were unaware of anyone else who had the audacity to invest such considerable resources in the practice after merely a month of engagement. Nevertheless, Lin Feng has transcended the ordinary perception. Those who underestimated him have invariably met dire fates. Among the countless outer disciples of the sect, it cannot be claimed that all are envious of him, yet the sheer number is enough to instill trepidation. Still, Lin Feng continues to thrive. The 7 masters of the 7-sword hall accompanied Luo Qi and his companions to Yaofeng, for they were entrusted with a lower-grade divine weapon. a responsibility that demanded the utmost vigilance. Incidents of murder and theft frequently occur among the outer disciples, so an additional companion only enhances their security. After they departed, Lin Feng proceeded to the training ground. He understood well that alchemy is no trivial pursuit. The dangers and challenges involved are formidable, and a moment's negligence could lead to severe depletion of one's vitality, particularly affecting one's mental state. The process of controlling various herbs and regulating the furnace requires immense mental focus. Should one endopos, as concentration waver, not only would the alchemical process fail, but it could also trigger catastrophic repercussions. Alchemy comprises three critical stages: the refinement of herbs, the mastery of fire control, and the formation of the elixir. Successful completion of these stages signifies a successful alchemical endeavor. All three stages are intricately linked to mental focus. Lin Feng sifted through numerous alchemical techniques documented in the Dan Jing, ultimately selecting the peculiar method known as the 49 Great Hand Seals. This technique is distinctive among alchemical practices, as it includes an additional stage, the refining of the elixir. In essence, once the elixir is formed, it cannot be immediately retrieved. Rather, it must undergo further refinement using an exceptionally potent physical force. Much like weapon forging, only through rigorous trials can a weapon achieve excellence. The scriptures do not specify the nature of the elixirs produced by this technique, yet it is particularly suitable for practitioners of external cultivation. As the elixir must not come into contact with true energy, such contact would cause it to dissolve and result in irretrievable waste. The 49 Great Hand Seals includes 36 palm techniques and 13 finger techniques. Each additional technique employed amplifies the cumulative power. The texts also clarify that this method is not merely an unusual alchemical technique, but also a formidable offensive martial art, beneficial to practitioners without any adverse effects. In the secluded cave at the back of the Seven Sword Hall, due to the limited space and lack of time to practice, Lin Feng had only memorized the cultivation technique. Now, at the summit of Danfeng, with ample space available, he resolved to master the 49 Great Hand Seals before commencing his alchemical practice. This technique demands only robust physical strength, and Lin Feng, confident in his physical prowess, felt that even some of his Dao transformation brothers might feel inferior in comparison. With his mental focus enhanced tenfold, the cultivation process became significantly more manageable. As he unleashed his palm strikes, the air around him cracked with explosive sounds. However, he soon realized that the force of his strikes was too dispersed to achieve effective impact. Each palm strike created an imprint in the air. Yet the imprint was excessively large, 3 to 4 times the size of his hand, and dissipated almost immediately upon retraction. The essence of the 49 Great Hand Seals lies in the absolute concentration of power, a fundamental requirement for practitioners. Lin Feng recognized that his greatest challenge was controlling this power. Fortunately, the practice of the Great Hand Seals simultaneously refined his control over his strength, making it a dual-purpose endeavor. He practiced the sequence of striking and retracting, condensing and dispersing. With each rapid movement, the air waves began to accumulate, culminating in a thunderous resonance that echoed throughout the training ground, startling even the guards stationed at the mountain's foot. While Lin Feng honed his skills, the Dan Institute remained tranquil in his absence. Upon his return, the absence of his formidable peers raised questions, especially as unusual sounds emanated from the Institute once more. Eventually, Lin Feng could no longer contain his impatience and decided to descend the mountain in search of news. However, before he could leave the courtyard, he sensed several powerful auras approaching swiftly. Could it be Luo Qi and his companions returning? Indeed, it was them, their faces bright with smiles, indicating a successful exchange. "We've been waiting for news from you for 10 days. I was about to head down the mountain myself," Lin Feng exclaimed. "It was our oversight not to inform you sooner. Our timing was unfortunate. Elder Wuzi was in seclusion for alchemical practice. Had it not been for Sister Qin's intervention, he might not have emerged. However, your offer was perfectly timed. Elder Wuzi was in urgent need of a divine weapon to reward his disciples. Upon hearing our intentions, he readily agreed, providing herbs aged over 15 years, with some exceeding 30 years. That is splendid. I feared Elder Wuzi might prove difficult," Lin Feng responded with a smile. If the request had come from anyone else, he would have surely declined, not wishing for another alchemist outside the Herb Institute. Yet, upon learning it was you, he immediately consented, likely believing you were jesting, as alchemy is not a venture for the faint-hearted. Roki stroked his chin thoughtfully before retrieving a storage pouch from his robe and handing it to Lin Feng. This pouch, crafted by the refining sect, was ideally suited for preserving herbs, capable of maintaining their integrity for an entire year. "This is a gift from junior sister Qinlan," he explained. "She said you could return it after you're done using it." Lin Feng nodded appreciatively. The Qin sisters were indeed commendable. "By the way, when do you plan to start refining pills?" Roki suddenly inquired. "Perhaps in 10 days," Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. He had already mastered 36 of the 39 techniques from the 49 Great Hand Seals, and he was confident he could perfect the remaining 13 finger techniques within 5 days, dedicating the final 5 days to consolidating his mastery of the entire set. However, despite his good intentions, Lin Feng found himself struggling with the 13 finger techniques. He soon discovered that they could only be cultivated through mental force, which proved to be exceedingly taxing. At his current level of mental cultivation, he could barely manage to refine spiritual pills, let alone use it for auxiliary training. Just a single gesture consumed a third of his mental energy, a rate of depletion that was staggering, prompting him to halt immediately. Fortunately, mastering the 36 hand techniques sufficed for refining spiritual pills, and there were no requirements concerning the subsequent 13 finger techniques. The reason why the last 13 techniques of the 49 Great Hand Seals were finger techniques remained a mystery to Lin Feng, as he had not yet grasped the concept of pan. Thus, upon receiving this insight, he abandoned the pursuit of finger techniques and devoted the next 10 days entirely to perfecting the 36 hand techniques. On the 10th day, in the training ground, a faint golden figure moved swiftly, tracing a circular path. Each time Lin Feng executed a strike, air coalesced into distinct handprints that lingered for 3 breaths before dissipating. This was merely the manifestation of physical strength. At the edge of the training area, Roki and his 3 companions watched in astonishment. They had witnessed more powerful techniques before, but those were all formed by Qi practitioners using true energy, not like Lin Feng, who could forge clear handprints solely through the speed of his strikes and physical prowess. They initially intended to observe closely using their mental force, hoping it would aid their future martial arts cultivation. However, as their mental energy approached within 10 meters of Lin Feng, their expressions shifted dramatically. They beheld a golden sword shadow erupting from Lin Feng and Apos' brow, exuding a fierce aura of lethality. This was not what they feared most. The critical issue was that when their mental energy made contact with the sword, it disintegrated without resistance, being devoured and absorbed instead. Such a peculiar mental force was something they had only read about in ancient texts, where it was noted that under certain conditions, an individual and Apos' thoughts could undergo transformation, granting them unique abilities such as illusion, attack, or absorption. However, these accounts had always been vague, and they had never encountered such phenomena in reality. The terrifying scene they had just witnessed echoed those ancient records. While practicing his hand techniques, Lin Feng remained acutely aware of the reactions of the 4 onlookers. Whereas others possessed only a single thought, he commanded 14, allowing him to effortlessly allocate 1 to monitor them. "Humph. Although you joined the Pill Academy at the invitation of senior brother Feng Tianyuan, you likely harbor some disdain for a disciple like me, who can only cultivate external techniques," Lin Feng mused inwardly, bemused. With just one thought, he had conjured a mental sword that overwhelmed them. If he unleashed all 13 simultaneously, their mental states would surely be at risk. "Brother, this one indeed possesses some skill." It seems that Brother Feng's prior warnings were not unfounded. His mental energy appears to have transformed, Roki noted gravely. Engaging him requires genuine weapons. Relying on mental force could lead to significant missteps. Roki's expression grew solemn, and after a prolonged sigh, he remarked, "We certainly underestimated him." After a day of recovery, Lin Feng was determined to reach his peak condition. "Junior brother Lin, during your first pill refinement, focus on familiarizing yourself with the process. Success is not paramount," Roki advised before Lin Feng entered the alchemy chamber. "I heard that Elder Wuzi faced over 30 consecutive failures when he first began refining pills. After 10 years of study, he could produce 10 cauldrons of pills, but still wasted 3. This illustrates that alchemy is no trivial endeavor." Lin Feng nodded, comprehending Roki and Apos' words. He regarded his inaugural attempt at pill refinement as merely an experiment, fully aware that success was unlikely. As the door to the alchemy chamber slowly closed, Lin Feng approached the towering spirit furnace. He extracted over 30 varieties of herbs from the storage pouch, which, if presented in the secular world, would be deemed treasures worth a fierce contest among powerful individuals. Surrounding the furnace was a transparent protective barrier. Lin Feng recognized it as a form of restriction, but he knew it could be easily dispelled. Forming a hand seal and infusing a touch of mental energy, he effortlessly penetrated the barrier upon contact, causing it to flicker and vanish. The first step was to ignite the earth fire. This process was straightforward, as the spirit furnace possessed a switch that, when activated, would automatically draw the earth fire into the furnace. The ground trembled slightly, and flames erupted within the calm furnace, sending waves of heat surging forth. Clearly, this was a spirit tool, not merely a magical artifact. When Elder Woozy had ignited the earth fire, even from a distance, the vibrations and heat were palpable. However, the power of the earth fire generated by this spirit furnace was at least 10 times weaker, underscoring the significant disparity between spirit tools and magical artifacts. Lin Feng gradually adjusted the mechanism, calibrating the flames to an appropriate intensity. Good, the furnace fire has been successfully ignited. Now I must extract the essence of the various herbs. This is a delicate task and marks the true beginning of refining with mental energy. He recalled what Pan and Apos, had said about exceptionally gifted alchemists who could amplify their mental cultivation exponentially within mere years. Some were so formidable that even inner disciples who had undergone transformation could not compare. Such mental acuity was astonishing. In his first attempt at alchemy, Lin Feng exercised utmost caution, using one thought to control a single herb into the furnace. As the herb entered, it gradually melted under the earth fire's heat. His task was to manage the molten liquid, continuing to refine it in the flames, purging impurities from the herbal essence. Fixated on the ever-changing liquid, Lin Feng observed as the initially murky concoction began to emit wisps of black smoke, gradually becoming clearer as it endured the fire's embrace. From his mental observations, he discerned that once the black smoke ceased, it would signify the successful refinement of that herb. After 3 full hours, Lin Feng finally succeeded in refining the first herb, directing the transparent liquid into a prepared porcelain vial. Was it really not as difficult as I imagined? He mused, feeling relieved that aside from the time spent, no unforeseen complications had arisen. Encouraged, he decided to employ all 13 auxiliary thoughts for the second attempt, simultaneously introducing 13 herbs into the furnace. This time, utilizing 9/10 of his mental energy, the process accelerated dramatically. Just then, Lin Feng detected an anomaly as the second round of refinement neared completion. He sensed a gentle force merging with his mental energy from the earth fire, a phenomenon so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. The manifestations of power in the world are myriad, with the elemental forces being the most fundamental. Just because they have not encountered certain forces does not imply their non-existence. It seems he must delve deeper into ancient texts in due course. Although Lin Feng detected some anomalies, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a peculiar sense of comfort. The rate at which he controlled the herbal essence was gradually diminishing. Could it be that the alchemists and Apos' ability to swiftly enhance their mental prowess is intrinsically linked to this mysterious force? Regrettably, he could only passively absorb it. Otherwise, cultivating mental energy should be a straightforward endeavor. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, realizing he was perhaps being overly greedy. Before anything else, he ought to focus on refining the elixir. After an entire day, he successfully extracted the essence from the herbs. Far from feeling fatigued, he appeared invigorated. Before him stood 33 small porcelain vials, each filled with the essence of the herbs. It was no wonder that alchemy consumed considerable time. Those with strong control might refine several herbs at once, while those lacking in finesse could only extract them one by one. The older the herb, the longer the extraction process. Once a herb reached over 100 years of age, it essentially belonged to the category of spiritual herbs. Extracting a single spiritual herb could take an entire day, which explained why alchemy was often a collective endeavor. Gazing at the 30-odd vials filled with herbal essence, Lin Feng felt a swell of pride. He alone could match the efforts of 13 individuals. Such efficiency in alchemy would surely astound Elder Woozy. Now, he was poised to embark on the second critical phase. The remaining essence after the extraction was the purest form of energy. If the essences shared the same attribute, the fusion would be manageable. However, if they bore differing or completely opposing attributes, it could lead to catastrophic outcomes during the merging process. What is frequently referred to in alchemical practice as an explosion of the elixir, or in more severe cases, a furnace explosion. Elixir explosions were relatively easy to mitigate, provided that a powerful individual was present to take over. Yet, once a furnace explosion occurred, it signaled the failure of the alchemical endeavor. The essence from herbs aged 20 to 30 years was still relatively mild, even if the attributes differed. The fusion would not produce violent repulsion, and as long as the mental energy was well controlled, successful merging into an elixir could generally be achieved. This was precisely why Lin Feng had initially sought to exchange for herbs aged around 10 years. The process of forming an elixir was lengthy, requiring utmost diligence. Each time, he could only control 2 drops of liquid for fusion. Only upon complete success could he proceed to add another drop. A full 7 days had passed, and the furnace within the alchemy chamber continued to burn, showing no signs of concluding Lin Feng and Appo's first alchemical attempt. Outside the chamber gathered a throng of individuals, led by Feng Tianyuan, who had just emerged from seclusion. Behind him stood Luo Qi and his 3 companions, while at a distance lingered several hall masters from the Seven-Sword Hall and the elegantly robed Qinyu. After 7 days, was there truly no movement from the alchemy chamber? Feng Tianyuan focused intently on the chamber, his ears twitching as he seemed to listen for any unusual sounds. Brother Feng, there is no need for haste. It is entirely normal for an alchemical process to take around 10 days. The absence of commotion indicates that junior brother Lin is progressing quite smoothly, Luo Qi remarked, a relaxed expression adorning his face as he stroked his white beard. Brother Feng, I have always believed you possess keen insight, and that remains true today. Though we have only recently become acquainted with junior brother Lin, his actions consistently defy expectations, and we hold great hopes for him. Should he succeed in crafting an elixir, regardless of its grade, it would demonstrate his considerable potential. You speak wisely. However, I observe that this individual possesses a rather profound intellect. Thankfully, while he is cunning, he harbors no ill intent. Cultivating goodwill with him is advantageous, while antagonizing him would be unwise. With his assistance, my cultivation has already ascended to the pinnacle of the 3 Flowers realm, sparing me over a decade of arduous training. Feng Tianyuan's expression suddenly darkened. Regrettably, during this retreat, he had brushed against the threshold of the Dao transformation realm but lacked the courage to break through. Crossing the Purple Mansion barrier relied solely on personal effort, with no external aid possible unless a formidable being of the Rule realm was willing to expend their celestial energy to assist him, which was an impossibility. There is no need for despair, Brother Feng. Among the million outer disciples of the Immortal sect, only 2 or 3 advance to the Dao transformation realm each year. Now that you have grasped the Purple Mansion barrier, continued contributions to the sect will likely garner attention from the inner gate, rewarding you with substantial quantities of purple spirit elixirs. Once your foundation is sufficiently solidified, your chances of successfully breaking through to the Dao transformation realm will increase significantly. We are all free cultivators, initially believing that achieving the pinnacle of the 3 Flowers realm was beyond our reach. I almost lost my life in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. In the final moments, encountering junior brother Lin proved fortuitous. Thanks to him, I received blood crystals and purple spirit elixirs, allowing me to leap directly to the Great Perfection realm in just over 2 months. My decision to join the Alchemy Academy stems from a sense of gratitude, as well as a belief that, despite the overwhelming talent within the Academy, the 2 powerful spirit beasts remain, perhaps out of a hint of hope that one day, I might earn their favor and achieve a breakthrough. As they reflected on the arduous and often fruitless journey of cultivation, a sense of melancholy washed over the assembly. Let us take our leave for now. We shall return once there is movement within the alchemy chamber. Just as Feng Tianyuan turned to depart, a subtle yet fragrant aroma wafted from the chamber. Is that the scent of the elixir? The fragrance is intensifying. It appears the formation of the elixir has reached its critical stage. This young man indeed possesses remarkable talent. Wait, has anyone noticed the fluctuation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? A prompt from one of the onlookers made everyone acutely aware of the escalating disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy correlated with the deepening fragrance of the elixir. Inside the chamber, Lin Feng found himself at a pivotal moment. Within the furnace floated a pill the size of a fist, to be precise. It was merely the appearance of the elixir, enveloped in a layer of golden light, a manifestation of Lin Feng's mental energy. The interior of the pill was divided into 6 distinct territories, each occupied by a different elemental force, including the 5 elemental energies Lin Feng was well acquainted with, alongside a dark force that, though feeble, asserted its dominance, causing the 5 elemental energies to falter slightly. This must be the crucial moment before the formation of the elixir. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot from days without rest, his nerves taut and unyielding. In the final 2 days, the depletion of mental energy surged dramatically, contrasting sharply with the ease he had previously experienced. The mysterious energy from the ground fire continued to merge and assimilate. Yet it could not keep pace with the drain on his mental energy. Concentrate, Lin Feng commanded, summoning all 14 strands of his mental energy simultaneously. This time, he intended to forcibly merge the elixir with all his might. Failure meant his demise. Boom. The aroma within the chamber intensified, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to spiral chaotically. Those guarding the chamber turned pale, bewildered by the unprecedented turmoil accompanying the crafting of a mere low-grade spiritual elixir. Only the highest-tier elixirs could provoke such a dramatic shift in spiritual energy, and none could fathom that Lin Feng, in his first attempt at alchemy, could produce something of that caliber, especially with the relatively young herbs he was utilizing, which fell short of the requirements for crafting a law elixir. What is happening? The ground is shaking violently. We must evacuate. Feng Tianyuan's complexion shifted dramatically as he decisively ordered the others to retreat. As time passed, not only was the ground surrounding the alchemy chamber trembling, but the entire mountain itself seemed to quake. This phenomenon triggered changes in the Forbidden Mountain formation, with waves of power rippling through the void. The upheaval at the mountain quickly alerted nearby peaks, sending figures soaring towards the direction of the alchemy chamber. Among them were two figures moving with remarkable speed. One was a white tiger restored to its 5 zhang length, and the other, a crane fairy radiating with multicolored brilliance. What is happening at the alchemy peak? Why has the ground fire energy grown so agitated? Elder Wuzi soared into the air, his expression grave. The ground fire had always been sealed. Should the seal be broken, its power would obliterate the alchemy peak and potentially impact the closest neighboring peaks. Before long, over 20 individuals stood suspended in the air above the alchemy peak, accompanied by 4 spirit beasts. These individuals are indeed inner disciples of the Taoist realm. And as they gaze upon the continuously damaged yet self-repairing forbidden peak array, their expressions reveal a profound sense of dread. This formidable array was personally set up by the esteemed elder of the Fengshan Mountain, possessing not only the capability to seal the mountain, but also to conjure various lethal formations. Those lacking sufficient cultivation who recklessly intrude may very well meet a fate of utter annihilation. Elder Wuzi of Yaofeng was visibly stirred, prompting the surrounding inner disciples to bow in unison. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, he, a master alchemist, soared above the Dan Peak, where he sensed a peculiar elixir gradually taking shape below. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from this elixir indicated a complete balance of the 5 elements. No, something is amiss. Suddenly, Elder Wuzi and Appo's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This elixir harbored a 6th force. What manner of elixir could this be? A flash of white light heralded the arrival of Lord Tiger, who materialized beside Elder Wuzi, his eyes shining brightly. Is anyone concocting elixirs on Dan Peak? Why was I and Lord Crane not informed? Elder Wuzi did not respond to the white tiger, but instead closed his eyes, his garments billowing as a vast force radiated from his mind. Lady Crane approached the white tiger, elegantly fluttering her wings, her slender neck feathers glowing softly. Brother Tiger, can you see through the Forbidden Peak array? What transpires beneath Dan Peak? Did not Elder Wuzi retrieve the alchemical cauldron? Who could be crafting elixirs below? The white tiger shook his massive head, expressing his displeasure. If I possessed such strength, I would not be lingering on Dan Peak. The ground fire began to wane, and the tremors gradually subsided. While Elder Wuzi sensed the situation atop Dan Peak, he spoke calmly. Indeed, it seems the Forbidden Peak array has stabilized. My intuition was correct. The surrounding inner disciples gazed at the young elder with envy. The Forbidden Peak array could obscure all soul force inquiries, a measure directed at ordinary inner disciples. Yet, figures like Elder Wuzi had transcended the comprehension of the average individual. After a while, Dan Peak fell into complete tranquility. Brothers, return to your respective peaks. There is no longer any cause for concern. With Lord Tiger and Lady Crane present, it is sufficient, Elder Wuzi declared before returning to Yaofeng. Upon landing in the medicinal courtyard, he sent a message, summoned Qin Lan to see me. Once more than 20 inner disciples departed, the white tiger descended at the entrance, followed sequentially by Lady Crane, a towering 3-meter giant ape, and a smaller ape of over 1 meter in height. The guarding disciples had long knelt in reverence, not daring to lift their heads. The 4 spirit beasts cast not a glance, racing towards the peak of Dan, particularly the white tiger, who, while sprinting, roared. Which rascal is causing a ruckus on Dan Peak? I, Lord Tiger, shall flay him alive. At the entrance of the alchemical courtyard, Feng Tianyuan and the others had yet to recover their color, uncertain whether to retreat or descend the mountain in search of help. Suddenly, a roar from below the mountain echoed, and their expressions softened. The guardian spirit beast of Dan Peak had returned, indicating a resolution was at hand. Who was causing trouble in the alchemical courtyard? A colossal figure descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused the gathered outer disciples to tremble and kneel in submission. Returning to Lord Tiger, it is junior brother Lin attempting to concoct elixirs. Cold sweat trickled down Feng Tianyuan's brow as the white tiger's fury was palpable, instilling a dread akin to an ant facing an elephant. Only despair lingered in their minds. Concocting elixirs? Lady Crane alighted gracefully, her poise undiminished, yet her surprise mirrored that of Feng Tianyuan upon hearing his words. Sister Crane, let us investigate. The tiger and Crane dashed into the alchemical courtyard. Feng Tianyuan and his companion straightened, but just as they prepared to rise, the ground quaked lightly, followed by an even more terrifying aura pressing down upon them. A disciple of the outer sect practicing external arts dares to concoct elixirs. How absurd! Exclaimed the giant ape. Swaggering into the alchemical courtyard, followed closely by the equally arrogant smaller ape. The four spirit beasts arrived at the alchemical chamber and immediately froze, staring in awe at the collapsed chamber. Inside, the spirit instrument alchemical cauldron had extinguished, yet an elixir floated in midair. This elixir was the size of an infant's fist, radiating a soft glow. The reason the four spirit beasts were entranced was that this elixir was slowly absorbing the elemental spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Standing beneath the elixir was Lin Feng, who had noticed their presence but could not afford to be distracted at this moment. He had expended nearly all his mental energy in the previous effort. The critical 3 steps of alchemical refinement had all succeeded. It would be absolutely feasible to collect the elixir now. Yet Lin Feng wished to ascertain the extent of the changes that the 49-style Great Hand Seal could impart to the elixir. With a resounding shout, 36 styles of elixir refinement. Lin Feng concentrated the last vestiges of his will into his right palm, continuously striking around the elixir. Each strike left a clear, solid handprint. The first imprint not yet dissipated when the second, third, and fourth followed in succession. Father, what is that boy doing? The little golden ape scratched his head, puzzled. You little rascal, if you don't understand, just watch closely. The giant ape poked the little golden ape on the head, muttering, at my age. I've never heard of someone succeeding in their first attempt at alchemy. Yet this elixir is truly peculiar. Not merely peculiar, but exceedingly so. As Lin Feng executed his 20th strike, the elixir dimmed in brilliance, shrinking slightly, as if being recondensed under the force of his palm. Upon delivering his 30th strike, the elixir shrank again, but an anomaly occurred. A powerful suction emanated from the elixir, drawing in the spiritual energy from the sky. With 3 more strikes, the spiritual energy in the air formed a massive funnel, the source being that very elixir. The 4 spirit beasts were utterly dumbfounded, as if witnessing a monster. If a magical artifact could consume spiritual energy, they could accept that. Yet an elixir devouring spiritual energy was an undeniable impossibility. Thunder roared from the heavens, and the spiritual energy above Dan Peak converged, thickening into a cloud of spiritual mist. The previously tranquil peak stirred once more. Curiosity piqued as to who was cultivating atop Dan Peak. With one final strike, Lin Feng mustered every ounce of strength to execute the 36th palm. The gathering spiritual clouds in the sky descended, and astonishingly, the elixir expelled them in one mighty breath. Instantly, a wave of medicinal energy burst into the sky, radiating a dazzling array of colors. I did it. Lin Feng caught the elixir in a porcelain vial, his heart a whirlpool of emotions. At Yao Feng, Elder Wuzi gazed skyward at the medicinal vapor, his expression dazed, murmuring, when the elixir is formed, spiritual energy stirs, medicinal force surges, colors manifest. This is a sign of defiance against the heavens. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This boy, in his first attempt at alchemy, has concocted the legendary Defiance Grade elixir. Behind Elder Wuzi stood 3 inner disciples and 10 outer disciples, all of whom were astonished by his words. The Defiance Grade elixir was a creation of the ancient cultivation world. Since the great upheaval of the heavens and earth 100 millennia ago, many ancient alchemical methods had been lost. For several thousand years, neither spiritual nor magical elixirs had been successfully crafted to such a level. The Defiance Grade had become a mere echo. Recently, they had known of Lin Feng and Apos' dealings to exchange low-grade divine weapons for herbs, believing him to be engaging in folly. They never anticipated that he would achieve success on his first attempt, and moreover, with the legendary Defiance Grade elixir. What did this signify? A chill swept through their hearts. Ha! I can finally concoct elixirs, Lin Feng exclaimed, laughter echoing as he reveled in his newfound mastery. In the alchemy chamber, Lin Feng lay unreservedly on the ground, flailing his arms and legs while exuberantly shouting, Just moments ago, as the elixir was successfully refined, the spiritual energy surged and vibrant colors manifested, marking the extraordinary phenomenon described in the alchemy scriptures. The thrill of achieving a successful concoction of a heavenly-grade elixir was beyond the capacity of mere words to express. After a considerable time, Lin Feng regained his composure and carefully stored the porcelain vial, for this heavenly-grade qi condensing pill was the very first he had crafted. Bearing immense significance, he bowed respectfully to Lord Tiger, Fairy Crane, and Lord Monkey. However, when he laid eyes on the little golden monkey, he found himself at a loss for words. The little golden monkey grinned widely and said, "Just call me Little Gold. He is my father, and I owe my fortune to him." With a resounding pop, the great ape playfully flicked the little golden monkey's forehead, proclaiming, "We are the illustrious giant ape king clan. It is not your father and Apos' fortune you bask in, but the honor you have earned yourself. From now on, stand tall before your peers." The little golden monkey scratched his head, chuckling as he bounded over to the white tiger, playfully pouting, "Uncle Tiger, my father hit me again." The white tiger cast a disdainful glance at the great ape and retorted, "If you have the skill, why not challenge me instead? Bullying the younglings is hardly commendable." The great ape thumped his chest and waved his hand, signaling, "Son, let us return home." Before departing, he fixed Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze, as if attempting to see through him. "Lord Tiger, that was your adversary, the guardian spirit beast of the Sword Academy, the great ape? Just a brutish ape. Unlike me, Fairy Crane seeks no strife," she replied, lightly flapping her wings with a hint of disdain. The white tiger's eyes widened, and he said with gravity, "Lin Feng, is this your first time refining elixirs?" "Yes," Lin Feng affirmed. "And you succeeded on your first attempt?" "Indeed. What grade was that elixir?" "I have never seen one like it before." Lin Feng paused momentarily, responding cautiously, "If the ancient texts are accurate, it should be a grade above the finest elixirs." "A grade above the finest elixirs? Could it be the legendary heavenly grade elixir?" The white tiger seemed uncertain. "Perhaps the young master of Yaofeng could discern the grade of your elixir. Would you like me to take you to consult him?" "No need to inquire. Senior Brother Lin has indeed concocted a genuine heavenly grade elixir." A clear voice rang out in the alchemy chamber, followed by the entrance of Feng Tiayuan, accompanied by a young woman. It turned out to be Qin Lan from Yaofeng. "Since you have said so, it seems the young master has sensed the recent cosmic anomaly," the white tiger remarked, wagging his tail while casting a meaningful glance at Qin Lan. "My dear, did the young master send you to convey something?" Qin Lan smiled gently and nodded. "You are correct, Lord Tiger. Elder Wuzi has relayed that if Senior Brother Lin wishes to continue refining elixirs, our Yaofeng will provide assistance free of charge. However, we hope Senior Brother Lin will allow us to observe during the next refinement." "That should be directed to Lin Feng," the white tiger replied, passing the matter to him. Lin Feng and Apos' heart tightened. The alchemy scriptures had been imparted to him with strict admonitions against revealing even a fragment, lest it invite dire consequences. "I am immensely grateful for Elder Wuzi and Apos' support, but this success was largely due to luck, so do not fret." Elder Wuzi mentioned that everyone faces difficulties at times. He said that whenever you wish to refine advanced elixirs, you may seek him at Yaofeng. As she spoke, Lin Feng felt even more conflicted. Although he did not have a deep impression of Elder Wuzi from Lord Tiger's tone, it was clear that this individual had a rather peculiar disposition, and one wrong move could lead to complications. "However, might I have the honor of witnessing this heavenly grade qi condensing pill?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng produced the porcelain vial. Qin Lan cautiously opened the lid, and a refreshing medicinal aroma wafted forth, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple. Qin Lan and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. As an alchemy apprentice, she held a profound appreciation for elixirs, and the opportunity to behold a heavenly grade elixir, thought to have vanished for millennia, set her heart racing. The ancient text recorded that a heavenly grade elixir could enable one to ascend through the ranks. Those with exceptional talent could leap 2 levels, while those of average aptitude would at least rise 1 level. Even the least gifted could achieve the pinnacle of their current realm. "How thrilling!" exclaimed Lin Feng. "If this heavenly grade qi condensing pill truly possesses such capabilities, your future will be extraordinary. The sect may even bestow upon you the title of the first elder of the alchemy hall." The white tiger interjected but hesitated. "However, your current strength is lacking. Though you rank among the elite in the outer sect, without entering the Dao transformation realm, your lifespan is limited to merely 70 or 80 years, at most a century. If the sect were to honor you as the elder of the alchemy hall, it would likely be contingent upon your becoming an inner sect disciple. What a pity it is that your cultivation focuses on external techniques. Otherwise, with your alchemical skills, you could probably ascend to inner sect status in just a few years. Fairy Crane lamented. If only I could cultivate true qi, I might have already produced this heavenly grade elixir. Lin Feng quickly shifted the conversation, proposing, since we are all gathered here, why not witness the power of this heavenly grade elixir? At Lin Feng's suggestion, enthusiasm filled the room. But the question remained, who would consume it? The white tiger surveyed the disciples present, concluding, why, of course, the elixir should be administered to your fiancé. All eyes immediately turned to Qinyu, who, overwhelmed by the attention, stood blushing with her delicate hands covering her fair face. Haha, Lord Tiger speaks wisely. Junior sister Qinyu is the youngest and possesses commendable aptitude. If she consumes it, the effect should be optimal. With Feng Tianyuan's endorsement, the rest had no objections. Qinlan nodded encouragingly at Lin Feng and approached Qinyu, saying, Sister, this is everyone and Amp. Oppos, S. Goodwill, please do not refuse. When you consume the elixir, the two great lords, and we will protect you. So do not worry. Just focus on refining the medicinal power. Qinyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Lin Feng, who was smiling at her, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. With everything prepared, Qinyu opened her cherry-red lips and swallowed the elixir. As it interacted with her qi, it transformed into a gentle stream flowing down her throat. Initially, there was no reaction, but after a few breaths, Qinyu suddenly trembled, powerful waves of spiritual energy surging from within her. This energy radiated outward, indicating that the heavenly grade elixir had begun to take effect. At just 15 years of age, Qinyu was of similar age to Lin Feng and had been diligently consuming the qi-condensing pills gifted by him, stabilizing her cultivation at the mid-stage of the qi-refining realm, making her a formidable contender among her peers. The spiritual energy within her is churning, yet her strength has not shown any signs of improvement. Is this truly a heavenly grade elixir? Fairy Crane expressed her astonishment. Do not rush. The ancient texts state that once a heavenly grade elixir is consumed, the initial phase involves gathering energy, facilitating communication between the body and Oppos, acupoints in the external spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When the true explosion occurs, both internal and external forces will manifest simultaneously, preventing the consumer from being overwhelmed by excessive spiritual power, which is precisely why it is deemed heavenly. Indeed, as a disciple of Yao Feng, her understanding of elixirs is commendable. After approximately half an hour, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge around Qinyu and Oppos' body. It is nearly time for the transformation to commence. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, he noticed a flush of color rise on Qinyu's face, and her aura suddenly began to surge. This ascent was not rapid, yet everyone could distinctly perceive the change. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by some force, gathering in abundance around Qinyu, enveloping her in a sphere of ethereal energy. She had already reached the pinnacle of the great strength realm. A crackling sound echoed in their ears, as if something within Qinyu had shattered, causing their hearts to tremble. This girl had broken through to the condensation realm. They recalled the countless hardships and time they had endured for each breakthrough, while she, in less than an hour, had made such a leap. However, the momentum of her ascent showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to accelerate. With her elevated realm, the capacity of her dantian and the endurance of her meridians had significantly improved, allowing her to absorb the potency of the spiritual elixir more swiftly. Qinlan gazed intently at her sister, lost in thought. After another half hour, anticipation gripped their hearts as Qinyu's power surged to the peak of the condensation realm. If she continued this trajectory, she might break into the pinnacle realm, regardless of whether she would achieve this feat. They had already witnessed the terrifying potency of the divine elixir. A mixture of excitement and nervousness filled the air, particularly for Lin Feng, who was already elated. This extraordinary elixir had been crafted by his own hands. Crack! This time, the sound emanating from Qinyu's body was even louder. She had finally broken through to the pinnacle realm, entering the ranks of second-tier experts. As she broke through, a symbol resembling a monkey appeared on her forehead, indicating that she had successfully unlocked the power of thought guidance, and it had come easily. The elixir was indeed astonishing. Bai Hu muttered beside them. Feng Tianyuan and the others seemed somewhat numb, unaware of what great fortune had befallen their junior sister, encountering a prodigy like Lin Feng. One elixir had propelled her 2 realms higher. This situation was far from over. A crystal-clear thought began to coalesce, taking shape until it stabilized and vanished into her brow. Yet, something felt amiss. Could it be that the ancient texts were inaccurate? At this moment, Qin Lan's expression shifted. Hearing this, Lin Feng quietly inquired, "Is there something wrong?" Qin Lan hesitated before responding. The divine elixir is supposed to have 2 bursts of power. It has only manifested once so far, and there seems to be no sign of a second. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples nearly gaped in disbelief. Another half-hour passed, and Qinyu and Apos' aura had risen to the peak of the pinnacle realm, but the rate of her ascent suddenly slowed, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to disperse gradually. Perhaps the ancient texts were indeed mistaken. Though Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, the sight of the divine elixir had broadened his horizons. Achieving consecutive breakthroughs of 2 realms was already an extraordinary accomplishment. No, the ancient texts are not mistaken. This time, it was He Xianzi who spoke. I sense a new force surging within her. At this point, everyone was nearly desensitized to the spectacle. After what felt like several breaths, they indeed witnessed the dispersing spiritual energy coalesce once more, and Qinyu and Apos' aura began to ascend slowly. The divine elixir indeed possessed 2 bursts, and it seemed that her sister was on the verge of breaking into the 5 elements realm. Qin Lan clenched her fists, her heart racing. As time passed, the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, and the energy enveloping Qinyu formed a mist. Sitting within it, she appeared ethereal and mysterious, like a celestial being. Boom. The sound that resonated in their ears was akin to an explosion. They then saw a faint yellow light pierce through the mist, growing increasingly bright. She had reached the 5 elements realm and triggered the metal element. Feng Tianyuan and the others swallowed hard. The 5 elements realm primarily harnesses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate the 5 vital organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Within these organs lie the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The first yellow light was the manifestation of the metal power residing in her heart. Her aura soared without any signs of stopping. Half an hour later, another azure light pierced through the mist, signifying the activation of the wood element. Qin Lan trembled slightly, astonished that this divine elixir was so immensely powerful, far surpassing her own refined elixirs by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. However, before the azure light reached its peak, Qin Lan and Apos' aura faltered, receding like a tide. The second burst of power, though shorter in duration, was exponentially stronger than the first. As they witnessed this miracle unfold, one that saw a practitioner break through from mid-stage chi refinement to the condensation realm, then to the pinnacle realm, and finally to the 5 elements realm, successfully igniting both metal and wood, the scene fell into a profound silence. No wonder, thousands of years ago, disciples of the various sects would achieve hundreds of breakthroughs annually, with the aid of such divine elixirs. Those who could not break through would have no choice but to despair. Baihu broke the silence, but Qin Lan gently shook her head. The ancient texts state that divine elixirs are only effective for disciples below the 3 flowers realm. For those at the 3 flowers realm, consuming a divine elixir only enhances their foundation without affecting their realm. However, if Junior Brother Lin could refine a divine purple elixir, I believe that disciples at the peak of the 3 flowers realm would have a chance to break through. Feng Tianyuan and the others immediately regarded Lin Feng with fervent eyes, as if seeing a living deity. At that moment, Qinyu opened her eyes, her aura somewhat unstable. Tiger Lord is quite perceptive. You youngsters from the Sword Hall should escort her back to seclusion for a while. She has forcibly elevated her realm using the elixir and Apos' power. Although she has reached the 5 elements realm in mere hours, her mental state remains at the great strength realm. To prevent any unfortunate incidents, she must retreat immediately for meditation. Understood, Tiger Lord. Louis Feng quickly supported Qinyu as they hurried away, not daring to linger for a moment. Junior, when will you be able to refine the divine purple elixir? Our alchemy academy lacks a disciple of the Tao transformation realm. If you can successfully refine it soon, it could cultivate several disciples of that caliber to bolster the academy's reputation. Lin Feng smiled wryly, feeling somewhat helpless. Lord Tiger, you may not be aware that even refining a divine condensation elixir is fraught with challenges for me. As for the divine purple elixir, I cannot predict when that will become a reality. Feng Tianyuan stepped forward, clasping his fists. Tiger Lord, Junior Brother Lin has already demonstrated the ability to refine divine condensation elixirs. I believe we should seek out a talented disciple to bring into the Alchemy Academy. In 2 or 3 years, the academy will surely flourish. Indeed, Xianzi, and I will report this to the sect master immediately. This will not only ensure Lin Feng's safety, but also draw attention from the sect. After all, a disciple capable of refining divine elixirs possesses immense potential. After the tiger and crane beasts departed, Qin Lan also took her leave, intending to report the events that had transpired to the higher-ups of the Medicine Peak. Only Feng Tianyuan and a few others remained in the Alchemy Academy. Junior brother Lin, once Tiger Lord reports your ability to refine divine elixirs to the sect master, your status will surely rise significantly. Do you have any plans? I still have some herbs left in my storage pouch. I initially intended to refine another elixir, but the alchemy chamber has collapsed, making it unsuitable to continue. I don't have any good suggestions, but I believe that in the coming days, many will come to visit you. If you find it bothersome, I suggest you take some time to travel. 1. To gain a glimpse of the vast world. 2. To encounter some fortuitous adventures. As Lin Feng pondered, he concluded that Feng Tianyuan and Apos' conjecture was highly likely to materialize. After all, he had been stuck at a critical juncture in his cultivation and had yet to break through. Embarking on a journey seemed like a splendid idea. Brother Feng, I believe it would be prudent for junior brother Lin to first refine his divine weapons before setting off. This way, as long as he doesn't and Apos' encounter any Dao Transformation Realm cultivators, he should be able to protect himself in case of danger, Luo Qi interjected. Junior brother possesses some unique abilities due to his mutation. If he were to combine them with the divine weapons, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Furthermore, since he has been in seclusion since receiving his award and has recently begun experimenting with alchemy, it would be a pity not to make good use of the 3 divine weapons he has left. Feng Tianfeng tapped his forehead and retrieved a manual from his storage bag, presenting it to Lin Feng. This is the sword control technique that I selected from the scripture pavilion. Junior brother, keep it with you and take the time to comprehend it. Divine weapons do not require the lengthy nurturing of true qi like we do. You merely need to communicate with the sealing array within the weapon using your mental force, and then master the art of void flight. This way, if ordinary disciples see you soaring through the air, they will think twice before attempting to challenge you. The forging principle of exceptional divine weapons lies in sealing 4 ethereal blossoms onto the sword's body using a sealing array. Within that array, there exists a control focal point. The wielder need only use their mental force to control this point to manipulate the divine weapon at will. Lin Feng accepted the sword control technique and declared, "There is no time to waste. I will rest for a day and leave the day after tomorrow. As for matters at Dan Peak, I shall rely on all of you. Rest assured, even in our absence, there are still Lord Tiger and Lord Crane to assist you." Lin Feng nodded. Returning to his quarters, eager to peruse the Apos' sword control technique, and Apos, he envied those disciples who could soar through the air, possessing 3 divine weapons. He believed that controlling all 3 simultaneously, given his mutated abilities, would be exceedingly effortless. While others struggled for decades to barely operate a single chi sword, he was ready to wield 3 divine weapons at a moment's notice. In future encounters, he would only need to showcase a mid-tier divine weapon, keeping the other 2 as a backup, potentially invaluable in critical situations. Sword control signifies the unity of man and sword. When the heart stirs, the sword follows. Once one cultivates to the point where the person becomes the sword and the sword becomes the person, they can withdraw the sword into the mental space located at their brow. The human body possesses numerous acupoints, each concealing a mysterious space. However, not everyone has the strength to develop and master these spaces. The greater the mental force, the swifter the sword control, and the farther the flight. Upon reading these descriptions, Lin Feng checked his mental force and gasped in astonishment. Although his 14 mental spheres had become somewhat translucent, they had enlarged significantly. Peng was indeed correct. Alchemy could rapidly enhance the cultivation of mental force. During his alchemical endeavors, his mental force had been nearly depleted, but with a brief rest, it could be restored. Now, his mental force cultivation had increased by at least 15-fold, with an extension limit of approximately 150 meters. As a day passed, a streak of sword light burst forth from the peak of Dan Peak, revealing a figure standing atop the blade. Initially, the speed of the sword was sluggish, and the flight low and unstable. However, after 2 hours of relentless practice, his sword control became increasingly stable, and his speed tripled. It was no wonder they were considered divine weapons. Even the operation was simple and convenient, requiring minimal mental force. Standing confidently upon the sword, Lin Feng felt a profound transformation in just 2 to 3 months. When he had seen Wang Kun soaring through the air on his sword, He had regarded him as a celestial being. Now, reflecting on that moment, he found his past ignorance rather amusing. The higher the tier of the divine weapon, the greater its power, and the swifter the flight of the wielder, although the consumption of mental force doubled, presenting a drawback. With a thought, another divine weapon emerged from the void, his mid-tier weapon, the heavenly remnant sword. He swiftly positioned himself atop it, while the previous supreme divine weapon, the Bloodsea sword, vanished into the void. No wonder Lady Crane had mentioned the existence of acupoint spaces. It seemed he no longer required a storage bag, as the human body also housed some mysterious spaces with inherent storage capabilities. For instance, his mental space contained 14 mental spheres, as well as 3 divine swords. The human body was indeed the most enigmatic treasure. It appeared he would need to explore the mysterious powers hidden within it further in the future. Lin Feng and Apos' success in condensing his internal vigor was due to the absorption of geothermal energy, which erupted into blood energy. And this blood energy was transformed from the mysterious forces within his flesh. It was solely because of that transformation that his strength had experienced a profound enhancement. It was time to depart. Standing atop the sword, Lin Feng retrieved a map of the vast world from his storage bag. The Beast Spirit sect controlled a total of 13 great empires, the nearest being the Tianming Empire, whose royal family had become mere puppets. With the Tian Dao Merchant Alliance, one of the 5 major merchant guilds, truly holding the reins of power. The Tian Dao Merchant Alliance monopolized all lucrative industries within the empire, from weaponry to mining and transport, asserting its influence throughout the realm. There had been nobles and cadet royal families who sought rebellion, but before their uprisings could commence, they were obliterated by powerful mysterious forces. It was later rumored that the Tian Dao Merchant Alliance had the backing of an immortal sect, which compelled the royal family to behave submissively. A streak of sword light cut across the sky as Lin Feng soared forth from the immortal sect. At Dan Peak, Feng Tianyuan and the others gazed at the vanishing sword light, filled with a sense of nostalgia. After a brief journey, Lin Feng finally beheld a colossal city spanning 100 miles. This must be Tianning City, the most prosperous metropolis within the Tianming Empire. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Lin Feng chose a secluded spot to land, retracting the heavenly remnant sword into his mental space. After walking for half an hour, he finally arrived at the towering city walls, which soared several dozen feet high. The gate guards possessed a cultivation of at least the 2nd layer of qi refinement, indicating that the Tian Dao Merchant Alliance was indeed formidable. Lin Feng sensed the atmosphere and was taken aback. However, remembering the Beast Spirit sect's vast army of over 1 million outer disciples, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was no wonder the Beast Spirit sect could control 13 great empires. Any empire that dared to defy would find themselves confronted by a legion of tens of thousands of outer disciples, a formidable force no human realm could resist. Blind your eyes, daring to demand money from me. Open your eyes and see. I am a disciple of the Beast Spirit sect. If you do not wish to be exterminated, scram. My apologies, esteemed sir. I have offended you. Please spare my life. With a series of sharp cracks, Lin Feng declared, "Today, I'm in a good mood. I shall grant you a few lashes. Now get out of my way." At the city gate, the crowd immediately parted to create a pathway. A young man riding a magnificent steed cracked his whip, sending sharp sounds echoing through the air. The outer disciples of the Beast Spirit sect were a mixed lot. As long as they possessed decent aptitude, they could be recruited, their survival reliant on their own abilities. Most of the time, outer disciples would venture out into the world, using the sect's influence to act with impunity. It was said that some disciples who had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement were treated with the utmost respect, even by the royal families of small empires, highlighting the immense influence the immortal sect wielded in the mortal realm. Get out of the way, or I shall send you on your way to the afterlife. The grand steed galloped forward, and a swift whip shadow lashed toward Lin Feng, who stood in the middle of the road. Lin Feng and Apos' lips curled into a cold smile as he was about to teach the insolent fool a memorable lesson. Suddenly, he heard a delicate shout, and a beam of sword light flashed by, shattering the whip strike directed at him. He immediately felt a gentle force enveloping him, propelling him involuntarily a step sideways, just as a horse passed by. Is this the nature of the disciples from the Beast Spirit sect? A mere 1st-level qi refinement waste dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the backing of the immortal sect, those gatekeepers would have torn you to shreds. At that moment, a petite figure dressed in fiery red appeared at the city gate. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old and possessed a remarkable cultivation level of 5th-level qi refinement, with a sword hovering above her head, radiating a faint crimson glow. It was a low-grade divine weapon. Lin Feng was taken aback. For someone her age to reach such a pinnacle of cultivation, she must either be an extraordinary talent or possess a powerful background that allows her to continuously consume spiritual pills. Furthermore, her possession of a divine weapon indicated her significant connections. Lin Feng was aware that in the vast world, many disciples from various immortal sects, demonic sects, and even some hidden sects were wandering about. It's not uncommon to encounter disciples at the chi refinement stage, and even those at the transformation stage often lurk in the shadows. The once arrogant man, upon seeing the hovering flying sword, darkened his expression and dismounted his horse. I am Niayin, a disciple of the Beast Spirit sect. My father is the third in charge of the immortal sect stronghold in this city. May I know who you are? No wonder you are so arrogant. It seems your father supports you from behind. Who I am is beyond your qualification to inquire. Our 5 immortal sects share a mutual bond. For the sake of this connection, I shall let you go this time. Should there be a next time? I will not show mercy. Depart. So it is the illustrious Fire Phoenix of the Gi sect. My apologies. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from a distance, accompanied by a figure soaring through the air. The newcomer was a burly middle-aged man, sporting a thick beard and eyes wide as saucers. As he landed, the sword of Qi at his feet was sheathed in an empty scabbard on his back, indicating his cultivation was insufficient to store it in his mental space. Father, you must stand up for me. Yes, Yenner, stay aside. I shall handle this. The bearded man affectionately ruffled Niayin and Appo's hair and then turned his gaze toward the still hovering sword, his eyes glinting with greed. Birds of a feather flock together. The girl remarked disdainfully. This boy is worthless, and so is his father. What? Do you covet my divine sword? I am Niayin. How we fare is not for you to judge. Although the Gi sect ranks second among the 5 immortal sects, the disciples of the Beast Spirit sect are not to be trifled with. The name Fire Phoenix may resound within the Gi sect, but once outside, even if you are a true phoenix, you must leave something behind for me today. Niayin spoke and immediately took action, expelling 2 blooms of chi flowers from his mouth, while the sword behind him was drawn. Within 2 breaths, a divine weapon sword that fused the 2 flowers floated before him. I shall see whether your low-grade divine weapon is superior or my 2-flower divine weapon reigns supreme. At that moment, the Fire Phoenix and Appo's expression shifted. He had already reached the 7th level of chi refinement, the 3-flower stage, and she knew she was no match for him. If Niayin had only attained 1-flower cultivation, she might have dared to engage him with her peak cultivation, but now, without the advantage of her divine weapon, the gap in strength between the peak stage and the 3-flower stage was insurmountable. It seemed she had no choice but to intervene. Lin Feng observed the situation keenly. The 2 sides were not on the same level. The Gi sect disciple had acted out of good intentions to save him, and he could not stand idly by as she faced misfortune. With that thought, he stepped forward and positioned himself between the 2. Which courtyard of the Beast Spirit sect do you hail from? Lin Feng inquired, having learned their surname was Nye. Both individuals were taken aback by his sudden interjection. They sensed no fluctuations of true energy emanating from him, making it impossible to discern his cultivation level. Niayin scrutinized Lin Feng, his brow furrowing. This person intervening was clearly not a fool, and his direct inquiry about the courtyard indicated he was not to be underestimated. I am a disciple of the Blade Courtyard. And you? Blade Courtyard? Lin Feng murmured, examining Niayin closely. What relation do you have to the infamous Nia Demon of the Blade Courtyard? Upon hearing the name Nia Demon, Niayin's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Indeed, he is my younger brother. Might you be a disciple of the Immortal sect as well? Lin Feng nodded, a playful smile gracing his lips. What a small world. I have encountered your brother in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, and while his strength is commendable, had it not been for sheer luck, I would not have stood a chance against him. Encountered my brother? You are not a disciple of the transformation stage, then. Perhaps you practice some profound technique to conceal your true cultivation level. Niayin mused inwardly. Do not jump to conclusions. I have merely crossed paths with Nia Demon once. But judging by your appearance, it seems you have yet to receive news from the Immortal sect. What news? Lin Feng and Appo's smile deepened. Nia Demon is dead. What? Niayin gasped, his face turning a shade of purple and green. Withdraw your sword of Qi. This young lady from the Gi sect is acquainted with me, so I shall not accompany you. Lin Feng gestured to the Fire Phoenix, and they began to walk toward the city gate. However, before they could take more than 2 steps, a wave of murderous intent enveloped the city gate, twisting Niayin's expression. The sword of chi he wielded not only remained unsheathed, but began to emit a series of ominous sounds as he infused it with true energy. Lin Feng halted, turned to face him, and said calmly, "Do you wish to stop us? Speak clearly. You two shall not leave without first disabling your hands and feet." A flash of sword light cut through the air, yet no blood was shed. Instead, gasps of astonishment echoed around as a golden hand swiftly seized the two-flower divine weapon. "I forgot to mention, the one who killed your brother is none other than myself," Lin Feng whispered, ensuring only Nie Yun could hear. With a flicker of crimson in his gaze, he unleashed a mental sword aimed at Nie Yun's brow. Controlling the two-flower divine weapon required not only the chi flowers but also mental force for assistance. Once he shattered Nie Yun's mental defense, the struggling sword would be rendered useless. "What is this?" Nie Yun and Appo's eyes widened in horror as he perceived a sword manifesting from Lin Feng and Appo's brow through his mental power. Nie Yun stumbled back in panic, quickly reverting the mental energy he had infused into his sword for defense, conjuring a crystalline thought at his brow. However, Lin Feng's mental sword was swifter, piercing through Nie Yun's mental defenses like a hot knife through butter. "You have yet to face me. You do not know my terror." Lin Feng and Appo's mental focus shifted again, and a second mental sword erupted from his brow, seizing this rare opportunity to enhance his mental cultivation. As both mental swords advanced, a cry of anguish pierced the air. The shattered thought was consumed by the two mental swords. The Fire Phoenix, watching from the sidelines, felt a wave of fear wash over her as the mental sword drew near, causing her to immediately guard her mind. "While you are weak, I shall take your life." With the enemy and Appo's mental projection devoured, Lin Feng charged forward, delivering a kick to Nie Yun and Appo's dantian. "Which courtyard of the Beast Spirit sect do you belong to?" "Your strikes are ruthless," the Fire Phoenix observed, her expression shifting. Nie Yun's decades of cultivated mental energy were swiftly consumed, leaving him severely wounded. Though his true energy remained intact, he could no longer react to Lin Feng's impending attack. With a swift motion, a formidable expert of the second flower realm was sent hurtling through the air by a single kick. After dispatching Nie Yun, Lin Feng grasped the Fire Phoenix and dashed through the city gate. Nie Yun served as the third-in-command of the Immortal sect and Appo's outpost in the city. Incapacitating him would likely incite an investigation from the sect. Lin Feng preferred to maintain a low profile during his inaugural journey outside the sect. He was aware of the force behind his kick. Nie Yun's dantian had been shattered, rendering him little more than a living corpse, even if he retained a flicker of life. "Junior sister, in the presence of outsiders, refrain from revealing your divine weapon. Should it catch the attention of those with ill intentions, it could lead to dire consequences," Lin Feng cautioned. They eventually found a secluded spot and, seeing no pursuers, heaved a sigh of relief. While Lin Feng himself was untroubled, his junior sister from the Gi sect lacked the strength to fend for herself. It would be unacceptable if his actions against Nie Yun brought her harm. "Just call me Fire Phoenix. I owe you my gratitude for your timely assistance, senior brother," she replied, her expression devoid of worry, instead tinged with curiosity towards Lin Feng. "I am Lin Feng, a disciple of the Beast Spirit Sect's Alchemy Academy. Now, let us find a place to enjoy a proper meal, since joining the Immortal sect. I have yet to indulge in anything decent." "Disciple of the Alchemy Academy?" Fire Phoenix exclaimed, hurriedly following him. "Does this mean you can concoct elixirs? How impressive. You don't seem much older than I am, yet your prowess is extraordinary, and you can even refine pills. You must be a key disciple of the sect. No wonder you acted without hesitation against Nie Yun." Lin Feng scratched his nose, admitting he could refine elixirs, albeit having done so only once, producing just a single pill. Seeing his silence, Fire Phoenix assumed his tacit acknowledgement, her smile radiant. "Today, I shall treat you, senior brother. Please allow me the honor." Lin Feng abruptly halted, realizing he had forgotten to bring any money, though he possessed valuable items that could not be revealed. "What and Appo's, the matter, senior brother?" Lin Feng regarded Fire Phoenix seriously, asking, "Are you truly treating? Do you possess considerable wealth?" Her nods were rapid, albeit slightly intimidated by Lin Feng's demeanor. "We carry substantial amounts of worldly gold and silver while traveling." "Very well, lead the way," Lin Feng replied straightforwardly. "I forgot to bring any currency on this trip." The Shui Yue Dontian Tavern was grandiose, featuring mountains and waters, its environment arranged like a tranquil paradise. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately sensed several probing mental energies, which quickly retreated upon realizing he posed no threat. "Senior brother Lin, this tavern is under the control of the Tiandao Merchant Alliance. which is always guarded by masters at the peak of the third flower realm. Those probing energies were harmless. They were merely adhering to protocol, known to all patrons here. Fire Phoenix explained, aware that Lin Feng's mental prowess was likely exceptional, as evidenced by his effortless handling of Nianyun. Rest assured. As long as they do not act out of line, I shall bear no grievances, he replied. They settled at a table by the window, basking in sunlight. And soon a strikingly beautiful waitress approached. May I take your orders? Please bring us your house specialties. Fire Phoenix generously handed a silver note to the waitress, adding, This is for you. Do prepare some appetizers as well. Please wait a moment. The waitress replied respectfully before departing. Indeed, the Tiandao Merchant Alliance possessed formidable strength. Even a mere serving girl boasted the cultivation of the first level of qi refinement, Lin Feng observed, taken aback. Naturally, for the Tiandao Merchant Alliance is supported by the Immortal Sect, Fire Phoenix informed him. This territory belongs to the Beast Spirit Sect, under your sect's auspices. Why would the Immortal Sect involve itself in worldly affairs? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. It seems you are not well informed, senior brother. The Immortal Sect has over 100,000 outer disciples. Consider how much they must spend on food and necessities daily, aside from support from their secular families. A substantial portion of these expenses is covered by merchant alliances backed by the Immortal Sect. Soon, their dishes arrived, and Lin Feng, starved for a taste of worldly cuisine, devoured his meal with abandon. Fire Phoenix, however, paused after a few bites of rice and vegetables, chuckling at Lin Feng and Appo's voracious appetite. By the way, senior brother, during your travels here, are you intending to participate in the 9 Nether Underworld trial in 10 days? The 9 Nether Underworld? What is that? Lin Feng's words were muffled by food. Oh, so you did not come specifically for this once in 5 years trial, Fire Phoenix replied, slightly disappointed. Over 10,000 years ago, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in this city, which a powerful cultivator later discovered led to a mysterious place known as the 9 Nether Underworld. Once the abode of a supreme elder from hundreds of thousands of years ago, this realm is shrouded in mystery. Even the mighty cultivator who explored it could only endure 3 days before retreating in disarray, having explored merely a third of the area. The outer regions are teeming with billions of vengeful spirits, and deeper still are vengeful entities comparable to those in the Dao transformation realm. Lin Feng paused, curiosity piqued. What benefits can one gain from participating in the trial? Absolutely. Those vengeful spirits are the result of years of evolution from vengeful energy, making them ideal for refining one's mental prowess. Typically, disciples at the peak of their cultivation participate in this trial every 5 years, under the watchful eyes of seniors in the Dao transformation realm, ensuring that nothing catastrophic occurs during our trials in the peripheries. Vengeful energy? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Those spirits and entities were indeed manifestations of vengeful energy. It was beyond doubt that his mental powers could devour thoughts, and following the recent mutation in his own, it seemed he could now consume vengeful energy directly. If he could swallow billions of vengeful spirits, just how powerful would his mental prowess become? A gleam of excitement lit up Lin Feng's eyes, a foolish smile gracing his lips. Senior brother, what is happening with you? Clenching his fist, Lin Feng resolutely declared, I shall participate in this trial, but are there any requirements for the disciples who wish to join? Indeed, there are, Fire Phoenix explained. Upon the discovery of the teleportation array, the 5 major immortal sects sought to control it independently, but the other 4 would not acquiesce. Thus, the resolution was for all 5 sects to jointly oversee it. The array has 5 focal points that must be activated simultaneously for it to function, which is the most optimal solution. However, each activation consumes immense resources, leading to a stipulation. Outer disciples of the 5 sects are permitted entry only once in their lifetimes and must place in the top 10 of various competitions held over 5 years. Fire Phoenix continued, a hint of pride in her voice. I broke through to the peak of my cultivation last year and placed 4th in the annual newcomer competition. And the divine weapon I wield is a reward from the sect. How do you prove your eligibility? Fire Phoenix regarded Lin Feng oddly, pondering how he seemed oblivious to such matters. Typically, the sect records major competitions with memory stones to prevent deceit and to monitor promising disciples. Lin Feng's heart stirred. If that were the case, his bloody exploits at the martial arts competition would certainly have been documented. Senior brother Lin, do you have any notable accomplishments from the past 5 years? This is a crucial assessment. Lin Feng cleared his throat gently, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. I wouldn't call it an achievement, but I believe I qualified to enter the 9 Nether Underworld. After indulging in food and drink, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for what to do next. To be honest, this was his first journey, and lacking direction made it feel aimless. His spontaneous decision to participate in the trials of the Nine Nether Underworld was a fortunate coincidence, having crossed paths with the Fire Phoenix. Otherwise, he would have missed this heaven-sent opportunity. Sister Phoenix, do you know if there are any shops nearby that sell books introducing the Great World? Lin Feng's understanding of the Great World was limited to what he gleaned from the texts left by the Crane Fairy. Since he had embarked on this journey, he naturally wished to be well prepared, especially with the trials still 9 or 10 days away. That's quite simple. In the east of the city, there is a Tianbao pavilion run by the Tianbao Commerce Alliance, where you can find anything, as long as you can afford it. From divine weapons to elixirs, jewelry, and even hiring services. Would you like me to accompany you, brother? Looking wooed and hurt. If I find something I like but lack the funds, I can always refrain from purchasing. The two settled their bill and left the tavern, heading towards the eastern part of the city. Tianbao Pavilion was grand, boasting 5 floors and an imposing atmosphere. Standing guard at the entrance were formidable warriors at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, their stillness reminiscent of wooden statues. Entering the pavilion, Lin Feng was taken aback by the opulence, jewels embedded in the decor, golden silk ceilings, and silver floors. In contrast, the Xiao family's estate felt utterly impoverished. Though Lin Feng had reached an elite level of power, he was still a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, largely unaccustomed to such splendor. A woman in her 20s greeted them with a sweet smile. While not exceptionally alluring, her demeanor was pleasant. I would like the latest volume of the Great World, the Fire Phoenix stated directly. That will be 10,000 taels of silver. Before long, a thick tome was placed in Lin Feng's hands. Without a hint of concern, the Fire Phoenix extracted a card, and within moments, 10,000 taels were gone. Is this tome truly worth 10,000 taels? Lin Feng mused, recalling that he earned only a few coins as a servant in the Xiao household. 10,000 taels was a sum he could never hope to amass in a lifetime. The Fire Phoenix smiled gently. It and Appos, quite a bargain. With my VIP card. There and Amp, Appos, a 20% discount. Do not underestimate this tome. It contains an incredible wealth of information about the Great World, with costs in manpower, resources, and finances that are staggering. It could easily be worth 50,000 taels, and even then, there would be no copies left. Lin Feng placed the Great World into his storage bag and surveyed his surroundings. Where can I find the jewelry and jade on this floor? On the 3rd floor. Following her guidance, they ascended the staircase. Brother, do you wish to purchase anything else? She inquired. I and Appos, just take a casual look. If I find something I fancy, I may trouble you to cover the cost for now. I will repay you once we return to the sect. In truth, Lin Feng had no intention of making a purchase. He merely recalled the jade pendant gifted to him by Qin Yu, which had granted him and Appos, Dan Jing and Appos, after it was devoured. With Tianbao Pavilion's vast inventory, he hoped to stumble upon something of value. Brother, you need not worry about such trivial expenses. After all, I have yet to repay you for saving my life. The Fire Phoenix encouraged. Lin Feng nodded, dismissing any sense of reluctance. It would be inappropriate to feign shyness when the young lady had already expressed her willingness to assist. Pan, are you there? Lin Feng called out to the golden orb. What is it? If you have no pressing matters, do not disturb my rest. I am particularly fatigued and constantly feel the urge to sleep. The voice of Pan resonated in his mind. Ah, it seems you have encountered some good fortune. Your thoughts have become quite numerous. Gah, a second mutation, indeed. I must see what abilities have manifested this time. Attack, transformation, devouring. Quite impressive, and there is even a hint of evolutionary ability. Lin Feng listened intently, then quickly said, I am in Tianbao Pavilion, where there are numerous jade artifacts. Can you sense if there is anything particularly special? Do you think those spiritual energy crystals are mere rubble to be picked up? Pan retorted. After a brief silence, a voice of astonishment echoed back. You truly have stumbled upon some fortunate finds. There are indeed some valuable items here. Following Pan's guidance, Lin Feng navigated towards a section that appeared distinctive. Those who could access the 3rd floor were typically esteemed customers, and thus, the attending may displayed an even greater enthusiasm and attentiveness. Show me those 2 jade pendants. Those 5 bracelets, those 3 necklaces, and those 7 beads, Lin Feng commanded in rapid succession. The maid appeared momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his choices. As the items he indicated were antiquities tucked away in the corners, lacking any notable craftsmanship or luster. They were likely disregarded for years, and today, They had finally encountered a naive buyer. These antiquities were evidently relics of countless years, their elemental energy somewhat diluted, yet Pan seemed to manage some absorption. Those broken knives, swords, guns, and bows on the wall, purchased them all. If I am not mistaken, these were once spiritual artifacts, albeit too damaged to justify repairs. Nevertheless, they still harbor some elemental energy. Acquire them all at once. Lin Feng collected the jade artifacts and pointed to the wall where the weapons hung. I will take every weapon on this wall. This time, not only was the maid perplexed, but the Fire Phoenix also regarded him with curiosity. Those items, aside from their dilapidated state, were hardly worth consideration. She had assumed Lin Feng would seek out exquisite and valuable jade. Yet he had swept up the most inconsequential of items instead. Before long, all the weapons were secured in his storage bag, and Lin Feng made another round. Pan, is there nothing else worth acquiring? Sir, the total comes to 150,000 taels of silver. Lin Feng stared at the maid's sweet smile, utterly unable to express his frustration over such exorbitant prices for these broken items. Yet, the Fire Phoenix seemed entirely unfazed, directly deducting the amount from her card. After concluding their business, Lin Feng found himself devoid of any desire to continue shopping. The disparities in wealth were disheartening, although he surpassed the Fire Phoenix in strength. Her wealth was substantial. In any lavish establishment, it was likely she would be the one welcomed, while he would be met with disdain if the proprietors possessed the audacity to do so. As for Lin Feng's peculiar choice in antiquities, the Fire Phoenix did not inquire further. The actions of this elder brother from the Beast Spirit sect were often unpredictable, and his eccentricities were simply part of his character. Just as they exited Tianbao Pavilion, an ominous aura enveloped them. The Fire Phoenix's expression shifted, her eyes scanning their surroundings with unease. In stark contrast, Lin Feng remained entirely at ease. These threats were insignificant to him. Just a bunch of rodents, Lin Feng declared brazenly. With a series of claps, 3 figures emerged slowly from the shadows. The leader was a middle-aged man, flanked by 2 elderly men who walked with a noticeable limp. However, Lin Feng did not underestimate them. Their imposing presence suggested they were at least at the 3rd flower level of the 3-flower realm. Impulsive youth. Were I in your position, I would seek a way to extricate myself rather than stand here spouting bravado. The middle-aged man observed Lin Feng's calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of fear. State your names. I prefer not to engage in trivial banter. We are not privy to your identity. Accompany me docilely. I wish to avoid the appearance of bullying under the open sky. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he sensed the 2 elders' mental energy locking onto him. He was a newcomer to the Immortal sect and unaware of having offended anyone. Could it be related to Nie Yun and Appo's demise? Before his thoughts could fully form, the 2 elders erupted into action, conjuring ethereal swords that lunged at Lin Feng from either side. To Lin Feng, these swords, lacking the condensed essence of chi flowers, were mere trifles. He scarcely bothered to consider their ability to penetrate his inner chi defense. His principle was simple. I do not offend unless offended, but if offended, I repay 100-fold. The sword lights arrived swiftly, eliciting a sinister glint in the eyes of the observing middle-aged man. His face contorted into a visage of cruelty. The 2 decrepit elders moved surprisingly fast, their attacks precise and well-timed. Lin Feng suspected they might have a background as assassins. Nevertheless, he acted decisively, erecting 3 layers of chi defense around himself and seizing one of the elders with A and Appo's, grasping and Appo's motion of his right hand. Since mastering the demonic claw forms, Lin Feng had come to appreciate the profound nature of these seemingly simple claw techniques. Those with discerning eyes gasped as they saw the young man forego defense and instead launch a counterattack. Even the 2 elders hesitated momentarily as the sword lights neared, though they did not withdraw their blades. 2 crisp sounds echoed as the swords glanced off Lin Feng's flesh, which was as unyielding as steel. Had you wielded divine weapons, I might have been wary. Alas, you miscalculated. Given your advanced age, allow me to hasten your departure. Lin Feng moved with incredible speed, before their attack could bear fruit. And as the 2 mental energy swords struck, he seized the opportunity to prevent any counterattack. His right hand effortlessly clamped onto one elder's neck, while his left stealthily grasped the other's sword. A sickening crack echoed as Lin Feng crushed the elder's neck, followed by the snapping of the ethereal sword. Insolence! The middle-aged man roared, conjuring an ethereal sword to strike at Lin Feng's lower body. A divine weapon. Lin Feng had not anticipated that the middle-aged man would wield such a weapon. Though confident, he was not foolish enough to directly confront a divine weapon with his bare flesh. He roared, summoning 5 layers of chi defense that caused his body to shimmer with golden light. Simultaneously, he conjured his own divine weapon, the intermediate-grade Heaven's Remnant Sword. The two swords clashed head-on in a display of raw power. Lin Feng's expression shifted as he felt a chilling, malevolent force emanate from his opponent's blade, threatening to overwhelm his own divine weapon. However, while Lin Feng was surprised, the middle-aged man was even more alarmed. The mental energy he had imbued in his divine weapon was being devoured, threatening to sever his control over the weapon. Who was this young man? The two divine weapons struggled against each other in the sky. Lin Feng scoffed, realizing his opponent was a formidable foe. He poured more mental energy into his blade and charged towards the middle-aged man, intending to engage in close combat. He believed his physical strength would be a match for most 7th-level chi refiners. Moreover, he possessed an unparalleled advantage, the ability to multitask. While his opponent could only focus on one thing at a time, if the man concentrated on controlling his divine weapon, he would be vulnerable in close combat. But if he focused on his own strength, his divine weapon would be overwhelmed. Seeing Lin Feng simultaneously control his divine weapon and engage in fierce close combat, the middle-aged man and Appo's face finally betrayed his alarm. He stamped his foot, shattering the ground with his powerful chi, and launched a barrage of stone shards at Lin Feng to buy himself time. However, Lin Feng, who was unfazed by ethereal swords, paid no heed to these crude projectiles. The stones disintegrated into dust as Lin Feng continued his relentless approach. The chi around his fist began to swell, transforming them into formidable weapons. "Withdraw," the middle-aged man cried. Executing a hand seal and recalling his divine weapon, he transformed into a blur, dodging and retreating, desperate to escape Lin Feng and Appo's relentless pursuit. Trying to escape? Taste my fist first. Lin Feng and Appo's eyes flashed crimson as his divine weapon streaked towards the middle-aged man and Appo's head. Had this fool imagined that withdrawing his divine weapon would allow him to escape? He had forgotten about the other divine weapon hovering in the sky. Could his retreat be faster than a flying sword? I and Appo's LL fight you to the death. The two divine weapons collided fiercely just 2 meters from the middle-aged man. In a desperate gamble, he had summoned his divine weapon at the last moment, but this hesitation allowed Lin Feng's fist to land. A cyan chi shield enveloped the middle-aged man, but it shattered instantly, offering no resistance, like a mere sheet of paper. Lin Feng's fist possessed the force of a 3rd-level chi refiner, channeling all his power into a single point. He could not believe the middle-aged man's body could withstand such an impact. A gout of blood spewed from the man's mouth, aimed directly at Lin Feng's eyes. It seemed this opponent was a formidable adversary, turning his own blood into a weapon after being struck by Lin Feng and Appo's fist. It was clear that Lin Feng still had much to learn in terms of combat skills. However, Lin Feng was no ordinary martial artist. He had refined his inner chi throughout his entire body. The blood projectile, though potent, was easily dispelled. The middle-aged man was sent flying, his face ashen, blood trickling from his lips. Just as Lin Feng was about to deliver the final blow, a chill ran down his spine as a commanding voice echoed through the air. Halt! Lin Feng retracted his chi defense, recalled his divine weapon, and gazed at the sky. A handsome man floated in midair. A Dao Transformation Realm cultivator, Fire Phoenix, exclaimed. The handsome man descended as if walking down stairs, his movements graceful and refined. As the chief administrator of the immortal sect here, I possess a token granted by the Elder Council. Harming me would bring you no benefit. His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. He scanned Lin Feng from head to toe, nodding and smiling appreciatively. Impressive, indeed. Quite suitable. The middle-aged man, struggling to his knees, stammered. Outer disciple Huang Shu greets senior brother Feng. I report that this man murdered the 3rd administrator at the city gate without provocation. I sought to uphold the honor of the immortal sect and apprehend him, but he proved to be ruthless. Silence. You dare speak? The handsome man cut him off, then turned his smiling gaze back to Lin Feng. Is what he says true? No, senior brother. Lin Feng was forced to act in order to save me. Please punish me instead, Fire Phoenix said, stepping in front of Lin Feng to take responsibility. The handsome man glanced at Fire Phoenix, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ice Phoenix, are you related to her? You know my sister? Fire Phoenix asked, sensing a glimmer of hope. Your sister? The handsome man's eyes lit up. He studied her more closely, a smile spreading across his face. Could you be the girl who inadvertently consumed the flame fruit all those years ago? 10 years have passed, and you've blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Ah, are you? Are you Brother Crazy Wind? Fire Phoenix asked tentatively. Haha, indeed, I am the notorious Wind Brother, once labeled a villain by you. The handsome Wen seemed to recall something amusing, bursting into laughter, then turned to the kneeling Huang Shu and spoke with an authoritative tone. Let him die if he must. What use is a worthless being? The ruthless figure you speak of is a disciple of the Alchemy Institute, and during this time, numerous outer disciples have perished by his hand, earning him a fearsome reputation. Had I not intervened earlier, you would likely be a corpse by now. Depart. Return to recuperate. And let the affairs here be handled by the secondary supervisor. Understood. Huang Shu expressed no discontent, having been in the sect for over a decade. He held a profound reverence for the inner disciples, whose words bore the weight of imperial edicts. No, they held even greater authority and dignity. After Huang Shu stumbled away, Wen cast a disdainful glance at his retreating figure, contemplating how, after consuming so many purple spirit pills over the years, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Were it not for the presence of certain elders, he would have deserved a swift fist to the head. Unexpectedly, they found themselves back at the Shuiwei Dongtian Tavern. This time, Lin Feng and the Fire Phoenix accompanied Wind, yet their treatment was starkly different from before. Before reaching the tavern, they were greeted by a throng of attendants, guards, and maidens who hurriedly knelt before them. Rise, everyone. Please arrange a private room for us, Wind commanded, ascending to the second floor. This tavern is a property of our sect. Henceforth, Lin, you may rest here at your leisure. Once seated, a maiden cautiously presented a pot of tea, then respectfully retreated. Let us savor this exquisite Longjing tea. Few have the privilege to taste such a fine brew. Wind, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman, poured a cup for each, then took a delicate sip, closing his eyes to relish the flavor. After a prolonged moment, he exclaimed, "This tea is indeed delightful," leaving a lingering aftertaste. Lin Feng took a sip, noting only a hint of bitterness with no other discernible flavor. You do not appreciate the nuances of tea, of course, Wen chuckled, then exhaled gently, causing the tea in his cup to transform into swirling mist. Smell it with your nose. What can you discern? Is this the mastery of the Dao transformation realm? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, a wave of refreshing fragrance rushing to his head, prompting him to exclaim, fragrant. Haha. It seems we may indeed become tea companions. Lin Feng inwardly chuckled, puzzled by Wen's intentions. He had prevented him from killing Huang Shu yet disparaged Huang Shu's worth, only to invite him for tea and discourse. Seemingly aware of Lin Feng's thoughts, Wen set down his teacup and remarked, You arrived just in time, Lin. Upon my departure from the sect, I received numerous visiting cards from disciples, including several inner disciples who ascended Dan Peak wishing to meet you. Oh, Brother Wind. Is Brother Lin quite renowned in the Alchemy Institute? Fire Phoenix interjected. Do they seek to request him for alchemy? There are many reasons, too numerous to elaborate at this moment. I was summoned by the Elder Council to seek you out, Lin. Lin Feng was taken aback. When had he established any rapport with the Elder Council? The Elder Council has been informed of your ability to concoct transcendent-level elixirs, a matter reported to the sect master. Consequently, they dispatched me urgently to find you and provide discreet protection. Wind tapped the tabletop lightly, causing the teacup to spin in midair, its contents undisturbed. Transcendent-level elixirs? Fire Phoenix gasped, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. This revelation was explosive. Are you truly capable of crafting such elixirs? I was also astounded upon hearing this news. It has been millennia since a disciple could produce transcendent-level elixirs. However, Wen continued, some elders of the Elder Council suspect you possess some extraordinary artifact allowing you to create such elixirs. Lin Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. The fact that the Elder Council had taken notice of his ability to produce transcendent-level elixirs, along with the assignment of a Dao transformation disciple for his protection, left him uncertain whether he was under surveillance or if there were other undisclosed secrets at play. Indeed, the more I observe you, the more I find you agreeable. Were it not for my sister's prior engagement, you would be an excellent candidate to be my brother-in-law. Wind suddenly made a peculiar comment. You may not be aware, but my sister often murmurs your name, expressing a desire to personally thank you on Dan Peak. Brother Wind, are you referring to Sister Z? I do not believe I am acquainted with your sister, Lin Feng pondered, recalling that he had not met anyone named Z. Haha. My sister claims you are rather oblivious to romantic inclinations. After sharing life and death experiences, you still remain unaware of each other's identities. Lin Feng's mind flashed to a figure. Was it her? The calm and decisive girl in the green robe he had encountered in the Beast Mountain. Are you speaking of Junior Sister Wu? Wen laughed heartily. At last, you recall. Thanks to your timely assistance on Beast Mountain, My sister not only returned safely to the sect, but also successfully brought back that spiritual artifact. That artifact, albeit slightly damaged, has been restored to its original state through the blood crystals you provided, and it has even gained enhanced power. The sect rewarded them with 10 premium 5 elements pills and a mid-grade purple spirit pill. Now my sister's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 5 chi realm. She merely awaits to stabilize her foundation before consuming the purple spirit pill to attempt a breakthrough into the 3 flowers realm. Lin Feng found it amusing. It was truly laughable. While he tirelessly endeavored to advance his external strength, making painfully slow progress, those connected to him soared in cultivation. For instance, Feng Tianyuan had ascended from the first flower realm to the pinnacle of completion in just over 2 months. Both brother Wang Kun from the Sword Institute and He Yitzi had reached the 3 flowers pinnacle. Even Qin Yu had dramatically increased his strength, jumping 3 levels to become a 5 chi expert in mere hours. Now, another acquaintance, Sister Z, had rapidly improved her cultivation due to his influence. According to Wind, it would not be long before his sister also succeeded in advancing to become a top-tier expert in the 3 flowers realm. How fortuitous. My sister will be arriving here in a few days to participate in the 5-yearly trial in the 9 Nether Purgatory. You two can spend some time together. If your feelings align, I would not object to you becoming my brother-in-law. She is coming as well. However, Arin and Apos, all disciples eligible for the 9 Nether Purgatory trials required to have some achievements? Lin Feng promptly raised this question, dismissing Wind and Apos' jest about becoming a brother-in-law. Haha, I forgot to mention, among the blood crystals you gifted my sister, several were intermediate level, which I refined into pure beastly energy. When Zi condensed her thoughts, she accidentally integrated that beastly energy, resulting in a mutation, granting her an enchanting ability. Hence, the Elder Council made an exception, allowing her to participate this time. Otherwise, she would have had to wait another 5 years. A mutated thought? Lin Feng was surprised. He had not expected junior sister Wu to have a mutated thought as well, possessing an enchanting ability. He wondered how it compared to his own unique abilities. Such mutations are rare and hard to come by. Typically, one might not find even one among 100,000 disciples. Thus, Z is indeed fortunate to benefit from your influence. You flatter me. I truly did nothing. Nonetheless, Wind, am a man of distinction and can discern right from wrong. This time, my commitment to safeguarding your safety is merely a repayment of a personal favor. After a few days, when I arrive at the 9 Nether Underworld, I shall also ensure your safety. Lin Feng initially intended to say, once we enter the 9 Nether Underworld, my safety requires no protection, yet the words caught in his throat. Quang Feng, after downing several cups, appeared somewhat inebriated, lamenting. It is a pity that such splendid moments lack the presence of the Ice Phoenix Fairy. Alas, how sorrowful. Observing the despondent expression on Quang Feng's face, Lin Feng surmised that he had once been entangled in emotional turmoil. It would indeed be strange for such a dashing young man not to attract the gaze of women. However, the path of immortality is merciless, unless one forms a dual cultivation partnership. What is deemed deep affection may transform into demonic thoughts in the future. When demons arise, calamities follow. Once one's cultivation reaches perfection, it could become a significant obstacle to advancement. There are guest rooms in the back courtyard. You may stay at your leisure. In the coming days, many distinguished disciples from the 5 great sects will gather in this city, causing quite a stir. Before the teleportation array is activated, it would be wise for you to meditate in peace for a few days. Go on. I wish to be alone for a while. Should you require anything? Simply instruct the innkeeper. With Quang Feng, a disciple of the inner sect, supporting him, the one attending to Lin Feng and his companions was the innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a round face and a jovial demeanor. This is a premium guest room prepared for the 2 esteemed guests. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Should there be any deficiencies, I shall immediately send someone to procure whatever you need. No need for that. I will be meditating in my room for the next few days. Unless there is an urgent matter, I ask that no one disturb me. After dismissing the innkeeper with a wave of his hand, Lin Feng glanced at the Fire Phoenix. What do you say, junior sister? I have come out early. Those senior brothers and sisters will arrive in succession, and once they do, I must return to the ranks of the sect. Very well. We shall meet again on the day the teleportation array opens. Lin Feng harbored other thoughts as he entered the guest room, leaving behind a somewhat irate beauty. The guest room was rather elegant, with a faint scent of sandalwood in the air, promoting a sense of tranquility. Sandalwood is indeed a valuable commodity. Back in the Shao Manor, only direct descendants received a meager allowance of it each month. with only a few days remaining before entering the Nine Nether Underworld. Although Kwang Fong was dispatched by the Elders' Hall for protection, one ultimately relies on one and Appos' own strength on the path of cultivation. Gaining the Elders' Hall's attention stemmed from his ability to refine extraordinary elixirs, even if it were a stroke of luck. They would assume he possessed the methods to craft such elixirs. Thus, Lin Feng remained skeptical of the Elders' Hall and their ulterior motives. Since the last alchemical session, his mental cultivation had grown significantly, yet it lacked refinement. He intended to take advantage of these days to consolidate his progress. Lin Feng consumed the last of his fasting pills and sat on the bed, the incantation from the first part of the Divine Forging chapter echoing in his mind. 3-9 Divine Forging. The detailed explanation of the 3-9 Divine Forging stated that Appos, 3 nines and Appos, signifies Appos, 3 strikes and 9 refinements, Appos, while Appos, divine Appos, represents the thoughts condensed during the chi refinement stage. The strength of one's mental energy can be distinguished in 2 ways, refinement and magnitude. The more concentrated the thought, the more refined the emitted mental energy, thereby increasing its potency. As for magnitude, it is straightforward. A larger thought correlates to greater cultivation strength, which is the most direct measure of mental energy's potency. The 3-9 Divine Forging elaborates that there are dozens of methods to refine thoughts in the cultivation world. Yet the ultimate pursuit remains the same, to temper the energy within thoughts to achieve smoothness and purity. The Divine Forging chapter describes that the 3-9 Divine Forging is a rather formidable and fearsome method, yet it is most suitable for those with mutated thoughts. The scriptures clearly record that individuals with mutated thoughts who cultivate the 3-9 Divine Forging to its highest realm will generate thought flames. Thought flames are coveted by every disciple in the chi refinement stage, once produced, as long as one's true energy reaches the peak of the 3 flowers realm. The merging of chi and fire will easily breach the Purple Mansion barrier. Lin Feng and Appos' mind was flooded with these phrases. No wonder, during ancient times, countless disciples broke through to the Tao transformation realm yearly. Today, with the significant reduction of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, many supreme techniques have been lost, and each sect barely has a handful of disciples reaching the Tao transformation realm annually. In Lin Feng's mind, 3 divine weapons hovered alone, while on the other side, 13 translucent thoughts revolved slowly around a central thought. Pan, are you there? I am here. You have finally begun to cultivate the Divine Forging chapter. Recently, all my mental cultivation has grown, so I seized the time to refine it. Pan, do you know how thought flames are produced? Do you truly not remember at all? That is not the case. The reason I have not explained it clearly is that you lack the aptitude to cultivate. However, I have changed my mind. Some individuals and Appos, fortunes and destinies are preordained, and I suspect you are one of those people. After a brief silence, Pan continued, I will transmit some ancient information to you. Take a moment to understand it. Mysterious symbols flickered, transforming into characters and forming coherent messages. It was revealed that 100,000 years ago, the Great World was merely one among many. However, it served as the center of these worlds, rich in heavenly materials and spiritual energy. Thus, every 5,000 years, some minor powers and significant practitioners from other worlds would forcibly breach the spatial barriers to descend upon the Great World, seeking the resources that could drive all cultivators mad. During that time, the Great World was teeming with talent, giving rise to numerous prodigious practitioners. From the chi refinement stage, they possessed a deeper foundation than others. And cultivating thought flames was a vital aspect of their advancement. To generate thought flames, there are no shortcuts. One must continuously strengthen and refine their thoughts until reaching a certain realm, at which point thought flames will naturally emerge. Yet, only a select few possess the patience to spend decades honing their thoughts, hoping to produce thought flames. The majority would not foolishly squander their time on thought cultivation. They pursued longevity and the Tao transformation realm's divine abilities. In truth, the Divine Forging chapter was specifically crafted for those with mutated thoughts. And Lin Feng and Appos' mutated thoughts were particularly suited for its cultivation, especially as his thoughts possessed both offensive and devouring powers. Practicing the 3-9 Divine Forging would yield exceptional results. Once he took the first step, the subsequent path would be far smoother. Pan, what exactly should I do? It's simple, since your thoughts possess devouring abilities. Cultivating thought flames will be much easier. I will impart a verse to you. Remember it well and practice diligently. Core Point Storm, Lin Feng murmured. This was a minor technique created by a great being with a stellar body during his chi refinement stage. What I transmit to you is merely an incomplete version. yet it suffices for thought cultivation. Take your time to comprehend it. Once you grasp the key, practicing the 3-9 divine forging will be a walk in the park. The core point storm indeed appeared as an incomplete verse. This technique was derived from the principles governing the movement of celestial bodies, inspired by witnessing the birth, fall, and explosion of stars. The cosmos is vast and boundless, steeped in mystery. Every moment, stars are born from the void, grow, and countless stars reach the end of their lifespan. During these moments, stars collapse, and within them, a core point is formed, generating an unparalleled gravitational force. It is said that some core points emit a gravitational pull so strong that even light cannot escape. What I must do now is use the main thought as the core point, with the 13 auxiliary thoughts as the gravitational wings. To cultivate a core point storm within the realm of thoughts, Lin Feng controlled the 13 auxiliary thoughts, transforming them into 13 thought swords, and began to accelerate their rotational speed. However, this acceleration seemed less pronounced, as there existed a repulsive force between the main and auxiliary thoughts. When a single thought stirs, the equilibrium among all thoughts is disrupted. For an entire day, Lin Feng's secondary thoughts maintained a constant rotational speed without any significant change. This was problematic. The multitude of thoughts had created an increasing number of imbalance points, causing him considerable distress. To diminish these imbalance points, he recognized the need to reduce the number of thoughts. Opening his eyes, he felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that an abundance of thoughts was not necessarily advantageous. In his mind, the disk side, the essence of the core point storm technique lies fundamentally in its attraction. While you have been focused on maintaining a balance between attraction and repulsion during your training, you failed to recognize that to master this technique, it suffices to retain the attraction. The repulsion is merely a force that can be disregarded. With this revelation, Lin Feng tapped his forehead, astonished that such a simple solution had eluded him. It was no wonder that mentorship was paramount in the cultivation world. Having a master to guide one could indeed save a great deal of time. Disc, would you consider becoming my master? Huh. The disc scoffed. Your strength is far too feeble. You lack the qualifications to be my disciple. Should you one day ascend to the Tao transformation realm, perhaps I might contemplate the matter. But whether I take you as my apprentice will depend on my mood then. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. He possessed a treasure at his side yet remained unable to grasp it, let alone unlock its true potential. Once more, he entered a meditative state, choosing to disregard the repulsion among his secondary thoughts and focusing entirely on the attraction, thereby shortening the distance between his primary and secondary thoughts. Faster, even faster. Lin Feng and Appos, his heart cried out. Another day passed, and the rotational speed of his thoughts noticeably increased. By the fourth day, the speed had accelerated to the point where it became indistinguishable from reality or illusion. Yet, this speed was still insufficient. The primary thought had yet to generate any attraction. Although the secondary thoughts spun with remarkable velocity, Lin Feng felt no pull emanating from the primary thought. On the seventh day, the secondary thoughts became obscured, leaving only swirling gusts of wind centered around the primary thought, from which faint attraction radiated. To his astonishment, Lin Feng sensed a slight influx of spiritual energy from the external world. This energy acted like a stimulant. Once infused into the wind, its force surged, displaying signs of potentially transforming into a tempest. By the ninth day, a tremendous storm brewed within the thought space. The wind swirled in a vortex, and at its center, he discerned a faintly glowing crystal, emanating a powerful attraction. Above Lin Feng and Appos' quarters, the fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified as if someone were cultivating within, drawing in the energy. What is that boy doing? Thought Quang Feng, bemused. Isn't he practicing external techniques? How could he be harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Such fluctuations could only be produced by disciples at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm. He sensed no other presence in Lin Feng's chamber, which puzzled him. Seated in a refined room, Quang Feng continued to sip tea, shaking his head. Across from him sat 3 disciples, 1 woman and 2 men, one of whom was Zi, while the other 2 were unfamiliar. Brother, is that Lin Feng practicing some extraordinary technique? Quang Feng set down his teacup, his smile still charming. I'm not sure. It's not unusual for Lin Feng to be involved in something peculiar. After all, I've never regarded him as a normal person. Zi, cultivate a connection with him. Brother Feng, your suggestion seems somewhat inappropriate, interjected one of the men, handsome yet currently frowning. Once Zi ascends to the Tao transformation realm, we will immediately become Tao partners. Though Lin Feng possesses some skills, his cultivation is external. It is utterly impossible for him to become an inner disciple in the Tao transformation realm. Furthermore, many seniors and juniors are merely observing, assessing his potential value. Encouraging Zi to approach him will inevitably attract gossip. Hanshin, my brother means no offense. You should choose your words with care, Zi replied with a cold demeanor. Zi, do not be so harsh. I do not wish to hear it. Our engagement was arranged by our families. The alliance of our two clans is merely a matter of circumstance. I have made my feelings quite clear. I have no affection for you. Enough. You two constantly bicker upon meeting. If you find it tiresome, I am utterly vexed. Brother Hanshin is here on a mission from our sect to escort you into the 9 netherworlds for the trial. We shall be together for 2 months. So let us speak calmly. Also, Brother Hanshin just asked me why I am in this city. I must inform you that I am here at the behest of the Elder Council to ensure Lin Feng's safety, so even if you harbor intentions towards him, I would prefer you not be the first to act against him. Do you understand my words? Kuang Feng's tone was neutral, yet upon finishing, a flicker of sharpness glinted in his eyes, cleaving the air in the elegant chamber as if it had been sliced. The sword of the mind. Hanshin was momentarily taken aback, then his expression fell. I did not expect Brother Feng to have comprehended the second layer of the sword of the mind after 10 years of seclusion. Luck plays a significant role. Without igniting the soul fire, grasping the sword of the mind is not so easily achieved. The notes left by the sword god elder clearly state that to comprehend the sword of the mind, it is best to first ignite the soul fire, greatly increasing the chances of success. Junior brother, you should focus on solidifying your Tao transformation layer and refining your spirit for a decade or 2 before seeking to understand the second layer of the sword Tao. Rest assured, brother, I will understand my path without your reminders. The chamber fell into silence. At this moment, Lin Feng, with closed eyes, felt a black dot subtly emerging at his brow, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy from the surroundings, all absorbed into that dot. Had the core point storm finally manifested? Lin Feng peered through his primary thought, observing the thought space where a vortex of thought energy swirled, and he could not help but feel exhilarated. His efforts had borne fruit. Is this the extent of its power? Is this what you call the core point storm? The disc emerged at an inopportune moment to cast doubt on Lin Feng, but then it shifted tone. However, achieving this is indeed commendable. It will suffice against those in the Qi refinement stage. Your current core wing's rotational speed has increased 1,000-fold. If you can reach 10,000-fold, it could barely be considered the embryonic form of the core point storm. If you can achieve 100,000-fold, it should qualify as a small core point storm. Young one, your journey remains long. Strive diligently. Someone is seeking you outside. I shall take my rest. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, seemingly deliberate. A woman. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, and the storm within his thought space dissipated within a few breaths, revealing 14 distinct thoughts. The black dot at his brow vanished, and the spiritual energy in the world gradually returned to tranquility. Brother Lin, are you awake? Lin Feng rose and opened the door to find none other than Wu Zi, Kuang Feng and Appo's sister. Oh, it's you, Wu Junior sister. How long have you been here? Lin Feng smiled, noting that Wu Zi had a captivating appearance. Her face, however, bore no trace of emotion, appearing as cold as ice. Brother, you have been in seclusion for 8 days. My brother sent me to inform you that we are preparing to head to the trial point. All participating seniors and juniors have gathered. We are merely waiting on you. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering if Wu Zi had cultivated some emotion-obliterating technique, for she consistently maintained such a frosty demeanor. Let us go. Lin Feng shook his head and followed suit, initially expecting her to express gratitude upon seeing him. To his surprise, he was met with that frigid expression once again, leaving him to ponder the losses he had incurred. However, after 8 days of diligent effort, he had finally begun to grasp the fundamentals of nuclear storm. With continued perseverance, he might well have the opportunity to cultivate the flame of thought. Accelerating 1,000-fold was already his limit. To reach 10,000 or even 100,000 times would require a protracted journey to truly master the essence of nuclear storm. As Lin Feng ambled along, lost in thought, he suddenly collided with someone, inhaling a few intoxicating whiffs of fragrance. Brother Lin, we have arrived. The Shueihua Dantian Tavern was already bustling with people. A glance revealed over 50 individuals, among whom were several familiar faces: the winking Qinyu, the briefly met Yitzi, Wang Kuan from the Sword Academy, and surprisingly, Feng Tianyuan from the Alchemy Academy, who held a particularly unique relationship with him. So you are the arrogant Lin Feng from the Dan Peak? Quite the demeanor you possess. I wonder if your prowess is as inflated as the rumors suggest. A sarcastic voice pierced Lin Feng's ears. The intruder's intentions were clearly malevolent. Instinctively, Lin Feng turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a darkly scowling man standing beside Quangfeng, a twisted smile playing at the corners of his mouth. An inner disciple of the Dao transformation realm, Lin Feng deduced. It was rare for anyone to speak so brazenly in the presence of Quangfeng unless they belonged to the inner circle. Outer disciple Lin Feng pays his respects to his senior brother, he replied respectfully, maintaining his composure. Your eyesight is commendable. I wonder how you fare in other respects. Han Xian stepped forward, summoning a gust of wind that bore down on Lin Feng with an overwhelming force. As this aura emanated, all the outer disciples present recoiled in fear, eager to distance themselves from its oppressive reach. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. The pressure was unlike anything he had experienced from his fellow outer disciples. It was a power that loomed above all, capable of dictating life and death. Under this force, everything seemed insignificant and trivial. Is this the magical power wielded by the Dao transformation realm? A more advanced force derived from true energy. Lin Feng mused as he stomped his foot, retreating swiftly. How dare a mere disciple of external cultivation flaunt his abilities before me? He clearly does not understand his own insignificance. Han Xian's voice turned icy, his eyes glinting with malice. Boom. Lin Feng was sent flying, leaving an imprint in the wall. Pain shot through his body as if his organs had shifted and all his joints lost sensation. Most alarmingly, the 14 flames of thought nestled within his forehead had slipped from his control, offering no response whatsoever. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Lin Feng had been given no opportunity to retaliate. He had intended to utilize the 5th level of his qi to defend himself. But his thoughts were suppressed by an enigmatic force. Gasping, Lin Feng lay sprawled on the street, blood spurting from his mouth. A figure darted to his side, flicking a pill into his mouth. Hold still, your organs are injured. It was Quangfeng. Is that all? I expected a disciple who could stir unrest among the outer sect to possess some remarkable talents. It seems I have overestimated you. Han Xian's disdainful words lingered in the air. Regardless of how arrogant you become, in my eyes, you remain a mere ant that I could crush at any moment. Han Xian, you have gone too far, Wu Zi exclaimed, landing beside Lin Feng. Upon seeing the bloodied ground and his pallid face, her fury ignited. Too far. Zi. Remember that you are my fiancé. Refrain from associating with this fellow. If I hear any further rumors, do not blame me for being ruthless. Han Xian coldly tossed his words over his shoulder before taking flight. Brother, why did you not intervene? With your cultivation, he could not have succeeded, Quangfeng sighed. Shaking his head, I owe him a favor. When you went to fetch Brother Lin, he asked me not to interfere. I refuse to be indebted to anyone, especially not him. Fortunately, he did not resort to lethal force. Otherwise, Brother Lin might have lost his life today. Z, do not worry. I have administered a healing elixir to him. He will recover shortly. How weak I truly am. Shockingly feeble, Lin Feng lamented as he lay on the ground, reflecting on the devastating blow he had just received. In a single strike, he had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. The Dao transformation realm sees all outer disciples as mere insects. I have enjoyed a smooth journey over the past few months, allowing myself to forget the importance of vigilance. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. One must remain ever cautious. Time passed, and Lin Feng opened his eyes to find familiar faces surrounding him. Brother Lin, how do you feel? Feng Tianyuan inquired, offering a hand to help him up. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his lips, just a minor injury, fortunately. Brother Feng and Appo's healing elixir arrived in time, or I might have been rendered incapacitated. Brother Lin, Z hesitated, struggling to find the right words. There is no need to say anything. I heard Han Xian's words. I am merely an outer disciple, while I may wield some authority within the outer sect. I am well aware of my limitations against inner disciples. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, please convey a message to him. When I ascend to the Dao transformation realm, that will be the day I repay the humiliation I suffered today. Very well, I will relay your message. Quangfeng nodded knowingly. Do you require more time to rest? I am fine now. We should proceed to the teleportation array. If we delay, that senior brother may come looking for me again. Allow me to assist you. Qin Yu mustered her courage and moved to support Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng glanced at the girl, who stood a head shorter than him. And though he initially intended to refuse, the words never left his lips. Watching the group depart, Z and Appo's previously aloof gaze revealed a hint of confusion and helplessness. Sister, you have suffered. Quangfeng gently patted Z and Appo's shoulder, then sighed as he followed the others. In the Tianning city, there existed a forbidden zone spanning 5 miles. Enclosed by towering walls manned by formidable experts. The visible guards were disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while hidden within were several Dao Transformation Realm disciples. In the center of the forbidden area stood a high platform, over 10 meters long, adorned with intricate characters and lines that exuded an ancient aura. Surrounding the platform were outstanding disciples from the 5 great sects, with the refining sect having the most trial participants, numbering over 300. The second-ranked Gi sect had about 150, while the remaining 3 sects, Beast Spirit sect, Xuanji sect, and Sword Slaying sect, each sent around 50 disciples for the trials. The strength of the 5 great sects was evident at this moment. Each of the 5 sects had 2 inner disciples from the Dao Transformation Realm accompanying them. One entered the Jiuyu underworld alongside their disciples to protect them during the trials, while the other remained outside the teleportation array to await their return. Lin Feng stood silently among the Beast Spirit sect disciples. Not far away, the Han Xian who had attacked him earlier was mingling with other Dao Transformation Realm disciples, seemingly well acquainted with them. Laugh now. One day, when I enter the Dao Transformation Realm, I shall ensure you are beneath my heel. Lin Feng thought with a cold smile, though his gaze remained averted. The disciples of the Dao Transformation Realm possessed an innate sensitivity, should he harbor any ill intentions. It would surely betray him. The time had come. They could soon enter. The duration of this trial has been altered to a period of 3 months. Upon the conclusion of this time, all disciples must return to the gathering point. Failure to do so will result in a 5-year wait in the underworld of Jiuyu. Should you possess the strength to survive for 5 years, then so be it. A senior brother of the Dao Transformation Realm ascended into the air and clasped his fists, requesting all senior brothers to take their positions, as the 5 of us would channel our powers simultaneously to activate the teleportation array. The Beast Spirit sect's representative, Han Xian, soon took flight, and before long, the vast teleportation array glimmered and was successfully activated. Subsequently, the 5 great sects entered in succession. As the world spun around them and light suddenly flooded their vision, they found themselves in an immense cavern adorned with numerous fist-sized luminous pearls embedded in the walls, radiating a gentle and resplendent glow. This was our convergence point. Stepping out of the cave would officially lead them into the Jiuyu underworld. Here, one could cultivate alone or in teams, but regardless of the choice, it was imperative to heed the time limit of 3 months. Soon, the number of individuals in the cave dwindled, and among those who remained was Lin Feng. If you wish to avoid perishing here, follow me. Han Xian glanced disdainfully at Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin, I will accompany you for support. Feng Tianyuan naturally positioned himself beside Lin Feng. I shall join as well. Qin Yu promptly asserted. Wang Kuan hesitated momentarily, offering an apologetic smile as he joined the main force of the Beast Spirit sect. Once only the 3 of them were left in the cave, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Let us depart." The Jiuyu underworld existed as an independent realm, perhaps even a solitary rotating star, as speculated by many powerful beings. After all, the expanse of the Jiuyu underworld was immense and fraught with peril. One careless misstep could see a century-old venomous creature's corpse claiming your life. After stepping out of the cavern, Lin Feng and his companions found themselves on unfamiliar ground. Here, aside from desolate mountains and deserts, there was no sign of life. Those who had formed groups had already ventured far ahead, occasionally revealing flashes of sword light soaring through the sky. Didn't they say there were billions of vengeful souls wandering in the Jiuyu underworld? Why do I only see a few scattered? Lin Feng remarked, observing the floating, wailing souls, puzzled. Are these vengeful souls truly condensed from resentment? Indeed, these souls are formless. Yet they possess a soul point in their foreheads. Thus, only by attacking their soul point with mental force can one be effective. We are still in the outermost region, encountering only scattered souls. Have you seen those brothers flying with swords? Their task is to encircle the solitary vengeful souls, and in groups. They subdue these souls, not to kill them, but to disperse them into pure resentment. Lin Feng regarded the loquacious Qin Yu with intrigue. You seem quite knowledgeable. Naturally. Do not underestimate me. I possess much knowledge. These vengeful souls are organized and territorial. Each vengeful spirit commands millions or even billions of souls. If we were to provoke a spirit-level entity, our only option would be to exhaust all our strength to retreat to safety. The 5 great sects formed a defensive line stretching several kilometers, steadily advancing. 5 inner disciples of the Dao Transformation Realm hovered above, ready to assist teams struggling to hold their ground. Progress was slow, as the strength disparity among the outer disciples was significant, particularly regarding the potency of their mental forces. Some disciples could execute continuous mental attacks without fatigue, while others needed to retreat and recover after just a few breaths of exertion. Lin Feng felt the faint resentment in the air, realizing it was thinner than he had anticipated. Yet, he did not rush to make a move. He intended to unleash his power upon contact with a wave of vengeful souls. However, he accelerated the core point storm in his mental space 100-fold, generating enough attraction to absorb the sparse resentment from the surroundings. "Senior brother, let us advance and form a line of defense," Qin Yu suggested, feeling the urge to join the trial. Their purpose for entering was to enhance their mental cultivation. Those who achieved remarkable results after 3 months could amplify their mental prowess by 1 to 3 times, while those with average outcomes could refine their mental concentration and master its manipulation. "Very well, I will take the lead. You and Feng senior brother shall follow closely behind. Do not worry about being counterattacked by the vengeful souls. Should your mental energy deplete, rest whenever necessary," Lin Feng assured them, disregarding their puzzled expressions as he swiftly occupied an available position. Just then, a vengeful soul, over a meter tall, issued a shrill scream and lunged toward him. "I'll spare myself the trouble of capturing you." Lin Feng's mental force surged forth, easily piercing through the soul point of the vengeful soul, which halted mid-air. Devoid of any response, binding the now soulless vengeful spirit, Lin Feng drew it into the fray. "You two focus on your cultivation," he instructed. Qin Yu and Feng Tianyuan exchanged bemused glances at the floating soul before them, contrasting their situation with that of other disciples who were laboring intensely in battle. It was no wonder Lin Feng had encouraged them to focus on their training, resting when fatigued and continuing thereafter. "Junior sister Qin, let us also engage and shatter this formless entity to succeed," Feng Tianyuan suggested. Initially, the others did not recognize anything extraordinary, but as time passed, more disciples began to falter and seek recovery. In the midst of the crowd, someone gasped in surprise, and soon many disciples observed a peculiar configuration in the combat circle. Lin Feng effortlessly stood at the forefront. Whenever a vengeful soul charged, a golden sword would swiftly eliminate its soul point, rendering the now harmless soul to be tossed behind him for the 2 disciples to attack. Some disciples of the Beast Spirit sect were somewhat aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, such as his anomalous mental force, so they did not react excessively to his conjuring of the mental sword. However, many from other sects were utterly astonished, realizing that the most formidable and effortless combination in this battlefield was indeed theirs. 10 hours passed, and around Qin Yu and Feng Tianyuan floated over 40 soulless vengeful spirits, an impressive sight to behold. The pair unabashedly expended their mental energy, knowing that only through such effort could their mental cultivation progress during recovery. Lin Feng stood with his eyes closed, effortlessly dispatching any approaching souls, and when none were present, he rotated the core point storm to absorb the ambient resentment. He paid little mind to the curious glances from others, believing that some things were better left unhidden. "Senior brother Lin, may I join your team?" A disciple from the Beast Spirit sect approached respectfully. Lin Feng opened his eyes to assess the newcomer, noting their cultivation at the 5th Qi realm, and nodded in approval. Given the abundance of non-aggressive vengeful souls, accommodating additional disciples was inconsequential. However, upon his agreement, several more disciples cautiously approached, seeking to join the fray. Lin Feng glanced at Han Xian above, and then at other disciples from the Beast Spirit sect, seemingly in contemplation. Our personal grievances remain separate. Here, I prioritize the safety of all disciples and will not interfere with their trials. However, the interests of the sect take precedence, so you may decide how to proceed." Unexpectedly, Han Xian had discerned Lin Feng's intentions. Since he was so magnanimous, Lin Feng resolved to reciprocate. "Feng senior brother, please arrange for the newly joined disciples," Lin Feng instructed. With Lin Feng's endorsement, all outer disciples from the Beast Spirit sect gathered around. They divided into 3 lines. The most powerful in mental prowess formed the outermost layer to assist Lin Feng. The second comprised those of moderate strength, and the third included the weaker members. Together, they united, safeguarding and supporting one another. Feng Tianyuan swiftly arranged the formation. This was the first group trial team among the 5 great sects, stirring envy among the disciples of other sections. It seemed I must take the initiative, or else they would not tire easily. Lin Feng declared, "First layer disciples, defend. I shall return shortly." With that, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng detached from the main force, accelerating his pace manifold. The drifting vengeful spirits, drawn by the scent of flesh and blood, lunged towards the rapidly moving Lin Feng. A mere 20 or so seemed insufficient. Lin Feng quickened his speed again, having already moved a kilometer away from the group, where clusters of vengeful spirits began to emerge, some numbering over a dozen, while others had 3 or 4. As Lin Feng circled beneath them, a multitude of vengeful spirits screamed and surged upwards. There must be 100 or 200 spirits. That lad is courting death, several disciples muttered in dismay. However, with 5 inner disciples at the transformation stage overhead, they were not overly alarmed. Lin Feng retreated faster, pursued by nearly 200 vengeful spirits. Kill, he commanded, halting to unleash a storm of thought energy. A thought energy sword shot forth, instantly dispatching several spirits. Yet, even the swiftest thought energy sword could scarcely fend off such relentless assaults. What a foolhardy endeavor, some scoffed. With so many spirits, even the transformation stage seniors needed to tread carefully. This fool better not be drained of his essence. A reckless braggart, hardly worth discussing. Perhaps this disciple from the beast spirit sect harbored some hidden techniques. I shared the same sentiment, without absolute assurance. Hiwuden and Appos, to venture out merely to perish. Disciples within the battle circle debated while Lin Feng deftly evaded the spirit's attacks, wielding his thought energy sword to eliminate even more. The second thought energy sword emanated from his brow, guarding his surroundings, swiftly slashing any ambushers. Observing more spirits drawn towards him, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing he must exert himself further. Soon, the third and fourth swords followed, culminating in a total of 8 thought energy swords. Each sword represented a distinct thought, signifying that if 2 individuals successfully focused their thoughts simultaneously, one's strength could amplify 8-fold. With 2 swords for defense and 6 for offense, Lin Feng stood firm, methodically harvesting the vengeful spirits. Time passed unmeasured until Han Xion's voice broke through, urging, quickly, pull back all the slain spirits into the battle circle. More spirits are appearing in the distance. Lin Feng peered intently and indeed saw a dense, ominous cloud gathering in the far sky, engulfing everything in darkness. Haha, splendid, brothers. Take care of these. I shall advance. Lin Feng laughed heartily at the sight rather than retreating to the battle circle, instead turning to meet the oncoming threat. Qin Yu's expression shifted. Brother Feng, what is he planning? There was no time for further discussion. All brothers in the first layer, advance with me to reclaim our gains. Feng Tianyuan led the charge, followed closely by a dozen others. Soon, nearly 250 vengeful spirits were drawn back, forming a protective outer barrier around the battle circle, established by the 5 transformation stage inner disciples specifically to counter the spirits. The black cloud approached rapidly, and the disciples within the circle turned pale at the sight of the endless horde of spirits, though sheltered by the barrier. Unease crept upon them. Initially moving along the ground, Lin Feng soon manifested a flying sword, leaping into the air to soar above on his blade. Divine sword. Someone recognized the sudden appearance of the flying sword. As tension mounted, Lin Feng's figure was enveloped by the black cloud. Lin Feng's 13 auxiliary thoughts materialized, forming a lethal array of thought energy swords, casting a net of blades around him, shattering the attacking spirits into primal vengeful energy. His primary thought had already begun absorbing the concentrated vengeful energy incessantly. Within the battle circle, Qin Yu gripped tightly, beads of sweat forming at her temples, clearly overwhelmed with anxiety. In the distance, Wu Zi maintained her icy demeanor, yet her eyes widened, intent on discerning the battle and Appos' outcome. The 5 transformation stage disciples gathered in hushed conversation. Brother Han, does this disciple of your sect practice some supreme secret technique? Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? I suspect his thoughts have mutated, granting him diverse abilities. Perhaps we may witness a miracle. I have a feeling this lad is not so easily defeated. However, I find it hard to believe he can emerge unscathed. After all, with our current cultivation, we would not dare to boast so brazenly. Should our powers wane, we would surely become fodder for those spirits. Regardless of the outcome, that lad has survived thus far. Notice how since their clash, the cloud of vengeful spirits has ceased advancing, seemingly entranced. Vengeful energy, so pure and dense. Lin Feng had not anticipated accumulating such a wealth of vengeful energy around him within merely half an hour. His primary thought, initially the size of a grain of rice, had swelled several folds in that brief time. An hour passed, and Lin Feng remained undeterred. 2 hours, 3 hours time flowed swiftly, and a full day elapsed. Though Lin Feng had yet to re-emerge, the disciples within the circle began to relax, as after 10 hours, they discerned the black cloud of spirits diminishing, while the vengeful energy in the air gradually intensified. Eventually, they could faintly perceive a glimmer of golden light amidst the thinning black clouds. In one day, Brother Lin must have slain thousands of spirits, surpassing our combined efforts over 3 months. Yet the ambient vengeful energy is too potent. I fear for Brother Lin and Appo's mental state. Once he reaches the transformation stage, he will undoubtedly be an extraordinary figure. Who could have imagined such a talent emerging from the Beast Spirit sect? I wonder if he can rival Elder Fengshen or Elder Jianshan. Silence, look. That is Brother Lin. Lin Feng stood atop the celestial sword, hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of tranquility. After a day of relentless battle, he finally beheld the light of day, with fewer than 100 spirits remaining. My movement speed has been affected. Lin Feng frowned, feeling an unusual force constricting him. The amassed vengeful energy had yet to be absorbed and transformed, becoming a binding force. Vengeful spirits lack consciousness. Only upon evolving into vengeful souls do they awaken intelligence, becoming entities comparable to transformation stage disciples. Thus, the remaining spirits were swiftly obliterated in mere moments. This lad is extraordinary, someone remarked, recalling that Lin Feng had seemingly not ceased his use of thought energy all day. The crowd gazed at the figure standing on the blade, feeling an aura of grandeur envelop him. 13 thought energy swords floated around him, their brilliance intensifying. Particularly striking was the primary thought emerging from his brow, now the size of an infant's fist, translucent and radiant. What formidable thought energy! Nearly dozens of times larger than mine. A disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement turned pale. The cultivation of thought energy is notoriously arduous, and all who had successfully focused their thoughts understood this well. Even the most gifted disciples, when attempting to breach the Purple Mansion barrier, could only achieve the size of a Longan. Such individuals had become legends in the eyes of outer disciples. Now, witnessing Lin Feng's thought, they grasped the essence of the phrase, "There are heavens beyond heaven, and people beyond people." Believing that all the vengeful spirits had been vanquished, Lin Feng was expected to return to the battlefield immediately. However, to everyone's astonishment, he descended directly to the ground, sitting cross-legged and gazing upwards. The 13 swords of thought and his primary consciousness were retracted into the recesses of his mind. Was there something even more extraordinary in store? At that moment, Han Xian's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. This junior apprentice Lin had proven to be full of surprises. The core point storm within Lin Feng's mental space gradually took shape, with the core wings accelerating to 10-fold, 20-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold, 500-fold, and ultimately 1,000-fold. Lin Feng had reached the ultimate limit of 1,000-fold acceleration, generating a formidable suction from his primary consciousness. A dark point emerged at his brow, growing increasingly distinct and spiraling into a vortex. A torrent of vengeful energy surged into the black vortex, and within mere breaths, a colossal whirlpool storm formed around Lin Feng. The epicenter of this phenomenon, he was consuming the vengeful energy. An inner disciple of the refining sect, at the stage of Dao transformation, staggered, almost losing his balance midair. He was not alone. The other 4 disciples also exclaimed in shock. Han Xian, in particular, displayed visible astonishment, his teeth grinding involuntarily. Meanwhile, the outer disciples on the ground were utterly numb, unable to articulate or even fathom the spectacle before them. In the vast expanse of his mind, Lin Feng perceived his primary consciousness rapidly expanding, and with the influx of vengeful energy, the rotation speed of the core point storm increased incrementally. The speed at which the vengeful energy condensed in the realm was astonishingly rapid, creating a resonating thunderous sound akin to rolling thunder. It took a full half-hour before tranquility returned to the world, and the oppressive vengeful energy dissipated entirely. It was evident that all had been consumed by Lin Feng. This moment was the most opportune for practicing the 3-9 divine forging. First, to refine and absorb the devoured vengeful energy, and second, to temper all thoughts, making them more refined. After another 5 hours, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. His mental energy had expanded to a limit of approximately 1,100 meters. His consciousness cultivation had increased by 110 times. And the core point storm accelerated to over 1,600 times. He marveled at the transformation, realizing this was no mere underworld, but rather a sanctuary for his cultivation. 10 days had elapsed since the trial in the 9 nether underworld, and the battlefront had advanced nearly 30 miles. Significantly faster than in previous endeavors, Lin Feng had played a pivotal role in this progression, actively seeking out groups of vengeful spirits and ensuring ample targets remained for the trial disciples, having eliminated the rest. However, Lin Feng found it curious that he had not encountered another large group of vengeful spirits since the initial encounter. He wondered where those billions of spirits had vanished. As usual, he brought back 200 spirits to hand over to Feng Tianyuan for distribution before approaching Han Xian. Despite his irritation towards the man, he figured that some questions might yield answers or clues. Senior Han, I have some inquiries I wish to discuss. If you have a moment, Lin Feng began. Han Xian opened his eyes, glanced at him, then closed them again, responding nonchalantly. Are you curious as to why we Haven Tea encounter large-scale groups of vengeful spirits in recent days? Indeed, I would appreciate your insights, Lin Feng replied. Unsurprised by Han Xian's perceptive remark, such conclusions were within the grasp of any discerning individual. Do you have any idea how vast the Nine Nether Underworld is? Even though we have advanced 30 miles in these 10 days, we have barely taken a single step in the grand scheme of the Nine Nether realm. As for your plans, as long as they do not jeopardize the safety of the entire team, you are free to pursue them. If you fly on your sword and venture 300 miles further, you should encounter large groups of vengeful spirits. However, be warned. That area is also home to vengeful beings. Proceed only if you are prepared to face death. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, uttering his thanks before returning to the group. Brother Lin, you should eat something first, Qin Yu suggested, offering him a piece of dried meat, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. Lin Feng took a few bites of the dried meat. While it was somewhat tough, with a bit of chewing, it proved quite palatable. What did Senior Han say to you just now? Qin Yu asked with a gentle smile, taking a bite of her own dried meat. Nothing much. I intend to delve deeper into my cultivation alone. I cannot afford to squander this opportunity in the Nine Nether Underworld. Your pace of advancement is too slow, and I believe I would fare much better on my own. My external cultivation has stagnated, leaving me no choice but to take a risk, Lin Feng explained. Please be careful, and do not forget the trial and Oppo's deadline, she urged, concern evident in her eyes, warming Lin Feng and Oppo's heart. After ensuring that Feng Tianyuan would look after Qin Yu, Lin Feng departed on his sword, embarking on his solitary cultivation journey. Soaring through the sky, he awakened the Pan from the secondary space of the Purple Mansion. This time, Pan did not shout as usual. Instead, it expressed astonishment, sensing a familiar aura in a familiar place. Have you been here before? Lin Feng inquired. I forgot. It just feels somewhat familiar. Youngster, where is this place? The Nine Nether Underworld, a legendary realm of cultivation belonging to a certain powerful being. Nine Nether Underworld, Pan murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Could it be the cultivation ground of the Nine Nether Ghost Sovereign? No, I know that old fellow and Oppo's cultivation site. It does not resemble this at all. We are still on the periphery. Lin Feng conveyed telepathically, I seem to recall something. What color is the sky outside? Is it purple? It is indeed purple, Pan suddenly exclaimed. Huh. It must be the immortal ground left by the Nine Nether Ghost Sovereign. Youngster, you've hit the jackpot. Hurry down to the 9th level. There lies the Ghost Sovereign's remnants of consciousness. If you obtain that consciousness, you will be his direct descendant and able to command the Nine Nether Underworld. Hold on. Do you think I am worthy of obtaining the Ghost Sovereign's consciousness? Lin Feng countered. Oh, right, Pan mumbled. Your strength is so lacking. Even some powerful cultivators from the realm of rules might not be able to seize that consciousness. Pan, do you know anything about the Nine Nether Ghost Sovereign? Share it with me. It turned out that the Nine Nether Underworld was a sanctuary forged from a star in the cosmos, forcefully refined by the ancient power of the Ghost Sovereign. Thus, in ancient times, this place was not known as the Nine Nether Underworld, but rather as the Nine Nether Star. The Ghost Sovereign divided this star into 9 layers, each designed for the cultivation of his disciples. The stronger the disciple, the deeper they could descend. Yet, Lin Feng pondered how the Nine Nether Star had transformed into its current state. The first layer was where disciples at the Qi refinement stage resided, and it was said that the Ghost Sovereign had relocated billions of ordinary people to this layer. However, judging by the present circumstances, it had truly morphed into a realm of the dead. How powerful is the Nine Nether Ghost Sovereign? Lin Feng inquired. Well, I've forgotten the specifics of his strength, but he was incredibly formidable. With a mere glance, he could slay disciples at the Dao transformation stage. I suspect that within his sanctuary, many spiritual tools, magical artifacts, and perhaps even immortal implements remain. As for those spiritual pills and elixirs, there might be a considerable quantity. Hence, whoever inherits his legacy would possess the power to establish a sect. A glance could kill a Dao transformation disciple. What level of cultivation is that? Perhaps only some great cultivators from the realm of rules could achieve such feats. Lin Feng mused, ceasing further contemplation as he unleashed his mental energy, accelerating the speed of his flying sword. At this moment, the Nine Nether Star was beyond his reach. Yet knowing it was the sanctuary left by the 9 Nether Ghost Sovereign, he surmised that very few were aware of this fact. Youngster, during this time, have you consumed a great deal of vengeful energy? Otherwise, how could your mental cultivation have surged so rapidly, increasing by over 100 times? Indeed, this is the most splendid place for me to cultivate my thoughts. Within this first layer of space, there are billions of vengeful spirits. If I were to absorb and devour them all, how immensely powerful would my mental cultivation become? Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. You are increasingly astonishing me. It seems that your breakthrough into the realm of transformation is quite possible. Now that your physical body has reached its zenith, further training will yield no significant advancement. Once you can fortify your 5 organs to be as robust as your physical form, then you may attempt to challenge the realm of transformation. What? Lin Feng paused, doubting whether he had misheard. There is nothing surprising about it. I merely recalled certain things suddenly. Through Pan and Apos' narration, Lin Feng learned that during the Qi refinement stage, one must refine the 5 organs, release the 5 energies, and generate the 3 flowers to challenge the realm of transformation. Although there is no prior experience to follow in external martial arts, it seems a great master once mentioned that entering the realm of transformation hinges upon the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Through one's endeavors, one can shatter the soul's confinement imposed by fate. Here, essence refers to one's vital blood, energy signifies true qi, and spirit pertains to thoughts. Only through their unification can one hope to breach the Purple Mansion barrier. In external martial arts, while there may be no qi, there exists fire, the legendary thought power fire, which can substitute for qi, even possessing greater might, thus enhancing the likelihood of breaking through the Purple Mansion barrier. Is there really hope for the realm of transformation? Lin Feng pinched his thigh. It hurt, confirming the truth of what Pan had said. However, he understood the cultivation of blood and flesh, but was unaware of how to train the 5 organs. Do not ask me. I have imparted all I can remember. You must ponder it yourself. Young one, I have high expectations for you. And with that, Pan departed. After a long period of silence, Lin Feng knew that the golden pearl had retreated to recuperate. He was diligently cultivating his thoughts, uncertain if he could manifest the thought power fire, and decided to set aside the training of the 5 organs for now. Resuming control of the celestial sword, he advanced further. After traveling 100 miles, the number of vengeful spirits noticeably increased, with small groups of them frequently appearing. Lin Feng and Apos' strategy was to attract, annihilate, and absorb. He had no desire to provoke those at the level of vengeful spirits, so he opted for small-scale absorption, planning to delve deeper once his mental cultivation grew 100-fold. The purple sky was filled with drifting vengeful spirits, suddenly stirred as if provoked. They rapidly congregated toward a singular location. Indeed, this was close to the territory of the vengeful spirits, where a single lure could amass thousands of them, with more continuously flocking in. Come forth. As many as you can, Lin Feng silently urged as he observed the dense throng of vengeful spirits approaching. 13 thought power swords materialized, heralding the commencement of a new training session. The thought power swords had transformed from their original length of 1 meter to a formidable 3 meters. Their blades now clearer and more solid. The speed of these swords had increased severalfold, often allowing a single flash of light to slay dozens of vengeful spirits. The storm that appeared in the sky was swiftly devoured, and after a long while, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. His solitary training had taken him 200 miles deep, and after more than a month, he had been relentless in his slaughter, losing track of how many vengeful spirits he had absorbed. Estimating, the number of vengeful spirits that had perished at his hands surely exceeded 45,000. Being mindful of the existence of vengeful spirits, Lin Feng had gone on a rampage, then found a concealed place to hide and rest for a day or two. Akin to a robbery. After over a month of arduous training, Lin Feng's mental prowess had grown to the size of an infant's head. With a thought power extension exceeding 5,000 meters, and his cultivation had increased by over 500 times. The rotation speed of his core wings had also escalated to 3,100 times, making this period of diligent training immensely rewarding for Lin Feng. Though the distance to manifest the thought power fire remained uncertain, Lin Feng was filled with confidence. Originally, according to Pan and Apos' guidance, he was to rapidly enhance his mental cultivation through alchemy, which might yield minor achievements over a decade or so. Yet now, with the opportunity to train in the 9 Nether Underworld, his mental cultivation had surged by over 500 times in just over a month, an outcome he had never envisioned, indicating that the heavens had indeed afforded him many opportunities. As a new day dawned, Lin Feng initially intended to refine his thoughts thoroughly. However, He felt as though something was watching him. Yet, upon careful inspection, he found no suspicious signs. Could it be a figment of my imagination? Lin Feng shook his head. And with a flicker of thought, a layer of protective energy enveloped his body, transforming into a giant ape over 3 meters tall, who bellowed in a mighty roar. Indeed, it appeared I have nearly perfected the giant ape form from the Sword Academy. However, the disparity in strength between us is monumental. A mere finger could spell my demise. With another thought, the giant ape morphed into a crane, the only difference from the crane fairy of the Dan Academy being its color, resembling its true form. This formidable crane, with powerful wings, flapped vigorously and lifted Lin Feng into the air, appearing as a golden crane prince from a distance. Yet, its speed paled in comparison to his divine weapon's flight speed and consumed considerable thought power. Lin Feng descended, and the crane transformed once more into a giant python. Over 5 meters long, coiling around him, its long forked tongue flickering menacingly. Lin Feng had intended to conjure a second spiritual beast simultaneously. However, the first layer of protective energy hindered the second layer from separating. This meant that to manifest 2 spiritual beasts at once, the first layer of protective energy must fully detach, akin to creating a clone. Nevertheless, Lin Feng refrained from attempting this, as his current mental cultivation was certainly sufficient for a single transformation, but attempting 2 was uncertain. Lin Feng, I sense a powerful wave of vengeful energy 20 miles ahead. Yes, it seems to be continuously coalescing, growing stronger. As Lin Feng was immersed in his training, Pan suddenly rushed out to warn him. Could it be a vengeful spirit? Among his concerns during training, encountering a vengeful spirit was paramount. They were comparable to disciples within the realm of transformation, and he was certainly no match for them. As concluded from his encounter with Han Xin, it doesn't feel quite right. It seems more akin to evolution. Pan said, urging him, I assure you. Ahead lies a vengeful spirit undergoing evolution. If it succeeds, it will become a vengeful spirit of immense power. You must flee quickly. All right, I shall retreat immediately. I am no match for a vengeful spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded his sword to turn back and escape as far as possible. What are you thinking? Who told you to retreat? I want you to swiftly approach on your sword. Such a rare opportunity would be a grave loss. Lin Feng clearly heard Pan and Appo's words. Astonished that Pan would urge him toward potential death. What kind of play was this? This vengeful spirit is still evolving. It has not succeeded yet. If you can control it before it does, you shall gain a vengeful spirit-level guardian, equivalent to a disciple of the realm of transformation. Are you not tempted? Who says I am not tempted? However, desire and risking my life are entirely different matters. How can I control it? What have you been doing all this time? Have you not perused the alchemy classics I provided? There is a section on weapon refining, which includes a soul control incantation. Enough, I can see it's futile to explain further. I shall directly impart it to you. A profound incantation materialized in Lin Feng's mind. In the original text, it discusses the art of refining tools and how to cultivate superior, higher-grade alchemical furnaces. It introduces a sealing incantation designed for the convenience of storing and carrying the furnace, which fundamentally differs from Elder Wuzi's miraculous methods. Generally, the higher the rank of an alchemist, the more deeply engrossed they are in the path of alchemy, regarding their alchemical furnace as more precious than life itself. Consequently, some alchemists employ unique techniques akin to the crafting of flying swords, nurturing their furnaces over decades, or even centuries, to directly incorporate them into their purple mansion space. The sealing technique described in the alchemical scriptures is known as soul control. This method is particularly suited for those with divergent thoughts, especially individuals like Lin Feng, who possess multiple thoughts. The essence of employing soul control is to use one's own thoughts to consume the opponent and Appo's soul point, thereby usurping control over their body. However, this also results in the loss of other abilities associated with that thought, which is why most individuals refrain from practicing such incantations, only resorting to them when deeply obsessed. Notably, this method carries great risks. A moment's carelessness could result in backlash. While a furnace is an inanimate object that can ultimately be controlled given enough time, resentful spirits are different. They are living entities, and powerful ones at that. Hence, I urged you to seize the opportunity to ambush during its evolution, consume its soul point, and usurp its power of resentment. Should you face backlash, you would merely lose one thought, which is inconsequential given your multitude of thoughts. Conversely, should you succeed in your theft, you would gain a fragment of a resentful spirit. Even disciples at the Tao transformation stage struggle to cultivate a clone. If they were to encounter one, they would undoubtedly pounce like ravenous wolves. Fortune favors the bold, If one fears such risks, how can they aspire to transcend in cultivation? Lin Feng, steeling himself, drew forth the exquisite divine weapon, Blood Sea Sword, which flew at twice the speed of the heavenly ruin sword. The 20-mile distance was swiftly traversed, as his instincts confirmed the presence of a resentful spirit undergoing evolution ahead. The resentful spirit, aside from the tangible soul point at its brow, possessed an entirely ethereal body, impervious to physical attacks. Therefore, by breaching that soul point, one could successfully eliminate the resentful spirit. The potency of a resentful spirit lies in its physical form, which ceases to be ethereal and instead becomes corporeal, capable of executing physical assaults akin to humans. Their soul points further evolve into soul nuclei upon successful evolution. A resentful spirit would attain the cultivation level of Tao transformation. Lin Feng observed as the body of the resentful spirit grew increasingly solid, its brow-s soul point expanding as well. Surrounding resentful spirits seemed compelled to rush towards their evolving counterpart, merging into its ethereal form. Now was the opportune moment. The evolving resentful spirit exhibited no signs of awareness, as its transformation unfolded naturally. Lin Feng, urged by Panchen, concentrated his mental energy to breach the defenses of the soul point and consume it. Without further prompting, Lin Feng was more proactive than anyone else, since he was present. He resolved to seize the moment. The power of his 14 thoughts interconnected, freely summonable. Fearing insufficient force, he manifested a mental sword, channeling the full strength of his thoughts to brutally collide with the soul point. Panshin's analysis proved accurate. The evolving resentful spirit offered no resistance, and the mental sword effortlessly shattered the enlarging soul point. With a mere thought, Lin Feng transformed the mental sword back into a thought of fist-sized proportions. This thought swiftly devoured the fragmented soul point, remaining suspended quietly at the resentful spirit's brow. An increasing number of resentful spirits gathered from afar, seemingly aware that a new sovereign would soon emerge, filling the air with thunderous wails and stirring ominous winds. Through his thoughts, Lin Feng felt his clone and Appos' form solidifying, evolving into a jet-black body, as the absorbed soul point transformed into pure mental energy under the influence of his thoughts. Do not act hastily. Let things unfold naturally, Panchen advised quietly, continuing to chatter incessantly. As I know, once a resentful spirit successfully evolves, it will absorb countless other resentful spirits, coalescing into a spiritual armor. This is a genuine artifact forged by the heavens, rivaling the might of top-tier innate spiritual weapons. How long does such an evolution typically take? Lin Feng inquired. Panchen pondered before estimating, approximately half a month to a month. That's the most conservative estimate. Gazing at the swirling mass of resentful spirits above, Lin Feng swallowed hard, contemplating the immense power he would gain if he absorbed them all. 7 days had already passed, yet the evolution of the resentful spirit continued unabated, its body resembling an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming resentful spirits. The sole benefit was that the differentiated thought had grown to the size of the main thought after 7 days of relentless absorption. You've struck gold this time. With so many resentful spirits here, once your resentful spirit clone successfully evolves, you can eliminate other resentful spirits and absorb their power. Your clone could evolve into a resentful king, a being formidable enough to rival the 7th layer of Tao transformation, merely a step away from becoming a resentful emperor. What is the typical strength of a resentful spirit? Lin Feng asked. Panchen explained, the Tao transformation comprises 7 layers: spirit refinement, soul fire, law dan, divine ability, evolution, fusion, and life tribulation. Resentful spirits generally possess strength at the law dan stage. If they absorb more power and learn divine abilities, they can undergo further evolution. For Lin Feng, Tao transformation felt like a distant dream. However, even an ordinary resentful spirit and Appos' strength could match that of a 3rd-layer law dan cultivator, making it an exceptionally formidable ally. Upon returning to the celestial sect, revealing his clone would likely grant him the status of an inner disciple. Ah, this clone is a marvelous asset, perfect for ambushing those of the underworld. In my heyday, I relished such games, and with an additional hidden advantage, my safety would be further assured, Panchen cackled, appearing to take pride in the prospect of ambushing the underworld denizens. Lin Feng disregarded Panchen and Appos' musings, maintaining a vigilant watch over the evolving resentful spirit, silently attuning to the status of his differentiated thought. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, engaging in unsavory acts for survival was sometimes unavoidable. Yet, regarding the underworld as a mere amusement, Lin Feng felt a twinge of internal conflict. On the 10th day, ominous clouds gathered, purple lightning crackling across a 100-mile radius, its intensity causing even Lin Feng to tremble. Despite an urge to flee, he gritted his teeth, knowing his mental perception extended only slightly over 5,000 meters. Should he stray beyond this distance, his main thought would lose connection with the differentiated thought. Thus, for the sake of this resentful spirit clone, Lin Feng chose to risk remaining in place, though his senses were on high alert. As the thunder rolled, it became evident that the resentful spirit was approaching its final stage of evolution. "Fear not, this lightning shall not strike you," Panchen reassured. As I mentioned, resentful spirits are formidable due to their origin from the natural world. A layer of spiritual armor envelopes their resentful body, which must endure the trials of heavenly lightning to unleash its full power. While Panchen conveyed this, Lin Feng remained apprehensive, wondering what might happen if the spirit was mistaken about its nature. He pondered aloud. Could this phenomenon attract the attention of other resentful spirits? That I cannot say. Once resentful spirits gain intelligence, they may very well be alerted and converge to attack, Panchen replied. Prepare yourself, for if the situation turns dire, prioritize your escape. Do not let yourself become a burden. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The very mention of such a possibility made him more determined to secure this soon-to-evolve resentful spirit clone, as it could provide him with a means of defense and buy him precious time in the face of future dangers. Alas, young one, your words are truly foul. I can sense a formidable presence swiftly approaching. Suddenly, Pan cried out, "Hurry, you must flee. It is beyond our capacity to withstand." Yet it was too late. Lin Feng murmured, and before his eyes, a figure crackling with purple lightning appeared, moving at a speed far exceeding even his sword flight by several dozen times. Truly, it was a manifestation of resentment comparable to the third stage of Tao transformation. Even if he wished to escape, he had no chance. "Pan, do you have a solution?" he inquired, but received no response, which only deepened his frustration. It seemed this being had emerged only to meddle and, upon encountering danger, sought refuge in the purple dimension, an utter travesty. In less than 5 breaths, the purple lightning figure loomed above Lin Feng. As he gazed at the incessant crackling of the lightning, he felt an irresistible pressure bearing down upon him, an aura of celestial might. A power only achievable by those at the Tao transformation level. "Human, you seek death. How dare you harbor intentions against my kin? Begone!" The voice belonged to a spirit of resentment, and Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The voice was melodious and distinctly feminine. Could it be that the spirit above was female? Lin Feng chuckled bitterly to himself. Instructing him to leave while simultaneously pressuring him made it impossible even to move a finger. The scent of human blood is indeed exquisite. I have not savored it in decades. Ah, you are not a cultivator, devoid of spiritual energy. You are but an ordinary person. This is even better. Tell me, how did you arrive here? As the lightning woman descended, the brilliant arcs diminished, revealing a figure clad in peculiar armor. This woman bore no significant difference from a human, save for her eyes, purple like the sky, sparkling like lightning. Upon revealing her true form, she turned her gaze toward the evolving spirit of resentment. A flicker of purple light dancing in her eyes, though she made no move to attack. After so many years, a new spirit of resentment has finally emerged in my territory. I have awaited this day for far too long. Human, I shall deal with this new spirit before I indulge in your essence. A veil of purple lightning enveloped Lin Feng entirely. He collapsed to the ground, the pressure from the lightning overwhelming him, crushing his internal organs, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming was that he could no longer sense the thought that had diverged from him. This layer of lightning had severed the connection between his primary and auxiliary thoughts. Over 100 miles away, disciples of the 5 great sects were recuperating. Outside the immense protective barrier, dozens of spirits of resentment wandered aimlessly. Qin Yu sat lost in thought, her chin resting on her hand, while Wu Zi beside her nibbled on a piece of dried meat, her cold gaze occasionally drifting toward the horizon. "Zi, what do you think Lin Shixiang is doing now? Is he in danger? It has been over a month without a word. It is infuriating. Why couldn't and Oppos, he just cultivate alongside everyone else instead of isolating himself?" Qin Yu fumed, tossing a few stones away in frustration. Rest assured, Lin Feng is a good person. Moreover, his mutated thoughts grant him formidable powers. Cultivating alone is far more beneficial for him. Although it carries some risks, those favored by heaven will find their way back safely, Zi reassured her. Right. I should think positively. Lin Shixiang is so powerful. How could anything happen to him? Yu suddenly smiled, dispelling her earlier concerns. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and ominous clouds gathered, revealing streaks of purple lightning, capturing everyone and Apos' attention. Even the disciples of the 5 great sects congregated, their expressions grave as they observed the purple lightning. A new spirit of resentment is about to emerge, merely over 100 miles away. The birth of a new spirit will instigate a fresh conflict. We are too close. Perhaps we should retreat with all disciples? If only a 4th-stage Tao transformation brother was here, we could capture the soon-to-be-evolved spirit and forge a powerful avatar, they lamented. However, retreat is prudent. The power of the purple lightning is escalating. Under the protection of the 5 sect disciples, the entire trial arena retreated swiftly. The purple lightning raged for 5 days before gradually waning. Lin Feng and Apos' garments were drenched in blood. Had it not been for his exceptional physical resilience, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. However, with excessive blood loss, his mind grew hazy, and he lay on the ground, mumbling incoherently. Outside the purple lightning veil stood 2 armored spirits of resentment. One was the purple-eyed spirit, while the other was peculiar indeed, towering over 2 meters. With flowing purple hair that defied the wind, it wore a sinister black skull armor, exuding an aura of chilling terror. The purple-eyed spirit stared vacantly into the new spirit's eyes, which shimmered in contrasting shades of black and white, imbued with vitality. This was unlike any spirit she had ever encountered. All others bore purple lightning armor, yet this newly evolved spirit donned armor as dark as ink, radiating an unparalleled aura of supremacy. The purple-eyed spirit extended a finger, lightning crackling around it, and tapped the new spirit's brow, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. You have just evolved and have yet to fully master this body. What misfortune for you! Once I seize your essence of resentment, I shall control you. Your essence is several times stronger than mine. Yet, her laughter was abruptly silenced. Retracting her finger, she gazed in disbelief at her fingertip and then at the unscathed brow of the new spirit. What a powerful essence of resentment! Even my 1,000-year cultivation of purple lightning cannot pierce it. Truly, heaven aids me. Once I obtain your control, I shall unify the realm, and my ascension to the true resentment king is but a matter of time. A thicker bolt of purple lightning materialized, striking her brow once more. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, as though something had shattered. What? The purple-eyed spirit was taken aback again. Her concentrated purple lightning had indeed penetrated the new spirit's brow. Yet the essence imbued within it vanished upon entering the new spirit's mind, as if devoured by an unseen force. Humph! I refuse to believe that a mere newly evolved spirit, still in its infancy, can stir much trouble. Allow me to demonstrate my self-created technique, Lightning Dragon's Roar. A bolt thicker than her arm descended, transforming into a dragon shape, coiling around her arm as it grew smaller with time. Go! Carry my supreme will and devour the essence of the soul. However, as the lightning dragon vanished into the new spirit's brow, the purple-eyed spirit's expression shifted to one of horror, retreating rapidly. Through the dragon's eyes, she glimpsed a sight that filled her with dread. Within the new spirit's mind was a colossal, resplendent crystal radiating fierce flames. The lightning dragon, embodying her will, was incinerated before it could approach. How is this possible? How could his soul core possess soul fire? It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Soul fire was the ultimate pursuit of all spirits of resentment. Once manifested, it could be refined into soul light after centuries of cultivation, allowing the spirit to evolve into a resentment king, the true sovereign. Since I cannot control you, then I shall obliterate you entirely. As the violet-eyed vengeful spirit crossed its arms, the spiritual armor enveloping its form astonishingly transformed into a colossal violet dragon, measuring over 5 zhang in length. Behold as I shatter your vengeful corporeal form. Just then, a skeletal hand, clad in bone armor, pierced through the dragon, gripping the violet-eyed spirit by the throat. An authoritative voice resonated, demanding submission or destruction. No sooner had the words escaped than 2 skulls erupted from the spirit's armor, one sinking its teeth into the dragon's neck, while the other clamped down on its tail. The dragon, metamorphosed from the spirit and Apos' armor, writhed in agony, as if enduring excruciating torment. I have existed since the dawn of creation, forging soul fire. How dare a mere spirit like you attempt to usurp my sacred form? Today, your vengeful essence shall serve as a blood offering to my unparalleled majesty. At that moment, the violet-eyed spirit was utterly devoid of resistance, as the grip on its throat emanated a searing force. Although this power was subtle, it penetrated deep within, continuously ravaging and consuming its vengeful energy. Should it lose too much of this essence, its corporeal form would shatter completely, leading to its descent back into a mere wraith. Submission. I choose submission. I implore the Holy King to spare me. The violet-eyed spirit cried out in desperation, feeling its vengeful energy deplete at an alarming rate. There was no time for deliberation. Failure was imminent. The skeletal hand released its grip, and the skulls flew back, relinquishing their hold on the dragon. Without their control, the violet dragon let out a mournful wail before reverting to the spiritual armor that cloaked the violet-eyed spirit once more. Trembling, the spirit knelt upon the ground, lowering its formerly proud head. I understand your heart harbors resentment, yet my soul fire has ignited. Evolution into a vengeful king will be an effortless feat. Even if you possess schemes and machinations, they shall be devoured by me. Otherwise, do not blame me for consuming you. The violet-eyed spirit prostrated itself fully, murmuring, I dare not. Though we were born of this world, we cannot ascend to immortality. This human holds value, and seizing this human's body will yield great benefits for you. The skeletal vengeful spirit inhaled deeply, absorbing the violet lightning shield that enveloped Lin Feng, savoring it. Though your soul fire is yet to ignite, you exhibit the potential to comprehend minor divine abilities. Thus, pledge your unwavering loyalty to me, and in return, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. The violet-eyed spirit bowed repeatedly, its voice laced with gratitude. Thank you, Holy King, for your benevolence. Rise. This human remains unconscious. I shall first enter their mental domain and lay in wait. Henceforth, their secret commands shall be mine to issue, and they must not be defied. Yes, Holy King. The violet-eyed spirit quivered as it stood, realizing its strength had diminished by 3 levels. The power amassed over millennia had been siphoned away, leaving the newly evolved king a figure of terror. Yet, the prospect of winning his favor and igniting her own soul fire fueled her ambition to surpass all other vengeful spirits. The skeletal vengeful spirit vanished in a flash of darkness into Lin Feng and Appo's brow, while the violet-eyed spirit unhesitatingly settled beside him to recuperate. Time passed, and Lin Feng's fingers twitched before his eyelids slowly fluttered open. Though his body was soaked in blood, his eyes sparkled with unmistakable excitement. Young one, I have decided to steadfastly stand by your side from now on. No matter the circumstances, I shall support you. The voice in his mind had been clamoring, as if it had consumed a potent elixir. You, young one, possess extraordinary fortune. At a critical moment, your thoughts absorbed countless wraiths and violet lightning, resulting in a 3rd mutation. Incredible! You have truly opened my eyes. This impossibility has manifested in you. Could you quiet down? I am receiving information from the secondary thought. Lin Feng retorted mentally. Must you be so loud? I was merely celebrating your success. Look at your smug expression. In my prime, I commanded respect across realms. A true spectacle, indeed. How you once commanded respect is beyond my knowledge. What I do know is that you occupy my secondary space, occasionally recalling memories while boasting, and beyond that, I am at a loss. Oh, let it be. Focus on digesting the information from the secondary thought. I shall take note as well. The message from the secondary thought was straightforward. After absorbing over 30 million wraiths, it had successfully evolved, further transformed under the trials of violet lightning, igniting the soul fire. Now, that singularly evolved thought could not only consume vengeful energy but also absorb heavenly lightning. In a last-ditch effort, it had forcibly subdued the violet-eyed spirit. However, as it had only recently evolved, it was yet to fully adapt to its new form, requiring extensive cultivation. It had been necessary to refrain from forceful action earlier. Had the violet-eyed spirit fought back fiercely, it would have been the one to suffer defeat. Within Lin Feng's mental domain, a skeletal vengeful spirit sat cross-legged in the void, its spiritual armor conjuring 3 skeletal sword sheaths, each housing a divine weapon. Before it, a head-sized primary thought radiated brilliance, surrounded by 12 smaller secondary thoughts, each possessing a mysterious and profound connection to one another. Lin Feng feigned a hum, gradually sitting up. Though a lingering sense of unease persisted, he was uncertain whether the violet-eyed spirit beside him might suddenly strike. Yet, the dire consequences he had foreseen did not materialize, though he felt distinctly uncomfortable under its piercing gaze. You are gravely injured and require rest. Follow me to capture hundreds of millions of wraiths for your sustenance. Lin Feng stated, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the violet-eyed spirit bowed its head respectfully. Thank you, Holy King. However, you may be unaware of certain truths. This world originally held billions of wraiths. However, over millennia, only 30 vengeful spirits have evolved, leaving fewer than 60 billion wraiths remaining. I command 2 billion wraiths. Thus, if the Holy King desires to control more, you must first subdue the other vengeful spirits. I am willing to serve as the vanguard, establishing merit for your unification of the world. Curse be it, I was merely intimidating you. To confront other vengeful spirits would be courting death. Though he thought this, he replied, Humph, merely 30 vengeful spirits. Once we capture them alive, we shall enjoy the spoils together. Thank you for your nurturing, Holy King. However, it is not prudent to act just yet. I have gleaned from this human's memories that he descended alongside another cultivation team from a different world. He will return in a little over a month, providing me the opportunity to depart this place. I intend to infiltrate the human cultivation realm and acquire some divine abilities, which will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Then, Holy King, Lin Feng interjected, his tone leaving no room for dissent. You shall return to your domain. Once I have perfected my divine abilities, I shall return for the next 5-year trial. At that time, I shall reign supreme in this world, and you shall be its queen. The violet-eyed spirit quivered with excitement and promptly knelt. I shall await your return, Holy King. Lin Feng nodded, about to depart when he suddenly inquired, Summon your subordinates, I wish to see them. Yes. The violet-eyed spirit soared into the air, its body crackling with violet lightning, emanating waves of pressure as it formed a hand seal and bellowed, 2 billion wraiths, heed my command. The voice resonated far and wide, filled with an enigmatic power that left Lin Feng momentarily dazed. However, with the skeletal vengeful spirit anchored in his mental domain, the disorientation quickly faded. A few breaths later, Lin Feng and Apos' eyes widened in shock, a chill coursing through him, as his heart nearly leapt from his chest. The ominous clouds shrouded the sky, and the gathering of 200 million vengeful spirits was indeed unparalleled, far surpassing the mere thousands of resentful souls, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lin Feng, having effortlessly vanquished thousands of vengeful spirits, felt an unsettling chill as the overwhelming scene unfolded before him. It was no wonder that each trial necessitated the protection of inner disciples. The progression was invariably slow, and the distance covered was minimal, while a modest cluster of vengeful souls could be dealt with. Encountering swarms numbering in the millions or even billions would likely spell doom for disciples at the Dao transformation stage. As the boundless black clouds loomed ever closer, Lin Feng hastily concocted an excuse to depart. Perched upon the heavenly remnant sword, he inhaled the revitalizing air of rebirth, a buoyant mood enveloping him. The rumbling of his stomach reminded him of his prolonged fast. His vitality was waning. Fortunately, he had previously consumed a fasting elixir, which, albeit only effective for a month, ensured that his corporeal strength remained robust enough to endure a month or two without sustenance. Kid, are you really heading back? We still have ample time. Why not explore a bit longer? I sense that this nether underworld has undergone significant transformations over the millennia, remarked his companion. Of course not. However, the purple-eyed vengeful spirit has yet to depart. We must at least maintain appearances, Lin Feng replied. He flew on his sword for about 50 or 60 miles before dismounting to walk. The targets in the air were too conspicuous. It was prudent to remain grounded for a few hours. As for the scattered vengeful spirits encountered along the way, Lin Feng met them without hesitation, swiftly slaying and devouring them. Even the smallest of ants carry meat on their backs. It would be foolish to let such opportunities slip away. Wait a moment, kid. Have you discovered something? Lin Feng had grown quite expectant of his companion and Apos' insights. Encounters like these often led to great peril or unforeseen riches. Turn right and proceed 10 miles. You should fly low. The atmosphere was too faint here. It likely wasn't the source. Kid, advance 5 miles to the left and see if anything peculiar is nearby. Following instructions, Lin Feng reached the designated spot, but found nothing of note. He extended his mental energy, probing over 5,000 meters, yet sensed no anomalies, prompting him to question, Pan, are you certain of your readings? Silence engulfed his mind. After meandering about the vicinity, he returned to his original position. It's not on the surface. It must be underground, Pan conveyed. Strange, it's still moving. What exactly are you sensing? If your readings are correct, it should be a crystallization of vengeful energy, one that produces essence souls. Kid, retract your mental energy. It's burrowing towards the surface, 3 meters to your left. Lin Feng complied, preparing to uncover the nature of this entity. A crystallization that birthed essence souls must possess unique properties. Otherwise, Pan wouldn't be so attentive. It's emerging. Quickly, encircle it with your mental energy, swords before it escapes underground. A crystal the size of a purple fist erupted from the earth. Following instructions, Lin Feng summoned 12 mental energy swords to surround it. Indeed, this crystal was a source of essence souls. Through his mental connection, Lin Feng clearly discerned a tiny figure within, resembling an infant. Perhaps sensing the sudden encirclement of light swords, the crystal began to thrash about. This is truly a treasure. A crystallization of vengeful energy that can directly forge into a superior magical artifact. Kid, collect it and place it in your storage pouch. Even if you don't use it, presenting it to the sect will yield countless benefits. Can this crystallization be used to forge a magical artifact? Lin Feng stored the vengeful energy crystal within his pouch. Given its nature, he could easily subdue it with his mental energy. That's the least of it. If a powerful cultivator from the rules realm intervened, utilizing some rare materials, they could likely forge a Dao weapon. A Dao weapon? That would be a foundational item capable of autonomous cultivation, with a chance of evolving into a celestial artifact. Enough, it's pointless to explain further. Lin Feng scoffed, feeling as if he were perceived as a fool in Pan's eyes. What a pity, only one was found. Kid, if you ever return, make certain to conquer all the vengeful spirits. There must be countless vengeful energy crystals in this first layer of the 9 nether stars. With a stroke of luck, you might encounter several more crystallizations. Indeed, there are still 30 vengeful spirits and 6 billion souls left. If I can control them all, I could walk through here with impunity. Lin Feng's gaze ignited at the sight of a distant horde of approximately 1,000 vengeful souls. With the bulk of his forces, he would need to exercise caution, but smaller groups posed fewer concerns. Over 3 months had elapsed, and with just over a month remaining, he was confident that his strength would surge further. He couldn't help but wonder how the 5 great sects were faring. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, the situation for the disciples of the 5 great sects was dire. What had begun as a steady advance of over 50 miles had now regressed by more than 40 miles, with further retreat leading them to the cave where the teleportation array was set up. In the battle zone, over a dozen disciples had already fallen, their faces ashen and blackened, blood seeping from their orifices, while those still fighting struggled to hold on. Outside the perimeter, a dense swarm of vengeful spirits hovered, numbering at least 3,000 to 4,000, relentlessly battering against their protective barrier, causing it to tremble with each impact, dimming slowly despite not shattering. Brother Han, how much longer can you endure? This 9 nether domain must have experienced a significant upheaval. Otherwise, so many vengeful spirits would not be pursuing us relentlessly. Han Xian remained silent, but his weary gaze spoke volumes. He too was nearing his limits. It was evident that new vengeful spirits had successfully evolved. Hence the sudden influx of souls at the periphery. Brothers, let us tighten our defenses and retreat into the cave. Once there, we shall be safe. The first half of this trial had proceeded smoothly, but now, as they began to be pushed back, Han Xian couldn't shake the image of Lin Feng from his mind, internally vowing, even if you return alive after abandoning the group, I will ensure you face the soul refinement platform upon your return to the sect. Disciples of the 5 great sects gather towards the refining tools gate. Those entangled with vengeful spirits are to be abandoned. Execute swiftly. More than half of the disciples were on the verge of exhausting their mental energy. If not for the protective barrier of the 5 inner disciples, the casualties would have been far greater. The 17 abandoned disciples, once stripped of the barrier's protection, were instantly engulfed by the vengeful spirits, transforming into lifeless husks in the blink of an eye, their remains scattered like ash in the wind. Witnessing this scene hastened their retreat. Although their mental energy was severely depleted, their true qi remained abundant. Thus their withdrawal speed remained relatively unaffected. 12 mental energy swords wreaked havoc in the air, annihilating another batch of over 1,000 vengeful spirits, converting them into vengeful energy. Lin Feng retracted the swords, and the storm of energy within his mental space surged to over 3,000 times its normal rate, absorbing the surrounding vengeful energy in mere 30 breaths. Kid, go devour more vengeful spirits. Once we return to the sect, you can enter seclusion to refine your mental energy. Such opportunities for growth must not be squandered. Let us go. I sense several large batches of vengeful spirits nearby. Large batches. If Pan describes them as such, their numbers must exceed 10,000, Lin Feng mused. It was prudent to consume as many vengeful souls as possible, for another entry into this realm would not occur for another 5 years. 5 years. How many uncertainties could arise in that time? In the mid-3rd month of their journey through the 9 nether realm, a streak of sword light sliced through the violet sky, moving at an extraordinary speed while continually accelerating. In less than 2 breaths after the flash of the sword, a multitude of dark dots emerged behind, with 2 flickering purple glimmers discernible among them. You fool! Why must you provoke that vengeful spirit when there are so many other places to go? If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. Hurry, we must move faster. With two vengeful spirits, you stand no chance of victory. If your skeletal vengeful spirit avatar had fully mastered its powers, those two lowly spirits would hardly have dared to act so arrogantly. Why am I being blamed? Did I not follow your guidance to seek a training ground? How is it my fault now? Stop urging me. I have exerted every ounce of strength I possess. By the way, we are headed in the correct direction, right? Certainly, my instincts are quite reliable. Well, it is only natural for occasional miscalculations to occur. Lin Feng's mental energy surged forth recklessly, but fortunately, his mastery over mental power had reached a terrifying level. He maneuvered the exquisite divine weapon, the Bloodsea Sword, at an astonishing speed for 5 to 6 hours before finally beginning to feel a hint of fatigue. His current velocity surpassed his usual pace by at least 5-fold. Lin Feng had lost count of how many vengeful souls he had consumed. Over the past month, he had engaged in trials daily, with numbers ranging from dozens to thousands. In the final battle, he astonishingly fought for 3 continuous days and nights before he could escape the throng of vengeful spirits. He was oblivious to the sheer number of souls he had slain during that time. All he knew was that he had spent over an hour merely consuming their resentment. And even then, at least 30% of that resentment remained unconsumed due to the lack of time. Pan alerted him that 2 exceptionally powerful presences were approaching. And without hesitation, Lin Feng abandoned the remaining potent resentment of heaven and earth and fled on his sword. He had gradually become accustomed to Pan and Appo's tone. Those formidable presences could undoubtedly be classified as vengeful spirits. If he could not handle one, how could he possibly confront 2? Hurry, those 2 are wailing again. Pan incessantly called out in his mind, as if it were Pan who was in danger rather than Lin Feng himself. There was no need for Pan to hasten him. Lin Feng was already anxious. The 2 vengeful spirits behind him seemed intent on ensnaring him, breaking away from their larger group to pursue him at a speed that matched his own. I have sensed 5 disciples from the 5 great sects ahead, just over 50 miles away. I must make it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, channeling all of his power into his primary consciousness, causing an unexpected surge in his already maximal flight speed. However, the resistance from the turbulent air increased significantly, making Lin Feng feel as though his skin would be torn apart. 50 miles was neither too far nor too close. While Lin Feng was focused on his escape, the 2 vengeful spirits, emanating purple lightning, relentlessly pursued him. They seemed enraged, their furious howls echoing through the sky. All vengeful souls, obey my command and encircle him. Another roar erupted from behind. Lin Feng smirked. At this pace, he would safely reach the battle circle. By then, with the intervention of the 5 inner disciples, the 2 vengeful spirits would likely have to retreat. They and Appo's, trying to encircle me. If those vengeful souls catch up, will I have any chance to escape? Boy, don't get too complacent. Do you see what lies ahead? Pan murmured softly, startling Lin Feng. A mere few thousand vengeful souls are hardly enough to intimidate you. Just charge right through. Within the cave of the ceiling teleportation array, all the surviving outer disciples sat in meditation, while the 5 inner disciples stood at the entrance, observing the gathering vengeful souls outside. They occasionally waved their hands, unleashing beams of light that instantaneously obliterated dozens of souls. Just as their patience began to wane, a thunderous roar reached their ears, awakening even those who were meditating within the cave. All vengeful souls, obey my command and encircle him. The vengeful spirits have appeared. What on earth is happening outside that has summoned them here? Han Xion's expression hardened as he drew a flying sword, revealing it to be a lower-grade spiritual weapon. The other 4 inner disciples also brandished their own flying swords, all of which were lower-grade spiritual artifacts. We will guard the cave entrance. If it is merely 1 or 2 vengeful spirits, they pose no threat to us. If there are more than 2, we shall have no choice but to forcibly activate the teleportation array to retreat, remarked a disciple from the refining sect with a grave tone. However, matters were not as they had anticipated. With a deafening roar, the several thousand vengeful souls surrounding the cave suddenly surged away, flocking in a singular direction. What is happening? Why are those souls fleeing? Look, what is that? A dazzling beam of sword light pierced through the mass of vengeful souls, rapidly approaching the cave entrance. Brothers, help me. Upon seeing the cave entrance, Lin Feng finally shouted, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, there was little he could do as the 2 vengeful spirits were nearly upon him. It's Lin from the Beast Spirit sect. Wait, what is behind him? 2 vengeful spirits. Prepare to welcome him. Once Lin enters the cave, we will strike together. Han Xian had nothing more to say. Since Lin Feng was back, they had to muster their full strength to offer assistance. Otherwise, not only would the furious winds not spare him, but the elders would likely have serious objections as well. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had returned, all the outer disciples became tense, peering anxiously outside. A golden light surged into the cave, and with a loud crash, Lin Feng lost control of his body, colliding violently against the stone wall. Attack! 5 spiritual weapons flew out simultaneously, while the 2 vengeful spirits retaliated with bolts of purple lightning as thick as arms. Be cautious. We cannot overpower them. The 5 spiritual swords evaded the direct assault of the purple lightning, striking at the vengeful spirits' heads from the side. Yet, the 2 spirits reacted swiftly, evading the attacks with surprising agility. The 5 swords were retracted as the 5 inner disciples emerged from the cave, forming a line and emanating their profound cultivation levels. The appearance of these 5 masters momentarily caused the 2 vengeful spirits, who had intended to strike again, to hesitate and retreat a few meters. One of the spirits spoke imperiously, "Humans, we once had an agreement with your esteemed cultivators. Every 5 years, you may send a batch of lower-tier disciples for trials, and we shall remain indifferent. However, should you exceed our tolerance, you will be required to pay a price. We never anticipated that you would retreat to your cave during this trial. Hand over the one from earlier, and we shall take our leave. And if we refuse?" asked a disciple from the refining sect nonchalantly. "Moreover, we are still uncertain about what transpired. You deceitful humans! You dare deny your despicable actions. That creature invaded our territory, slaughtering nearly 70 to 80,000 of my subordinates. Had we not fortuitously emerged from our cultivation, the toll would have been far greater. Since you refuse to show us respect, we shall take offense." As these words fell, the disciples of the 5 great sects stared blankly at the unconscious Lin Feng, now a bloodied figure. Fortunately, Feng Tianyuan had timely provided him with healing potions, and he was now largely unscathed. This boy has the audacity to rampage through their territory, slaying 70 to 80,000 vengeful souls. What a staggering figure. Throughout the years, disciples sent down for trials seldom slay more than 2,000 souls during their endeavors. Yet, this boy's count has surged 40-fold. No wonder they pursued him relentlessly. Since you believe we have acted in bad faith, this incident has escalated. It seems we must return to report this to our sect and let our elders adjudicate whether this was indeed excessive. Should you two desire a satisfactory resolution, please bear with us for a while. Humans, do not think that invoking your elders will intimidate us. Haha, you two are indeed sovereigns of your domain. How could we lack respect for you? However, I believe you should withdraw immediately. Otherwise, your territory may fall into peril. Upon hearing this, the 2 vengeful spirits exchanged glances, hesitating before actually retreating, albeit with a final warning. This time, it is you who have broken trust. Next time, during the 5-year trial, do not blame us for unleashing a massacre. As the 2 vengeful spirits departed, the 5 inner disciples finally exhaled in relief. They had been barely holding on. And had a confrontation ensued, the outcome would have been uncertain. It is said that the strength of vengeful spirits is comparable to that of a 3rd-level soul pill cultivator. Today's encounter truly confirmed that. Let us return to the cave and hold our position for a few days while we await reinforcements. Is he alive? Han Xian approached Lin Feng, his brow furrowed. Reporting to senior brother, Lin is merely unconscious from the impact. He has taken healing elixirs and is largely unharmed. Feng Tianyuan replied respectfully. If he is not dead, then stop feigning. Han Xian kicked Lin Feng lightly, under the watchful gaze of all. Lin Feng opened his eyes expressionlessly, rose to his feet, and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your timely assistance. Haha, Lin Jr. You are indeed a remarkable individual to have returned unscathed while being pursued by 2 vengeful spirits." The speaker introduced himself as Tian-Ez, inviting Lin Feng to call him Brother Tian-E. "If I am not mistaken, the exquisite sword in your possession must be the Bloodsea sword, crafted by my wife herself. How does it feel in terms of power?" It became evident that Tian-Ez, a prominent inner disciple of the refining sect, regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect, having recognized the formidable Bloodsea sword he wielded. "Thank you, Brother Tian-E. I must admit, my cultivation is lacking, and I have yet to harness even a fraction of its potential. If wielded by a 3rd-level Chi master, its might would be multiplied several times over. Haha. If my wife were to learn that the exquisite flying sword she forged was used for your escape, she would surely be furious." Tian-Ez's demeanor was amiable, and Lin Feng detected no hint of reproach in his tone. The cave was enveloped in silence, all disciples diligently engaged in their cultivation, awaiting the activation of the teleportation array. This trial had seen a marked increase in the overall strength of the disciples compared to previous assessments. Yet it also claimed the most lives. Fortunately, the outer disciples were plentiful, and a few losses could be replenished in a matter of years. For the past 5 days, Lin Feng had devoted himself entirely to the practice of the Sanjiu forging divine mantra, steadily condensing and refining the main and auxiliary thoughts within his mental space. The gains he had achieved were beyond his expectations. From his senior's account, he inadvertently trespassed into the territory of 2 formidable vengeful spirits during his last battle, and managed to slay around 70 to 80,000 wandering souls. Based on this estimate, he had absorbed approximately 50,000 souls, and with previous accumulations, the total likely exceeded 100,000. With the conclusion of this training session, Lin Feng was assured of a significant leap in his power, especially in terms of mental prowess, positioning him as perhaps the second strongest among the outer disciples, with few daring to claim the top spot. Within his mental space, his main thought had expanded to over a meter in diameter, while his auxiliary thought had grown to the size of a human head. The objective of the Sanjiu forging technique was to further condense these thoughts. The smaller the thought, the greater its potential power and the likelihood of igniting mental energy flames. Meanwhile, the split-off thoughts were silently adapting to the skeletal vengeful spirit avatar. Upon the successful evolution of a new vengeful spirit, the soul core had yet to fully awaken and merge, rendering it unusable for approximately 6 months to a year. Furthermore, as the skeletal vengeful spirit's soul core had already been consumed by his thoughts, and following a third mutation, it would require at least 1.5 years to 2 years before he could manipulate it freely and fully unleash its power. Thus, although he possessed a skeletal vengeful spirit avatar comparable to a third-level Dao transformation, it was merely a decorative piece. In times of peril, he would still need to rely on his own abilities. Another week passed, and Lin Feng gradually ceased his cultivation as he sensed he had reached the limit of his thought refinement. Pushing further with the Sanjiu forging technique could yield adverse effects. 13 resplendent thoughts shimmered brilliantly, and with a flicker of his mind, a surge of mental energy extended outward as he sought to test the current extent of his cultivation. The limit of extension reached over 40,000 meters. Lin Feng was astonished to realize that during this trial, his mental cultivation had increased over 4,000 times. This rate of growth was astonishing. While those talented in alchemy spent a decade to achieve a mere 1,000-fold increase in mental energy, he had enhanced his own by over 4,000 times in just 3 months of training within the netherworld. Retracting his mental energy, Lin Feng initiated the core point storm. In mere breaths, a ferocious storm brewed within the vast mental space, generating an irresistible pull at the core of the main thought. The skeletal vengeful spirit avatar nearby suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of surprise as it instinctively distanced itself in response to the pull. With a 6,700 times acceleration, he still had a ways to go before reaching a 10,000 times increase. The path of cultivation was arduous. Regrettably, while the core point storm could absorb the spiritual energy of the world, it could not devour or enhance his mental cultivation. However, the influx of external spiritual energy would continuously amplify the storm and oppose might, thus benefiting the refinement of his main thought. Lin Feng was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, unaware that all the disciples in the cave had been awakened, including the inner disciples who were compelled to halt their training. They suddenly felt an overwhelming and formidable force and oppose, enveloping them. Though devoid of any offensive intent, the mental pressure it exerted was palpably real. The thoughts within their own mental spaces trembled in submission. Weaker disciples turned pale, seemingly frozen in place, while those of the three-flower realm managed to endure, though their eyes betrayed their fear. This force and oppose, was overwhelmingly powerful, descending upon them like an avalanche, rendering hundreds of disciples incapable of resisting. The force was intangible. The outer disciples could not mobilize their thoughts, but the 5 inner disciples could, albeit with solemn expressions as they focused on the source of this force. They were astonished to realize that the domineering force was emanating from Lin Feng of the Beast Spirit sect. The fact that they had felt utterly powerless under its pressure tightened their hearts with apprehension. Among the top 10 outer disciples of the 5 major sects, this individual would undoubtedly claim a prominent position. A senior from the Unity sect concluded, "It seems that only Qin Feng, the peak 3-flower realm disciple of the Blade Institute, and He Chong, the peak 3-flower realm disciple of the Crane Institute, can exert such a formidable and force and Oppos. Feng Tian Yuan appeared quite disheartened, his voice lacking strength. In the cave, only Qin Yu smiled warmly at Lin Feng's visage, while the distant Wu Zi maintained her aloof demeanor, though her eyes flickered with curiosity. As discussion swirled around, a sudden gentle breeze arose, intensifying into a strong gust. Originating from Lin Feng, observers were astonished to witness a black vortex manifest at his brow, emitting a continuous pull that attracted the surrounding spiritual energy of the world, causing it to ripple. This lad is becoming increasingly intriguing. What cultivation technique is he practicing that can provoke such fluctuations in the energies of heaven and earth? Tian Ez could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Han Xin, hoping to glean some useful information from him. Han Xin shook his head gloomily. Taken aback by Lin Feng and Oppos' remarkable transformation, his strength had escalated to an almost exaggerated degree, surpassing even that of an alchemy disciple consuming spirit pills. After a prolonged silence, Lin Feng opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing momentarily. Junior brother Lin, should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit us at the artifact refining sect with this token, Tian Yitzi said with a gentle smile, as a black token floated lightly into Lin Feng and Oppos' hand. Without a second thought, Lin Feng grasped it and tucked it away in his storage pouch. Though he was uncertain as to why senior brother Tian gifted him this token, he was genuinely eager to witness the art of artifact refinement at their sect. Thank you, senior brother Tian. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Indeed, you cultivate external techniques. While I am unaware if you will reach the Dao transformation realm, your mental prowess has already surpassed that of the outer disciples from the 5 major sections. Take the time to ponder the application of your mental force. It will undoubtedly enhance your strength significantly. At that moment, Han Xin stood up and remarked, Senior brother Tian, it seems the time has come. The 5 senior brothers from the Grand World will soon activate the teleportation array. We should prepare ourselves. Tian Yitzi cast a meaningful glance at Han Xin, his expression unchanged. Very well. True to his words, after 3 hours, the teleportation array within the cave suddenly illuminated. Lin Feng observed as groups of disciples stepped into the array, vanishing one by one. A thought struck him. The resentment crystal he had obtained in the 9 Nether Underworld should be gifted to that Windstorm senior brother upon returning to the Grand World. Whether he would hand it over to the sect was his own business. If he chose not to, Lin Feng would have a genuine backing. Since Windstorm claimed to despise owing favors, he would bestow upon him a favor that could not be refused. Conversely, if he did hand it over, Windstorm would certainly not neglect Lin Feng, ensuring that a portion of the sect's rewards would find their way to him. In either scenario, it would be advantageous for Lin Feng. After a wave of dizziness, Lin Feng and the others safely returned to the Grand World. The past 3 months had been tumultuous. Each major sect had gained and lost in equal measure. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, inner disciples led them back to their respective sections. At the Watermoon Cave Sky Tavern, disciples of the Beast Spirit sect gathered, preparing to return to their sect. Windstorm, still nonchalantly savoring fragrant tea, wore a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He merely smiled faintly at Lin Feng and the others and Oppos' safe return, showing no curiosity about the particulars. Brother, are you returning to the sect with us? Z tugged at Windstorm and Oppos' arm. Such fine tea, Windstorm remarked, putting down his cup and glancing at Lin Feng. It depends on whether junior brother Lin wishes to return. Lin Feng certainly intended to return. His journey to the 9 Nether Underworld had yielded significant gains. He needed to recuperate, cultivate his external techniques, and see if he could achieve new breakthroughs. Moreover, with his current mental prowess, he believed he could successfully refine 32nd-grade spirit pills in one go. As for higher-grade pills, he had not yet attempted them. But he had the most confidence in the 2nd-grade chi-gathering pill. Senior brother Windstorm, may I inquire about the name of your personal magical artifact? Lin Feng asked abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. Windstorm was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded. This is my personal flying sword, Qingxia, a mid-tier spiritual weapon. What prompts your inquiry, junior brother Lin? Lin Feng remained silent, calmly retrieving a fist-sized crystal from his storage pouch. As soon as the crystal emerged, an icy aura of resentment surged throughout the tavern. What is this? Windstorm exclaimed, spitting out his tea, his eyes wide in astonishment, while even Han Xin was taken aback. Lin Feng chuckled. I stumbled upon this in the 9 Nether Underworld. Having perused some text on the Grand World, I suspect this crystal is likely a resentment crystal, and it has already produced a soul. If refined, it could yield at least a magical artifact. If a hidden master from the sect were to intervene, it might even become a Dao artifact. I have no use for it, so I offer it to you for your refining endeavors. As Lin Feng tossed the crystal, a flash of purple light erupted, and the soul within emitted a piercing wail, attempting to flee through the window. Windstorm, a master at the second level of the Dao transformation realm, was initially stunned by the apparition of the resentment crystal. However, upon seeing it attempt to escape, he snorted coldly, his right hand effortlessly capturing and restraining it with a surge of spiritual energy. The resentment crystal thrashed wildly, its soul's wails growing frantic. Windstorm appeared caught off guard by the crystal's defiance. Lin Feng stepped forward. Allow me to subdue it. His approach was straightforward. He unleashed a mental force sword that struck the resentment crystal with force. It proved effective. The soul within staggered, its form wavering. As it settled down, Windstorm scrutinized the crystal for a considerable time, finally exhaling deeply, his expression grave as he turned to Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin, are you truly offering me such a priceless treasure? This could be exchanged for at least 10 top-tier spiritual weapons, or even 4 or 5 magical artifacts if a master of the rules were to take interest. Hehe. Even if I could trade it for so many artifacts, do you think I would have any use for them? Artifacts above spiritual weapons require cultivation to wield, and I am uncertain if I will ever reach that extraordinary realm. Keeping it would be a waste. If you feel uneasy about accepting it, consider it a personal gift from me. Windstorm swallowed the resentment crystal in one gulp, then clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. I sincerely appreciate you now. There is no time to waste. We should return to the sect immediately. Appreciate me? Sincerely? Lin Feng inwardly scoffed, recalling Windstorm's previous jest about wanting him as a brother-in-law. Windstorm effortlessly lifted Wu Zi, soaring into the sky, while Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Qin Yu and Apos' eager expression. He sighed and, with a flick of thought, conjured 2 divine weapons before taking Qin Yu's arm and leaping onto one, guiding it aloft. The other disciples looked on enviously. Lin Feng's prowess was undeniably impressive as he managed to manipulate 2 divine weapons simultaneously, flying at a speed that scarcely lagged behind Windstorm's. Feng Tianyuan glanced back at his fellow disciples, feeling a surge of pride in his discernment. However, he realized that Lin Feng's rapid growth in strength meant he was no longer a match for him. It seemed that in the future, he would have to regard Lin Feng with respect at the Pill Peak. With a burst of breath, he soared forth, following suit on his sword. Those unable to fly, follow me, Han Xian instructed, his expression long and his heart troubled. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng would undoubtedly attract more attention, and it seemed likely that the title of the outer sect and Apos' top disciple would soon belong to him, making it increasingly difficult to contend with him. After half a day's journey, they finally arrived at the sect. However, only Windstorm and Lin Feng descended together. The remaining sword-flying disciples had vanished from sight. Having witnessed Lin Feng and Apos' unwavering flight for half a day, Windstorm genuinely admired him. Realizing that Lin Feng had undoubtedly gained tremendous benefits from his excursion to the 9 Nether Underworld. Junior brother Lin, the resentment crystal that produces a soul must be submitted to the Elder Hall. I and Apos' ensure you receive news of any developments promptly. Z.E. Will you return with me, or do you have other plans? Wu Zi glanced at Qin Yu, who appeared shy and demure, and huffed. Of course I am returning. Where else would I go? I can't exactly go to the Alchemy Academy, can I? Let us move quickly. Windstorm smirked knowingly, taking off with Wu Zi. I wonder if this girl has any thoughts about me. Her tone earlier certainly seemed competitive. Lin Feng coughed lightly and asked, Junior sister, will you return to the Sword Academy, or will you accompany me to the Alchemy Academy? I think I shall return to the 7 Swords Hall for now. I need to focus on my cultivation for a few days, Qin Yu replied softly, her voice as gentle as a whisper. Junior sister, the truth is, I understand. Senior brother, I have understood your intentions for quite some time, Qin Yu said, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Feng and Apos' eyes. Rest assured, I will strive to cultivate diligently and will not hold you back. Senior brother, I must take my leave now. As Lin Feng watched her departing figure, the words he had intended to say remained unspoken. He had wanted to clarify the misunderstanding between them, but the resolute look in Qin Yu and Apos' eyes quelled his urge. Perhaps another time, there will surely be a solution, he thought. Lin Feng soared through the sky on his sword and soon arrived at the foot of the Alchemy Peak. He intended to land his divine weapon, but upon seeing the throng of people at the entrance, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Could something have happened at the Alchemy Peak? It's Senior Brother Lin who has returned, exclaimed someone, spotting the imposing figure hovering above on the divine sword. What are you all doing? A man of middle age pushed through the crowd and respectfully reported, Senior Brother, these are disciples wishing to join the Alchemy Academy. However, Without your permission, I cannot allow them to pass. Lin Feng scrutinized the speaker for a moment. And who might you be? I don't recall you among the guarding disciples. Senior brother. The last group of guardians received a special gift from the immortal sect. Each was awarded a 5 elements pill and successfully advanced to the 5 chi realm. They are now residing at the summit of Alchemy Peak. We are the new batch of guardians. The other 9 stepped forward in unison, respectfully bowing. Well done. No one is to ascend the Alchemy Peak without my consent. Should any inner disciples arrive, they may pass freely, Lin Feng declared, before soaring directly to the peak. He was taken aback by the immortal sect's apparent regard for him, having bestowed 9 5 elements pills upon the guardians, who were scarcely related to him. Regardless of the motives behind it, it was undeniably advantageous for him at present. At the Alchemy Academy, Luo Qi and the others were engrossed in their training. Their swords flashing and intertwining, enveloping the entire training ground in a veil of sword energy. Standing at the side were Wang Ming and his fellow disciples. Who dares to trespass upon my Alchemy Peak? A thunderous voice boomed as 2 streaks of sword light shot toward Lin Feng, who stood atop his sword without moving. With a mere thought, his inner energy transformed into a colossal serpent, measuring 4 zhang in length. The serpent opened its massive jaws, biting at one of the flying swords, while its tail swept out, sending the other sword flying. How exhilarating, Lin Feng thought. Feeling composed as he faced 2 second-tier experts for the first time since mastering his mental prowess. If he had been more adept at controlling the second form of his energy, he could have determined the outcome of their clash in that single exchange. The 2 swords, having missed their initial strikes, swiftly spun in the air, attempting to attack from behind. The serpent's head turned with a flick, coiling around the 2 swords in an attempt to ensnare them. Gasps of astonishment arose from below as they began to recognize who he was. Come again, Lin Feng bellowed, observing the 2 swords retreating. All of you, show me your true abilities. He withdrew his sword into his mind space and inserted it into the skeletal sheath behind the skeleton of the vengeful spirit. With another thought, the 4 zhang serpent transformed into a majestic crane, soaring gracefully and agilely through the air. The 4 second-tier experts exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. However, witnessing such extraordinary skills ignited their competitive spirits. They had primarily joined the Alchemy Academy due to their connection to Feng Tianyuan and had originally dismissed Lin Feng, who practiced external techniques. However, their perception of him shifted dramatically after he concocted a legendary-level condensation pill 3 months ago, drawing the attention of the Elders' Court, which rewarded him with numerous pills. Core disciples from various external peaks had sent multiple invitations, and even some inner disciples had sent inquiries about him. Since Lin Feng was absent from the Alchemy Peak, they were unable to make decisions, hence their reluctant evasions. Seeing Lin Feng again today brought them renewed surprise. Every time he vanished for a period and reappeared, his strength seemed to have advanced significantly. Observing him spiral through the air like a celestial crane further stirred their suppressed ambition. The 4 shared a knowing glance and collectively infused their flying swords with a wisp of energy. The 4 low-tier divine weapons then converged from different directions to surround Lin Feng. Once the energy swords transformed into divine weapons, their power would increase dramatically, capable of shattering gold and stone with ease. As they had yet to engage Lin Feng in earnest combat, they only had hearsay regarding the might of his energy, so they held back somewhat in this assault. Lin Feng, noticing the 4 energy swords attempting to encircle him, prudently activated 2 additional layers of energy around himself. He then reached out to grasp the 2 swords before him, while the crane and Appo's wings enveloped his back in a defensive maneuver. This approach was also a means for Lin Feng to test the limits of his inner energy's resilience. However, the 2 swords were too agile. Upon seeing Lin Feng disregard his flesh and blood to seize them, they hesitated and swiftly retreated. The other 2 swords, however, struck directly against the crane's wings. The powerful forces collided against Lin Feng's form, sending him hurtling back 5 or 6 meters, while the second form of his energy, now a crane, trembled, with ripples radiating from the points of impact, indicating signs of fracturing. Once the energy transformed into its second form, its defensive capabilities diminished 5-fold. Lin Feng assessed the situation, realizing that the attacking swords were merely low-tier divine weapons. Had they been second-tier, his second form would have surely faltered, let alone against third-tier divine weapons or those forged with superior craftsmanship. The sole advantage lay in the fact that once the first layer of energy was compromised, the second layer would immediately replenish, ensuring that as long as his physical form remained intact, the 5 layers of inner energy would continue to cycle. This was the inherent advantage of inner energy over external energy, Once the latter was breached, the user would likely face dire consequences, as conjuring a second layer of external energy instantaneously was a fanciful thought. Thinking of fleeing? Lin Feng's crane transformed into a fierce tiger in an instant. Leaping forward with the ferocity of a predator, its claws aimed directly at the retreating divine weapons. Unfortunately, Luo Qi and his companions were far too seasoned in battle. Their cunning surpassed that of a fox compared to Lin Feng, a novice. The innate energy swords were inherently responsive, and despite Lin Feng's rapid reactions, he could not outpace their thoughts. Moreover, two low-tier divine weapons he had overlooked attacked from behind. This time, their force seemed amplified. The tail of the energy tiger was severed by a single sword strike, causing the illusion to dissipate. Unfazed, Lin Feng witnessed his energy falter, his body descending uncontrollably. He unleashed a surge of mental power, activating all 5 layers of energy, and conjured a nearly 3-meter-tall giant ape outside himself. The giant ape swung its arms backward with a resounding clash, sending the two attacking divine weapons flying. The energy blooms on their blades dissipating under the might of Lin Feng and Appo's ape fists. Simultaneously, the giant ape was overwhelmed by the two swords counterattacking from the front. However, Lin Feng and Appo's mental power surged like a relentless river. As soon as one giant ape fell, another emerged. With both ape fists joined together, they delivered a crushing blow, sending one divine weapon back to its original form. When the remaining weapon attempted a third counterattack, the giant ape merely trembled violently but did not shatter. Realizing their attack had failed, the fourth divine weapon turned and fled. Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh as he transformed the giant ape back into a crane, flapping its wings and launching towards the 4 individuals on the ground. The skirmish that unfolded moments ago was indeed brief, merely a span of several breaths. Yet, for those engaged in the fray and the onlookers below, it was a spectacle of unparalleled magnificence. Lin Feng's abrupt transformation into a ferocious beast midair, coupled with his formidable assaults, near-invincible defenses, and agile movements, left them in a state of bewilderment. Astonishingly, 3 out of the 4 divine weapons were shattered, leaving the last one powerless to be reclaimed. However, the determination radiating from Lin Feng indicated that the battle was far from over. Acknowledging his disadvantage in the air, he sought to engage the 4 adversaries on solid ground. Once on the ground, he unleashed a quintuple layering of his vital energy, fortifying his defenses to withstand the 3 divine weapons. Seizing the advantage, he initiated a close-quarters combat. The 4 opponents, awestruck by Lin Feng's overwhelming prowess, quickly regained their composure. Their 4 swords returned to them, and 4 streams of sword energy detached from the blades, slicing through the air directly towards Lin Feng. Each flying sword possessed its own advantages, and the close combat threat posed by sword energy was significant when honed to a certain degree. It could cleave through metal and stone alike, serving as a preferred method of combat for martial artists at the Qi refinement stage. Nevertheless, they seem to have underestimated the defensive might of Lin Feng's quintuple-layered energy, for the 4 streams of sword energy failed to inflict any harm. Had it been another martial artist, even one at the 3-flower stage, the assault from 4 practitioners of the 2-flower stage would have resulted in severe injury, if not death. A cold smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he felt his confidence surge upon reaching the ground. He resolved that even without resorting to overwhelming force, he would compel these 4 to acknowledge his superiority. Once Feng Tianyuan returned, he would stoke the flames of his ascent, solidifying his position as the foremost disciple within the Alchemy Academy. Should the Elder Council of the Immortal Sect deliver favorable news thereafter, he might well become the preeminent disciple among the Outer Sect. In this close combat, Lin Feng refrained from employing his mental prowess, knowing that its usage would render his opponents incapable of further resistance, which he found uninteresting. Employing the 7 steps killing fist, a technique through which he had claimed numerous lives, he unleashed it once more with a potency magnified severfold. With merely 3 steps, an almost vacuum-like zone spanned a radius of 10 yards around him, generating a pull that ensnared the 4 adept practitioners of the 2-flower stage, rendering them as if mired in a quagmire, their bodies devoid of control. Witnessing this spectacle, the 10 observers stationed at the periphery turned pale, their bodies enveloped in 10 layers of external energy as they retreated frantically, the scene both solid and awe-inspiring. Though Roki and his companions shared similar concerns, they remained composed, their fortitude honed from surviving amidst a sea of 1,000,000 disciples. The external energy they conjured, although significantly more potent than that of 5 Qi stage disciples, crumbled into mere parchment beneath Lin Feng's enveloped fist. Fortunately, Lin Feng's intent was to intimidate rather than inflict harm, and he moderated his power. With his mental prowess reaching perfection, he controlled the 7 steps killing fist with newfound finesse, ceasing the assault after the 4th step. A surge of air rushed in from all around as Roki and his companions, having their external energy shattered, were propelled backwards by the force of the air. Standing firm, Lin Feng's aura surged, radiating an indomitable presence. Roki, upon landing, intended to rise but was met with an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, robbing him of his composure and draining the color from his face. This force was formidable. Such a mountain-like sensation had only been felt from the inner sect seniors in the Dao transformation stage, yet here it was, emanating from Lin Feng, a manifestation of extraordinary prowess. After instilling an indelible impression upon Roki and his companions, Lin Feng brushed off his attire. During his time in the 9 Nether Underworld, Feng Tianyuan had provided him with a fresh set of clothes, replacing his blood-stained garments. A seasoned veteran, he understood the necessity of being prepared. Brother Luo, during this period, seek out those disciples in the outer sect who possess great potential but have been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise their heads. Ensure they undergo a stringent selection process. Only those suited for the Alchemy Academy shall be admitted. Upon my return from seclusion, I intend to refine a greater number of elixirs. Also, when the esteemed Lords Tiger and Crane return, please convey this message to them. I believe they will assist me in procuring some herbs. With that, Lin Feng exited the training ground, leaving behind an imposing silhouette. Yes, senior brother Lin. Roki responded with a slight hesitation, yet ultimately with respect. The recent contest had left no doubt in anyone's mind. The title of the Academy and Apos' foremost disciple unequivocally belonged to Lin Feng. Elder brother, this fellow Ro Xin, with her white hair betraying her age, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Enough, this matter has concluded. In these 3 months, Lin Feng must have encountered some fortuitous event, which explains his meteoric rise in strength. We shall wait for Brother Feng and Apos' return from the 9 Nether Underworld trial before making further decisions. The following day, Feng Tianyuan descended upon Dan Peak. Witnessing Roki and the others engaged in their training, he promptly called to them and succinctly recounted the events of the past 3 months, emphasizing that Lin Feng now held sway over the Alchemy Academy. It was then that Roki and his companions fully grasped the terrifying extent of Lin Feng's current capabilities. Lin Feng, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts. His primary focus remained on whether his strength could continue to ascend. According to Pan's counsel, to have a chance at breaking through the Purple Mansion barrier, he must achieve a harmonious union of essence, spirit, and energy. Presently, he was abundant in essence and spirit, yet lacked only energy. The primary role of energy lay in refining the 5 internal organs and invigorating the 5 energies, culminating in the condensation of the 3 flowers. If he remained disconnected from energy, he would have to resort to alternative methods to stimulate the elemental energies housed within his internal organs. To refine the 5 organs, he must first discover the correct approach to control the internal energy externally, thereby compressing the quintuple layers of internal energy into the 5 organs through mental control. This method might enable him to fortify the organs to the same formidable level as one's skeletal structure. Internal energy was akin to flesh and blood. To completely detach it from the body would be equivalent to losing a vital piece of oneself, a daunting challenge. Yet, Lin Feng was never lacking in patience. Thus, after replenishing his exhausted essence and blood, he entered a state of seclusion for 3 consecutive days, during which he sought a balance point, one that would allow the internal energy to manifest and exist independently of the body. However, conceptualizing this was one matter. Executing it was another. The 3 days yielded no tangible results. Perhaps it is time to examine the painting, Lin Feng mused, retrieving the intriguing artwork from his storage bag. He had always sensed that the painting bore significance, especially the 3 moves he had witnessed within the illusion, which undeniably resembled 3 formidable techniques. The moment he entered the illusion, it transpired in the blink of an eye. With his mental prowess perfected, he had vanquished countless vengeful spirits, and his desire for slaughter had reached unfathomable depths. With a mere thought, the illusion encapsulated within the painting materialized before him. Recalling the might of the Apos, heaven and earth melting furnace, and Apos, Lin Feng refrained from exerting excessive mental energy. Perhaps the strength of his mental prowess played a role, for the imagery he beheld this time exhibited subtle alterations. The figure within the painting, after uttering the words shatter and break, refrained from speaking the phrase heaven and earth melting furnace again, instead allowing the rising sun to ascend slowly. The vast ocean was bathed in the sun's golden glow, shimmering beautifully, a breathtaking sight. As the sun reached its zenith, the temperature of the world peaked, and steam began to rise from the entire ocean surface. Just as Lin Feng contemplated exiting the illusion, his gaze abruptly sharpened. For the hazy figure in the painting had turned to face him, as if sensing his presence. Though he could not discern the figure in Apos' face, his breath seemed to halt, the only testament to his existence being the rhythmic beating of his heart. Indeed, your desire for slaughter has reached a level akin to mine from decades past. Though lacking in some respects, you are worthy of inheriting my legacy. I am known as the Sword Emperor, a wanderer without sect or creed, belonging to the solitary cultivators. Today, I shall impart upon you 3 forms of divine skills. The first is the Sword Divine Skill, which can be wielded by disciples of the Qi refinement stage, provided their mental prowess is sufficiently developed. The latter 2 forms are Dao Divine Skills, which can only be comprehended by disciples who have attained the 4th level of Dao transformation. The Sword Divine Skill consists of 2 tiers. The upper tier is known as the Burial Sword. To cultivate the ultimate power of this sword technique, one must first understand the concept of the extinguishing sword, for the sword is an external object, and relying on external forces to enhance one and Apos' strength is ultimately inferior. One must learn to relinquish in order to gain. The lower tier is the Heart Sword, the sword of the mind. When the heart stirs, all things become swords, and one can strike from anywhere. The power derived from the Sword Divine Skill varies according to individual aptitude and is contingent upon personal fortune. As for the latter 2 Dao Divine Skills, you currently lack the strength to comprehend them. Therefore, I shall leave 2 Dao seals within your consciousness. Once your cultivation reaches the requisite standard, these seals will naturally be unlocked. Once you have received my teachings, this painting will vanish entirely. I hope that one day you will grasp these 3 forms and establish a legacy for me. The words of the figure in the painting echoed in Lin Feng and Apos' ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses, he found that the painting had indeed turned to ashes, and within his mental space, he discerned 2 faint seals resembling sword symbols, along with a fragment of memory that seemed to have taken root in his mind. The Sword Emperor? The figure in the painting was certainly not the Sword Elder. Could it be that the Sword Elder had also received the teachings of the figure? A peculiar thought crossed Lin Feng and Apos' mind. If that were true, then the Sword Elder was indeed his senior brother of the same lineage. However, having only gained the Sword Emperor's recognition, his swordsmanship still fell woefully short. With the fragment of memory from the figure, Lin Feng realized that the shatter, break, and heaven and earth furnace he had encountered in the illusion were, in fact, manifestations of the Sword Divine Skill's power. Shatter and break were the powers derived from the Burial Sword, while the heaven and earth furnace stemmed from the Heart Sword. Depending on one's understanding and control of the forces of nature, interpretations of swordsmanship would inevitably differ. Lin Feng was merely proficient in the concept of killing. His understanding of the sword barely scratched the surface. Thus, although he had inherited the 3 forms of the Sword Divine Skill, whether he could realize his own sword was still an unknown. To master the Burial Sword, one must first comprehend the essence of the sword itself. Lin Feng could wield a sword and thrust it, yet he lacked true understanding. Gazing at the ashes of the painting, he felt a tinge of regret, uncertain if he possessed the qualifications to grasp the sword. He was acutely aware that he had only been practicing for half a year. To reach the level of the Sword Elder would likely require another century or 2 after transcending the Dao transformation stage. Stepping out of the room, he found the sun shining brightly overhead. Stretching lazily, he wondered if the 2 esteemed mentors, Hu and he, had returned to the Pill Peak. He was also curious about the fate of Brother Quangfeng. If there were any news, he supposed someone would have notified him by now. However, after several days of seclusion, there had been no developments, indicating potential changes within the Elder Council. Just as he pondered the possibility of visiting Elder Wuzi at the Pill Peak, Feng Tianyuan dashed in, his face alight with joy. Upon seeing Feng Tianyuan and Apos' exuberant expression, Lin Feng surmised that there must be good news regarding Brother Quangfeng. As expected, an elder from the Elder Council had arrived, accompanied by Quangfeng, along with 3 disciples of the first level of Dao transformation. In total, 15 individuals had come from the Elder Council, including 10 outer disciples who had achieved completion at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Upon witnessing such a grand assembly, Lin Feng's heart raced, and he dared not be negligent. He quickly urged Feng Tianyuan to lead the way for their audience. This was Lin Feng's first visit to the Pill Hall, where Luo Qi and others stood respectfully at the entrance. Upon entering the hall, he observed the 10 outer disciples, all at the 7th level of Qi refinement, standing in 2 rows, their gazes fixed ahead, their auras subdued. Had it not been for Lin Feng's extraordinary mental strength, he would hardly have sensed their true capabilities. At the front of the hall sat an old man with closed eyes, beside whom stood Guangfeng and the three inner disciples with beaming faces. Feng Tianyuan did not enter the hall with him, so Lin Feng and Apos' gaze settled directly on Guangfeng, seeking clarification. "Ah, Lin brother, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting you. Allow me to introduce this esteemed elder from the Elder Council, the Tianqing Elder. And these are my fellow disciples," Guangfeng said, emphasizing the elder seated before them. "Elder?" Lin Feng and Apos' expression turned cautious. Being bestowed with the title of elder indicated that this individual possessed cultivation at the 7th level of Dao transformation, a significant figure within the realm of cultivation. While he could gauge the strength of an elder, the arrival of an elder had raised the stakes considerably. Disciple Lin Feng pays his respects to Elder Tianqing and esteemed brothers. Lin Feng did not kneel, not out of disrespect, but because at the moment he intended to kneel. An inexplicable force prevented him from doing so. "Since the passing of the Pill Hall Elder over a century ago, you are the first disciple to visit. So there is no need for such formalities," the old man spoke, his voice ethereal and lingering in the air, washing over Lin Feng's soul and instilling within him the conviction to neither kneel to heaven nor bow to deities or demons. The elder opened his eyes, casting a mild gaze upon Lin Feng before nodding slightly. "Very well. It is a pity you are cultivating external techniques." His gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Feng's very being, revealing all his secrets. "Guangfeng, present him with the rewards from the sect." Guangfeng stepped forward, waving his hand gently, causing a thin document to materialize in the air, radiating a faint azure glow. "By the decree of the sect leader, Lin Feng is granted 1,000 Qi condensation pills, 605 elements pills, 300 purple spirit pills, 10 supreme-grade divine weapons, 5 high-grade divine weapons, 5 mid-grade divine weapons, and 5 low-grade divine weapons." Lin Feng was astounded. The rewards from the sect were overwhelmingly generous, almost beyond comprehension. Guangfeng chuckled and passed the decree to Lin Feng, saying, "The sect's rewards this time surpassed my expectations." Lin Feng carefully stowed the decree in his storage pouch, fully aware that it was more precious than his very life. "All the rewards are contained within this storage pouch. Ensure you keep them safe." As Lin Feng received the pouch, he felt his hands tremble slightly. Guangfeng gave Lin Feng and Apos' shoulder a hearty pat and whispered, "Thanks to your efforts, the sect has also granted me a low-grade magical artifact. I shall treat you to tea another day." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Lin Feng, disciple is present. Lin Feng dared not show any signs of carelessness or disrespect towards someone of Elder Tianqing's stature. "Do not be overly formal. I merely wish to ask you one thing. Did you personally refine that extraordinary Qi condensation pill?" "Yes." Lin Feng hesitated briefly, then added, "This was my first time refining pills, so the success was largely due to luck. I cannot guarantee the same results if I were to attempt it again." "That is all I needed to know." Elder Tianqing rose from his seat. "That will be all for today, Guangfeng. Let us depart." It seemed a bit excessive for a figure of such historical significance to come merely to hear his answer. Lin Feng found himself somewhat bewildered. However, seeing Guangfeng and Apos' peculiar gaze and affirming nod before leaving, he sensed that Elder Tianqing likely bore no ill will towards him. Once the members of the Elder Council had departed, Lin Feng summoned Feng Tianyuan and the others outside. The rewards bestowed by the sect were exceedingly generous, and with these resources, his dream of revitalizing the Pill Hall had drawn significantly closer. "Lin brother, what rewards did the sect bestow?" Feng Tianyuan inquired. "The resentment crystal that generates spiritual essence must hold great value." Although Feng Tianyuan had not seen the sect leader's decree, rumors had circulated outside. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed all the Pill Hall disciples present, Feng Tianyuan, Luo Qi, and the 10 disciples stationed at the last checkpoint. Currently, the total number of outer disciples in the Pill Hall amounted to only 16, a pitiful number compared to the peaks, which boasted tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples. Although I have experienced a few fortunate turns of fate and have gained a certain stature among the outer disciples, what does that truly signify? The genuine core disciples of the immortal sect number over 1,000 inner disciples. As long as I remain, the Alchemy Academy should not face dire consequences. However, once I am gone, the very existence of the Alchemy Academy becomes uncertain. The fundamental reason for this is that, to date, the Alchemy Academy has yet to produce a single disciple at the transformation realm, one worthy of the sect and Apos' attention. Junior brother Feng, you have now reached the pinnacle of the three flowers stage. If you were to continuously consume the purple spirit pill, how long would it take for you to breach the transformation realm, and what would the success rate be? The individuals in the hall exchanged glances, uncertain of Lin Feng's intent behind this inquiry. In response, Feng Tianyuan said, if I could enter seclusion for 2 consecutive months and consume a purple spirit pill daily, I would have a 90% chance of reaching the transformation realm. However, Feng Tianyuan's expression soon turned wry. But that's merely a wishful thinking. The purple spirit pill is exceedingly precious. Unless one makes a significant contribution to the sect, acquiring a substantial number of these pills is improbable. At this juncture, Feng Tianyuan and Appo's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Could it be that this time? Lin Feng nodded. If Feng Tianyuan truly possessed such confidence, then he would place all his bets on this gamble. Should the Alchemy Academy manage to produce a disciple at the transformation realm, its status could be genuinely elevated. Currently, I possess 300 purple spirit pills, and if fortune favors us, we could potentially nurture 5 disciples to the transformation realm simultaneously. Such a sudden advancement of 5 disciples would be an extraordinary event, likely sending ripples throughout the entire sect. In truth, there are many disciples at the Three Flowers pinnacle among the outer disciples, yet only 2 or 3 are promoted each year due to the scarcity of cultivation resources. The number of purple spirit pills required to successfully elevate a Three Flowers disciple to the transformation realm is considerable, and not all nurtured disciples can achieve that breakthrough. This remains one of the significant reasons the sect has not fully committed to cultivating Three Flowers disciples. The ability of outer disciples to advance to the transformation realm hinges on 2 primary factors: personal aptitude and fortune. Junior brother Feng, spread the word. Select 4 outer disciples at the Three Flowers pinnacle. Regardless of their alignment, be it righteous or sinister, as long as they are willing to commit to the Alchemy Academy and believe they can break through to the transformation realm after consuming the purple spirit pills, grant them this opportunity. Once identified, you and those 4 shall enter seclusion together. I will ensure you have an ample supply of purple spirit pills. The Alchemy Academy must have inner disciples to uphold its prestige. Lin Feng's gaze reflected his resolute determination. Feng Tianyuan dropped to his knees with a thud, bowing 3 times. If I can attain the great path in the future, I vow to safeguard the alchemy peak, or else my soul shall perish, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The other disciples looked upon Feng Tianyuan with envy, not a hint of derision in their hearts, for if such an opportunity were bestowed upon them, their vows would likely be even more fervent. Lin Feng scoffed, a surge of mental energy pressing down upon Feng Tianyuan, his tone suddenly turning frigid, his eyes flashing with intent. He added, if each of you cannot break through after consuming 60 purple spirit pills consecutively, I shall personally take your heads, including yours. Feng Tianyuan's complexion turned pallid, yet he gritted his teeth and slowly raised his head, standing tall, his gaze steadfast. Very well, proceed with the task I have assigned. Lin Feng retracted his mental energy and scanned the rest of the group. How have you all fared with the matters I previously entrusted to you? We have preliminarily selected 100 disciples at the Qi Refinement 2nd layer and 50 at the Qi Refinement 3rd layer. These individuals are all outer disciples, having faced oppression due to their lower strengths, yet each possesses acceptable cultivation aptitude, not inferior to that of junior sister Qinyu. Luo Qi reported meticulously, his implication clear. If even Qinyu could ascend to the 5th Qi realm after consuming a miraculous condensation pill, then those selected would not be lacking. Bring them all into the Alchemy Academy. In the past 6 months, only 2 or 3 significant events had occurred within the Beast Spirit sect. Yet each was tied to one individual, the Alchemy Academy disciple Lin Feng. Who was Lin Feng? He was the first to boldly slap the Blade Academy in broad daylight, the first to slay an outer disciple at the Three Flowers realm, the first to concoct a miraculous condensation pill, and also the first to ascend to the ranks of top outer disciples despite practicing subpar external techniques. The turmoil from a few months prior seemed to have yet to settle, and now, a 13th level tempest swept through the outer disciples once more. Due to the recent trial in the 9 Nether Underworld, Lin Feng contributed a rare treasure to the sect, prompting even the hidden sect master to issue a commendation accompanied by generous rewards. Among these, the most coveted were undoubtedly the 300 purple spirit pills. 300 purple spirit pills are infinitely more alluring than 10 supreme grade divine weapons. The sect's annual allocation for outer disciples had only been 1,000 pills, yet this time an astonishing 300 were bestowed upon the Alchemy Academy. What was even more astonishing was that shortly after the sect and Appo's rewards were announced, News emerged from the Alchemy Academy regarding the recruitment of 4 outer disciples at the Three Flowers Pinnacle. The objective was singular: to forcibly elevate a disciple at the Three Flowers Pinnacle to the transformation realm using a copious supply of purple spirit pills. This news captured the attention of not only the million outer disciples but also left many inner disciples in disbelief. Lin Feng paid no heed to the tempest brewing among the outer disciples. Instead, he reclined in an ancient rattan chair, engrossed in reading the great world. This rattan chair, crafted from 1,000-year-old sandalwood, enveloped him in a soothing fragrance that calmed his spirit. A soft rustling of footsteps approached. It was Luo Qi entering the room. "Senior brother, the 150 selected junior disciples have gathered. Would you like to inspect them?" Lin Feng tossed a storage pouch towards Luo Qi without diverting his gaze from the book. Within this pouch are 500 condensation pills and 205 elements pills awarded by the sect. From now on, you shall take charge of matters concerning the Alchemy Academy. Luo Qi immediately bowed his head, respectfully acknowledging, "Understood. I have already allocated the 300 purple spirit pills to Junior Brother Feng and the others. They are currently unavailable for your use. However, I have placed 4 supreme-grade divine weapons in that storage pouch for you 4, 1 for each. Once Feng Tianyuan and the others successfully reach the transformation realm, I will wholly support your cultivation." Luo Qi bent even lower, his fist clenched, his heart stirred. Lin Feng, the foremost disciple of the Alchemy Academy, spoke with such smoothness and handled affairs with a cunning air, exuding an aura of strategic depth. "When Feng Tianyuan and the others return, have them come directly to me." As Luo Qi slowly exited the room and straightened up, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, as though he could already envision a radiant path ahead. The 4 Great Malevolent Lands. Lin Feng turned a page and beheld a new chapter titled The 4 Great Malevolent Lands. The Great World records the 4 Great Malevolent Lands as the Demon Sealing Domain, Sword Tomb Abyss, Grave of Fierce Beasts, and the Wilds of Immortal Relics. The most extensive descriptions pertain to the Sword Tomb Abyss, while the other 3 are mentioned only briefly. It is said that for millennia, countless individuals have ventured into the 4 Great Malevolent Lands in search of immortal opportunities and powerful artifacts. Yet, curiously, apart from the Sword Tomb Abyss, where some occasionally emerge successfully, the other 3 malevolent lands have only seen entrance, with no survivors reported. Not even disciples at the transformation realm have returned from those lands, leading to their designation as true forbidden zones in the great world. Conversely, the number of individuals entering the Sword Tomb Abyss continues to rise, with many claiming to have encountered immortal fortunes within. Those who have reaped benefits in the Sword Tomb Abyss have disclosed that it indeed houses a vast burial ground of weapons. The Abyss of Sword Tomb is also a sacred ground for cultivating the way of the sword. Those who emerge from the Qi refinement stage invariably become masters of swordsmanship, while those who reach the Dao transformation stage can almost always manifest their own unique sword techniques. Consequently, the number of sword practitioners in the vast world is steadily increasing, thanks to the existence of this Abyss of Sword Tomb. If it truly possesses such miraculous properties, perhaps I too may venture there to try my luck, Lin Feng mused. Having received the legacy of the Sword Emperor, which is inherently linked to the way of the sword, he found himself at a loss, as he had yet to grasp the essence of swordsmanship. The so-called sword techniques seemed to him a lavish indulgence, yet their power tantalized him greatly. The 3 sword techniques, Shatter, Break, and Heaven and Earth Forge, demonstrated in the painting left Lin Feng profoundly shaken. If he could wield such power in reality, it was hard to imagine any Qi refinement practitioner capable of withstanding a single strike from him. As he closed the book, Lin Feng resolved that if new inner disciples were appointed in the Alchemy Academy in 2 months, he would seize the opportunity to visit the Abyss of Sword Tomb. Although many who interface peril, the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with danger and opportunity. "You may all come in now," he said, placing the vast world on the table. Feng Tianyuan and the others had long been waiting outside, yet for some unknown reason, Feng Tianyuan remained silent. Standing patiently with the 4 newcomers, all of whom had attained the pinnacle of the 3-flower realm, awaiting his summons, the 5 entered in succession, and remarkably, 3 of the new disciples were women, all seemingly in their 40s or 50s. The lone male appeared older, perhaps even more so than Feng Tianyuan, and the faint aura of killing intent emanating from him suggested he was no benign figure. Lin Feng, whose murderous intent was already intense, sensed the killing aura with keen awareness. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin," they said in unison, meeting their gazes briefly. Lin Feng reclined in his rattan chair and spoke in a tranquil voice. I do not concern myself with your identities or the deeds of your past. Whether you have taken lives or committed sins, what I offer you is a singular opportunity. Succeed, and you shall ascend as esteemed inner disciples, able to attain the grand path and achieve immortality. Should you fail, you will find no chance to exit the gates of the Alchemy Academy again. I care not for your names. If you succeed, then you may share them with me and with the 100,000 outer disciples, proclaiming you have shed the identity of mere ants. From now on, your fate shall be in your own hands, not dictated by others. The Alchemy Academy has fallen into decline. Its revival rests entirely upon you. From his storage bag, Lin Feng produced 5 large jade vials, each filled with meticulously apportioned purple spirit pills. Lord Tiger and Lady Crane will guard the Dan Peak starting tomorrow, so you may devote yourselves fully to your cultivation. Each of you should take a vial and seek a suitable place for seclusion within the academy. Throughout his address, the 5 remained silent, attentively absorbing Lin Feng's words. They carefully secured their vials of purple spirit pills into their storage bags and stood respectfully at attention. Their reverence was warranted. Not only had Lin Feng and Appos as strength been acknowledged, but the gift of the purple spirit pills alone commanded respect. Lin Feng observed their expressions with satisfaction. Feng Tianyuan had indeed acted astutely, selecting individuals of resolute character. This was evident in 2 details. When Lin Feng revealed the purple spirit pills, the newcomers merely cast a cursory glance without exhibiting the excitement displayed by Feng Tianyuan. And when they took the jade vials, they handled them cautiously without trembling hands. Let us commence our seclusion tomorrow. By the way, junior brother Feng, are you familiar with the abyss of Sword Tomb? Lin Feng inquired casually while perusing the vast world. The abyss of Sword Tomb? Are you referring to the treacherous realm within the void? Feng Tianyuan pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. I am not well acquainted with it, though I have heard some senior brothers of the 3-Flower Peak mention it occasionally. Those who venture into the abyss are typically individuals who have lingered in the 3-Flower realm for over 30 years or those of the Dao transformation stage. However, it is certain that entering the abyss of Sword Tomb is a perilous endeavor for those at the Qi refinement stage. Even those of the Dao transformation stage do not always emerge alive, hence its ominous reputation. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, the 2 guardian spirit beasts, Lord Tiger and Lady Crane, emerged from their secluded lairs, astonished. Typically, they remained in their own domains, only emerging in response to significant events or the summoning of disciples. Thus, when they learned of the momentous happenings within the Alchemy Academy, they hurried back to the Dan Peak in a state of shock, confirming the news from Lin Feng. The 2 spirit beasts realized that the Academy was on the brink of an unprecedented storm. The next day, the 5 disciples of the 3-Flower realm officially entered seclusion for cultivation. However, Lady Crane did not instruct them to isolate themselves individually. Instead, she chose a spacious area where they formed a large circle together for their retreat. Did Lady Crane harbor a deeper intention behind this approach? Lin Feng observed the 5, believing that solitary cultivation was best conducted without external influence. Group practice could easily lead to distractions, perhaps even causing them to lose their way. This time, Lady Crane did not flap her wings or exhibit her usual graceful demeanor. Her tone was solemn. Having them together allows both Lord Tiger and me to oversee them simultaneously. Furthermore, if one of them breaks through to the Dao transformation stage, a resonance will occur in the world, allowing the remaining 4 to faintly sense it, thus facilitating their own breakthroughs. As for the possibility of them going astray, rest assured, with our presence, such incidents will not transpire. Lady Crane is correct. If all 5 break through, or even if just one does, I, Lord Tiger, shall honor you as the foremost disciple of the Alchemy Academy. As long as you remain here, none shall dare to threaten your position, Lord Tiger declared, patting Lin Feng's shoulder with his paw, a gesture imbued with warmth. It has been over 100 years since the Academy has seen an inner disciple, thus, we must exert every effort this time. Lin Feng nodded. In truth, Lord Tiger's concerns were unfounded. Even if they all became inner disciples, they would hardly dare to overtly ostracize him. Should any attempt arise, in a year or 2, once his avatar matured, he could easily deal with a few first-layer Dao transformation disciples. This was precisely why Lin Feng had sought out 4 disciples of the 3-Flower realm from among the outer sect. He harbored no fear of retaliation. Lord Tiger, Lady Crane, their period of seclusion will last 2 months, so I must trouble you both. It is unwise for me to cultivate at Dan Peak, Lin Feng chuckled. You know I practice external techniques, which tend to create quite a commotion. Therefore, I plan to seek a secluded spot on the outer peak for intense training. That sounds prudent. Head to the Rocksteel Peak. It offers the finest environment for cultivation. No matter the noise you create, it will not disturb the surroundings. Moreover, countless outer disciples practice there daily, allowing you to observe their methods. Lord Tiger replied without hesitation, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After bidding farewell to the two spirit beasts, Lin Feng mounted his sword and departed from Dan Peak. Initially, he intended to transform into a great crane. But upon noticing Lady Crane nearby, he feared it might cause misunderstandings, and thus he chose to ride the Celestial Remnant sword instead. His current wealth was substantial. Possessing a total of 24 divine weapons, 500 chi condensation pills, and 405 elements pills, such riches would undoubtedly incite chaos wherever they were placed. After Feng Tianyuan became an inner sect disciple, he planned to safeguard certain significant items as a future reserve for the Alchemy Institute, inspiring younger disciples to diligently pursue their cultivation. Originally, Yangon Peak was merely an ordinary mountain, however. It was transformed into a natural training ground by a venerable elder wielding extraordinary powers, capable of withstanding the various assaults of disciples at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm. Many highly skilled outer sect disciples vie for a piece of land atop this mountain to establish their long-term training grounds. Lin Feng has a plethora of areas he wishes to cultivate, such as alchemy, which includes the critically important 49 Great Hand Seals. He has mastered the first 36 moves of the palm technique, yet the subsequent 13 finger techniques remain unrefined. Furthermore, he has yet to grasp the 3 sword techniques passed down to him by the Sword Emperor, leaving him uncertain on how to cultivate and comprehend them. Techniques, such as the 3-9 soul forging and vital energy disengagement, also require extensive time for exploration. At this moment, he finally comprehends why disciples in the Qi refinement stage devote their entire lives to cultivation. While vital energy can surge through alternative means, certain insights require time to achieve. Even the Sword God Elder spent a full 20 years in comprehension at the Sea Observation Cliff, let alone others. Lin Feng soared on his sword to Yangon Peak, landing in a vacant area and retracting his Tian sword while surveying the mountaintop. This peak is designed for the training of 1 million outer sect disciples, making it vastly more expansive than the Dan Peak. Despite its size, at least those with a cultivation level of 5 Qi are present at the summit. Some disciples are practicing their swordplay, seemingly in search of a certain sensation, while others are wielding their blades, their faces reflecting a moment of realization, indicating that they have gained considerable insights during their training. As for Lin Feng and Appo's arrival, it garnered little attention. The constant flow of disciples flying on their swords means no one deliberately observes the newcomers. Having mastered the 36 palm techniques, he struggles with the 13 finger techniques, which require mental energy. Previously, his lack of mental prowess hindered his ability to provide sufficient power. Now, with his thoughts strengthened and mental energy increased over 4,000 times, he feels an immense surge, enabling him to attempt the subsequent 13 finger techniques. Steadying himself, Lin Feng gradually calms his mind, the essentials of the finger techniques flashing through his consciousness. 1 finger, 1 aperture, all apertures connect to the spirit. Mastery of the finger techniques leads to mastery of Qi. With the purple mansion opened, the great Tao manifests. This translated phrase is relatively straightforward. When combined with the annotations of the alchemy scripture, it suggests that when refining a spiritual elixir, one should select spiritual herbs aged over 200 years. Upon successfully forming the elixir, one can employ the 36 palm techniques to refine it into a transcendent level elixir, subsequently using the 13 finger techniques imbued with heavenly craftsmanship to inscribe 13 vital apertures upon the elixir, akin to the human body's acupoints, invoking a resonance with the cosmos. Such an elixir is known as a spirit-connecting elixir. It is said that a person who has completed the Qi cycle and consumes a spirit-connecting elixir can ascend directly to the 7th layer of Qi refinement within a short time, provided their constitution can withstand the elixir's potency. If a peak-stage disciple consumes it, they may immediately reach the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm, and with favorable circumstances, even break into the Tao transformation realm. Its potency is 100 times that of the purple spirit elixir, making it highly effective for disciples in the Three Flowers realm. With an 8-layer success rate to breach the purple mansion barrier and become exalted practitioners of the Tao transformation realm. No wonder the final 13 finger techniques necessitate the integration of mental energy. It is not merely about executing finger techniques, but also about gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. harmonizing with each finger to leave 13 apertures on the transcendent level elixir that can elicit a response from the cosmos. In ancient times, the success rate of refining such spirit-connecting elixirs was remarkably low, yet once successful, their power is unparalleled. Lin Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Having already received special treatment from the celestial sect for refining a transcendent-level elixir, if fortune smiled upon him and he were to create a spirit-connecting elixir, the sect might very well support him lavishly and assist him in attaining the Tao transformation realm. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Lin Feng recognized the potential of this promising path. A surge of mental energy enveloped his right index finger as he attempted to condense some spiritual energy from the surroundings. But alas, after a considerable time, he was unable to gather any. The reason his mental space can absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy lies in the transformation of his primary and secondary thoughts into a core point storm. Merely attempting to control the spiritual energy with thought alone seems implausible. Lin Feng gazed at his index finger, resolution forming within him. A more potent surge of mental energy erupted forth, enveloping the layer of vitality surrounding his index finger. Under his mental control, the layer of vitality began to rotate slowly. Lin Feng's idea was simple. If his vitality could take various forms under mental control, he could attempt to simulate it into a core point storm. Initially, the vitality encasing his finger was somewhat unruly, rotating sluggishly, yet under the continuous influence of his mental energy, its speed increased, gradually forming a faint vortex around it. Success! Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement and was about to intensify his mental energy when, with a resounding crack, the layer of vitality surrounding his finger shattered. Lin Feng observed with a hint of reluctance as the swirling force of his energy failed to withstand the mightier telekinetic pressure. Despite his repeated attempts under the same conditions, the energy dissipated each time. However, he found a sliver of solace in the fact that this seemingly feeble force could still attract a trace of the natural spiritual energy from the surroundings. This faint essence lingered at the tip of his index finger, refusing to disperse. With sufficient concentration, mastering the 13-finger techniques would prove to be relatively effortless. Yet, even with proficiency in these techniques, Lin Feng harbored doubts about their efficacy in alchemical practices, given the intricate nature of the final spiritual energy channels, which were far more complicated than the 36 palm techniques used for refining elixirs. Standing still, Lin Feng diligently gathered spiritual energy, repeatedly extending his finger in the process. Though the monotony of the exercise could be overwhelming, he felt a growing excitement as he sensed his speed in gathering energy accelerating and becoming more fluid. Through this relentless practice, he began to contemplate various applications of his energy, particularly the potential use of his force in the Four Magical Claws technique. In past encounters with adversaries, he had relied on close-range grappling maneuvers. If he could manifest claw imprints from a distance using his energy, the impact would be considerably more formidable. He vividly recalled the infamous Ghost Hand and the terrifying spectral claws it wielded during their confrontation outside Dragon City, a memory that had significantly contributed to his mastery of inner energy. After tirelessly practicing for over 3 hours, Lin Feng paused. While dedicated training was commendable, one must also strive for enlightenment amidst the toil. Thus, true masters often retreat for days or months following a battle to reflect and derive insights into their unique abilities. According to the 49 major hand seal scripture, this technique held immense power in group battles, particularly the 13-finger techniques, which could often deliver lethal strikes. Lin Feng was skeptical, yet he recognized that if he unleashed all his power with a single finger, the force would undoubtedly rival that of a punch. The mechanics of finger strikes differed greatly from those of punches, resulting in significant variances in their destructive capacities. "Hey, kid, get lost. This is my territory." A voice intruded upon Lin Feng's reverie, emanating from above. It seemed to belong to a disciple flying on a sword, someone at the Three Flowers realm. Lin Feng chose not to open his eyes or make any move to depart. In the outer sect, strength spoke volumes. While he couldn't guarantee victory against all 1 million disciples, he was confident that his luck wouldn't lead him to encounter a formidable opponent on his first visit to Rocksteel Peak. A telekinetic force swept over him several times, followed by a cautious remark. "What a remarkable concealment technique. May I ask which peak's disciple you are?" Lin Feng scoffed internally. As a practitioner of external techniques, he possessed no internal energy fluctuations, rendering this fellow and Apos' attempts to sense his strength futile. The naivete of such assumptions was laughable. "Brother Huang, who is this person? How dare he occupy our territory? Let us deal with him." Another voice chimed in. brimming with aggression. Yes, let us eliminate him. How dare he invade our domain? For more disciples appeared overhead, witnessing someone encroaching upon their training grounds, and they began to express their indignation, though they hesitated to act, seemingly waiting for Brother Huang's response. I cannot gauge this person and Apos' true power, so let us descend and see if he is perhaps an acquaintance from another peak, one suggested. The 5 figures dismounted their swords, forming a line as they scrutinized the still, meditative Lin Feng. They frequented this mountain for training and recognized most disciples at the Three Flowers realm. Even if they couldn't recall names, they had a general understanding of each individual. However, today's stranger was unrecognizable. Lin Feng and Apos' long hair cascaded over his shoulders, partially obscuring his face. Although the outer sect had circulated his likeness, the differences between his image and reality were significant, rendering their failure to identify him understandable. 5 powerful auras emanated from the group, and once unleashed, the energy surged like a torrent, imbued with an overwhelming sense of menace that seemed to suffocate the surrounding air. Nearby disciples had already distanced themselves, accustomed to such territorial disputes and preferring to spectate rather than intervene. We are disciples of the Celestial Wolf Peak. If this brother wishes to avoid bloodshed, it would be wise to vacate the premises promptly, otherwise, we will be forced to act. The man named Huang felt a twinge of unease, leading the group to rely solely on their oppressive aura, hoping the enigmatic figure before them would depart of his own accord. Hey, kid, we've shown you enough courtesy. It would be prudent to leave swiftly, they urged. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved, eyes still closed in deep meditation. Seeking death, are we? A sword flashed toward Lin Feng's throat. As one disciple could no longer contain his impatience. They were seasoned fighters, having taken countless lives, and even among the outer sect, 5 disciples at the Three Flowers realm, even if at the first flower level, could pose a threat to those at the peak of the realm if united. Just as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation of violence, 2 fingers appeared before Lin Feng and Apos' throat, halting the sword and Apos' advance. Lin Feng opened his eyes, exuding an eerie calmness. His telekinetic force enveloped the assailant, mirroring the tension in the air. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, taken aback by the surreal scene. The disciple who had drawn the blade froze, trembling, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Such a lowly practitioner, daring to draw a weapon against me. You seek your end. Lin Feng tightened his grip, a flash of golden light illuminating the scene as the sword shattered into fragments. He swiftly unleashed a palm strike, a solid imprint materializing instantaneously to strike the opponent and Apos' chest with tremendous force. Simultaneously, he released the telekinetic grip, and under the impact of the palm print, the assailant was sent hurtling backward. His chest caved in, the force appearing to penetrate his very flesh, leaving a vivid imprint on his back, a blood-red handprint. With Lin Feng's newly mastered internal energy, his punch could shatter a boulder 10 meters away. Thus, the current situation was no different. Compounded by the pressure of Lin Feng's presence, the assailant's energy could not manifest, rendering him incapable of even forming a protective barrier. How could a fragile body withstand a palm strike capable of shattering mountains? In a single move, a practitioner at the first flower level was obliterated without a chance to retaliate. The surrounding spectators were engulfed by a chilling silence, clearly astonished by the unexpected outcome. Dozens of gazes converged upon Lin Feng, who remained seated, the only movement being his right hand, some distance away. Fellow disciples sensed the unusual atmosphere and gathered to witness the unfolding events. Lin Feng rose slowly, casting a tranquil gaze upon the 4 remaining disciples, their faces betraying a hint of panic. In the outer sect, the strongest prevailed. Survival was dictated by the law of the jungle. From this moment forth, this territory within a 10-meter radius belongs to me. Anyone who dares to step closer shall face death. As his words echoed, Lin Feng sprang into action, his speed akin to a lightning bolt, the force he generated resembling a minor eruption, causing the ground to tremble slightly. With a swift motion, jets of blood erupted from the remaining disciples of Celestial Wolf Peak, accompanied by splattered brain matter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had returned to his original position, seemingly having not moved at all. However, the 4 blood arrows served as undeniable proof of his recent actions. All the disciples instinctively retreated, recalling the dire warning from this harbinger of death. Anyone daring to step within 10 meters would face certain death. Lin Feng's right index finger, still charged with 5 layers of potent energy, radiated a dazzling golden light. To eliminate you, all it takes is a mere finger. An eerie silence fell over the scene, lingering for what felt like an eternity, until the four disciples of the Sanhua realm from the Tianlang Peak collapsed simultaneously, their lifeless bodies betraying sheer terror in their 10 unblinking eyes. It was unclear who first cried out, but the name that echoed was unmistakable: Lin Feng, the poison demon. A legend had been born in the outer sect. One disciple recognized him, causing the others to immediately associate him with the infamous figure of lore. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Indeed, the foremost disciple of the Dan Academy was as ruthless as the tale suggested, leaving no survivors in his wake. To have slain 5 disciples of the Sanhua realm was unprecedented within the outer sect. Lin Feng, unfazed by the commotion, resumed his meditation, seeking comprehension. With formidable mental power as his foundation, each of his strikes had proven successful, a testament to the unique mutation of his thoughts. He pondered whether there were others in the outer sect with similar mutations, aside from Wu Shimi, a disciple under the Elder Academy, whose thoughts possessed illusionary abilities, though they paled in comparison to his own domineering prowess. Within the Beast Spirit sect, there were numerous peaks, and he had already forged an unbreakable enmity with the Knife Academy. Now, he had inadvertently offended the Tianlang Peak as well. Cultivating disciples of the Sanhua realm was notoriously challenging. Each loss was a significant blow. After having killed 5, Lin Feng wondered if the Tianlang Peak would respond. As he mulled these thoughts, he noticed a slight movement at the edge of his perception. Someone had stepped into his 10-meter radius. The newcomer appeared grievously injured, as if they had stumbled in from the outside, collapsing 7 meters away from Lin Feng. Moments later, a thunderous voice echoed from above. The Knife Academy's law enforcement team is here to carry out their duties. All bystanders disperse immediately. The Knife Academy? Lin Feng opened his eyes to see a burly man, blood-soaked and scarred, sprawled on the ground. Notably, a fresh scar across his chin bore the character for slave. Upon hearing that the Knife Academy's law enforcement had arrived, the onlookers quickly fled, despite being disciples of the Sanhua realm. For overhead loomed a dark mass of over 100 individuals. Lin Feng had heard whispers about the Knife Academy and Appos' law enforcement team, composed solely of disciples at the first flower stage of the Sanhua realm, tasked with handling matters deemed unsuitable for the inner sect. Yet, the sheer number of over 100 Qi refinement disciples surprised him, revealing the profound strength of the Knife Academy. The 100-member enforcement team swiftly surrounded the area, though the 5 lifeless bodies lying in stark contrast drew most of the attention towards Lin Feng. He approached the half-conscious burly man, retrieving a jade vial from his storage bag and pouring out a dozen essence-enhancing pills, shoving them into the man's mouth, urging him to heal himself if he still had the strength. The burly man and Appos' gaze was weak, but he managed to meet Lin Feng and Appos' eyes, gritting his teeth to sit up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I am Huang Xing, captain of the Knife Academy and Appos' law enforcement team, here to execute a mission. I request that any bystanders leave immediately." An elderly figure, bearing a broadsword, stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the struggling man, before shifting his gaze to Lin Feng. His expression shifted slightly, as he sensed an absence of any Qi fluctuations emanating from the young man. When his eyes fell upon the 5 corpses, they widened in recognition, clearly aware of their identities. "Brother, this person looks incredibly familiar. I believe I have seen him somewhere before," a disciple murmured. Huang Xing, upon hearing this, scrutinized Lin Feng more closely, and suddenly his lips quivered as he struggled to utter, "It is he who has cast an indelible shame upon our Knife Academy, the poison demon, Lin Feng." At this revelation, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged through the Yangon Peak. Those who had intended to observe from a distance paled, retreating once more. It seemed the Knife Academy was poised to unleash a bloodbath. Yet, Lin Feng was the first disciple of the Dan Academy, a figure whom even the Immortal Gate treated with a degree of leniency. Surely, the law enforcement team would not act recklessly against him. A smile crept across Lin Feng's face. It appeared the disciples of the Knife Academy harbored an intense hatred for him. The combined pressure emanating from the 100-member enforcement team made even him struggle to breathe. No wonder the Knife Academy had always been so arrogant. Their disciples seemed utterly unrestrained. "I have spared this man. Prior to this, I just killed 5 disciples of the first flower stage. I clearly stated that this area is my training ground, and anyone who dares to step into it will face death." As Lin Feng emphasized the word and Appos, death and Appos, a glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes, and a sword of unparalleled quality. The Blood Sea sword began to circle above him. "Form the formation." Huang Sheng reacted swiftly, dismissing Lin Feng's unique identity. After all, He was merely an outer sect disciple. If he were to kill, it was unlikely the Immortal Gate would retaliate too harshly, given the Knife Academy and Appos' formidable strength. Let us test whether your formation can truly ensnare and eliminate me. Lin Feng, grasping the divine weapon and enveloped in 5 layers of energy, lunged towards Huangsheng, the leader. Striking the serpent at its weakest point, eliminating Huangsheng would render the others leaderless, exposing the formation and Appos' flaws, creating an opportunity for him to escape amidst the encirclement. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with sword techniques, executed a straightforward and rapid thrust. Huangsheng and Appos' eyes gleamed with ferocity, having completed the integration of his divine weapon. He had merged 2 flowers into the sword. Yet, he chose not to confront Lin Feng directly. Instead, he deftly evaded, attacking Lin Feng and Appos' lower body from an unexpected angle. You have fallen for my trap. A sinister expression crossed Lin Feng's face as he abruptly pivoted, charging towards the disciples of the Knife Academy, following closely behind. With a resounding crash, he broke through their ranks, unleashing the fury of his divine weapon. With each strike, at least 1 disciple lost their life. Those attempting to evade found themselves trapped within the confined space. The encirclement of blades that was meant to ensnare Lin Feng instead provided him with a grand opportunity for slaughter. Quickly disperse. Huangsheng and Appos' heart ached at the sight, his fury intensifying. Everyone scatter. Do not let him entangle you. Lin Feng, however, was far from foolish. After wreaking havoc among them, he retreated to the side of the burly man, blood streaming from the blade of his divine weapon. Gazing skyward, he spotted a dashing figure soaring through the air, none other than the tempestuous Feng from the Elder Academy. Just as the Knife Academy disciples were preparing to encircle him once more, a thunderous voice reverberated in their ears. Halt. The commanding tone was overwhelming and unyielding. The authority of an intersect brother was unparalleled. Those whose eyes glowed with fury instantly transformed, kneeling on the ground, unable to lift their gaze. Lin Shidi, you seem to be in quite the good mood today, taking a leisurely stroll atop Yangon Peak. Lin Feng chuckled, equally pleased, and replied, Brother, you aren't here just to invite me for tea, are you? Tea is but one matter at hand. I have other pressing matters for you to assist with. If you are indeed available, Feng replied smoothly. Even if you were not free, Lin Feng would never outright refuse. He had invested significantly in this formidable fish. Besides, what substantial assistance could he possibly offer? If Feng could not resolve his own issues, what could an outer sect disciple like Lin Feng contribute? Lin Feng glanced down at the still-healing burly man, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a low-grade divine weapon from his storage bag and placing it at the man's feet. Once you are able to move, take this sword to the Dan Peak and seek out Feng Tianyuan. Tell him I sent you, and he will ensure you are well taken care of. Indeed, you are an admirable individual, daring to oppose the Blade Academy. I hold great expectations for you. Lin Feng soared gracefully into the sky, approaching Kuang Feng, and clasped his fists in respect, saying, I shall seek your guidance on the art of tea tasting shortly. You intend to leave that divine weapon here? By now, who in the outer sect is unaware of my fearsome reputation? Those under my protection dare not lift a hand against others. I shall boldly issue a challenge to anyone who does. I refuse to believe that there are still fools in this world unafraid of death. Kuang Feng gave a thumbs up in agreement. Come, I will introduce you to someone. The 2 figures swept through the air, leaving behind a group of Blade Academy disciples with complex expressions. The Elder Peak is a unique enclave, housing more than half of the sect's elders, along with their descendants and disciples. Over time, this has led to the establishment of the Elder Academy atop Elder Peak. The outer disciples emerging from this academy are generally of a superior caliber, as they all possess formidable backing to varying degrees. The 2 figures descended from the heavens, revealing Lin Feng and Kuang Feng. The person you seek is in the back courtyard. I shall guide you there. Kuang Feng walked ahead, with Lin Feng following curiously behind. Indeed, the Elder Academy is the nucleus of power, and its disciples are distinctly different. Those outer disciples merely nodded in respect to Kuang Feng, unlike the others who would bow and prostrate themselves. Once you grow accustomed to it, it becomes easier. Kuang Feng, perceiving Lin Feng and Appos' thoughts, smiled and remarked, Those who appear at Elder Peak are no ordinary disciples. A single misstep could offend the powerful figures behind them. Lin Feng nodded, quickening his pace. After traversing numerous courtyards, they finally halted before an ancient courtyard door. Kuang Feng stepped forward to knock, but the door creaked open, revealing a delicate yet cold visage. Grandfather is already aware of your arrival. He has sent me to welcome you, Lin Shixiao. Kuang Feng exhibited no surprise. Instead, he winked at Ziyi and entered with a smile. Lin Feng, somewhat bewildered, nodded at Ziyi and followed inside. Upon meeting the individual he sought, Lin Feng suddenly understood that Ziyi's grandfather was none other than the esteemed Tianqing elder he had encountered during his visit to the Pill Peak. Disciple pays respects to Elder Tianqing. Despite Lin Feng's arrogance, he dared not show any disrespect in the presence of such a figure. There is no need for formalities. Lin Feng, I summoned you here to privately inquire about something. You must answer truthfully. Disciple understands. What do you think of my granddaughter Zi? Lin Feng was taken aback, glancing at Wu Shimi, who maintained her usual expression. He then turned to Kuang Feng, who wore a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly ignoring Lin Feng and Appo's questioning gaze. What? Do you have no opinion at all? Lin Feng cleared his throat, appearing troubled. Returning to the elder. I truly do not know how to answer. I have met Shimi Zi only a few times and have not conversed much, so it is all right. Speak as you wish. Yes. Lin Feng considered for a moment. Shimi Zi embodies the archetype of an ice beauty, intelligent, calm, and decisive in her actions. And Lin Feng thought a while longer and shook his head. At this moment, Elder Tianqing chuckled. Well, to articulate those points is already quite remarkable. Lin Feng, I have heard you are fully nurturing the disciples of the Pill Academy. If you agree to a certain request, I can assist you in 2 months, helping one of them successfully advance to the Dao transformation realm. I possess over 100 purple spirit pills. Any living being consuming such quantities will surely step into the Dao transformation realm. It appears there is an ulterior motive. I had thought this would be mere idle chatter. Lin Feng remained composed, though unease gripped his heart. Returning to the elder, I have already established an agreement with them. If they succeed in advancing, it would indeed be for the best, as the Pill Peak would then have inner disciples to support it. If they fail, I shall personally ensure their demise, preventing them from ever leaving the Pill Peak again. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. A silence enveloped the hall. Lin Feng, how confident are you in entering the Dao transformation realm? At present, I have no confidence whatsoever. However, I will not give up. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to exchange a mutated thought with you. Exchange thoughts? Is that even possible? Ziyi's thought is mutated, and its profound foundation greatly benefits her future cultivation. The more solidly one establishes their foundation during the Qi refinement period, the more astonishing their achievements will be upon entering the Dao transformation realm. Thus, even though I possess 100 purple spirit pills, I have refrained from aiding her growth, hoping she can accumulate a deeper foundation, enabling her future accomplishments to potentially surpass mine. But what use would my thought be to Shimi Zi? Kuang Feng provided the answer. She possesses a mutated thought, endowed with illusionary abilities, allowing her to continuously assimilate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This illusionary ability requires a substantial supply of spiritual energy to manifest. However, the self-generating spiritual energy within the thought space is scarce, and the cultivation of thoughts is exceedingly arduous. Hence, my grandfather wishes to exchange a thought with you, Lin Shixiao. Rest assured, it will not be a direct appropriation of your thought. Your thought possesses devouring abilities. Once cultivated together with my sister, through certain esoteric methods, both thoughts can gradually assimilate, acquiring each other and Appo's abilities. Lin Feng and Appo's eyes suddenly brightened. The cultivation of thoughts is incredibly challenging, even more so than Qi refinement. After his recent journey to the underworld, Zi consumed an 8th grade spirit pill that enhances thought power, and now her thought's extension limit is nearly 20 meters, placing her among the advanced ranks of mutated thoughts. If the ability to devour could be cultivated within her thought, the time for growth would be significantly reduced. The deeper the foundation, the sooner the breakthrough. The stronger the potential for future cultivation. Surely Lin Shidi understands my intent? Lin Feng nodded. He was not foolish. If Elder Tianqing became his steadfast support, the path ahead in the sect would be considerably broader. However, brother, sister, an elder may not be aware that while my thought possesses abilities, it is rather unique. My thought cannot assimilate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, should my sister acquire my devouring ability, it may prove of little benefit to her cultivation. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Elder Tianqing's expression tightened, a subtle pressure enveloping Lin Feng. I wish to see your mutated thought. Lin Feng hesitated not. With a thought, a radiant light shot forth from his brow, coalescing into a thought the size of an infant's head before the eyes of the onlookers. This thought was semi-physical, crystalline, and translucent, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Ah, Kuang Feng, Ziyi, and the others exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Ziyi's expression shifted for the first time. Her delicate hand covered her rosy lips, revealing her disbelief. Kuang Feng and Elder Tianqing remained somewhat composed, though they regarded Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Your thought is so formidable, its power surpassing Ziyi's by several times. Elder Tianqing, astonished, began to sense it carefully, only to let out a disappointed sigh. What a pity! Such a powerful devouring ability cannot assimilate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is truly a wasted opportunity. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. I thought if Lin Shidi agreed to cultivate with my sister then. Kuang Feng also shook his head, sighing, while Ziyi's expression turned glum. Lin Feng reluctantly retracted the thought, feeling quite vexed himself. Had it been able to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could have enhanced his cultivation even in sleep. Yet he was quite curious about this dual cultivation technique. Kuang Feng, might I inquire what this dual cultivation technique entails? Could you clarify it for me? The fierce wind offered a bitter smile and remarked that it was of no consequence to speak of it. The dual cultivation technique, as its name suggests, involves two individuals cultivating simultaneously, fully opening their hearts and minds to communicate with one another. For instance, in the context of thought dual cultivation, one party and oppos, thoughts can be guided into the mental space of the other during their practice. However, this method must be entirely voluntary and grounded in absolute trust. Lin Feng pondered briefly and quietly inquired, is it truly possible to enter the other person's mental space under their guidance? Can I still sense it? Certainly, came the reply. As long as it is within the range of your mental extension, you will be able to sense everything clearly. My sister's mental range extends nearly 20 meters. When her thoughts enter your mental space, she can perceive it within that effective range. Your mental limit is at least over 200 meters. So once your thoughts enter Z, E, and Oppos' mental space, you will be able to sense everything clearly within that distance. The more Lin Feng listened, the brighter his eyes became, leaving the fierce wind momentarily stunned. Junior brother, what has happened to you? If what the fierce wind said were true, then he had discovered a solution not only to enhance Ziyi's mental cultivation, but also to grant himself the ability of illusion, making his mental power even more formidable. Returning to Elder Qingtian, I have found a solution, Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement and maintaining a calm demeanor. You truly have a method? Ziyi, surprisingly, was the one to voice the question. Her expression softened significantly as she gazed at Lin Feng. If your method proves effective, I am willing to cultivate with you. Once the time comes, your thoughts will be assimilated by mine, granting you the ability of illusion and allowing your thoughts to merge with the essence of the world, benefiting your future cultivation immensely. The prospect of merging thoughts with the essence of the world was one of the reasons that stirred Lin Feng's heart. He could hardly imagine the heights his mental cultivation could reach if he could indeed merge with such energies. The fierce wind nodded gravely, cautioning. The dual cultivation of thoughts is no trifling matter. Junior brother, you must not engage in anything without assurance. Moreover, if your thoughts cannot merge with the essence of the world, what purpose would cultivating with Ziyi serve? Lin Feng scratched his head, looking at the fierce wind in confusion. Senior brother, have you not heard any other news regarding my mental mutation? The news of your mental mutation has long spread among the sect. Could there possibly be other secrets? Lin Feng fell silent, realizing that the fact he possessed multiple thoughts after returning from the netherworld had not circulated. With a flick of his finger to his brow, two identical thoughts emerged and coalesced in the air. This left even the fierce wind speechless, stammering, Why you possess two thoughts? Elder Qingtian and Oppos' eyes also gleamed with unusual intrigue. It took a long while for everyone to regain their composure. Lin Feng glanced at Ziyi, uncertain if she would have the courage to test his method with Elder Qingtian and senior brother Quanfeng present. Ziyi's brows furrowed slightly. What method does senior brother have? Can I know a bit? This is my greatest secret. However, to ensure success, we must begin within my mental space. Once your mental cultivation reaches a certain level, we can transfer to your mental space. Can even I not know? Lin Feng bowed respectfully to Elder Qingtian, requesting his understanding. All right, I agree. Ziyi stepped forward, her gaze becoming particularly clear as she fixed her eyes on Lin Feng. I trust you, Lin brother. Thank you for your trust, sister. However, there is one thing I hope to secure your promise on. Once you enter my mental space, you must not reveal anything you see to anyone. Yes, I shall not disclose anything until I have reached the Dao transformation realm. Lin Feng then asked if Ziyi could assure him of this. She nodded solemnly. With that, Lin Feng chuckled. Then let us attempt this first. Should you find my method feasible, we can consider dual cultivation afterward. This method aligns with my intentions. In that case, I shall act as the guardian for both of you, the fierce wind said, gently patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Be cautious. Remember, both parties must trust each other unreservedly for one thought to successfully enter the other and amp. Oppo's mental space. Lin Feng nodded. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and Zi mirrored his position opposite him, closing her eyes. A thought the size of an apple materialized at her brow, emitting a faint golden glow as it slowly drifted towards Lin Feng. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng closed his eyes and summoned a thought at his brow, which also floated towards the golden thought. Under his control, the secondary thought transformed into a mouth that enveloped the golden thought, not in devouring, but in embracing. Under the tense gazes of the fierce wind and Elder Qi Tian, the two thoughts merged into a beam of light, entering Lin Feng's mental space. At that moment, Zi and Amp, Oppo's body trembled violently, but quickly calmed. Her face reflected shock and awe, while Lin Feng wore a triumphant smile. What is happening? Grandfather. Lin Feng certainly harbors many secrets. The look on my sister's face earlier indicated she must have discovered something significant, the fierce wind mused thoughtfully. Within Lin Feng's mental space, a skeletal wraith floated, 3 divine weapons protruding from its back. Nearby, 13 thoughts shimmered brilliantly, with the central thought radiating immense power. In the farther distance, a small golden thought swayed uncertainly, hesitant to approach. Lin Feng calmed his mind, sending reassuring goodwill from the main thought, which allowed the golden thought to gradually draw nearer. As their thoughts touched, Lin Feng began to control the remaining 12 secondary thoughts, prompting them to rotate slowly. Fearful of potential mistakes, he kept the rotation slow and steady. The golden thought soon adapted, radiating joyful sentiments. Lin Feng felt at ease, increasing the speed of the core point storm, drawing in the stored essence of the world from the ZE space. The golden thought began to voraciously consume this energy, its glow intensifying. In the stillness of the room, half an hour passed without a sign from Lin Feng and Zi. Were it not for the palpable life force emanating from them, the fierce wind would have been compelled to investigate. Remain calm. They are fine, Elder Qi Tian stated calmly. Another half hour passed, and a sudden fluctuation rippled through the essence of the world in the room. This subtle shift immediately captured the attention of both grandfather and grandson. A black dot appeared at Lin Feng's brow, expanding while emanating a gentle pull. The core point storm accelerated to 700 times, and the essence of the world within the mental space was entirely absorbed by the golden thought. Observing no abnormalities, Lin Feng increased the speed further, reaching 1,000 times. Then 1,500 times, finally stopping at 2,000 times, as the golden thought could no longer keep up with the influx of energy, slowly storing it within the mental space. As the core point storm accelerated to 2,000 times, the essence of the world outside began to surge dramatically, forming a vortex at his brow. This vortex grew increasingly larger and more powerful, and within mere breaths, a spiraling vortex of energy formed in the room. After 30 breaths, the external essence of the world began to join in, intensifying the storm. Ultimately, a funnel-shaped vortex of energy clouds materialized overhead. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately captured the attention of the other members of the Elder Council, who swiftly emerged to investigate the matter. At that moment, the wind was nearly agape, pointing towards the swirling aura of spiritual energy. This is utterly bizarre. No wonder I sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy at the moonlit cave tavern last time. I thought it was merely another disciple refining their qi, but it turns out it was this boy creating such a commotion. Enough of the idle chatter. You remain here to guard, while I attend to the others. This boy is indeed quite exceptional to have stirred such a ruckus. With a swift motion, Elder Qing Tian vanished from the room. A short while later, he reappeared in his original chair, stating, I have informed them that you are comprehending a certain secret technique. They have dispersed. It took a full 3 hours for the swirling vortex of spiritual energy in the sky to gradually dissipate. And the dark point in Lin Feng's brow also vanished. After some time, Lin Feng directed his thoughts to extract the golden thought from Zi. A golden thought, now twice its original size, materialized in the air, radiating an intensified golden brilliance. After a brief tremor, the golden thought returned to Zi's thought space, and both opened their eyes simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the teacup in Elder Qingtian's hand shattered, leaving the wind utterly bewildered. The sight they had just witnessed was enough to leave them speechless. In such a short time, Z's thought had remarkably doubled in size, indicating that in just over 3 hours of cultivation, Z and Apos' strength had at least doubled. An extraordinary feat, the miracle of cultivation was undeniably miraculous. The wind rushed forward, grasping Z's shoulder. "Sister, quickly tell me, what other secrets does this boy possess? This is madness. If this news spreads, even the sect leader will want to meet him. This is truly remarkable, even more astonishing than the last time we contributed a piece of soul resentment crystal." Z did not respond, merely casting a glance at Linfeng, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Elder Qingtian rose and approached Linfeng, his eyes filled with admiration. "Everyone has their own secrets. Should you ever feel inclined to share, I would be quite interested. Speak, what do you wish to obtain? Anything within my means, I shall provide." Linfeng smiled slightly, saying, "As a disciple, I lack nothing but experience in martial arts. Therefore, I wish to spend some time in the scripture repository. Of course, every 3 days. I will devote 3 hours to assist my sister in her cultivation. The cultivation of thoughts is unconventional and possesses a growth limit. If surpassed, the thought may shatter. Thus, I will impart a special technique to her for refining thoughts, ensuring a solid foundation for future cultivation." "Oh, and a technique for refining thoughts?" Elder Qingtian was taken aback. Linfeng did not withhold any information, reciting the incantation for the 9-9 divine forging technique in one breath. If he kept everything to himself, Elder Qingtian might harbor reservations. So he chose to selectively reveal some details. Moreover, this was merely the incantation for refining thoughts, effective only for those with exceptional abilities. Those who cultivated slowly would find it of no use, as they lacked the capacity to reach that level of refinement. Elder Qingtian pondered the incantation carefully, then clapped his hands in admiration. "Indeed, this is a top-tier secret text. If I am not mistaken, upon reaching mastery, will this technique not result in a transformation of the thoughts?" The elder's conjecture was correct. Linfeng explained, "From the secret text I obtained, it is stated that upon reaching mastery, thoughts can generate thought power flames." The wind and Elder Qingtian suddenly fixed their gazes on Linfeng, astonishment evident in their eyes. "Brother Lin, can you confirm this? Does the secret text truly allow for the generation of thought power flames upon reaching mastery?" Linfeng nodded. "The text states so, however. I have been focused on refining my thoughts, and I am still far from generating thought power flames, so I cannot verify the text's accuracy." Elder Qingtian exhaled deeply. Thought power flames. Such a phenomenon has not been seen for 100,000 years. To generate thought power flames and break through to the transformation realm is easier than drinking water. Moreover, once one enters the transformation realm, a few months of seclusion will allow them to ignite their soul fire directly. Such a rate of cultivation is indeed monstrous. I have spent 35 years in the Qi refinement stage, and a full 60 years in the first layer of transformation to break through to the second layer of soul fire. Z is just 16, given her cultivation speed. Breaking through the transformation realm before the age of 20 should pose no issue. If she can achieve this after generating thought power flames, then becoming an inner disciple of the second layer of transformation before 20 is absolutely feasible. Such a cultivation speed certainly qualifies her to contend for the sect leader and Apos' inheritance. The wind appeared even more exhilarated. "This matter is to be known only to the 4 of us. Linfeng, I will take full responsibility for your entry into the scripture repository, and the matter of your dual cultivation with Z must remain confidential after all." "I understand. Master, Sister Z and Apos' fiancé is not a magnanimous person, and I will not seek trouble for myself." "Very well, Z. You should now enter seclusion and thoroughly contemplate this secret text's incantation." Elder Qingtian waved his hand, creating a fissure in the air, from which he retrieved a jade vial, handing it to Linfeng. "Inside, there are 12 nourishing pills, sufficient for your use over the course of a year. When they are consumed, feel free to return for more. Such a fine treasure." Linfeng eagerly accepted it. The nourishing pills not only sustain the body's strength, but also enhance physical training. "Wind, take Linfeng to the scripture repository. I will send word to the disciples there shortly." "Yes, grandfather." Once the two departed, only Z and Elder Qingtian remained in the room. "Z, what do you think of Linfeng's character?" Z pondered for a moment before softly responding. "Did not grandfather once divine his fate? You could not see through the mysteries. How could I rashly comment? However, this person does indeed harbor significant secrets." She chuckled. "I simply do not wish to divulge them to grandfather. I shall now enter seclusion." Watching Z depart with a sly smile, A hint of affection gleamed in Elder Qingtian's eyes. He sighed after a long moment, wondering if their parents were still alive or if they remained trapped in the depths of the sword tomb. In the sky, Lin Feng flew on his sword, following the wind. This visit to the Elder Council had been immensely fruitful. Not only had he discovered a method to rectify the flaws in thought cultivation, but he had also garnered the staunch support of an elder. The incantation capable of cultivating thought power flames had firmly tethered them to him, ensuring that they would not refuse assistance when needed in the future. Now with Elder Qingtian's aid, he could freely enter and exit the scripture repository, a matter of great delight for him. His foundation in martial arts was indeed fragile, particularly in the sword path. So this opportunity to delve into the accumulated wisdom of predecessors in the repository was invaluable. The scripture repository was situated atop a solitary peak, and thanks to the guidance of an inner disciple, they soared directly to the summit without passing through the entrance. Before they had even landed, an elderly man with a stooped back emerged, waving at them. Uncle Wu, the wind greeted respectfully, bowing to the elder. "Ah, young master, you flatter me." The hunched elder shifted his gaze to Lin Feng. "So, you are the outer disciple Lin Feng that the elder spoke of? Remarkable. To concoct a miraculous level qi condensing pill at such a young age is truly commendable. The youth is indeed formidable." Uncle Wu is correct. Grandfather wishes to procure a miraculous level purple spirit pill for Sister Z, which is why he hoped Brother Lin could enter the scripture repository to seek anything beneficial. "Ah, do step inside. By the way, young master, how's the young lady? It has been nearly half a year since I last saw her, and I truly miss her." Sister Z is currently at a crucial juncture in her cultivation. Once she exits her seclusion, I will ensure she visits you. With that, the two entered the scripture repository. The howling wind narrated the origins of the hunchbacked elder, who turned out to be a former household servant of the venerable Qi Tian from over 5 centuries ago. Despite the passage of time, he continued to be affectionately referred to as old servant, endearing himself to Kuangfeng and his companions. Lin Shidi. Do not be deceived by Uncle Wu and Appo's frail appearance. He is, in fact, a master of the 5th level of Dao transformation. He has remained low-key, lacking any notable reputation within the sect. Both Z and I were raised by him, and although he identifies as a servant, we regard him as an elder, to the point where even our grandfather treats him as a brother. However, he refuses such titles, insisting on maintaining equality with our parents, hence we call him Uncle Wu. Lin Feng marveled silently, realizing that one might underestimate an individual based solely on appearances, as even a casual acquaintance could be a formidable figure. Shidi. Immerse yourself in the scriptures at the Sutra repository. With Uncle Wu here, no one dares to cause a stir. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Shixiang, Lin Feng replied. After bidding farewell to Kuangfeng, he began to explore the Sutra repository, which resembled a tower from the outside, consisting of 3 levels. The first floor housed all books related to the Qi refinement stage, while the second was accessible only to disciples of the Dao transformation stage. The top floor, it was said, could only be opened during special periods when a disciple reached the 4th level of Dao transformation. A powerful being of the rule stage was said to reside there in seclusion, yet no one had ever seen their visage. Lin Feng felt content merely to have access to the 1st floor of the repository, knowing that the 2nd and 3rd floors held no interest for him. Those treasures were beyond his reach. After perusing the 1st floor extensively, he finally found what he sought, a shelf filled with dozens of manuals on sword cultivation. He casually picked one up, flipped through it briefly, and discarded it, for he sought not detailed cultivation manuals but rather the insightful notes left by predecessors. Although these sword techniques possessed great power, mastering them was not a matter of days. Moreover, Lin Feng sensed that once one and Appo's strength reached a certain level, swordsmanship merely became an auxiliary skill with limited impact on the outcome of a battle. Only techniques of the sword divine level, such as the sword emperor inheritance he had received, transcended the realm of mere sword techniques and could be considered a rudimentary form of divine ability. True divine manuals, however, were reserved for inner disciples of the 4th level of Dao transformation. To comprehend the sword divine techniques, one must first merge their heart with the path of the sword. After a midday break, Lin Feng, having found nothing of interest among the sword technique manuals, ventured elsewhere and ultimately discovered an old, yellowed book titled Travel Notes on a dusty shelf. The title was somewhat faded, but upon opening it, he found it densely filled with profound insights into the path of the sword. These reflections were pure textual summaries, detailing the insights gained from various battles. Initially, Lin Feng was not fully absorbed, but as he delved deeper, he found himself increasingly astonished. This manuscript was evidently left behind by a remarkably skilled disciple of the sect. Rather than a mere collection of notes, it served as a testament to an individual's continuous growth and rising prowess. I began refining Qi at the age of 3. Practiced swordsmanship by 5, hunted beasts by 7, took lives by 10, entered worldly trials by 15, dominated the martial world by 20. Descended into the sword tomb abyss at 21, and emerged as an inner disciple of the Tao transformation stage at 25. Some claim I am a prodigy. Such is a grave misunderstanding. Alas, none can comprehend, so I leave this record for the fated. May you tread carefully. Signed, Wuxing. Lin Feng pondered whether this elder, Wuxing, still lived. Regardless, he decided to thoroughly examine the contents of the book. After 2 days, Lin Feng emerged from the sutra repository. The hunchbacked Uncle Wu was dozing, and Lin Feng refrained from disturbing him, knowing that, while it appeared he was napping, he was, in truth, constantly reflecting on all that transpired within the repository. As Lin Feng passed by, he paid his respects to the loyal servant of 500 years and departed quietly. Once Lin Feng had left, Uncle Wu opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The youth had spent 2 days merely reading a travel journal. Surely, he sought martial manuals? With this thought, he approached the spot where Lin Feng had lingered, finding the travel notes still resting there. This is a record of a sword master and Appos, S. growth. H.M. Wuxing. This name sounds familiar. Uncle Wu mused, gently placing the notes back on the shelf. What a pity. If he could refine Qi, I would have considered taking him as a closed-door disciple. Just as he turned to leave, a tremor ran through his hunched frame as a thought struck him. He turned back to retrieve the travel notes, flipping to the page bearing the signature. Wuxing, Wuxing. Could this be the same Wuxing who has been in seclusion for over 3 millennia? Lin Feng, unaware of who Wuxing was, only recognized that he had undoubtedly been a genius. However, if the accounts in the notes held any truth, then his venture to the sword tomb abyss was imperative. The travel notes meticulously chronicled all that Wuxing experienced upon entering the sword tomb abyss, revealing that his rapid ascent to the Tao transformation stage in just 5 years was linked to his unique abilities. It turned out that Wuxing was also a mind-altering individual, possessing the rare ability of devouring. Upon entering the abyss, he discovered it to be a hellish paradise, teeming with countless lunatics, corpses, divine weapons, and spiritual artifacts, even magical tools and Tao implements. Most notably, the abyss was filled with countless souls, those of human masters who had perished over millennia. Their souls were preserved in a peculiar manner, mindlessly attacking any living beings they encountered. After inadvertently devouring one such soul, Wuxing realized that the martial experiences of the deceased were retained within, allowing him to absorb their martial wisdom along with their essence. This astonishing discovery brought him immense joy, leading him to consume an unknown number of souls over the next 5 years, ultimately amassing a profound foundation that propelled him into the Tao transformation stage. At that moment, Lin Feng and Appos' heart raced. Regardless of the veracity of Wuxing and Appos' accounts, he was resolute in his decision to journey to the sword tomb abyss. Besides awaiting Feng Tianyuan and the others to break through to the Tao transformation stage, he had another task at hand, to discover a method to successfully awaken the energy of his 5 internal organs. He could no longer rely on the pan within the Zifu's secondary space. It had not emerged for an extended period, likely recuperating. The antiques he purchased from Tianming had long since been consumed, yet their quantity was insufficient to elicit any new, valuable memories from the pan. In the absence of special circumstances, Lin Feng was reluctant to awaken it. Ascending the Yangon Peak, he landed on the designated area he had marked. As anticipated, the previous massacre had proven effective. Even in his absence, no one dared to intrude upon his territory. After centering himself for half an hour, Lin Feng recalled the contents from Wuxing's notes, particularly the sections detailing his techniques related to Qi Gang. Although there were significant differences between internal and external Qi, Lin Feng sensed that he was on the verge of another breakthrough, potentially gaining insights from his reflections. As the elder had indicated, the potency of sword energy stemmed primarily from the strong cohesion of true energy once it separated from the body. This was, in essence, a method of utilizing Qi Gang. Some merely regarded Qi Gang as a protective barrier, yet the ultimate masters of the Qi refinement stage spent most of their time engaging with Qi Gang in combat. For instance, Qi Hua was essentially a prototype of Qi Gang. While everyone understood their connection, few delved deeply into the matter. Qi Gang relied on true energy for support. Once the true energy was interrupted, the Qi gang would perish. However, the reason why the sword energy maintains such a strong cohesion after being unleashed lies in the existence of A and amp, oppos, medium, and amp, oppos. The medium for the vital energy is the physical body, while the medium for the sword energy is the sword itself. Only by identifying an appropriate medium can one unleash the corresponding power. In the mundane world, there exists a supreme martial arts secret known as the and oppos, doppelganger / and oppos. Despite its seemingly complex name, it is, in fact, quite simple once one masters the technique. It can be executed effortlessly. The first requirement is speed, extreme speed. The second is true energy, potent true energy. When these two elements are combined, the and amp, oppos, doppelganger / and amp, oppos, can be performed with ease. Its reputation as a supreme martial arts secret stems from the rarity of individuals possessing both conditions simultaneously. Thus, the concept of a medium is of paramount importance. Lin Feng's recollections were straightforward and easily comprehensible, and he held great admiration for the esteemed Elder Wuxing. The transmission of teachings necessitates clarity. The invaluable experiences shared must be readily understood. When he next encounters Elder Qingtian, he intends to inquire whether he knows of someone named and amp, oppos, Wuxing and amp, oppos, within the immortal sect. Perhaps and amp, oppos, Wuxing and amp, oppos, is merely an alias with a different birth name. Alas, he decided against pursuing the thought further. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed fellow disciples practicing their skills 10 meters away, frequently casting glances in his direction. Upon meeting his gaze, they would swiftly avert their eyes or bow their heads. Their curiosity towards the poisoned demon child was overshadowed by a sense of reverence. Extending his right index finger, he directed a surge of mental energy towards it, causing a brilliant golden light to radiate forth. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the 13 styles of finger techniques, he had not reached the level of fluidity akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. Therefore, prior to venturing into the abyss of the sword tomb, mastering the 49 great hand seals was imperative. This would, in conjunction with his formidable mental energy, ensure that he could easily handle disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Furthermore, he possessed numerous divine weapons. By dividing his consciousness to control each one, he could unleash a multifaceted assault, confident that no Qi refinement disciple would withstand it. Nearby, Lin Feng was approached by Huang Sheng, a disciple from the Blade Academy, who had come to deliver a challenge from his senior brother Qin Feng. I wonder if the illustrious poisoned demon child possesses the courage to accept this challenge? Do you wish to know if I have the audacity to accept? Lin Feng regarded Huang Sheng with disdain. This individual was merely at the second flower stage and hardly worthy of his attention. He was unfamiliar with Qin Feng, and if a challenge was indeed intended, why send a subordinate to convey it? Did Qin Feng look down upon him personally, or did he hold the Dan Academy in contempt? The absurdity of it all prompted Lin Feng to laugh heartily, his eyes flashing coldly. If it was a matter of personal disdain, then why challenge him? If it was a matter of disrespect towards the Dan Academy, then he would need to discuss this with the two esteemed elders, who and he, to see if one of them should formally accept the challenge. For this had escalated into a matter of honor between the two academies. As a mere outer disciple, he lacked the authority to make such decisions. Brother Lin, you exaggerate. Senior brother Qin Feng is a combative individual, and nearly all renowned outer disciples have received his challenges. Of course, if you lack the strength or the courage, I shall report back. Huang Sheng, a cunning individual, remained unfazed by Lin Feng's words. It's easy to live but hard to die. We'll meet at the 100 Victories Peak in a month. With Huang Sheng's interruption, Lin Feng lost interest in continuing his training. He had discovered some clues towards a breakthrough from Elder Wuxing's notes, but clarity still eluded him. Thus, he resolved to seek out Quanfeng. Perhaps he could offer some valuable insights. With this thought, he took flight on his sword, departing from the Yen Steel Peak. As for Qin Feng and Oppos, as challenged from the Blade Academy, he had already agreed to meet at the 100 Victories Peak in a month, and he anticipated that they would not trouble him further during this time. However, those bold enough to challenge him were likely not to be trifled with. Among the million outer disciples, there would inevitably be a few prodigies. Without Quanfeng's guidance, Lin Feng did not dare to recklessly ascend to the peak, instead landing respectfully at the gate. The 10 disciples stationed there recognized him immediately, offering their respectful greetings and allowing him passage without requiring further announcement, indicating that someone had likely made prior arrangements. Before reaching the mountainside, he encountered a woman approaching him. It was Qin Lan from the Medicine Peak. Upon spotting Lin Feng in the Elder and Amp, Apos, S peak, she paused momentarily before smiling and greeting him. Brother Lin, what brings you to the Elder and Amp, Apos, S peak? Hee. I was invited by Brother Quangfeng for a cup of tea to quench my thirst. Qin Lan smiled knowingly at his jest and continued, as it happens. I was on my way to the Dan Peak, and since we met, I must inform you of a matter. An elder from the sect seeks a third-tier cleansing elixir, the body refinement pill, for one of his juniors. Although Elder Wuzi could easily handle this task. The elder wishes for you to concoct a transcendent-grade body refinement pill. What does Elder Wuzi mean by that? Surely, he bears a grudge against me. Lin Feng chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. The elder was essentially pushing him into a perilous situation. A mere third-tier pill would likely yield a top-grade product in Elder Wuzi's hands. Why, then, was there a need for such a transcendent grade? You have guessed correctly. Brother Lin. Though Elder Wuzi and Apos' demeanor is not particularly welcoming, he has sent me here, considering the Elder and Apos' unique status. I will return to the Dan Peak and hope to discuss this matter with you. Lin Feng's expression turned troubled. He had only concocted pills once, and that was a second-tier qi condensation pill. Whether he could produce a third-tier pill was still uncertain, and even if he could, success was far from guaranteed. I understand your concerns, brother. However, given the gravity of the situation, it is likely that you will not be able to refuse. As for the herbs needed for pill making, the elder will prepare them thoroughly and provide several sets. If you agree, we can begin at any time. With a resigned nod, Lin Feng acknowledged, I must practice more before attempting the body refinement pill, and I will not be responsible for acquiring the herbs. Qin Lan smiled gently. That is not an issue. I will ensure everything is prepared for you. Moreover, can we postpone this pill concoction for 2 months? You may have heard that Feng Tianyuan and the others are currently sequestered in the Dan Academy, striving to break through to the Dao transformation stage. I fear that the process of pill making may disturb their cultivation, which could lead to disastrous consequences for my efforts. That is a simpler concern to address. Brother Lin may concoct the pill at our medicine peak. Lin Feng chuckled. But when does the elder wish for the pill to be ready? Within half a month. So your time is limited. Lin Feng felt exasperated. Half a month? Is there an issue, brother? Very well, half a month it shall be. Sister Qin, you may return to Medicine Peak. I will arrive 3 days later. Please arrange everything accordingly, as I still have some matters to discuss with Brother Quangfeng. And time is of the essence. Having concluded his remarks, Lin Feng soared away on his sword towards the peak. Watching Lin Feng depart in haste, Qin Lan's lips curled into a sly smile as she murmured, It seems I must give my sister a little nudge. Lin Feng must be secured. Upon returning to Quangfeng's residence, Lin Feng was greeted by a disciple at the 7th layer of qi refinement, youthful in appearance. The disciple did not inquire further upon Lin Feng and Apos' arrival, simply opening the door. Inside, only the purple-clad junior sister remained, seemingly still in seclusion. If one sought her, it might require a wait. Not at all. This courtyard is quite tranquil and an excellent place for seclusion. Might I trouble you to arrange a room for me? Brother Quangfeng has made arrangements. I shall escort you there now. It appears that Lin Feng will reside on Elder Peak for a period of time. And the Wild Wind has not only arranged a resting place for him, but also prepared a secluded area for cultivation. Upon discovering that his neighbor is none other than Wu Zi, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised for quite some time. After the guiding junior brother departed, Lin Feng casually surveyed the room's surroundings, which were indeed splendid, far exceeding those of Pill Peak. What is that? As Lin Feng's gaze swept across the table in the living room, he noticed a wooden sculpture depicting a graceful young woman. The eyes of the sculpture emitted a faint glimmer, so subtle that only Lin Feng, with his formidable mental prowess, could detect it at a mere glance. This faint light imbued the sculpture with a sense of vitality. Approaching the table, Lin Feng picked it up for a closer inspection. Aside from the weak glow emanating from its eyes, he could discern no other remarkable features. Disappointed, he almost set it back down when a voice echoed in his mind. Pan, is this not a combat puppet? Pan, are you awake? What did you just say this is? A combat puppet, a wooden combat puppet. You should use your mental power to probe its eyes. You may uncover something. Lin Feng was skeptical but complied, channeling a surge of mental energy. This energy targeted the eyes of the wooden sculpture, and suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from them, as if to consume Lin Feng's mental energy whole. Do not resist. Pan advised. Lin Feng allowed the energy to be absorbed, noting that the suction posed no threat to him. Following that force, Lin Feng and Amp, Apos' consciousness was transported to a peculiar space. This space was small, measuring only 3 or 4 meters, yet within it floated a faint source of light, seemingly on the verge of depletion. The light he observed must have originated from this source, yet how could such a vast space exist within the eyes of the sculpture? Could this sculpture be a treasure? Lin Feng scrutinized the area for a while, but aside from the dimming light source, there was nothing else to be found. He effortlessly withdrew his mental energy and inquired, "Pan, do you recognize this?" "Indeed, this is quite a remarkable object. Over 100,000 years ago, there existed a renowned sect known as the Puppet Sect. Its disciples were few, numbering only in the thousands, which paled in comparison to those sects boasting hundreds of thousands. Yet, paradoxically, the combat prowess of the Puppet Sect was astonishingly formidable, primarily due to the combat puppets they crafted. It is said that the strongest puppets rivaled the power of high-level cultivators in the realm of rules. For reasons unknown, this sect vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind, becoming a secret history of the cultivation world. What you hold is a combat puppet for chi refining disciples. Once refined, this wooden sculpture can serve as a doppelganger and act as a powerful ally in battle. Unfortunately, it is of the wood type. Had it been metal, its strength would have been even greater. Lin Feng's interest was piqued as he quickly asked, "How do I refine this puppet?" You must have noticed by now that within the puppet's eyes lies an independent space housing a source of light. This glowing entity is the very essence of the puppet and Apos' combat power. If you master this essence, you will be able to control the combat puppet. As for the refining process, it may be arduous for others, but for you, it will be a simple task. Just divide your mental energy into 2 or 3 parts and enter that space. Utilize a core point storm to absorb sufficient spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and the combat essence will not extinguish. Then, every time you engage in battle, your mental energy can directly enter, absorbing that combat essence, allowing you to command the puppet. Once you familiarize yourself with it, this combat puppet will operate as seamlessly as your own body. Without hesitation, Lin Feng seated himself on the bed. For streams of mental energy emanated from his forehead, coalescing into orbs the size of heads upon entering the wooden sculpture and Apos' space, centering around the combat essence. The core point storm accelerated rapidly. Perhaps due to the confined space, the influx of spiritual energy was swift, and Lin Feng soon felt the atmosphere thickening with it. The combat essence gradually brightening. As the spiritual energy within the puppet and Apos' space became abundant, the combat essence radiated brilliantly. Following Pan and Apos' guidance, Lin Feng sent one of his mental orbs into the essence space, consuming the combat essence, which was several times smaller than his mental orb. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose in the room, and after a flash of azure light, a woman approximately 1.7 meters tall appeared before Lin Feng. She was enveloped in a faint azure glow, and one could perceive the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth being drawn into her body by some mysterious force, revealing a complex network of meridians beneath her skin. To absorb spiritual energy, this wooden combat puppet was indeed a top-tier entity. "Young man, try moving it," Pan exclaimed in admiration. With a thought, Lin Feng felt as if the combat puppet operated similarly to the skeletal wraith doppelganger, issuing a mental command. The puppet obeyed, its arms swinging awkwardly. This stiffness was merely due to Lin Feng's lack of familiarity with the puppet. Before long, the puppet was able to traverse the ground with ease. Lin Feng experienced a peculiar sensation. While he stood still, he felt as though he was moving back and forth, creating a disconcerting contradiction. You possess a mutated mental state, allowing for independent movement. If a normal person were to control this combat puppet, their overall combat ability would decrease by at least a third. Remarkable. Simply splendid. Pan seemed enamored with the puppet, continuing to praise it. "It appears I have found a direction for your future cultivation." Suddenly, the combat puppet stumbled, losing its balance and collapsing. Lin Feng retracted his mental energy, returning the puppet to its original size of a palm-sized sculpture. "Pan, have you truly found something?" "Of course. My reputation is impeccable. How could I possibly speak nonsense?" Pan boasted, then continued. "I observed closely that this combat puppet is crafted from top quality wood over 10,000 years old, combined with the intricate formations within the sculpture. Once you master this puppet, it will automatically absorb external spiritual energy to replenish its combat consumption. It is clear that the creator of this puppet sect was a formidable cultivator, truly impressive. You have yet to address the crucial point." "The crucial point? All right. What I am about to say significantly impacts your potential for advancement. I previously mentioned that to achieve harmony of spirit, energy, and essence, you must first temper your internal organs and activate the 5 elemental energies. This puppet offers you an opportunity for advancement. I have regained some strength during my rest and can lend you a hand by employing a secret method. You can integrate this puppet into your liver. Thus, through the puppet's inherent ability to absorb spiritual energy, your liver will similarly undergo tempering, activating the wood elemental energy. Unfortunately, this method is merely a stopgap. To successfully activate the 5 energies, you must possess combat puppets of all 5 elemental types. In no time, your internal organs will solidify. The 5 energies will coalesce, your mental power will reach completion, and your blood essence will deepen, significantly enhancing your chances of breaking through to the Tao transformation realm. Can this combat puppet truly be utilized in such a manner? Lin Feng was astonished. Without me, you certainly cannot. At most, you can summon it for battle. The wooden combat puppet demonstrates a combat prowess in the hands of disciples adept in the wood element that far surpasses your control over it, marking a significant shortcoming in the hands of someone like you, who lacks the ability to refine chi. If I were to take charge of it, what level of disciple could this puppet defeat? Well, after being nourished by the celestial energies of heaven and earth, if it can return to its peak state. Even if you cannot fully harness its power, this puppet would undoubtedly be capable of handling disciples at the 5 chi realm. If it were a top-tier metal puppet, it would suffice against those at the 3 flowers realm. However, if this puppet were to be enveloped by your own chi, the power would escalate to an entirely new level. Pan chuckled heartily at this thought, yet while the speaker was oblivious, the listener felt a stir within. Could the puppet harness the chi? Once controlled by my thoughts, the puppet would essentially become an extension of myself. I wonder if it could serve as a and Apos, vessel and Apos, for infusing my chi into the puppet and Apos' form. If successful, its power could multiply exponentially, thus compensating for the dual deficiencies in both offense and defense that the wood element puppet possesses. With this realization, Lin Feng concentrated once more, directing his thoughts to control the puppet. As he gazed at the puppet, which was only slightly shorter than himself, his heartbeat quickened. With a mere thought, the puppet slowly raised its right hand, extending a finger to gently touch the center of Lin Feng's brow. A surge of mental energy flowed from the puppet's fingertip into Lin Feng's being. There was a reaction. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy as he commanded the puppet to unleash a stronger mental force. A miracle truly transpired, perhaps due to their shared essence. Lin Feng and Apos' chi was indeed activated under the guidance of the puppet and Apos' mental energy, transitioning smoothly through the puppet and Apos' fingertip. A golden shield enveloped the puppet, casting a radiant glow throughout the room, blending gold and green light in a brilliant display. It succeeded. It truly succeeded. Lin Feng was astonished that the puppet had become a vessel for his chi, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Once he became accustomed to this combat puppet, it would be akin to possessing a doppelganger at the 3 flowers realm. Although its strength might not rival that of his skeletal wraith doppelganger, it was nonetheless incredibly useful. Quite the capable lad, remarked Pan, impressed by Lin Feng's innovative application of chi. With this, the wooden combat puppet's capabilities could rival those of a 3 flowers disciple. If one could acquire a 5 elements puppet, then, through their interaction, this singular wooden puppet might even dispatch a 5 chi disciple in an instant, cleaving through a 3 flowers disciple. Lin Feng, filled with excitement, furrowed his brow. This puppet did not belong to him. It was the property of senior brother Kuangfeng. Why had he left it on the table? Was it due to ignorance of its value, or did he harbor other intentions? Lin Feng retracted his thoughts, holding the restored wooden statue, his mind somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to experiment, for if successful, it would afford him another avenue to transcend into the Tao transformation realm. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Lin, are you there? It was Sister Z. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and opened the door, finding Z calmly standing there. Despite her cold demeanor, her eyes softened significantly, devoid of the urge to look away. Sister, have you made any progress with the 3-9 divine forging? Fear not, the beginning is always challenging. It took me over a month to master it proficiently. Z gazed at Lin Feng with surprise, but offered no objections. Instead, she replied coolly, I must thank you, brother, for generously imparting the supreme secret teachings. Should you require me for anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Her icy tone in expressing such kindness felt peculiar to Lin Feng, as if they were engaged in a blatant transaction. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had indeed intended to assist Z in her cultivation, understanding that different expressions could convey vastly different sentiments. There is no urgent matter. I merely wish to inquire about something, dear sister. Lin Feng revealed the wooden statue in his hand. Might you know to whom this exquisite carving belongs? Z glanced at it, seemingly unable to discern anything unusual. Oh, this wooden carving was my favorite toy as a child. I am curious why you have taken an interest in it. Lin Feng, maintaining composure, replied nonchalantly. I found it beautifully crafted and Kuden and Apos, T resist. Would you be willing to part with it? Seeing Lin Feng's genuine affection for the carving, Z nodded. It was merely a childhood gift from my brother to amuse me. It has sat here for many years. If you truly cherish it, then I shall gift it to you. Lin Feng rejoiced and carefully stored the carving in his storage pouch. He then produced an exquisite divine weapon. Sister, since that carving is dear to you, please accept this divine weapon as a token. Do not refuse. An exquisite divine weapon. Z and Apos' normally icy demeanor shifted as she gazed at the weapon, but she quickly redirected her attention back to Lin Feng. It is merely a wooden carving. It hardly compares to the value of a divine weapon. I cannot accept it. You may find it amusing, but I have been quite fortunate lately. I possess an abundance of divine weapons. Consider this exquisite divine weapon a congratulatory gift for your enhanced strength. Lin Feng pressed the weapon into Zi's hands, grinning as he inquired whether she knew if senior brother Quangfeng possessed any similar carvings. Wu Zi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. This wooden carving was a gift from my brother during my childhood. After he ascended to the first layer of the Dao transformation realm, he ventured into the Sword Tomb Abyss, one of the 4 great malevolent lands, to comprehend a particular sword technique. This wooden doll was discovered there. He found it beautifully carved and brought it back for me. Initially, Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. But upon hearing that the carving was retrieved from the Sword Tomb Abyss, his heart stirred. It seemed he must visit this ominous place. I have heard that 2 brothers in the outer sect also possess similar carvings, albeit not carved from wood. Oh, pray tell, sister. In the outer sect, 2 brothers gained notoriety a decade ago. Senior brother Chen Feng of the Blade Academy and senior brother He Chong of the Crane Academy. They were once quite ordinary. Yet to seek treasures, they braved the Sword Tomb Abyss 13 years ago. 2 years later, they returned alive, and during the subsequent outer sect competition, they triumphed over their peers, achieving the pinnacle of the Three Flowers realm. Is there truly such a classification as pinnacle disciples within the Three Flowers realm? Lin Feng had never heard such a term before. Indeed, upon achieving perfection in the Three Flowers realm, one can attempt to transcend into the Dao transformation realm. Generally, a person has 3 opportunities to attempt the Dao transformation. If all 3 attempts fail, they will suffer a severe depletion of essence, spirit, and qi, rendering them incapable of ever ascending to the Dao transformation realm again. However, there exist individuals whose prowess continues to grow even after 3 failures, almost as if they are but a step away from the Dao transformation realm. These individuals are dubbed pinnacle disciples of the Three Flowers realm. Lin Feng had long understood the concept of essence, spirit, and qi being unified. Each attempt to transcend into the Dao transformation realm consumes a significant amount of these resources. Thus, with insufficient essence, spirit, and qi, the likelihood of success diminishes. Typically, upon reaching the Three Flowers realm, the limitations of lifespan cause the body to weaken, and the essence within diminishes, making success less likely as age increases. If one fails all 3 attempts, their essence and spirit would have nearly been exhausted. Did they possess some kind of treasure that allowed their powers to increase despite their failures? Indeed, it is said that both pinnacle disciples acquired a treasure from the Sword Tomb Abyss, a carving akin to my wooden puppet. However, they were not carved from wood. One was sculpted from flame stone, while the other was hewn from a millennium of ice heart. Coincidentally, Brother Chen Feng was inclined towards fire cultivation, while Brother He Chong favored water. These 2 statues radiated a mysterious energy that could aid their cultivation. Hence, even after 3 failures, their progress continued to advance slowly. My friend, those 2 disciples undoubtedly possess combat puppets of both water and fire elements. They have certainly discovered the exquisite applications of those combat puppets, which is why they can steadily enhance their cultivation despite 3 unsuccessful attempts at transcending the Dao transformation realm. Stop pondering this any further. Find an opportunity to eliminate them both, and you will possess combat puppets of all 3 elements. The words of Apos, Pan and Apos, aligned perfectly with Lin Feng and Apos' thoughts. Having received this news from Z, he now had ample justification to seize resources during the upcoming duel with Chen Feng from the Sword Academy in a month. As for Brother He Chong from the Crane Academy, that was simple enough. He would first deal with Chen Feng and then issue a challenge to He Chong. Leveraging his status as a peak disciple, leaving no room for retreat. By then, the combat puppets of water and fire would be rightfully placed in his storage bag, and no one would find a valid reason to trouble him. Thank you for the information, junior sister. If you are available now, let us continue our cultivation. In 3 days, I must go to Medicine Peak to concoct a body-tempering pill for an elder. So I will devote myself entirely to assisting you in your training during this time. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his spirits lifted. Indeed, she was a cultivation enthusiast. Z nodded slightly in agreement. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy in the air above Elder Peak began to gather once more. This time at an even swifter pace than before. The spiritual energy within a 5-mile radius was absorbed rapidly, forming a mist above the courtyard. Considering Z's limited capacity for thought, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was rather meager despite the significant gathering. Had Lin Feng been cultivating alone, the spiritual mist above his head would have been entirely consumed within half an hour. In Lin Feng's mental space, the core point storm had accelerated to 3,000 times its initial speed. The spiritual energy that could not be absorbed in time began to accumulate in his mental space, drifting about. Due to their presence, the concentration of spiritual energy above Elder Peak increased several-fold. This phenomenon had occurred 2 days prior and was now unfolding again, arousing much suspicion. Such a formidable capacity for absorbing spiritual energy seemed to be a technique reserved for inner disciples at the 4th level of Dao transformation. However, the mist indeed hovered above Elder Tianqing's courtyard, leading some to speculate whether Elder Tianqing was guiding his juniors in cultivation. After all, his grandson, Guangfeng, had reached the 2nd level of the Dao transformation realm under his direct tutelage, making him stand out among his peers. A figure soared into the air. A man with a sullen expression, his eyes ablaze with anger. How dare they treat me like a fool, secretly cultivating with that scoundrel from the Alchemy Academy? A white-clad figure appeared beside Han Xian. It was Guangfeng. Yet, he lacked his usual carefree demeanor, now gazing solemnly at his courtyard. Han Junior brother. My sister and Appo's dual cultivation with Lin Feng is supported by both me and our grandfather. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to confront your grandfather about it. I never thought that such a prominent elder would infiltrate our family. Truly remarkable tactics. Han Xian and Appo's eyes were filled with rage, his lips twitching. Don't use your grandfather to intimidate me. I won't fall for that. I hope you don't overstep your bounds. If you provoke me, I will stop at nothing to eliminate Lin Feng. I refuse to believe the immortal sect would punish me for an outer disciple and defend my grandfather. Don't forget, I also have an ancestor who is a high elder of the immortal sect, and you once promised Z to me as a dual cultivation partner. Clearly coveting my family and Appo's influence. What a bunch of ungrateful scoundrels. Guangfeng and Appo's expression shifted. Though he felt some indignation, he took a deep breath. Don and Appo's forget. Lin Feng is a protected individual designated by the Elder Academy, and even the sect master has taken notice. Although your Han family is powerful, it doesn't hold much sway in the Elder Academy. If you insist on targeting Lin Feng, wait until he enters the Dao transformation realm to challenge him openly, so that even the Elder Academy will have no rebuttal. Han Xian's fist clenched tightly, his face contorted with fury. Your arrogance won't last long. The cultivation session concluded after 5 full hours. Lin Feng opened his eyes, noticing Z was still immersed in her training, so he refrained from interrupting and quietly departed. As he exited the practice room, he found Guangfeng deep in thought. Brother, what troubles you today? Where has that usual charm gone? Guangfeng forced a smile, his expression tinged with concern. My grandfather and I were too careless. I didn't and Appo's expect your dual cultivation with Z to be known by the Han family. I apologize. Lin Junior brother. Given Han Xian's vindictive nature, he may very well resort to underhanded tactics against you, so be prepared. Lin Feng paused, then smiled slightly. I have quite a few enemies already. If he seeks to trouble me, I'll ensure he has company in his downfall. Besides, given his status, he likely won't dare to confront me directly. At worst, he might incite some powerful disciples from the outer sect to act against me. If that happens, my life should remain safe. However, I cannot pause this dual cultivation, though we've only practiced twice. I can distinctly sense that junior sister Z and Appo's mental power has increased at least tenfold. Guangfeng and Appo's expression shifted in shock. In just a few days, her mental cultivation has expanded tenfold, surpassing even the most talented alchemy disciples' growth rates. If this continues, Z's path to cultivation will be significantly easier. Over the next 3 days, Lin Feng and Z engaged in a total of 3 sessions of dual cultivation, with Kuangfeng standing vigilantly by their side, not daring to let his guard down. After 3 days, Lin Feng informed the Kuang siblings of his intention to visit Medicine Peak, then took flight on his sword, departing from the Elder Academy. Brother, will Lin's senior brother be in danger? Han Xian is known for his grudges. I'm worried. Ziyi expressed her concern. Kuangfeng ruffled Ziyi's hair, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry. Although Lin Jr. brother's strength is modest, he possesses a clever mind, and Han Xian may not be able to outmaneuver him. Besides, isn't he heading to Medicine Peak to concoct a level 3, miraculous body-tempering pill for an elder? If successful, I believe that elder will offer Lin Jr. brother some benefits. I will also discreetly protect him, so focus on your training and strive to ignite your mental flame, aiming for a successful breakthrough into the Dao transformation realm. Ziyi nodded obediently, her gaze following Lin Feng's vanishing figure. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at Medicine Peak, the disciples there were not particularly surprised, as he was welcomed by Qin Lan. Lin's senior brother, you are quite punctual. We have been waiting for quite some time. Indeed, Elder Wuzi has given instructions. I cannot afford to be negligent. Lin Feng replied, sensing the discontent in the expressions of the disciples behind Qin Lan, likely due to his overshadowing presence, stirring a hint of unease within him. Everything is prepared. I have secured ample trial herbs for you and several refining rooms available, ranging from 1st to 3rd tier, so you can commence your alchemical work at any time. Then I shall forego the formalities with Elder Wuzi and seek his forgiveness for my oversight. The elder remains in seclusion, and it is anticipated that he will require several more days before emerging. However, Brother Lin, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Elder Wuzi has stated that this time he is concocting a spiritual elixir for the elders, demanding absolute precision. Hence he has strictly ordered that he must be present during the formal alchemical process. As Qin Lan spoke, her head lowered, her face subtly flushed. Lin Feng inwardly scoffed, fully aware of Elder Wuzi's ulterior motives. Young man, do not conceal your talents. The requirements for crafting a transcendent elixir are exceedingly high. They are all practitioners of qi, and attempting it yourself would yield no results. Moreover, there is no secrecy in power. If you attract too much attention, it will undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Therefore, it is better to generously allow them to observe. This would not only elevate your status in their eyes, but also attract some inner disciples who are in need of transcendent elixirs. Pan timely interjected, reminding Lin Feng that he is currently only under the scrutiny of the Elder Council and the sect leader, without yet attaining a level of importance. Should he engage in alchemy with a success rate exceeding 50%, his value would skyrocket. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The teachings contained within the Dan Jing were a secret text bestowed by Pan, which had been emphasized to remain undisclosed. Why then, this sudden shift in stance? Do not overthink it. I have come to understand that some matters cannot remain secret forever. Since we are to proceed, let us do so boldly and transparently, allowing those with ill intentions to ponder the consequences of crossing you. Very well. Lin Feng, a decisive individual by nature, found no reason to refuse now that he had Pan's consent. With a faint smile, he addressed his junior sister. If you have no other matters in this period, feel free to stay by my side. Whether you can grasp the essence of it will depend on your own fortune. Upon hearing Lin Feng and Appo's words, Qin Lan was elated. Nodding vigorously, and her fellow disciples behind her displayed expressions of eagerness and excitement. If I do not whet your appetites, who knows what tricks you might play with the herbs, Lin Feng thought, casting a discreet glance around. He proclaimed with an air of confidence, if any of my junior brothers are willing, I will need your assistance in selecting some quality herbs during the alchemical process. His intent was unmistakable. The junior brothers, no fools, immediately shed their previous antagonistic expressions, bowing in gratitude. The subsequent events unfolded with great simplicity. After a moment of surprise at Lin Feng and Appo's permissiveness to allow others to observe, they joyously gathered in the alchemical chamber. After selecting 60 varieties of herbs aged between 20 to 30 years, Lin Feng commenced preparations to ignite the furnace. At this moment, the howling winds outside the alchemical chamber heralded the arrival of dozens of disciples, followed shortly by the arrival of several inner disciples, their presence stirring a small commotion. The outer disciples knelt in reverence, while Lin Feng merely cast a casual glance, silently inspecting the selected herbs. Brother Kuangfeng, is this the intriguing Lin disciple from the Dan Institute? He certainly possesses a bit of pride, even with so many of us here to support him. He does not make an appearance, which is rather disrespectful. You care too much for face. A little loss of face is insignificant. If Brother Lin were to become a disciple of the Tao transformation realm in the future, given his alchemical talent, his achievements might well surpass those of Elder Wuzi. Perhaps in gratitude for your support today, he may privately bestow upon you a few elixirs. Haha, Brother Kuangfeng holds great hope for Lin disciple's future, another chimed in. Kuangfeng, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, let us not forget, we all have traversed this path. In cultivation, aside from oneself, opportunities are equally crucial. From various signs, it seems this Lin disciple possesses a significant opportunity. Even though he practices external skills, there remains a possibility for him to become an inner disciple. Now, let us all remain silent and observe. As to whether you wish to draw closer to him afterwards, that is for you to decide post-alchemy. The conversation of Kuangfeng and his companions was clearly heard by the outer disciples, who now realized the depth of Kuangfeng and Appo's interest in Lin Feng. The fact that these inner disciples were brought here under his lead indicated his intention to recommend Lin Feng to them. Should this endeavor succeed, Lin Feng would suddenly have the backing of over a dozen inner disciples. Such an idea was somewhat daunting in the eyes of inner disciples. Outer disciples were as insignificant as ants. Merely being regarded with a glance was already a noteworthy distinction. If they were to offer substantial support, Lin Feng would be able to stride through the outer sect of 100,000 disciples unopposed. The ground trembled slightly as Lin Feng successfully ignited the earth fire. This time, he utilized a mid-grade spiritual instrument alchemical furnace belonging to Qin Lan, which surpassed the one he previously used at the Dan Institute. Soon, waves of intense heat surged forth from the alchemical chamber. Lin Feng meticulously followed the alchemical formula, introducing the herbs in 10 separate batches, simultaneously controlling 6 herbs at a time, which astonished the onlookers. They were acutely aware that introducing such a multitude of herbs at once could easily result in errors, leading to a failed extraction of the spiritual liquid. Yet, witnessing Lin Feng's composed demeanor, they were equally awestruck by his formidable mental prowess. To expedite the extraction process, Lin Feng amplified the energy of the earth fire, and with herbs controlled 6-fold, the entire extraction concluded within 4 hours, without a single mistake, leaving the disciples observing in a state of pale shock. Their proud alchemical skills paled in comparison to Lin Feng and Appo's effortless execution. The subsequent process of merging the elixirs was even more straightforward. Lin Feng merely needed to control the potency without allowing it to dissipate. Under the influence of the earth fire, the refined spiritual herbs quickly coalesced under his powerful mental control, gradually forming a spiritual elixir. This merging process took nearly 1 hour, resulting in a thumb-sized qi condensing pill. Aside from the significantly reduced time, the procedure remained consistent with standard alchemical practices. The onlookers understood that a more critical phase awaited. Learning from the previous mishap during the pill refining, Lin Feng recognized that this process should not occur within the alchemical chamber, otherwise, it would be unacceptable for the medicinal workshop to collapse. Maintaining control over the qi condensing pill, Lin Feng swiftly exited the alchemical chamber and executed the 36 great hand seals. With his rapid movements, layers of solid, distinct handprints thunderously struck the elixir. As the strikes intensified, they resonated louder, akin to a series of thunderclaps. A formidable aura emanated from the seemingly countless handprints, causing the spiritual energy in the sky to accelerate in gathering. Vast swathes of spiritual mist enveloped the courtyard, and suddenly, a radiant multicolored light burst forth from the elixir, shooting into the heavens. With a mighty roar, he called out, "Fellow cultivators, do you have any tickets remaining?" The emergence of the elixir was marked by the eruption of energy, manifesting in a spectacle of colors, a hallmark of transcendent-grade elixirs. This phenomenon had occurred over 3 months prior, which had subsequently drawn the attention of several powerful figures to Lin Feng, thus witnessing the multicolored display once again. The gathered crowd gasped in awe, as none had ever seen a transcendent-grade elixir. The dazzling elixir, coupled with its potent energy fluctuations, capable of attracting the surrounding spiritual energy, stirred an intricate mix of emotions within them. Lin Feng utilized a pre-prepared jade bottle to catch the transcendent-grade qi condensing pill, placing it into his storage bag amidst the reluctant gazes of the onlookers. Allowing you to observe was already a considerable concession. Expecting a thorough examination was beyond reason. Once he secured the spiritual elixir, Lin Feng concentrated, realizing that this alchemical endeavor had consumed remarkably little energy. During the initial attempt at refining the spiritual elixir, I barely managed to produce a single pill after nearly 10 days of effort. However, this time, crafting the extraordinary elixir took less than 6 hours, and notably, the consumption of mental energy was remarkably minimal. Ever since my mental prowess reached its zenith, the mysterious force of the ground fire seed has integrated into my thoughts at an exponentially accelerated rate, allowing me to replenish half a portion of ground fire energy for every unit of mental energy expended. Consequently, by the end of this refining session, I found that the depletion of my mental energy was almost negligible. Junior brother Lin, was that truly the legendary extraordinary elixir? Guangfeng seemed even more jubilant than Lin Feng himself, approaching to pat his shoulder. What an impressive sight. I had only heard tales of it before, but witnessing it firsthand nearly left me in a daze. The emergence of such an extraordinary elixir indeed manifests extraordinary phenomena. Remarkable. Haha, brother Guangfeng. Junior brother Lin is truly a remarkable individual. While others take pride in crafting a mere low-level elixir, he remains composed after successfully creating an extraordinary one. Such remarkable poise speaks volumes of his character. It must be that brother Guangfeng possesses a discerning eye for talent. You lot are quite chatty, Guangfeng remarked, gesturing towards the inner disciples. These are all junior brothers from the Elder and Appos Hall, and I have been friends with them for decades. Lin Feng was already aware of their esteemed backgrounds, all being inner disciples of the Elder's Hall. He stepped forward and respectfully clasped his fists, greeting his senior brothers. Junior brother Lin, no need for such formality. Now that you have successfully refined the elixir, shall we not celebrate with a drink and have a good chat? A robust man with a seemingly jovial disposition laughed heartily, appearing quite fond of Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned the smile apologetically. I appreciate the offer, but I have been entrusted with a significant task by the elders, and I have also prepared a plethora of herbs in advance. Hence, I wish to refine a few more elixirs to further familiarize myself with the techniques. Junior brother Lin, do you not need to rest for a day or two? Guangfeng inquired, somewhat astonished. Previously, Elder Wuzi would require several days of seclusion after refining elixirs, as the process was immensely taxing. Not at all. I can manage for several days without issue, Lin Feng replied, turning to Qin Lan. Sister Qin, please prepare a few more herbs. I intend to refine several more elixirs. Soon, the preparations for herbs sufficient to produce 5 qi condensing pills were complete. Initially, everyone assumed Lin Feng would refine them one by one, but they soon realized what he meant by refining a few more when he simultaneously tossed the herbs for all 5 into the furnace. Although successfully refining one at a time was commendable, the prospect of refining 5 simultaneously sparked anticipation among the onlookers. This bold decision to refine 5 at once was made after careful consideration, based on his mental energy consumption. Lin Feng believed he could handle not just 5, but even 10 or 15. However, mindful of the herb's preciousness and the success rate, he opted for 5. As the ground fire blazed fiercely, the herbs were extracted, yielding droplets of elixir in various hues. This time, due to the quintupled quantity, the time spent was proportionately increased, yet the increase was merely 4 additional hours, meaning that refining 60 herbs took only 8 hours, merely double the time required for a single elixir. Despite the double duration, the brief time frame left the disciples of Yao Feng feeling inadequate, while even the inner disciples grew notably serious. They had not anticipated that this outer disciple, who focused on external cultivation, possessed such formidable alchemical abilities and remarkable talent. During the subsequent process of merging the elixirs, Lin Feng felt the rate of mental energy consumption surge sharply. Simultaneously controlling the fusion of 5 elixirs was inherently taxing, while managing one was manageable. The consumption rate multiplied astonishingly when 5 were involved. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not lacking in mental energy, with both primary and auxiliary thoughts working in concert. He successfully formed the elixirs within nearly 2 hours. As the final refining commenced, an even more violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yao Feng. The simultaneous formation of 5 extraordinary elixirs drew a magnificent gathering of spiritual energy in the nearby skies, more eye-catching than the phenomena triggered during Lin Feng's dual cultivation with the purple-robed figure in the Elder's Hall. Disciples from the surrounding peaks, sensing the unusual occurrence, hurriedly flew out to investigate. When the 5 streams of medicinal power surged into the sky, manifesting in a dazzling array of colors, the ethereal mist above transformed into spiritual clouds, reverberating with the sound of thunder, adding an aura of mystery to the scene. Lin Feng calmly retracted the 5 extraordinary elixirs, sensing a powerful repulsive force emerging among them, as if they were competing against one another. The consumption of mental energy had indeed been substantial. His 12 auxiliary thoughts dimmed slightly, while the primary thought remained seemingly unaffected. At this rate, he could continue refining for only 2 more sessions before needing a respite. Calculating the time, Lin Feng noted that the 2 sessions of alchemical crafting had taken just over a day, an unprecedented feat yet. This remarkable efficiency had indeed materialized. His mastery of mental energy had augmented over 4,000 times, compressing the time required for elixir refinement to a fraction of what it had been. Oh, truly a prodigy of alchemy, a resonant voice echoed from outside the hall, and soon, Elder Wuzi, who had been in seclusion, entered. Upon seeing Elder Wuzi, Guangfeng and the others hurriedly bowed in respect. Elder Wuzi paid them no mind, his gaze fixed solely on Lin Feng. Excellent. I feared the alchemical hall would fade into obscurity, yet I did not anticipate the emergence of such a remarkable talent. The rarity of successfully refining multiple elixirs in one go is astonishing, and to produce extraordinary elixirs in one attempt is even more exceptional. Currently, you are the only one I know capable of such feats. Though you have only refined 3 times, it speaks volumes about your capabilities. You are undoubtedly a genius in the realm of alchemy. Should your skills reach the 6th grade Danwang level, I shall gladly return the alchemical furnace I previously confiscated. Suddenly, numerous disciples soared through the sky, all inner disciples, with some appearing to possess no discernible aura at all. They had all heard Elder Wuzi's earlier remarks and began to whisper among themselves. What on earth is this old man up to? Lin Feng had long suspected that Elder Wuzi was not a benevolent character. His current praise felt like a prelude to some nefarious scheme. Can you continue? Elder Wuzi inquired coolly. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Returning to the Elder, refining consecutively twice is the limit for me. I will require a day of rest before I can resume alchemical pursuits. The Yaofeng Peak had been bustling these past few days. Typically, only a handful of disciples would frequent it, yet for the past 3 days, countless disciples from the outer peaks had ascended Yaofeng. Some were led by elders, while others were accompanied by inner disciples, totaling nearly 500 or 600 individuals. Their common objective was to seek out the one refining elixirs within the alchemical chamber. Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had consecutively refined 2 batches of extraordinary qi condensing pills 3 days prior, the astonishing news quickly spread. Those elders who had long secluded themselves from worldly affairs and the inner disciples were all stirred into action. Why? A single extraordinary qi condensing pill could elevate a disciple with decent talent to the 5th realm in just a few hours, making even a slight elevation astonishing. Under normal circumstances, advancing a single level in cultivation could take over a decade. While this span is inconsequential for those above the Dao transformation realm, it presents a prohibitive cost for ordinary individuals. With the extraordinary qi condensing pill, one could potentially save over a decade, even several decades of time. This transformative potential would have an immensely significant impact on the future development of every peak. Hence, it was only natural that various peaks dispatched their key representatives to Yaofeng for investigation. Lin Feng desired precisely this outcome. The more tumultuous the situation became, the more advantageous it would be for his future circumstances. Today marked the 2nd occasion of alchemical refinement. Following Lin Feng's instructions, Qin Lan prepared 10 sets of medicinal herbs. And Lin Feng, dividing his efforts into 2 sessions, successfully completed the concoction over the span of 2 days. 10 supreme-grade spirit pills emerged from this endeavor, leaving the surrounding elders and inner disciples utterly astonished. At this pace, the future Alchemy Academy would undoubtedly be filled with exceptional talents. In a decade or so, even the most unremarkable disciples could emerge with cultivation at the 5th Qi realm, due to the overwhelming number of onlookers. Aside from Qin Lan and a few outer disciples from the Herb Peak, everyone else had vacated the alchemical courtyard, observing from a distance. Lin Feng calculated that he could still operate the furnace 3 more times, which meant he would likely produce 46 supreme-grade qi condensing pills before refining the body-tempering pill. This figure startled even him, as he had unconsciously developed such astonishing alchemical prowess. The only regret was that disciples at the qi refinement stage could only concoct pills of Tier 3, while Tier 4 and above required disciples of the Dao transformation stage, as the latter necessitated the use of magical tools, which in turn demanded mastery of magical power for control. Thus, despite his innate talent for alchemy, Lin Feng and Appo's abilities remained stagnant at Tier 3 until he advanced to the Dao transformation stage. As anticipated, after 3 sessions of alchemical refinement, he produced 30 supreme-grade qi condensing pills. Fortunately, the herbs utilized were of relatively low age and significance for the immortal sect, yielding returns exceeding 100-fold of the consumed herb value. Despite the presence of numerous elders and inner disciples observing, Lin Feng unhesitatingly stored all the supreme-grade qi condensing pills into his storage pouch, harboring no thoughts of offering tribute to his seniors. With 5 successful refinements under his belt, Lin Feng's confidence surged. He felt he could effortlessly refine Tier 3 spirit pills. After resting for 2 days, Lin Feng commenced preparations for refining the body-tempering pill. The herbs required for this pill numbered over 100, each needing to be aged at least 70 years to ensure the potency of the spirit pill. The longer the age of the herbs, the greater the backlash during the refinement process, thus increasing the chances of failure. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained confident in his ability to succeed on the first attempt. Junior Sister Qin. Refining this Tier 3 supreme-grade spirit pill is far more complex than the qi condensing pill. I require absolute silence, so you need not remain here this time. He had memorized the recipe and the procedure for the body-tempering pill, and until success was achieved, he preferred no interruptions. Qin Lan nodded slightly, leading the disciples of Herb Peak away from the alchemical courtyard. Once everyone had departed, Lin Feng recalled the recipe, effects, and functions of the body-tempering pill. Its primary purpose was to cleanse the marrow and transform the blood, improving one's constitution. A low-grade body-tempering pill could double the innate talent of an average cultivator. A mid-grade could triple it, while a high-grade could enhance it by 5 times or more. As for the supreme grade, the recipe offered no insights, as no such pill had emerged in thousands of years, leaving its extraordinary potency a mystery. This time, Qin Lan prepared 3 portions of herbs for Lin Feng. As he had previously mentioned that refining Tier 3 spirit pills, both in terms of potency and the time and energy consumed, was several times greater than Tier 2 pills, resulting in a significantly lower success rate. Hence, they prepared additional portions as a precaution. After adjusting his state of mind, Lin Feng felt ready to begin and formed a hand seal to activate the earth fire. Outside, other disciples from various peaks, initially seeking to befriend Lin Feng, suddenly received a decree from the sect leader, compelling them to return to their respective peaks, lest they face disciplinary action. This unexpected command puzzled everyone, as they could not fathom the leader and Apos' reasoning, yet none dared to defy it. The sect leader had transcended the 6th heavenly tribulation 3 millennia ago, possessing boundless magical power. A mere glance from him could obliterate a disciple at the Tao transformation stage. Under such divine authority, who would dare utter a word of dissent? Lin Feng was mentally prepared for the challenges of refining a Tier 3 spirit pill. However, upon commencing the process, he discovered the difficulty exceeded his expectations by several folds. Merely extracting the spiritual liquid consumed 3 entire days, and the mental strain was immense, nearly equating to the effort expended in refining 5 Tier 2 spirit pills. This was just the extraction phase. The subsequent stages of pill fusion, formation, and tempering had yet to commence. It dawned upon Lin Feng just how profound the art of alchemy was, requiring meticulous attention to detail. Reflecting on this, he understood the tremendous sacrifices and efforts that Elder Wu Zi must have invested to attain the rank of 6th-tier alchemist. Focusing intently, Lin Feng controlled the spiritual liquid, blending it slowly. The older the spiritual liquid, the greater the repulsive forces generated during the fusion, complicating the process. The fusion of 100 drops of spiritual liquid took a full 2 days, releasing waves of medicinal fragrance that stirred a mixture of anxiety and anticipation among the disciples of Herb Peak waiting outside. They simultaneously hoped for Lin Feng and Apos' success while harboring a twinge of jealousy, being fellow outer disciples and alchemists. The Tier 3 spirit pill was a golden hue. Gazing at the thumb-sized pill, Lin Feng's fatigued expression finally broke into a smile. After 5 consecutive days of relentless toil, even with his formidable mental strength, his spirit and body struggled to endure the searing heat of the earth fire. Reaching for the golden spirit pill, he stepped into the courtyard. The final tempering process needed to proceed smoothly for this supreme-grade spirit pill to be deemed a success. He executed the 36 hand techniques methodically. But upon reaching the 20th technique, the Tier 3 spirit pill began to exhibit signs of repulsion, and Lin Feng clearly observed minute fissures appearing on the pill's surface. This signified that not only would he fail to produce a supreme-grade pill, but he might struggle to ensure even a low-grade variant. Should the spirit pill shatter, its medicinal potency would dissipate. Quickly increase the speed of your techniques and your movement. You can afford to pause for just a moment. The voice of Pan echoed in his mind, and Lin Feng wasted no time, doubling his speed and accelerating the execution of his techniques. He cycled through the 36 techniques repeatedly until he could extract the medicinal energy from within the spirit pill, triggering a burst of multicolored light. With Pan and Amp, Amp, Oppo's, S guidance. Lin Feng felt reassured and focused entirely on the tempering process. Initially, it seemed the Tier 3 spirit pill would shatter, but after he accelerated his techniques, the fissures ceased to widen and gradually vanished. After 3 cycles of the 36 techniques, upon reaching the 17th technique in the 4th cycle, the spirit pill suddenly trembled violently. A surge of medicinal potency, 3 to 4 times stronger than that of a Tier 2 spirit pill, erupted from the pill, soaring into the heavens, followed by an even more brilliant display of multicolored radiance. The spiritual energy of the world was drawn toward the center of the spirit pill. It worked. Qinlan shouted from outside, and not only she, but the other disciples who had returned to their peaks yet remained vigilant to the happenings at her peak, also erupted in cheers upon witnessing the dazzling multicolored light. The doors of the alchemical courtyard slowly opened, and Lin Feng emerged, his face etched with weariness, holding a jade vial that undoubtedly contained a Tier 3 supreme-grade body-tempering pill. Congratulations, senior brother Lin, on your successful alchemical refinement. Qinlan expressed her admiration sincerely. While her fellow disciples congratulated him verbally, their smiles bore an air of reluctance. Lin Feng nodded, handing the jade vial to Qinlan. Please, junior sister, assist me in delivering this spirit pill. I must return to my peak and enter seclusion for a few days. Of course. Qinlan carefully set the jade vial aside, adding, however, senior brother, given your success in refining this spirit pill, the elder who commissioned it will certainly reward you. It would be best if you could meet Elder Wu Zi in person. Lin Feng shook his head, acknowledging that the benefits he gained from refining the Tier 3 supreme-grade body-tempering pill were exceedingly ample, necessitating his immediate return to the pill peak for reflection and consolidation. In addition to the 46 heavenly-grade qi condensation pills in his storage bag, which was indeed a coveted treasure, Lin Feng knew he could not refuse Elder Wu Zi if he were to demand them. Hence, it was prudent to return to his stronghold before that old man made an appearance. With both the tiger and crane spirit beasts stationed there, it would be rather audacious for him to approach and seek an explanation. After departing from Yaofeng, Lin Feng soared directly back to Danfeng. However, the mountain had been sealed by a protective array for over half a month, rendering even Lin Feng unable to pass through. Consequently, he had to land at the gate, preparing to gain entry. Upon witnessing a beam of sword light descending at the gate, the 10 disciples guarding it instinctively moved to block, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than Lin Feng, the chief disciple of Danfeng. Startled, they hastily knelt in reverence. Setting aside Lin Feng's formidable strength, the fact that he had slain several fellow disciples of the Three-Flower Realm in just a few months rendered him a figure too fearsome for mere gatekeepers to challenge. Has there been any noteworthy activity at Danfeng recently? Lin Feng inquired, casting a glance at the 10 disciples. Please rise and speak. Once they stood, one of them respectfully replied, since the day before yesterday, a total of 13 inner disciples have successfully passed through to Danfeng and have yet to return. There have been no unusual occurrences. Oh, so many inner disciples have arrived. What could they be after? Lin Feng furrowed his brow but maintained a calm demeanor. While guarding the gate is important, do not forget to focus on your cultivation. Should any of you prove inadequate, I will replace you, and you shall return whence you came. With that, Lin Feng's figure flickered and he ascended towards the peak. Only after his silhouette vanished did the 10 disciples exhale in unison, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. At the entrance of the Dan Academy, Luo Qi and the others stood guard, and upon seeing Lin Feng's return, they rushed to greet him. Senior brother, you have returned. Many inner disciples have come these days, all wishing to see you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I am already aware of their intentions. I can surmise their purpose. Let us go inside together. By the way, arrange for other disciples to handle the guarding duties from now on. You are now core disciples of Danfeng. Although the Dan Academy currently lacks strength, it must not tarnish our reputation. In the future, when you all ascend to the Dao Transformation Realm, the Academy will rely on you to uphold its prestige. Luo Qi and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Feng's authority. Presently, Lin Feng's words carried more weight than even those of the tiger and crane spirit beasts. Moreover, having assured them of his commitment to nurture them as inner disciples, they were wholeheartedly devoted to his directives. How have the arrangements for your cultivation been made? Lin Feng inquired as they gathered at the training grounds, where Wang Ming had been informed of their progress. Very well. The inner disciples have been waiting in the conference hall for your return, Wang Ming replied. Lin Feng made his way directly to the conference hall, where, indeed, 13 inner disciples of varying ages were engrossed in their cultivation. Upon hearing footsteps, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Junior brother Lin pays his respects to all seniors. Lin Feng said, standing firm with cupped fist and greeting. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lin, there and oppos. There's no need for such formality. I knew you would successfully concoct the third-tier heavenly grade body refinement pill. I have come to congratulate you, boomed one of the more boisterous inner disciples, the jovial brother Zhu, whom Lin Feng had previously met. The remaining inner disciples returned the gesture, their demeanor more cordial than haughty, as they had come with specific intentions. What brings you all to seek me, esteemed seniors? Lin Feng inquired. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lin. I am brother Zhu, a straightforward man without much preamble. I have come to negotiate for a heavenly grade qi condensation pill. Would you be willing to trade? A trade? Lin Feng chuckled softly, realizing that their grand arrival at Danfeng was solely for this purpose. So, you all are here for my heavenly grade qi condensation pills? Indeed, junior brother. We have gathered here for those precious pills. I wish to trade 2 of them for 1,000 low-grade qi condensation pills, 200 low-grade body refinement pills, and 50 low-grade 5 elements pills. Brother Zhu declared, pulling out several vials of prepared elixirs from his storage bag. Lin Feng held a favorable impression of Brother Zhu, and, considering the limited number of heavenly grade qi condensation pills he possessed, felt it prudent to engage in such trades. This way, he could circulate the common elixirs among the disciples, fostering a beneficial cycle. Brother Zhu, there is no need for such words. I have indeed produced a considerable quantity, Lin Feng replied, producing 3 small jade vials from his own storage bag. 2 of these are for our trade, and the remaining one I wish to give to you, senior brother. Please accept it. Surprised, Brother Zhu's eyes lit up with joy. Excellent. I shall consider you a true friend, junior brother. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Thank you, Brother Zhu, Lin Feng responded gratefully. The remaining 12 disciples, seeing Lin Feng's willingness to trade so amicably, also began to present their offerings. They seemed to have coordinated their efforts, each bringing forth a similar number of elixirs for negotiation. However, the quantities varied, with the smallest being 2 and the largest amounting to 10, the latter belonging to a disciple from the Sword Academy. Lin Feng hesitated briefly but quickly came to a decision, completing the transaction smoothly. Junior brother Lin, do visit Elder Peak more often. I have no other indulgences aside from enjoying the tea brewed by Brother Kuangfeng. I must return to report, so I shall take my leave, Brother Zhu said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with sincerity in his gaze. The other disciples offered brief acknowledgments before departing. After all the inner disciples had left, Luo Qi and the others cautiously entered the conference hall, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the numerous vials on the table, filled with elixirs. They gazed at Lin Feng with profound respect. Brother Luo, please tally these elixirs and provide me with an accurate count, Lin Feng said as he settled into his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, Luo Qi whispered, Senior brother, I have completed the count. There are a total of 17,000 low-grade qi condensation pills, 3,400 low-grade body refinement pills, and 850 low-grade 5 elements pills. As he concluded, his voice trembled with disbelief, and the 4 of them breathed heavily. After decades of cultivation in the sect, they had seldom seen even 5 or 6 elixirs at once. And Lin Feng's previous generous gift of over 1,000 had left them in a state of exhilaration for days. Now, witnessing over 20,000 elixirs laid before them, it was only natural their speech faltered. Having traded away 34 heavenly grade qi condensation pills and gifting 1 to Brother Zhu, Lin Feng still had 11 remaining. This remaining quantity should not be traded. It must be kept for future significance, he mused, calculating his reserves. Senior brother, how do you plan to handle these elixirs? Luo Qi asked cautiously. Manage them as you see fit. For now, you shall take the lead in the affairs of the Dan Academy. As long as it does not compromise our standing, feel free to act decisively. In the future, when I have more time, I shall concoct more heavenly grade elixirs to exchange for additional common ones. We must swiftly bolster the Academy's strength within a few short years. Understood. By the way, news of Brother Chen Feng's challenge from the Sword Academy has spread throughout the outer sect. There are only 7 days left until the duel. You must prepare diligently. Luo Qi reported. I am aware. You 4 may leave for now. I require some time to recuperate, Lin Feng instructed. Luo Qi and the others respectfully gathered the elixirs before exiting the hall. With only 7 days remaining, Lin Feng rubbed his temples. This confrontation was not merely a personal vendetta between him and the Sword Academy. It was also a battle for honor between the Sword Academy and the Alchemy Academy. Therefore, From any perspective, he had to emerge victorious in this duel. In the subsequent 6 days, Lin Feng remained in the Alchemy Academy, recuperating, determined to elevate his condition to the pinnacle of combat readiness. Should Chen Feng merely wish to challenge him, Lin Feng might spare his life. However, if malice lingered in Chen Feng's heart, then he would regret it, for Lin Feng would not only claim his fire-type battle puppet but also take his life. On the 7th day, 100 Victory Peak was already a bustling sea of people. In addition to the throngs of disciples surrounding the area, the sky was filled with layers of spectators. The identities of the challengers today were extraordinary. One was Chen Feng, a limit disciple of the Sword Academy with decades of fame, and the other was the currently revered chief disciple of the Alchemy Academy, the poison demon Lin Feng. Their reputations were formidable, yet the distinction lay in Lin Feng's fearsome notoriety. Among the various peaks, countless strands of spiritual consciousness swept across 100 Victory Peak, seemingly observing from the shadows. Yet none of the outer disciples could perceive this presence. On the 100 Victory platform stood a man clad in black, his hair graying, exuding a faint wave of heat around him. He stood like a divine weapon unsheathed, radiating an imposing aura. "Brother, why has Senior Lin arrived yet?" one disciple inquired. "Be patient. Knowing Senior Lin and Appo's character, he would never miss this. Otherwise, he would forever be unable to hold his head high in the immortal sect," another replied. "You are correct, Brother Luo. From my observations, Senior Lin's acceptance of Chen Feng's challenge carries a deeper significance." "Let us wait a little longer," came the response. The gathering of outer disciples was unparalleled, more lively than any past annual competition. "Look over there. Isn't that Lu Yifeng from the Sword Academy?" one pointed out. "And Qin Lan from the Pharmacy Academy is here as well. Even that despicable alliance from the Sword Academy has shown up." As the crowd buzzed with conversation, a flash of sword light streaked across 100 Victory Peak, landing on the platform and revealing its true form. Lin Feng of the Alchemy Peak finally made his entrance, and the surrounding area gradually fell silent, with thousands of eyes fixed on the two figures in the center. Lin Feng stood resolutely, feeling a sense of danger emanating from the elder opposite him. It was as if he faced not a man, but a razor-sharp blade. Indeed, there is no need for pretense in the face of such a reputation. Lin Feng smiled faintly, clasping his fists. "I am Lin Feng of the Alchemy Academy. Chen Feng. My modest name is hardly worth mention," the elder replied, his eyes glinting as they assessed the rising star of the Alchemy Academy. "I did not expect your external cultivation to reach such unprecedented heights." Lin Feng smirked slightly, glancing at him nonchalantly. "We are all beings of understanding here. Before we engage, let us clarify the stakes. I wish to add some stakes to this challenge." "Old man has the same intention," Chen Feng responded. "You have repeatedly crossed the line with our outer disciples. If I do not intervene now, the Sword Academy would become a laughingstock in the immortal sect. It is simple. If you lose, you must kneel and bow before the Sword Academy, personally apologize, and abandon the Alchemy Academy to serve the Sword Academy, crafting celestial-grade elixirs for life." Malicious indeed. This wager is truly nefarious. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock at Chen Feng's terms. "I knew you were no good. Since it has come to this, do not blame me, the poison demon," Lin Feng replied with a cold chuckle, unfazed. "Cultivators live on the edge of life and death daily. If I lose, what does it matter if I kneel or serve the Sword Academy for life? I accept your wager." The crowd erupted in chaos, opinions divided, before finally quieting down. "But what if you lose?" Lin Feng retorted, narrowing his eyes. Chen Feng remained unflinching. "I will not lose." "Ha ha ha. Since you are so confident, let it be witnessed by the thousands present today. I, Lin Feng, wager my life against yours," Lin Feng declared, his eyes flashing with intensity. With a wave of his hand, dozens of divine weapons and countless small jade vials flew from his storage pouch, landing on a specially prepared table for prizes. "This is all I possess. If I perish, all these treasures shall belong to you. And the Alchemy Academy will no longer have cause to trouble your outer disciples." Lin Feng's audacious move was a testament to his resolve. If he did not triumph, he would meet his end. The sight of the divine weapons and jade vials lined up neatly on the table sent the outer disciples into a frenzy. Chen Feng hesitated briefly, but at this moment, retreat was no longer an option. He too waved his hand, producing 5 jade vials and 3 divine weapons from his storage pouch, though his wealth paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. Lin Feng regarded him coolly, a clear smirk on his face. "I have heard you possess a fire-type treasure. Why is it not present?" "Ha ha. The Sword Academy's third flower limit disciple is nothing more than this," Lin Feng mocked. Chen Feng's expression finally shifted, his gaze igniting with fury. He pointed to his brow, conjuring a flame that floated in his palm. If you possess the capability, take it. However, you will find no opportunity. Boy, vanquish him. Once you acquire that puppet, your combat prowess will soar, an inner voice urged Lin Feng. The flame on the puppet seemed authentic, indicative of its return to peak combat condition. It was uncertain whether Qin Feng recognized it as a battle puppet. Likely, he did not. Else he would not have revealed it so readily. Opportunities are not yours to dictate. Enough talk. Let us engage, Lin Feng commanded, charging forward. He unleashed all 5 layers of his aura, radiating golden light, his figure towering as he surged towards Qin Feng with explosive momentum. The suddenness of Lin Feng's attack caught Qin Feng off guard, and he broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this transformation. Yet, his extensive combat experience, earned through hard-fought battles as a 3rd flower limit disciple, kicked in. He deftly evaded Lin Feng's frontal assault. Haha, let us see how long you can evade. 7 steps killing fist. Lin Feng roared, his aura shifting dramatically as he unleashed dozens of punches in a single breath. The force saturating a 20-meter radius with a flurry of fist shadows. This is not good. He is going all out from the start, Qin Feng thought, narrowly escaping the initial attack, only to feel the weight of Lin Feng's presence locking onto him as he beheld the multitude of fist shadows. Break for me. In the critical moment, he activated his aura barrier. You've fallen into my trap. This is exactly the effect I desired, Lin Feng thought triumphantly. Once his opponent activated a purely defensive skill, he became a true target for Lin Feng's assault. The myriad fist shadows vanished, revealing Lin Feng's true form. His right fist enveloped in 5 layers of aura, all the power concentrated at the tip. In an instant, he delivered an astonishing punch, the sound reverberating as Qin Feng's barrier shattered. Take another punch. Lin Feng followed swiftly, launching a second fist aimed at Qin Feng's chest. If this blow landed, it would either kill him or leave him severely injured. You wish to kill me? You lack the ability. Qin Feng hissed, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. A surge of mental energy emanated from his brow, forming a fire shield. The energy transformed into a shield the size of 2 palms, emanating a dim flame. Just in time to block Lin Feng's punch. This fellow possesses mutated thoughts and defensive abilities, yet employing such a tactic may hasten your demise. Lin Feng and Appo's mind shifted. A thought sparked, and a crystal-clear mental projection, 3 to 4 times larger than the fire shield, emanated from his forehead, transforming into an immense tiger's maw that voraciously consumed the attack. Subsequently, the mental projection shifted to the side, allowing Lin Feng to slip through just as his fist, imbued with 5 layers of vital energy, struck Qin Feng and Appo's chest without hesitation. A resounding and Appo's boom and Appo's echoed as Qin Feng and Appo's clothing was shattered, and he was sent sprawling, but instead of spewing blood and howling in agony, it was Lin Feng and Appo's fist that disintegrated upon impact, a formidable backlash surging from Qin Feng and Appo's chest. Retreat. That fellow must possess inner armor of spiritual artifact caliber. Pan roared within the purple realm. Lin Feng felt that the force radiating from Qin Feng surpassed even his mightiest blow. Executing a sideways flip, he released and reactivated his vital energy repeatedly as the overwhelming backlash persisted, forcing him to stagger back, leaving clear imprints on the stage. Do not relent, boy. Unleash all your abilities, Pan urged, sensing the potential presence of a spiritual treasure on Qin Feng. Haha, delightful. But mere treasures cannot thwart me. Lin Feng re-established his offensive, channeling all his mental powers, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force akin to a ferocious beast pouncing upon the recovering Qin Feng. Qin Feng undoubtedly possessed some form of protective artifact, otherwise he would not have withstood Lin Feng and Appo's full-powered strike. Sensing the ominous gaze directed at him, Lin Feng and Appo's expression turned increasingly vicious. The force generated by Lin Feng's mental energy astonished even the disciples of the inner sect at the Tao transformation realm. Not a single one of the hundreds of outer sect disciples from the 5 great sects had withstood it when they faced him in the cave of the 9 nether underworld. Even with his mutated thoughts, Qin Feng could not possibly endure Lin Feng's force. With a resounding bang, Qin Feng, still on the ground, was abruptly knocked down as though a mountain had suddenly descended upon him. The sheer might of Lin Feng's mental energy, capable of producing and Appo's force and Appo's, left the observing disciples at the 3-flower realm utterly astonished. Lin Feng, unperturbed by their astonishment, focused solely on eliminating Chen Feng before him to seize his fire-type battle puppet and the suspected spiritual armor. After overwhelming him with amp, oppos, force, and amp, oppos, Lin Feng darted forward, extending his right foot toward Chen Feng's head. I shall contend with you. Sensing his impending doom, Chen Feng unleashed his latent potential, his aura suddenly swelling, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. He spat forth a mouthful of blood, which was not merely red but rather a darkened crimson, accompanied by a putrid stench. Lin Feng felt his mental energy slightly waver. That vile blood possessed a potent corrosive quality. Even more alarming was the sinister, sharp aura emanating from Chen Feng's brow, coalescing into a pitch-black blade that lunged at Lin Feng and Oppos' foot. An exquisite divine weapon? Lin Feng, possessing several divine armaments, immediately recognized this blade as a supreme divine weapon. Just a desperate strike. Lin Feng's vital energy surged anew, retracting the force as he shifted 3 meters to the left, causing the supreme divine weapon to soar into the sky. At that moment, the now bloodied Chen Feng, having awakened his potential, leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high. Haha, your defeat is inevitable. Lin Feng laughed heartily upon witnessing Chen Feng's futile attempt to grasp the divine weapon. With a flick of his hand, 3 divine swords materialized in mid-air, striking toward Chen Feng with blinding speed. These 3 swords were the supreme divine Blood Sea Sword, the high-grade divine Woofing Sword, and the mid-grade divine Tianqin Sword. The Blood Sea Sword charged directly at the blade, while the Woofing Sword and Tianqin Sword flanked Chen Feng, targeting his head and lower body. The surrounding disciples held their breath, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle of battle, especially as Lin Feng unleashed his full arsenal, executing a seamless combination of lethal techniques. The simultaneous emergence of 3 divine swords, each poised for a fatal strike, intensified the tension. As Chen Feng hung mid-air, he unleashed over 10 powerful strikes, each infused with condensed energy, deflecting the Woofing and Tianqin swords. However, the divine sword was struck aside by the Blood Sea Sword, sending it hurtling off the stage. Disciples at the Qi refinement realm could not fly. Neither could Chen Feng, who relied solely on his energy to leap into the air. Yet just because he could not fly did not mean Lin Feng was similarly constrained. Seeing the divine blade cast off the stage, Lin Feng grinned, his mental energy exploding forth as it transformed into a majestic crane. With a powerful flap of its wings, Lin Feng surged toward the airborne Chen Feng. The onlookers were left speechless, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. They could only utter instinctive gasps of astonishment. The crane collided violently with the defenseless Chen Feng, sending him hurtling once more. But it did not end there. In an instant, the crane morphed into a massive python over 5 zhang in length, its jaws clamping down on Lin Feng and Oppos' arm, the sheer force of its body creating a shockwave that ruptured the air. The python and Oppos' tail struck Chen Feng with unrestrained force, targeting his head directly. Although his arms offered some semblance of defense, a distinct cracking sound reverberated, followed by Chen Feng and Oppos' agonized wails. If he could not defend with his hands, his head would surely be obliterated. The onslaught did not cease. Lin Feng's thought shifted again, and the 5 zhang python transformed into a towering 3 zhang tiger, which leaped toward the still-falling Chen Feng. The combined force of the tiger's strike and Lin Feng's assault sent Chen Feng crashing to the ground. The sturdy stage cracked under the impact, and Chen Feng expelled copious amounts of blood, mixed with shards of internal organs. I will not rest until you are utterly defeated. The colossal tiger morphed into a towering 3-meter-tall gorilla, which bellowed as it pounded its chest before unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Chen Feng and Oppos' head. Brain splattered, blood gushed, as Chen Feng's skull was pulverized into a gruesome pulp. At this moment, Lin Feng's aura reached its zenith, a malevolent force coiling within him, longing to erupt. He threw back his head and roared, his form embodying the gorilla, causing a violent ripple of spiritual energy above the stage. A surge of malevolent energy shot skyward, enveloping a radius of 40 to 50 meters. The disciples within this range, particularly those at the 3-flower realm, turned pale as they coughed up blood, plummeting to the ground, over 20 of them severely injured. After expelling the malevolent energy from his chest, Lin Feng returned to his normal visage, retracting the mental projection that had been digesting the fire shield. Chen Feng's headless corpse lay beneath his feet, and the surrounding thousands of disciples stood in stunned silence, a testament to Lin Feng and Oppos' overwhelming presence. You have temporarily subdued these thousands of disciples. Hurry and strip this unfortunate soul of his armor, that exquisite divine blade. and most importantly, the fire-type battle puppet. Lin Feng jolted back to reality, disregarding the gruesome scene as he peeled off the black armor from Chun Feng and Appo's body. As thin as undergarments yet remarkably supple, with a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. After removing the inner armor, he retrieved the divine blade from outside the stage, swiftly gathering both his and Chun Feng and Appo's possessions into his storage bag before commanding the Blood Sea sword to vanish from Baixing Peak. Time slipped away unnoticed, and it was unclear who first raised the call, but soon, the thousands of outer disciples on Baixing Peak erupted with excitement and fervor. Among them, particularly the disciples from the Dan Institute, such as Luo Qi, were on the verge of tears. The only ones who appeared to embody the essence of a beaten dog were the disciples from the Blade Institute. They understood that their once prestigious institute would now be reduced to a mere punchline, forever cloaked in an indelible shame. Although the challenge match was brief, it was characterized by Lin Feng and Appo's relentless assault from start to finish. The highly anticipated Chun Feng was left with no opportunity to retaliate, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise. His body left in tatters. After a brief exchange among the dozens of spiritual presences in the sky, they receded and fell silent. As if the preceding skirmish had not truly captured their attention, they seemed akin to spectators watching a farcical performance, dispersing to return home once the show concluded. Amid the throngs of disciples, there was an elderly figure within the crowd of the Sword Institute whose expression was notably peculiar. He fixated on the headless corpse on the arena, the lifeless body stripped of its garments. His eyes, devoid of any emotion save for a shared sorrow, reflected a profound sense of empathy. After a long pause, he exhaled a deep sigh, imbued with resignation, uncertainty, and nostalgia. This man was upon returning to Danfeng. Lin Feng secluded himself, meticulously counting his spoils. The exquisite divine weapon, a sword belonging to Chun Feng, merely served as an embellishment, failing to ignite his interest. The singular source of his elation was the fire element battle puppet, intricately sculpted from flame stone. This palm-sized combat automaton radiated waves of heat, continuously absorbing fire elemental energy, which formed a fiery aura around it, devoid of any harmful effect. This fire element battle puppet possessed a might far superior to that of its wood element counterpart, and it remained in pristine condition. Well then, remarked Pan, that Chun Feng has been dealt with. When shall you confront another foe possessing a battle puppet? Lin Feng carefully stored away the fire element battle puppet and replied nonchalantly. I intend to trade with Elder Tianqing for some purple spirit pills, and then exchange the divine weapon along with other spirit pills with Junior Heechong of the Crane Institute for that water element battle puppet. After all, I harbor no grievances against the Crane Institute and wish to avoid creating another formidable adversary. So be it. When you eventually enter the Sword Tomb Abyss, I shall assist you in locating the remaining gold and earth element battle puppets. At that time, with the 5 elements gathered, you will ignite your internal energy, and the day to break through to the Tao transformation realm will be near. The room fell silent once more as Lin Feng immersed himself in cultivation. 5 days later, he awoke from his profound meditation, sensing a restless fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy, which was escalating in severity. What is happening? Lin Feng exclaimed, stepping out of his chamber. Upon raising his gaze, his expression shifted dramatically. A vast expanse of clouds had gathered above Danfeng, intermittently flashing with bolts of lightning. At that moment, he received a mental call from the White Tiger. Lin Feng swiftly appeared at the location where Feng Tianyuan and the others were in seclusion. The White Tiger and Fairy Crane stood poised on either side, their attention fixed upon a disciple in the center whose aura was surging. Master Tiger, what is the situation? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, this young one has consumed purple spirit pills for over a month, and is now attempting to break through to the Tao transformation realm. However, he is undoubtedly a blood-soaked fiend, his violent aura so potent that it has summoned heavenly thunder. Fortunately, as he is merely breaking through, the thunder is not excessively formidable. The White Tiger glanced at the flickering clouds, its crimson tongue licking its formidable maw. Sensing the changes around them, the other 4 disciples opened their eyes, remaining at a distance, anxiously observing the unfolding events. Brother Yuanhua is striving with all his might. I wonder if he will succeed? Feng Tianyuan murmured to Lin Feng, a hint of worry in his voice. Focus on the rhythm of the fluctuations in the spiritual energy. It may benefit your own future attempts at the Tao transformation realm. The White Tiger suggested with a sidelong glance at Feng Tianyuan. The latter immediately centered his mind, observing the surroundings. Master Tiger, judging by the momentum, How likely is his success? Lin Feng sensed that the disciple named Yuan Hua's initial surge was rapid, but as time progressed, the ascent slowed, as if he had reached his limits. It is difficult to ascertain. We can only perceive the power he is releasing externally. The core of his strength, however, is likely concentrated within his mental space. The external power cannot accurately gauge his chance of success. Yet, should purple light appear at his brow, it would signify that he has triumphed, allowing him to absorb external spiritual energy to expand his purple palace, nourishing his consciousness and extending his lifespan. And generally, how many years can one expect to gain upon breaking into the Tao transformation realm? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. That varies by individual. Some may extend their lifespan by 300 to 400 years post-breakthrough, while prodigies might exceed 450. However, the heavens impose limits, and no one can gain more than 500 years. The sole advantage is that every subsequent breakthrough in the Tao transformation realm will also increase one and Appo's lifespan. The White Tiger explained. This revelation ignited a fire within Lin Feng. This was precisely what he had been striving for. No wonder Elder Tianqing devoted such effort to cultivating Zi, hoping to fortify her foundation as much as possible. Look, the young one is at a critical juncture. Lin Feng focused intently, observing Yuan Hua drenched in sweat, his face pale and contorted as he struggled. Suddenly, a mighty roar erupted from him, and a faint purple aura emanated from his brow. The gathering clouds above seemed to respond to some unseen force, rushing toward Yuan Hua. Excellent, the young one has succeeded, exclaimed Fairy Crane, her wings flaring as a vibrant glow enveloped the clouds, dissipating the errant lightning. The remaining pure spiritual energy was absorbed by Yuan Hua, and it took a full half-hour for the process to conclude. Remarkably, the previously seated Yuan Hua began to levitate, ascending higher and higher. Physical flight was an exclusive ability of disciples in the Tao transformation realm. Once the Purple Palace was breached, the internal spiritual energy would undergo refinement through the mysterious forces within, transforming into a higher form of power, magical energy, before being channeled back into the Dantian for storage. This magical energy could command spiritual power, thus enabling disciples of the Tao transformation realm to soar through the skies. From this moment forth, Danfeng's history would undergo a transformation. Since the passing of the previous elder, no inner disciples had emerged, leading to the steady decline of the institute. However, in just over 100 years, Danfeng would once again genuinely ascend into the realm of immortals, despite its current feeble strength. Feng Tianyuan and the other four gazed enviously at Yuan Hua soaring above, their eyes sparkling with newfound determination. It seemed their confidence in breaking through to the Tao transformation realm was growing. Lin Feng, Fairy Crane approached him, her agile eyes fixed upon him. On behalf of the previous elder, I wish to express our gratitude. Had it not been for your presence, my companion and I would have resigned ourselves to guarding Danfeng for another decade before giving up entirely. Today, I see a glimmer of hope for Danfeng and Appo's resurgence, and we are genuinely grateful to you. Lin Feng chuckled warmly. The White Tiger sighed deeply. You may not yet realize that the previous elder was named Yuan Xing, a level 8 alchemist and a prominent figure within the Alchemist Alliance. My companion and I owe our evolution into spirit beasts to him, which is why we became the guardians of the Institute. Alas, Elder Yuan Sheng became so absorbed in alchemical pursuits that he neglected his own cultivation, leading to his eventual demise. Lin Feng was taken aback by this history. The Elder Wuzi of Yaofeng was merely a level 6 alchemist, already a highly regarded figure in the realm of immortals. An 8th-level alchemist status would undoubtedly command respect from even the sect leader and elders. Master Tiger, Fairy Crane. Now that Yuan Hua has successfully advanced, I too must prepare. Once Junior Feng and the others achieve their breakthroughs, I shall embark on a journey, determined to attain a significant breakthrough before returning to the realm of immortals. I entrust the matters of Danfeng to you both. We will take care of Danfeng. The White Tiger affirmed with a nod. Lin Feng cast a glance at Feng Tianyuan and the others, offering them an encouraging look before departing Danfeng on his sword. He intended to visit Chong, the disciple at the pinnacle of the Crane Institute, hoping for a smooth transaction. If not, he would resort to more extreme measures, a path he was loath to take. Nevertheless, acquiring that water element battle puppet was non-negotiable. The unusual commotion at Danfeng evidently captured the attention of all disciples within the sect, as typically only 2 or 3 inner disciples achieved breakthroughs each year. Thus, the emergence of any inner disciple warranted considerable attention from all institutes. Given that those in the Tao transformation realm constituted the backbone of the sect and played a vital role in its future growth. Moreover, The inner disciples that have emerged this time possess quite a remarkable background, as they are actually disciples from the Alchemy Academy. Lin Feng soared into the air on his sword, just in time to witness over 100 figures suspended in midair. Their gazes all focused towards the direction of the Alchemy Academy. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. Although he was not the first inner disciple from the Academy, he had played a pivotal role in facilitating this achievement. The only aspect that took him by surprise was that this disciple, Yuan Hua, had only been in seclusion for a little over 30 days and had consumed more than 30 purple spirit pills to achieve a breakthrough 20 days ahead of expectations. This, perhaps, could also be considered a delightful surprise. Lin Feng ascended to the Elder Peak, encountering numerous fellow disciples along the way, all of whom greeted him with smiles. Some even approached to exchange a few words. Naturally, Lin Feng reciprocated their warmth, as they all possessed varying degrees of influence that he preferred not to offend. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed Zi finishing her cultivation while Kuangfing was passionately discussing some techniques. Upon noticing Lin Feng, Kuangfing burst into laughter and approached him. "My boy, the battle from a few days ago stirred the blood of your elder brother. Back in my prime as a third-tier Qi cultivator, I never matched the prowess of Chun Feng from the Blade Academy. We initially thought your duel would be evenly matched, but the outcome shocked all of us inner disciples. That third-tier peak cultivator, Chun Feng, was utterly powerless against you and ultimately met his demise at your hands. Lin Shidi, you cannot imagine the bets I placed on you. Haha, I won 17 spirit elixirs, and those who lost are lamenting their losses. Thank you for your trust, senior brother," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, contemplating that those who lost must harbor deep resentment towards him. "By the way, is Elder Qi Tian available? I wish to trade for some purple spirit elixirs. Unfortunately, my grandfather is currently in seclusion and won't emerge for about a year. However, I have a few purple spirit elixirs meant for Zi's future breakthrough. If you urgently need them, I can offer them to you." Kuangfing gently swept his right hand across his left wrist, conjuring several jade vials containing a total of 30 purple spirit elixirs. "I hope this is sufficient." Lin Feng then noticed the exquisite bracelet on Kuangfing and Apos' wrist, which appeared to be a spatial storage artifact. "This is more than enough," he replied, accepting the elixirs. He then retrieved 2 body refining elixirs from his own storage bag. Although they were of lower grade, they would still provide some benefit. Kuangfing accepted them without hesitation, patting Lin Feng and Apos' shoulder sincerely. "Lin Shidi, I hope we shall have the opportunity to attain the supreme path together. Let us strive diligently." At that moment, Zi approached, greeting Lin Feng with a gentle demeanor. "I have previously consumed body refining elixirs 3 times, and my physique has improved significantly. With 2 more, my constitution will ascend further, making it easier for me to break through to the Dao transformation realm. Thank you for your kindness." Lin Feng smiled slightly. Recognizing that this brother and sister duo were indeed worthy friends, he resolved to assist Zi in cultivating her psychic fire with all his strength. "Sister, I will be departing in about a month. This trip may prevent me from returning to the sect, so I will devote myself entirely to your training during this time. Regardless of the outcome, I must leave the sect in a month. I hope you and senior brother will understand." "Haha, Lin Shidi. We are already grateful for your help in my sister and Apos' cultivation. Some things cannot be forced, otherwise, it may yield adverse results." Lin Feng nodded. "I will make a brief visit to the Crane Peak and return here to spend a month in seclusion with Zi." The number of disciples at the Crane Peak had surpassed 100,000, making it a formidable force within the Beast Spirit sect. As Lin Feng descended upon the gates of Crane Peak on his sword, the guarding disciples quickly made their presence known. "I am Lin Feng, a disciple of the Alchemy Academy. Please inform senior brother He Chong that I have come to pay my respects. Please wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, a familiar figure descended at the entrance, He Yitzi, an old acquaintance of Lin Feng. "Lin Shixiang, your esteemed presence is a delight. My brother has sent me to welcome you. Please, follow me up the mountain." He Yitzi had acknowledged Lin Feng's recent achievements and recognized his strength. Moreover, his elder brother He Chong had openly stated that he was no match for Lin Feng, declaring him the foremost disciple among the outer sect. Lin Feng mused to himself, realizing that He Chong was indeed He Yitzi and Apos' elder brother, and followed closely behind He Yitzi as they ascended Crane Peak. In a secluded courtyard, He Chong was leisurely sipping tea, his features resembling those of He Yitzi, though his eyes bore the weight of experience. As the courtyard door swung open, Lin Feng and He Yitzi entered. "Elder brother, Lin Shixiang has arrived." He Chong set down his teacup and clasped his fist lightly. Forgive the humble state of my abode. Please take a seat. Lin Feng returned the gesture. I hope you will excuse my unexpected visit today, senior brother. Hee. One does not visit the Three Treasure Hall without reason. Lin Shixiang, I hear you recently defeated the Blade Academy and Oppo's peak disciple, Chen Feng. Do you come with similar intentions to challenge me? He Cheng and Oppo's words were laced with double meanings, neither warm nor cold. Lin Feng, discerning the underlying challenge, chuckled lightly. The grievances between the Blade Academy and me have reached an irreconcilable point. Even if Chen Feng does not challenge me, I will find an opportunity to present him with a challenge myself. Pausing, Lin Feng continued. In truth, my visit today is to propose a transaction with you. A transaction? He Cheng and Oppo's eyes flickered with intrigue as he took a sip of tea. What is it that you seek, senior brother? A treasure from your possession. Specifically a statue akin to this one. Lin Feng produced the fire element battle puppet that Chen Feng had lost. He Cheng remained stoic, but He Yitzi and Oppo's aura surged unexpectedly. Lin Feng glanced briefly but shook his head. I seek no discord with the Crane Academy. Should you part with it, feel free to set any terms, provided they are reasonable. Otherwise, I fear it may lead to unpleasantness for both parties. He Cheng furrowed his brow. Are you threatening me? Not a threat. Merely a statement of fact, Lin Feng replied calmly. He Cheng gestured for He Yitzi to withdraw his aura, and He Yitzi complied respectfully, standing silently nearby. It seems you have discovered some secret regarding that fire element statue, He Cheng remarked, producing an object from his robe and placing it on the table. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet as they drew closer, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the statue. I have indeed learned of its extraordinary uses. Both Chen Feng and I have failed thrice in our attempts to break through to the Dao transformation realm. Yet our cultivation has not only remained stable but has gradually increased, all thanks to this statue. 1,000-year ice heart, Lin Feng mused internally. Indeed, it is a top-tier battle puppet. A thought resonated in Lin Feng and Oppo's mind, realizing that possessing such an artifact would greatly enhance the training of water element disciples. What does Lin Shixiang wish to offer in exchange? He Cheng inquired, his gaze penetrating. Lin Feng remained aloof, only casting a fleeting glance before averting his eyes. What do you desire? He Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully, finally extending 2 fingers. 2 heavenly-grade Qi condensing elixirs, 20 purple spirit elixirs, and 2 supreme-grade divine swords. Lin Feng was taken aback by the unexpected offer, his excitement leading him to slam his hand on the table, startling the He brothers. Deal. With a swift motion, he stored the 1,000-year ice heart battle puppet into his storage bag and placed the 2 supreme-grade divine swords, 2 heavenly-grade Qi condensing elixirs, and 20 purple spirit elixirs on the table. Thank you, senior brother.